Chapter 221 Discussion within the guild. Damn. Brothers. There's a big problem now. According to the latest information, they should have adopted commercial methods to reduce the dimensionality and attack the game. Now the price of this coordinate will go up. And it is probably impossible for us to purchase it at the previous price of 40 million. Xianyu, who now understood the routine, immediately explained the matter to everyone in the group. What do you mean, Mr. Salted Fish? You mean that everything that happened recently was deliberately hyped up by someone they hired? Yes. According to Penguin's analysis, they should have been secretly preparing for this for a long time. And now is their harvest time. Speaking of this, Xianyu also looked helpless. I never expected them to be such thieves. After their troubles, I guess the price will soar. No. Think about it. How many guilds can afford the price now? Take our guild as an example. Currently we can be considered a large guild with 1,000 members. And most of them are veteran players. We need each person to pay 40,000 evolution points to afford it. As for other new guilds, is it possible for you to ask each of them to pay 40,000? And among those new guilds, there are several guilds that can all contribute 40,000 evolution points. I'm afraid you upstairs have not heard of the recent rumors about a Dark Horse guild. It is said that their boss is a big anchor. If nothing else happens, if they earn money by playing games, I think they should have an idea to take down this civilization. You're overthinking it. Even if the president is a wealthy person. What about the others? You need to find out how many people their new guild can recruit, and how much money each person can contribute. While everyone was still discussing this matter, Emperor Penguin interrupted them. Brothers, we are not discussing whether they can afford the money. What we need to discuss now is ours. Where is the bottom line? Because after such an operation, it is definitely impossible to win this civilization at the original price. So there are two ways before us now. The first way is to give up the competition directly. And the second way is overweight. It depends on what everyone says about this. After hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, everyone also fell into deep thought. To be honest, their guild is different from other guilds. Their guild is basically composed of liver emperors and civilian players. 40,000 is the limit that some players like them can spend. And many people have invested all their own money in purchasing new units. It is indeed a bit difficult for them to temporarily increase the price at this time. Well, Mr. Penguin, can you estimate the approximate transaction price of this civilization? At this moment, a player asked. After hearing what this player said, Emperor Penguin thought for a while, and then said, I guess it won't be too cheap. According to my guess, this civilization needs to cost at least 50 million to 80 million to win. Hearing what Emperor Penguin said, many people simply made a deal. And they couldn't help but feel a lot of pressure. If nothing else happened, they would have to double the original price. Damn. Everyone has paid so much to take over this civilization. I really feel that the risk is too great. Yes. To be honest, no one in this civilization can give us a 100% guarantee that there are monsters. If we buy it and find that there are no monsters, it will be very embarrassing. We will really be wasting water in a bamboo basket. Yes. The risk is too great. If you want me to see it, you might as well forget it. Risk? I don't quite agree with what you guys above are saying. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. If we are worried about taking risks, then we usually don't even need to fight. Because that thing also has risks. Having said this, the player continued to add. Although my idea is that it is very risky. If we succeed, then our profits may be doubled several times. Let's just calculate it like this. The normal number of organisms in a civilization depends on the situation. But no matter how you calculate the number of organisms, it will not be small. For example, some planets with harsh environments may have fewer intelligent organisms. For example, here is where we attack this time. But no matter how small the number is, it is at least measured in hundreds of millions. Generally, it is at the bottom of 1 billion. Or higher. Especially if you encounter a cockroach civilization. The number will increase several times. Let's not go too far. Let's just say that in a civilization, even if we are unlucky and encounter 10 evolution points, even if the total is only 100 million, we can still earn 1 billion, excluding 20% of taxes and fees. 800 million left. And this is the most critical thing. Everyone must understand that the civilization we attack is the civilization we acquired. It's completely different from what Big Wagey and others applied for. The civilization they applied for has to pay a part of the tax. And the tax is very high. But we don't need to pay taxes when we buy civilization. That is to say, after we deduct the cost of the remaining 800 million, the next thing we earn is can we share the 500 million? Of course, when it comes to this, many people may be thinking, how could we possibly be able to come out with so many evolutionary points? But don't forget that the game has now entered open beta. By then, more players will join our guild, and each of us will be able to contribute less. Of course, apart from this, we can also fight to support war. The revenue generated from attacking the civilization will supplement our battle losses. As long as we have arranged the first batch of offensive troops, we basically do not need to invest any more money in the later period. After hearing what this player said, everyone thought that this was really the case. Subsequent costs can be solved in this way. In fact, they only need to pay for the purchase and the cost of the first batch of troops sent out. As for the expenses in this area, they actually invested very little, because they have ready-made units, and most of them are not low in evolution. Apart from this fee, everything else is easy to handle. Of course, I want to be on the safe side. Then there is a high probability that they will need to evolve their troops further. Of course, they do not need to evolve. This depends on their economic strength. And now there are only a few things that they still need to jointly invest in. The first is the king worm, and the second is the baneling worm, because with the benaling worm, they will be much safer. And after signing the contract, they can also apply for company support. With the banelings and the company's support, they feel that it won't be a big problem to win this civilization. While everyone was still pondering this matter, the Emperor Penguin took over. Brothers, don't forget. In fact, for us, as long as there are creatures on this planet that can sell evolution points, we will make a profit no matter how we calculate it, because it is different from the past. Everyone must remember that in the past, tens of thousands of people divided up a civilization, but now we have more than 1,000 people to divide it up, and the size assigned to each person is completely different. And don't forget that we have a cooperation with Weiji and others to attack civilization, and that civilization is stable and profitable. Which means that even if we fail in this civilization, we can still recover blood through that civilization. But now, after hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, everyone didn't know this truth. But for everyone, this investment is no small matter, and there are very high risks in gambling. It is impossible to say that you are not afraid. Everyone present is still worried, seeing that everyone could not come up with a result. The Cloud player thought for a while, and came up with a more reasonable plan. Brothers, some people are currently in favor of continuing to increase the amount, while some are opposed to increasing the amount. When encountering such a thing, we might as well change our approach. We distribute the entire civilization's investment according to shares, and the final income is distributed according to the proportion of each individual shareholding. In this way, we can let those who are willing to increase their investment continue to increase their investment, and those who are unwilling to increase their investment can still follow your previous routine. Then those who are willing to add more money come to us and tell us how much you can add. We will make statistics to determine where our limit will be at that time. As the Cloud player finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement with this proposal. I feel like this approach works. The more points you pay, the more points you pay. This is fair to everyone. I want to add to the saying that if you bet, a bicycle will turn into a motorcycle. And if you bet, a motorcycle will turn into an alto. Yes, look at those salty players who suddenly turned around. Now we have an opportunity to turn around. I don't know what you are hesitating about. If you want to make a lot of money, if you don't dare to take any risks, how can you make a lot of money? Even if you go out to the factory to make screws, you have to worry about whether the factory may collapse due to poor management. There is no risk in anything you do now. Everyone has their own opinions, and I am more conservative. So to be honest, if there are too many, I really don't dare to vote. All in all, this incident can be regarded as a perfect ending in Xianyu's guild. On the other side, in a newly formed guild group, everyone was discussing something. The president of this union is called Potato, and its guild is called Kaiming. Although the name of the guild is very strange, there are quite a few rich and powerful people in it, especially the president, who is the big anchor that is currently making a lot of noise among the players. The main reason why he chose this name was because he was tired of using high-class names. So he wanted to think of something new. On a whim, they came up with such a weird name. But after the guild was established and his fans joined in, he found that the entire guild was enveloped in an inexplicable sense of joy. Potato, brothers, I just found out another important piece of information. That is, the few scattered people before have changed their strategies. and they decided to put the coordinates of this civilization up for auction. Bow bow bye, damn! I said what I fear the most when playing games is the auction. Sometimes the bid is too high, and you might end up paying several times higher than the market price to buy what you need. To Bayakai, it's so abnormal. You don't even notice that they hired a navy and a writer during this period. What are you talking about? It's just for this wave. Xiao Qi Kai. Although the routines used by these people are all leftover from our games, I have to admit that they still have something. Okay, brothers, let's not discuss this matter for now. Let's discuss how much capital we can contribute. At this moment, a player named Hongtao couldn't help but remind the people who were gradually talking off topic. If there are other people in this group at this moment, you will find that they have been discussing various things about this matter. However, they are not worried at all about whether their guild's funding capabilities can be comparable to other unions. After hearing Hongtao's words, Dian Song said, "We have acquired more than 70 million evolution points so far, adding the daily recharge limit for each of us during this period. We should have about 80 million evolution points in total with you." At this point, Dian Song added, "I won't talk about some new fans, but some old fans are self-conscious. I know that you must have secretly collected a batch of evolution points during this period to use as your own small treasury. Brothers who have small treasury, please report the number, and I will calculate how much we can get in total." Little treasury? What little treasury? I don't understand. Yes, just the daily recharge limit will eat up my family fortune. How can I still have the money to find someone to collect the evolution points from the small treasury? It's a good idea for the two of you upstairs to show off. The last time our boss had a PK with someone else, you two angrily spent 1 million and then yelled at who else was there. That's not what you said at that time. To be honest, I don't believe it when the two big guys, Wintermelon and Shigua, say that they haven't collected the evolution points from the small treasury. They definitely collected it. It just depends on how much they collected. Whether it was 1 million or 10 million. Oh, I envy these big guys who have mines at home. I heard that these two big guys used to like investing in movies, but later they found it boring. Now they come to play games to make money. To be honest, as a director, I especially like to get some big mining bosses to invest in our movies, because these big bosses often only tell us what their needs are. Then when we were filming the movie, we were allowed to play freely, because they have been operating mines for many years and know that people will die if they give random directions in the mines. So they have this kind of safety awareness. For example, some emerging industries are now investing in us to make movies. It's really annoying to point fingers along the way. Directorly, times have changed. Don't make movies. Don't make movies. Now you are criticized for making movies. Why don't you come and invest in freighters with me? It's amazing how profitable it is now. One of the big bosses, Xiao Mingxin, said that the content everyone talked about was all kinds of high level. But bosses, have you forgotten something important and didn't talk about it? It's nothing to talk about. I'm ready to take 100 million shots. If I can't take it, I'll wait for the next wave. As he said this, the big boss continued, "What do you think? Brother, do you want to consider doing it? We still have a few freighters here that can be invested." Mingxin. Chapter 222. The game pattern has changed. In fact, many newcomers to the Kai Ming have already had a preliminary understanding of the strength of this union. After all, they all watch live broadcasts often, and they know that this anchor is not short of money. Many anchors consider how to make money during their live broadcasts and how to increase their popularity. But their anchor is different, because their anchor is purely a wealthy person who comes to experience life. And he's not just any tycoon. He's a particularly wealthy one. Of course, they are definitely not those fake rich people on the internet. This is real money. On the day of the live broadcast, he gave away hundreds of thousands of benefits to water friends. And it was also because of this that he became instantly famous. Of course, the reason why he is so popular, apart from what he did on the first day of the live broadcast, is the second reason why he is so famous. For ordinary people, he needs a process of accumulating popularity, and then being noticed and promoted by others. But this boss is different. His own connections can turn an ordinary person into a big internet celebrity. So as his live broadcast begins, even if he doesn't tell these people that he is going to live broadcast, you can help me hype it up. These people will consciously help him promote it. Because for them, this is a good opportunity to sell favors, regardless of whether you recognize this favor or not. I helped you, and your attitude towards me will naturally change the next time you meet me. And this is the purpose of those people. In fact, Jiang Yao never expected that a boss of this level would be able to stay in his own game. Although he didn't know how his game attracted his attention. For Jiang Yao, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Because the traffic flow of the big rich is very powerful. If you have the help of the big rich, it will be very simple to create a powerful insect swarm in the future. This is just like a certain legend back then. How big of a change will a wealthy man with billions of Krypton dollars enter the game and bring about? To put it simply, many people who don't want to play this game will take a look and play it. Because these rich people usually buy equipment in the game and find people to farm materials on their behalf. In other words, he can feed a large group of people by himself. And those people want to come here to get a share of the pie. So a large number of people will flock here. And because the entry of this rich man will also bring in many rich men of the same level or several levels weaker than him. So because of his leadership, more people will join in the future. At that time, I would not have to worry about selling my helmet. And I would not need to worry about the shortage of personnel in every battle. Jiang Yao initially thought of giving up this civilization to Xianyu's guild through his own series of operations. After all, the online rate of this group of gone emperors is guaranteed. And they still have certain combat capabilities. But with the entry of wealthy people, Jiang Yao's thoughts gradually changed. Because of their participation. Firstly, there is no need to worry about the number of players. Secondly, there is no need to worry about the online rate of players. And thirdly, there is no need to worry about the amount of investment of players. The number of players in the game is driven by local tycoons. As for the online rate and player investment because of the existence of local tycoons, players have two choices. The resources they obtain can be sold directly to themselves, or they can be sold to local tyrants, who then use them to purchase troops and eventually return them to themselves. Although this process will go around in a circle, it will feel different to the players. This is called double protection. At this time, with the vigorous hype of several previous players, the whole matter was fermenting very strongly among the player base. As the fermentation became more and more intense, the first auction of the game, since its launch, began. This auction is mainly about several powerful guilds competing against each other, while other players are in a state of being like the masses. After all, before playing this game, most players were ordinary people, and basically no players had ever participated in an auction like this. Now there happens to be such an opportunity, and they are naturally not willing to miss it. At this time, many players gathered inside the huge insect nest, and each player's union station had several black insects on standby at any time. Originally, Jiang Yao wanted to hold the auction through virtual projection, but after thinking about it, in order to increase the suspense and to reflect the feeling of this kind of auction, Jiang Yao decided to adopt the most primitive auction method. After all, no virtual projection is as realistic as allowing players to experience the atmosphere of the auction immersively. Just as Jiang Yao thought. When the auction started, all the players gathered together and started the melon-eating mode. At this moment, the entire insect nest hall is surrounded by players. Different from the normal auction, these players not only stood in their respective positions, but also had many black bugs beside them. And each black bug was ready with a huge color sign. Hello fellow Zerg warriors. Today is a very meaningful day. Because today is the first public auction of our Zerg since its establishment. And this time the content of our auction is the coordinates of an unknown civilization. At this moment, after the players were all ready, the Black Insect Queen walked to the center and announced loudly. Although everyone is very familiar with the rules of the auction, please allow me to delay the warriors for some time before the auction begins and repeat the rules of our auction to everyone. First of all, we will equip each union that participates in the auction with 2 black bugs. The 2 black insects are holding red signs and green signs respectively. If you want to withdraw from the auction, then please let the black insects hold up the red sign. If you want to bid, then please hold up the green sign. Brand. In addition, after a round of bidding, there will be a 3-minute decision period. After 3 minutes, if there are no other guilds or individuals bidding, then the highest bidder can win the auction. At this moment, while the Black Insect Queen was still talking, Xianyu and the others had already begun to look around. Damn it. If I hadn't been making progress every day and recording evolution points every day, I really wonder if I hadn't been online during this period. As he said this, he looked at the participating guild salty fish around him with shocked expressions on their faces. Originally, in his memory, the current major guilds were his family, and the other 3. This was his first intuitive thought about the guild in this game. But now, he never expected that this large-scale player entry would completely change the entire player pattern. because any guild that participates in the auction will be equipped with black insects. And now, he has seen a total of 7 newly established guilds besides their 4 participating in the auction. Oh my god! When did so many guilds appear in this game? Emperor Penguin replied to Xianyu's question. Actually, most of the guilds were established not long ago. Because of this civilization auction, they recruited people crazily and grew. Hearing this, Xianyu was also stunned. New guild? If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be much oil and water left on our planet. But under such circumstances, these guilds can still participate in the competition, which means they are planning to directly top up their funds to compete. Right? Looking at the situation, it's almost the same. During this period, all players have very few evolution points in their hands, because these people are collecting evolution points at crazy high prices. At this point, the Emperor Penguin couldn't help but sigh. One breath. There is no way. Among the players who have settled in this time, there are indeed a lot of local tycoons. These local tycoons play the game completely differently from our ideas. And now the entire game situation is no longer what we thought before. Let's put it this way. According to the current recharge limit, one person can recharge more than 3,000 a day. Even if he recharges 3,000, 10 people will be 30,000. In the past, there were only a few of us. No matter how much we charged up, we couldn't reach many evolution points in a day. But now there are more people. And so far there are nearly 40,000 people in the game. Which means that if they rush hard, they can get more than 100 million evolution points in a day. We still want to use evolutionary points to choke our necks like before. It no longer works. Hearing what Emperor Penguin said, Xianyu felt a lot of discomfort. I feel numb. According to what you said, the world will be dominated by rich people from now on. Speaking of this, Xianyu then added, look, how can ordinary people like us compare to someone who spends tens of millions or billions to play games like this? By the end of the game, will you become the kind of rich man who spends money madly and becomes a being that no one can catch up with? And no matter how hard we try, we can't catch up with them. After hearing what Xianyu said, the Emperor Penguin shook his head and rejected his idea. What you're talking about is just for other games. But this one is different. Although we have a clear disadvantage compared to some local tycoons in the auction, it is undeniable that everyone has a chance to find civilization. It all depends on who is lucky. Secondly, the tycoons of any game are definitely the player group that the game pays most attention to. Because if the game wants to operate and make money, it cannot do without these players. These players definitely have innate advantages over us. This is something we can't deny it. But don't forget that the amount of Krypton gold in this game is very huge. Although they can rush forward in the early stage, how long can they last? In the later stage, a civilization will often require hundreds of millions or billions of investment. If you do not have a sustainable development path, even if you are a wealthy person, you may have to live in Bungbu. After seeing what the Emperor Penguin said, Xianyu thought about it carefully, and it seemed to make sense. Because in this game, the price of some high-level units evolving to the later stages is directly calculated in tens of millions. 100 million is also a relatively high limit for rich people. But in this game, it only amounts to 2 or 3 fully evolved arms. And this game cannot be opened more than once. So in the end it is difficult for a certain local tycoon to crush the entire game alone. Of course, the status of this rich man in this game is unquestionable. And guilds with many rich men may eventually choose to take the Leviathan route. Guilds like the rich and young are just like them. Just remove the liver and get a thunder beast out, and it's okay. While Xianyu was still thinking about this matter, Emperor Penguin continued, after that, our union's recruitment strategy will be rectified and the restrictions will be lowered. We will accept the worker bees after they have evolved to the first stage. When Emperor Penguin said this, Xianyu looked at him in surprise. Penguin? Are you crazy? Then, there are not many people who fish in troubled waters who will come in. You must know that every time we increase the quota of the guild, we consume more and more evolution points. If we spend so many evolution points to bring in a bunch of salted fish, we will lose money. In this regard, Emperor Penguin said what he was thinking. As the number of people in this game increases, the core gameplay of the game is also reflected. In the final analysis, this game is still a team game. Although the elite combat power will play a very big role in the early stage when the number of people is small. As the number of people increases, the role of the team far exceeds that of individual elites. And in the future, as the number of people continues to expand, there will be even more people. Although the local tyrant guild's overall strength will be stronger than ours. As the saying goes, Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. We can rely on numbers to increase the gap between us. And the more we have in subsequent battles, the more advantage we will have. No matter how rich you are. No matter how rich you are. You can only play with one account. In this game, it is impossible for some big guys to open more than a dozen accounts to participate in the battle. That is to say, in the later stages of the game, the strength of a guild depends on not only the elite units in the guild, but also another consideration, and that is the overall number of people in the guild. On the route of elite troops, we definitely can't compare with those rich people, but we still have a chance in terms of numbers. After all, our guild is my husband's guild, and now we have enough popularity to accumulate. In fact, apart from this, there is also the fact that these guilds have not yet shown their talents. This is our only chance to expand our number. If we succeed in this expansion, we will still have the opportunity to compete with these rich guilds in the future. After hearing Emperor Penguin's analysis, Xianyu also seemed to understand, because he doesn't understand the strategic layout of this type of game very well. But what people like Emperor Penguin who often play this type of game say is very clear. And they are almost right. While several people were still discussing, the auction started. Chapter 223. The auction ends, and the dust settles. Fellow warriors, the rules have been announced and our auction will officially begin. The content of the auction is the coordinates of an unknown civilization. The starting price is 30 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 1 million. The auction starts now. As the Black Insect Queen finished speaking, the first guild began to count. I'll pay you 30 million to look familiar. 35 million. You may look familiar. In addition, the Wuji Guild is recruiting people. Those who want to join, please contact the ID Moonlight Clan. The Jia Shanghai Guild offered 40 million. It can't be mine anyway. In addition, the guild is recruiting people. If you need it, please contact us as soon as possible. Dear warriors, please do not advertise on the auction house. Otherwise you will be disqualified from the auction. Seeing the players' bids getting more and more off topic, the Black Insect Queen couldn't help but remind her at Jiang Yao a signal. These guilds are really awesome. A good auction can become a guild's publicity. An auction of this level attracts very high attention from players. Isn't this the best time to promote your guild? Damn. Why didn't I think of it? I should have thought of it earlier and signed up to promote my guild. You are thinking of eating a peach. It costs 100,000 evolution points to register. These people signed up only if they can really afford the money. The promotion of the guild is one, and the auction is the second. While the players were discussing, several other guilds also began to bid. But when the price exceeded 40 million, each price increase started at 1 million. It can be seen from this that these guilds also have a certain price assessment of the coordinates of this civilization in their hearts. Damn it. Lao Lu has only bid 47 million now. Look at how slowly they have increased their bids now. Seeing the auction where the price increases were getting slower and slower, several players couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Because Jiangyao will charge 10% of the auction fee, and the Black Insect Queen will charge 5% of the service fee, which means that 15% of an auction will be handed over. Why are you panicking? The price we are selling now is millions higher than the price they paid before. Having said this, Lao Lu continued to focus on the auction house. And don't worry. Let the bullets fly for a while. None of the powerful guilds have made bids yet, which means the real competition has not yet begun. Players are also talking about this auction, especially for newcomers. The impact of this auction is indeed quite big. After all, the exchange ratio of evolution points and soft sister coins is 1-to-1. In other words, these bids are all real money. Damn. The competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. Yes, those people will probably smile crookedly when the auction is over. Now the bidding has exceeded 50 million. And each of them can get 10 million. Oh my god. It's terrible. I seriously doubt that those 5 people were entrusted by the government, including the guilds involved in the auction. To be honest, spending 1 million for a game is already a very big deal. You can see these people tens of millions of dollars without blinking an eye. Is that true? Ah, yes. Yes. What you said upstairs is right. Yeah. At this time, as time went by, the auction had entered a fierce stage. The Star Sea Federation bids 55 million. 60 million elite combat teams. 65 million on the other side of the cloud. With the bids from the established guilds, players knew that the real battle was about to begin. Holy crap. The auction price is 5 million. This is intended to directly crush the opponent to death with his momentum. And while everyone was still discussing Xianyu's bid, the next moment another old trade union made a bid. The intelligence strategy group bid 66 million. 70 million on the other side of the cloud? At this moment, looking at the momentum of Xianyu and his guild, everyone also had their suspicions. Looking at the situation, Xianyu and the others are bound to win this auction. Who can bear this kind of price increase? My husband will be different. He has a rich foundation of strength. I don't think so. At this time, as the Xianyu Guild's quotation of 7,000 to 10,000 yuan came out, the entire quotation also ushered in a brief silence, because this price has far exceeded the expectations of many guilds. And these guilds also know why Xianyu dared to bid like this. It's just that they have cooperated with Weiji before. Even if the investment fails this time, they still have a chance to recover their losses. Unlike Xianyu and others, the other guilds do not have subsequent exclusive civilizations to attack. If the investment really fails, there will really be nothing. So when the price reached this number, many guilds began to discuss whether to continue to follow the price. But what they don't know at this moment is that the auction for this civilization is not the business of Xianyu and his guild, because they considered their guild's bidding ability. They finally approached Weiji and the others for cooperation. After the bidding was successful, the two guilds would divide the spoils in proportion. This is also the reason why Xianyu and others have the confidence to quote prices. 71 million. A guild quoted a price after a short silence. 75 million. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianyu immediately increased the price. That's right. This is the rhythm. Use your momentum to overwhelm them. Xianyu was thinking in his mind at this moment. Another round of price increases followed. When the price reached 80 million, the entire venue fell into silence. At this moment, they were all frightened by the price increase method of the Salted Fish Guild. Seeing that no one was bidding, just when everyone thought the matter was settled, a faint voice sounded. Since none of you are bidding, let us, Kai Ming, join in the fun. 90 million. At this moment, Kai Ming's president, Tudo, gave the price. As his words fell, the entire player group became commotion. Holy crap. The rumors are true. That wealthy anchor is really here. Then this is nothing more than competition. With that guy's strength, this matter is a sure thing. It's hard to say. After all, some old guilds like Xianyu have a certain amount of accumulation. And according to rumors, Xianyu and the others are also cooperating with Weiji this time. And both parties jointly contribute funds. So it's hard to say who will win this matter. At this moment, when the Emperor Penguin heard the potato quotation, he couldn't help but look at the people around him and said, "It seems that they have taken action. But brothers, we have expected this result from the beginning. And the next step is the main event." At this point, Emperor Penguin continues to increase prices. 100 million evolution points. 120 million. Potato immediately followed the price. In this way, the two sides started competing again. What the hell are you doing? At this moment, it was another reincarnation. When the price reached 150 million, Xianyu knew that they had no chance. The combined limit of our two guilds is only 150 million. Mad. These tycoons are really incomprehensible. One guild can stand up to 2,000-person guilds. There's nothing we can do. The strength gap is too big. Boss Weiji and the others have given us 90 million in support. Even so, we still can't defeat them. Can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. It's over. It's over. Show the red card. Although they were very helpless, facing that kind of rich man, Guild Xianyu and the others were still defeated. In fact, they had initially estimated how much money the rich people could invest. According to their calculations, the limit of the rich people should be around 120 million. Although that group of people has money, they have just entered this game after all. Logically speaking, they cannot invest too much. But after this wave of auctions, they have to admit that they have thought too much before. Of course, it's normal for Xianyu and the others to fail. In fact, Potato's idea at the beginning was to spend 100 million on the auction in this game, and forget about it if they couldn't win. But later Tudo studied the situation of this game from its operation to the present. He also asked his connections to check the background of this company, although he did not find out any important information on the surface, because the creation company marked on this game is just a small company. But he knows very well that a game like this cannot be made by a small company, regardless of technology or economic strength. So he felt that this game might not be as simple as he imagined. So he found a few top hackers through his connections. They wanted to hack into this game to understand the situation of this game. But after the operations of these top hackers, they found that they could not hack into the official website, let alone the game. The official website cannot be hacked, which actually explains the problem. But then another discovery made him immediately change his strategy for this game. Because on the surface this game looks like it is operated domestically. But in fact its capital flow routes are very complicated. And several routes lead to the core economic circulation routes of several countries. The hackers who checked here did not dare to check anymore. Because if they checked further down, they might not have a future. But this piece of information was enough for Todo. Because Todo, who had learned this information, knew exactly what this game was like. Because those routes are not meant to be used by ordinary people, but can only be used by the core of each country. What does it mean that he can use the core routes of so many countries? This game was jointly launched by multiple countries. The reason for launching this game is very simple. It stems from a new concept of the metaverse. When the concept of the source universe was proposed, all the big guys wanted to participate. Because once this system is implemented, it can be said that it will be very helpful to these big guys in some aspects. If the construction of the metaverse is completed, the distance between worlds will be infinitely shortened. But if you want to do this directly and clearly, it is impossible. Because to build such a metaverse, you need to agree. For example, if this company has built this metaverse, how can you make other people agree that you and other companies can connect everyone's metaverse? It's useless. To put it bluntly, there is no guarantee or guarantee. Although your company is strong as a whole, you can't guarantee it. Therefore, there is not yet a complete metaverse platform. Because most companies are currently developing their own metaverse markets. To put it nicely, it's called the metaverse. But to be more straightforward, it's not much different from the previous time when they locked in their own customer circle. It's just a different name. Now if we want to build a metaverse that everyone agrees with, there is only one way for all countries to unite and build it together. However, it is obvious that the feasibility of this method is extremely low. After all, it will involve various problems. But he never expected that this plan would start when he thought it was impossible. These people have really begun to build this huge metaverse. And this game is a carrier of this metaverse. After all, this game is also a game with a high degree of freedom and covers the entire Star Sea, where you can do whatever you want. Register your physical store information, conduct virtual sales, or some other promotions. Although these functions are not yet open, Todo believes that they will definitely be open in the near future. Because he knows more than other players. And because he knows more, he also knows better what this game actually represents. If his guess is correct, then I am afraid that in the next 10 years or so, this metaverse will become the only true metaverse on the entire Blue Star. The current metaverse is still in its early construction stage. If you can occupy your place in this early construction stage, it is self-evident what kind of rewards you will get in the future. It is also for this reason that Potato started crazy investment. That's right. In his eyes, this is now called investment rather than recharging. Of course, only members of his family know about this matter. As for other people, it is definitely impossible for him to say it. After all, wouldn't it be nice for him to eat such a big piece of cake by himself? Even if this incident will be known to other families later, he has already won a large part of the cake at that time. So he still has an innate advantage. Jiangmiao didn't know about his idea. The reason why he took those routes was simply because he felt that taking the inner route was safer and less likely to be investigated. After all, the amount of money flowing in this game is too large. And there is a high probability that he will be investigated if he takes the normal route. So he chose to take the secret route and dispersed it to various countries. Because in this case, he will be safe. After all, it is impossible for your country to investigate another country. And your other country will not dare to investigate this country. Of course, his method was inspired by many big guys before time travel. And he just copied it and used it. Although the auction is over this time, the matter is not over yet. Because when the Black Insect Queen asked Todo about his arrangements for this civilization when she finally left the scene, what the big boss said shocked everyone. Sign the contract, purchase units, and attack immediately. This was his answer. It was so direct, so simple and crude, without any bells and whistles. Preparation and investigation were what ordinary players had to do. For local tycoons like them, there is no need. They can just buy units and crush them. Battle losses? If one group dies, another group will be replaced. And that's it. They won't think too much about it at all. This momentum also shocked most players. The trenches are inhumane. This is what the players think of these rich people at this moment. Chapter 224 The Plan of the Rich Guild. At this time, it was also because of Tua's words that the entire player group was currently having various discussions on this matter. because some players want to know how these rich people attack civilization. Although these local tycoons talk all kinds of rhetoric, players want to see their actual operations more than their rhetoric. For Tudo and the others, they also need such a wave of operations to improve the status of their guild. But what everyone doesn't know at this moment is that even though some of them seem to be cool on the surface, they are bragging about their awesomeness. But they knew very well that bragging and real combat were definitely two different things. It is absolutely impossible for them to rush forward stupidly like they said before. If they really do this, they are simply being taken advantage of. After all, they have learned about this game before, and know the strength of the monsters in this game. Although Krypton Gold can make it less difficult for them to fight. But if you encounter a stronger monster, and they crush it directly without using any tricks or tactics, you will most likely suffer heavy losses. If this kind of thing were to be known to others, they would definitely be regarded as fools. So although on the surface they sounded very heroic, in fact this group of people also began to plan things about the battle after the end. Brothers, the awesomeness has been blown out. Although we can't take action immediately, we estimate that we will have to send out troops in the near future. At this moment, everyone in Kai Meng's small group is sitting around. So brothers, how we should arrange the next step depends on everyone's opinions. At this point, Tudo told everyone what he had thought of. First of all, from the launch of this game to the present, we should be the first guild to attack civilization independently. So other guilds and players are expected to pay very high attention to this battle. Our performance directly determines how they view us. So my requirements for this game are very simple. We must ensure victory. And it is best to win with a crushing attitude. Boss, look at what you said. Just use our economic strength to drive all the high-level soldiers over. Isn't that the end of the matter? At this moment, a player said indifferently. This kind of talk is just talking outside to support the situation. But now we don't need to support the situation. Our internal discussion meeting needs to discuss a reasonable plan. Actually, I have some personal thoughts on this. Based on my understanding of the game and their previous battles, I found a problem. This game is not like other games. For example, if you are level 10, all you will encounter are level 10 monsters. The monster levels in this game are purely random. When the server was first launched, the monsters they encountered were so powerful. But later on, monsters like the cockroach civilization or the current rock and soil civilization were very powerful. Weak. At first, I was thinking whether this might be the official design in this way. But now after thinking about it, I found that it may not be the case. Because the official wants to let newcomers adapt to the game. So in the first batch of monsters, it shouldn't be so difficult. Later on, the difficulty gets lower and lower, which is very unreasonable. Even if players are allowed to adapt to the game, the difficulty of the monsters should remain the same rather than getting lower. At this point, the player looked at the target and said, if I guess correctly, the difficulty of the monsters in this game is purely random. Of course, this cannot be said. The difficulty of the monsters will most likely be based on what you have mastered. The information is inferred. For example, there was no information on the several civilizations we visited before. So it was just random strength and weakness. But this civilization has a very clear introduction to the civilization. Because according to the information, we know that he has entered the technological era of 2,300 years. Then we can infer that his technological level should not be low. Of course, there are other situations that may occur. At present, we are calculating based on the worst case scenario. So when it comes to other, let's rule out the situation first. A technological civilization that has developed for more than 2,000 years. Based on the history of our blue star, I am thinking that they should have created space battleships or some powerful weapons. According to this logic, first of all, if we want to attack them, we must have weapons for space combat. After hearing what this player said, Potato thought for a while, and then said, speaking of space arms, do you have any good suggestions? The two currently known space arms. The first is the highly evolved Baneling bug, and the second is the Mulosaurus that will be launched in a few days. Because some players have drawn this thing in the lottery machine before. So I received a copy of its data. At this point, Tudo told everyone the data of the pterosaur. First of all, the Mulosaurus has 150,000 HP, 1,500 attack, 400 defense attribute, and 1,300 agility attribute. It has an energy reserve of 1,000. And its skill only has an energy shield. After hearing what Tua said, everyone couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Holy crap. Why are the attributes of this alien dragon so low? Yeah. Except for the slightly passable blood volume. The other attributes are really not good enough for a space combat unit. I made a preliminary comparison and found that the basic attributes of this Mutalisks are similar to those of the first stage Hydralisks. But the attack and defense attributes are much lower than those of the first stage Hydralisks. The first stage of the Hydralisk costs a total of 350,000. From this, it can be deduced that the initial price of this alien dragon should be between 200,000 and 300,000. Hearing what this player said, others also agreed. I guess the price is the same. But according to the nature of this game, the cost of evolution in the later stages should not be too low. And the most important thing is any initial stage, all the troops are rubbish. It mainly depends on evolution. It's just that the evolution information will not be released for a few days. So I personally think we can wait until the advancement information is released before we decide on the main combat arms. And don't forget that it is said that it will also open advanced functions for military units. Hearing what the player said, Potatoes seem to have thought of something. There is no official explanation of what the advanced functions of this unit are. As for this advanced function, you don't have to think that it must have greatly improved the strength of the upgradable arms. If this is the case, we can vigorously introduce arms like this. After all, although the people in our guild are relatively wealthy, we still have to take care of some newcomers. At this point Todo thought for a while, and decided to change the topic. Brothers, let's discuss the military units here for the time being, because there are too many uncertainties at present. Next, let's discuss tactical issues. Currently, our guild has a total of 800 people, and there should be about 200 people in my fan group who will join us in the game in the near future. In other words, our guild currently has almost 1,000 members compared to those of the big guilds. So when it comes to tactics, my personal idea is to disperse our forces to fight. Hearing what Todo said to one of the players, he couldn't help but have some worries. Boss, if we spread out our troops, if the enemy is too strong, I'm worried that every line will be very uncomfortable. In my opinion, I think we should act together. It will be safer. Act together? Obviously you guys upstairs have not seen the live broadcast of their attack on the cockroach people. The live broadcast of their attack on the cockroach people was their joint action, and they were severely tricked by the artificial intelligence. You must know that based on the level of civilization of cockroach people, it stands to reason that they cannot harm us at all. But what is the result? They were almost beaten to death. And the enemy we are facing now is very likely to have a technological level that is much higher than that of cockroaches. If we act collectively when encountering such a civilization, maybe we will be blamed for one mistake. Hearing what this player said, Todo said yes. The dispersed action, I thought it was also for this reason. The live broadcast I paid special attention to before. I found that the randomness in this game is too strong. Unlike other games where every map and every monster is fixed, many seemingly inconspicuous monsters in this game are very likely to have the ability to destroy you in a group. But if we separate, it will be a big problem. Because after the separation, the best tactic we adopt is to put a few big tycoons into each of the separated teams, and let them support the scene. But in this case, we can't build a team with extreme DPS. At this moment, a player sharply pointed out the problem with this plan. After hearing what this player said, other players also expressed their opinions. Not only is the DPS insufficient, but there is also a lack of command personnel. We have too few commanders here, and small formations within each large team are very likely to be sent out to carry out small formation operations. If you encounter such a situation, it will be fine if the number is small. If the number is large, there will inevitably be a shortage of command. That's not the point. The point is that what we lack now is not just a temporary small command, but also a big command of the entire battle. Although all the big guys have certain command capabilities, even so, I think we still need to hire some people who specialize in playing this type of game. As our reference group, they are responsible for the overall layout of the entire battlefield. I think this plan is feasible. After all, our investment in this wave is not small. If something goes wrong, each of us will suffer a lot. But when the topic reached this point, everyone immediately discovered a new problem. Well, I suddenly remembered that this game seems to be a new one, which means that there are very few people who play this game with command experience. When it comes to other mature old games, it's not too easy for us to hire some professionals. But for new games like this, the people we hire are purely for them to practice on. As the discussion deepened, everyone also discovered that many problems gradually emerged. It was only then that they felt that they seemed to be lacking everything. Hearing everyone discuss this problem, Todo was also a little entangled. He currently has two solutions to this problem. But both solutions have many flaws, which makes him a little embarrassed. Actually, regarding this point, I have thought that when we encounter some problems, the first thing we can do is ask some elderly people with command experience to help. If we pay them a fee, I believe there are quite a few people who are willing to help us. The second option is to invite those strategy anchors to discuss it together. In fact, both options have their own advantages. If it is the second option, we can definitely set up a combat command organization or a combat discussion group. After specifically recruiting people with such abilities, they can direct every battle, or conduct live broadcast discussions to attract attention to them. Because the game is still in its early stages, when this group of people matures in the later stage, they will also become our cash cow. Hearing Tutul, several big guys in the group couldn't help but look at him in surprise. That's not right, Potato. Yes, I also discovered why you are so interested in this game recently. We can understand that you were addicted to playing games before, charging money and working on strategies. But in this game, from the beginning to now, we find that you seem to have been planning. You spend so much energy and time on a game. Brother, is there something else in this game that we have been together for so long? Otherwise, you would not be so interested in it. After hearing several people's questions, the Potato didn't know how to answer them for a while. There was no way he could tell a few people to check it out himself. And the game company finally discovered that there was a big background behind the game. If he dares to say this, many rich people will immediately enter the game and start planning tomorrow. He will definitely not allow this kind of thing. So he is rather annoying now, because these few people have been friends with him for a few years, and they all have a good relationship when they usually play together. If I don't say anything about it, if everyone really knows about it in the future, how will they think of me? Thinking of this, Potato pondered for a while, and then said, "What's the point? I was just thinking about this game. We invested so much in the beginning, so it's better to be careful. Well, let's make an appointment to have a meal and discuss this matter in detail." People who can ask these questions are basically human beings. So when they hear Tudo say this, they understand instantly. As a result, they directly discussed with Tudo and made an appointment to meet for dinner. Chapter 225 begin the layout. A few days later, in a private room of a very luxuriously decorated hotel, several people gathered together. Are you telling the truth? At this moment, these people listened to Tudo mentioning the matter he had gone to investigate before. Although Tudo was vague about this matter, they could all guess what it represented. As for verifying the authenticity, they will definitely not verify it, because Tudo has already made the situation very clear. At that time, the people he sent out found clues, and then he wanted to investigate again, and those people directly rejected him. It can be seen from this that a group of people with such courage are so cautious about this matter. So its gold content is also very high. And looking at Tudo's performance, he probably wouldn't have done this if he didn't have something substantial. So a few people thought about it, and decided to try to enter this market. Of course, the reason why Potato told these people is that apart from the relationship, there is another point on this level, which is naturally interest. Everyone, do you think that if this matter is known to others, we will still be able to have a place in it? Everyone couldn't help but frown when they heard this, and then looked at him, waiting for his next words. After all, since he can say that, he must have something on his mind. If you think about the operation model of this game, it doesn't matter if there are few people now. Not many people will care about this. But as the number of people increases in the future, more big families will pay attention to this game if it becomes popular. Because of this game's operating model, it has seriously impacted the interests of many big families. If that time comes, will they check out the details of this game? Hearing Tudo say this, several people nodded subconsciously. What he said is right. There are not many people who can see a game like this now. But if there are more people in the future, it will be different. The operation model of this game is bound to attract the attention of some people. And these people can easily discover what they have done in this game. So they will definitely be curious about this game. After becoming curious, they will check it out. Although they can't find anything, they don't rule out that they will contact their connections. Through these connections, one can naturally contact the people Tudo had contacted before. And the reactions of those people were enough to make them think differently about this matter. Then some people may imitate them and settle in this game. And as more and more of these big families settle in, the remaining people can see that no matter how stupid they are, this thing may not be simple. At that time, I'm afraid they will all swarm into this game and carve up the game market. At that stage, all walks of life may take root in this game. There are many people in those families, who are stronger than them. Competing with these people will lead to the same situation as they competed with those guilds before. And they will be completely crushed by these local tycoons. Business competition has always been cruel. Once you are crushed, you will lose the market, and the country you have worked so hard to build will be in vain. Naturally, they will not allow this to happen. So you mean we cooperate? At this moment, one of them asked tentatively. Hearing his words, Potato nodded. Yes, that's what I mean. In this game, we will cooperate to develop and stabilize the market. With our strength, I think as long as we are given time, it will be easy for us. Just gain a foothold in this game. At that time, even if some big families come in and want to steal our market, it may not be that easy. After hearing Tutua's suggestion, everyone nodded. After all, for them, they can only be regarded as mid-level. If they want to compete with the real big families, they can only be swallowed up by them. And if this game really goes as Tuto said, then in the near future, this game may become the mainstream of the world. It is self-evident how high the value contained in it is. For such a big piece of cake, no one is trying to snatch it from them yet. So their knife must be big enough. They don't need to eat them all. Even taking away a tenth of them is enough for their status to jump again. Thinking of this, I can only start planning for future cooperation and routes. At this time in the game group, the players naturally didn't know what these wealthy bosses were thinking. At this moment, their attention was attracted by Potato's recent attack. After all, this is a major event to attack civilization. And this rich guild decided so hastily. So many players want to see how this rich guild plans to operate. Of course, players at this moment are also very aware that because of the decisions of these local tycoons, the entire game market will undergo a huge change. The reason for this is naturally very simple. That is, attacking civilization requires a large number of high-level arms. And these rich players, who have just entered the game, will naturally have very few high-level arms. Since there are few soldiers, what they have to do is very simple, which is to vigorously acquire evolutionary points, and acquire them at a high price. According to the current price of 648 evolution points and 700, they can earn 52 from one order and can recharge 5 times a day, which is more than 200. To put it simply, they can earn more than 200 just by going online and recharging every day. In addition to this income, they usually have to clean up monsters online. Although there are very few monsters now, they can still encounter some occasionally. And these are also an income. With the blessing of this income, the average income of players can now reach 400 evolution points every day. Although if they wait for a while, they may only be able to earn a little bit of the recharge every day. But it is enough for them. After all, you can earn so many evolution points without doing anything, which is pretty good for most players. Therefore, the current players consciously recharge every day when they go online, and then sell the evolution points. They are not like the wealthy people who are rushing to catch up with the progress. They can take their time and wait. And according to this ratio, even if they sell every day during this period, they will not lose money when they rush back later. And many guild players also saw this, and they chose to sell all the evolution points they earned during this period. However, during this period of time, players have also discovered a problem. That is, these rich people are frantically acquiring points, but they have not purchased or evolved units. This matter also made the players a little curious. Brothers, what do you think is going on? These rich people collect points every day, but I don't see them buying troops. Yeah, I'm also surprised. They have so many points in their hands and are about to attack civilization again. Why haven't they bought units yet? I can't figure it out. This is not simple yet. Haven't you read the official announcement? New arms and advanced features will be online in a few days. They probably want to see what this advanced function looks like before deciding which arms to buy. After all, attacking a civilization is not a trivial matter, and the requirements for the combination of arms are very high. If different arms are perfectly matched, the effect of 1 plus 1 will be greater than 2. So now they need to understand the situation of the entire arms before choosing a match. By the way, brothers, do you know that there is a Zerg military column recently? It is an analysis program. This program is jointly organized by many external game bosses. This program mainly talks about the practicality of various arms and the analysis of some combat routines. Huh? When did such a weird show come out again? It's unusual. Nowadays, there are more people. Everyone has their own areas of expertise, and many people can make money through these areas. Therefore, players in the game are currently involved in many areas. Brothers, you should really watch this show. The people in it are talking about practical information. I guarantee that you will gain a lot from watching it. Really? What's the live broadcast room number? I'll go take a look. At this time, with the promotion of some players, a live broadcast called Zerg Military Column suddenly became popular among the entire player group. Dear water friends, welcome to the Zerg Military Column. I am the host Violet. As usual, let's start today's live broadcast without any nonsense. Today we won't talk to you about the arms. Today we will briefly talk about the Kai Alliance's attack on civilization. As soon as they entered the live broadcast room, everyone saw a girl with a delicate face wearing a pink casual suit introducing herself. Next to her was a middle-aged man wearing a suit and tie. First of all, before the live broadcast begins, please allow me to introduce our special guest, Chijo Xiaomu. I don't need to introduce too much about Boss Chi. He has led guilds with thousands of people in many games, and has led many large-scale wars. He is also considered a comparative figure in the gaming industry. Famous boss. Following the host's introduction, the barrage in the live broadcast room immediately started. Damn. There's something special about this show. We actually invited Mr. Chi here. Could it be that Mr. Chi also plans to enter this game? Brothers, who is this boss? Is he famous? I don't know what's going on upstairs. I suggest you check Baidu. He is considered a veteran in the gaming industry. No way. No way. There can't be anyone who doesn't know Mr. Chi. Where's the weirdo upstairs? And while the players were still posting various comments, the live broadcast had already started. Brother Chi, I would like to ask, after playing the game for so many years and commanding so many wars, what do you think of this time that the Kai Ming purchased civilization at a high price and then attacked it? The host directly said. He asked straight to the point. Actually, we might as well think about this issue from several points. First of all, I saw the overall layout of this union and their positioning. There are several main reasons why they are willing to pay such a sky-high price to purchase this civilization. The first point is that a new guild urgently needs such a thing to prove its strength. The second point is to convey the positioning of their guild to the majority of players. Through this thing, everyone can see that this guild is a very powerful guild. Even if he has not participated in a battle, many people now have such thoughts. And when everyone has such thoughts, his goal will be achieved. Hearing this, the host had some doubts. I don't think it makes any sense for them to do this. They are just pretending to be cool in front of everyone. What's the use of it? After hearing what the host said, Boss Chi shook his head. So this is because everyone has different opinions. I have led many guilds and directed many battles, so I have some knowledge about layout. In fact, they do this just for the sake of layout. Then it's the same as when some people open aristocratic schools. First, they set a few extremely high fees and some background conditions, so that most people can live in this school. Those who meet the conditions to be admitted to this school must be people with money and background. In this way, they bring people in this circle together, which makes it easier for everyone to stay together for warmth and for subsequent cooperation. Hearing this, the host finally understood why they did this. That is to say, they want to use this method to distinguish wealthy players from ordinary players. Boss Chi nodded at this, and then added, this is just one of the reasons. And another reason is to absorb future rich people. Because for wealthy people to enter a guild, what they need to consider is their own interests. For example, if I join this guild, how much can I earn? Are there many benefits for various activities of this guild? Is the overall combat strength of the guild strong? These are the things that many rich people have to think about when they join the guild. Although some rich people want to join some Xianyu guilds to show off. But these are only a small number. Most rich people will still choose to gather with people who are similar to themselves. And this guild has set such a high threshold for local tyrants or other players. Being able to enter here is a symbol of status and strength. Chapter 226 is about to set off. Reactions from all parties. Through this wave of explanations, the players also figured out the profound meaning of this group of people's actions. Holy shit. That's it. So, different people really have different ideas. We think that others will spend too much money to top up in the game to show off. What people want to do is to bring rich people together. Not only can everyone play games together to enhance their relationship, but they can also conduct business negotiations. So it's really different. When we play games, we just think about how to have fun. Others play games and think about how to make money at the same time. I have to admit that they are really awesome. I have learned a lot. But I am such a poor person. At the beginning, I always thought of this group of people as a group of stupid people with lots of money. Now it seems that the clown is actually me. I'm thinking about how to make money all the time. And that's how the gap comes from. While everyone was still discussing, Violet asked the next question. By the way, Mr. Chi, I'm curious what you think of Kai Ming's behavior during this period? What behavior are you talking about? It's the fact that they purchased a large amount of evolution points without consuming them. It is actually understandable about this matter. After all, what they are going to do now is to attack a civilization with thousands of people. When facing a force that is dozens or hundreds of times greater than their own, they will have to consider more factors. The most important thing is the combination of arms. Through the combination of different arms, the combat power of the entire team can be maximized. Only in this way can they win. The main reason why they have not acquired troops during this period is because they are waiting for new troops to come out before making a decision. After hearing his analysis, the host then asked, so, Mr. Chi, what do you think we new players should do to maximize our own interests through this incident? I have a few suggestions here. The first one is the trick that everyone often uses to recharge and sell to them. In addition, some players have advanced evolved arms, or want to change arms. They can consider taking action at this time, because according to my guess, they will purchase these arms at the original price. Because when they acquire evolution points, they charge a high price. So when they acquire arms, they will most likely offer a higher discount, collected at the original price. At this time, for those of us players who want to change arms, this is undoubtedly the best time. So Mr. Chi, which military units do you think they are more likely to acquire? The host then asked. My personal feeling is Hydralisk first. Because for these rich people, they are all wealthy owners. So what they need to think about is how to maximize the strength of their team. At this time, the high-level Hydralisk is undoubtedly a better choice. The second one is the arms with advanced functions, which may also become one of their choices. Of course, I won't mention the new units since they don't exist. So players who are lucky enough to draw Hydralisks can consider taking action at this stage. I'm going to contact them right now to sell Hydralisks. I understand. I'm going to sell the evolution points now. I was really unlucky. I drew a Velociraptor. Just now Boss Chi said that if the Velociraptors were not a unit with advanced functions, then they probably wouldn't accept them. Which makes me feel so uncomfortable just thinking about it. You're so uncomfortable. Boss Chi made it very clear. What they want is high stage evolution, not basic ones. They can just buy your basic ones and it'll be fine. Why should they ask you to accept them? Yes, they accept high-level evolved troops because their current points are not enough to support their evolution many times. The main reason they are willing to spend money is because they need to save points for evolution. So they give priority to highly evolved units, and then use the points in their hands to help them evolve to a higher stage. You just drew a basic Velociraptor. I don't know why you feel uncomfortable there. Seeing your chat history, it's obvious that this guy is thinking too much. Everything that happened at this time naturally could not escape Jiang Yao's eyes. Just as he thought, the changes brought by the local tyrants to the entire game pattern have gradually been revealed in front of everyone. In any game, the changes that local tycoons can bring are very big. In fact, Jiang Yao knew it very well from the beginning. But what he never expected was that these rich people would bring such big changes to the entire game. And they would do so quickly. Fortunately, he also gained a lot of evolution points during this period. So he can still afford the recharge of this group of people. But now, he needs to consider several more troublesome issues. Because according to what Tutua and the others said, Jiang Yao knew that in the near future, they might choose to attack that civilization. Then when they were ready to attack the civilization, he would also have to pay the way for them. After all, there is no way that someone is going to attack civilization, and you have nothing to prepare for it. The preparation here refers to the arrangements of other players, because other players will understand that Jiang Yao will arrange for them. Otherwise, when this group of local tycoons go over to attack this civilization, the ownership of this civilization will belong to the local tycoons, and the remaining players will it's impossible to just watch. Therefore, Jiang Yao must plan what the remaining players will do during this period. After opening the coordinates locked on the star map, Jiang Yao began to study the surrounding civilizations. According to the alien star map, starting from his current position toward that civilization, there is another civilization 1,000 light years away. But this route is in the opposite direction. This route is opposite to the Great Void route he wants to cross, which means that he now has two choices. The first is to take the players through the Great Void and let the rich man lead his troops to attack that civilization. Wait until they clean up this civilization, and then follow up with yourself. This method is indeed a better choice for Jiangyao now, because after traveling through the Great Void, there are many civilizations Jiangyao can allow players to attack, and the local tyrants also have their own things to do during this time, so that neither party will be idle. Another way is to take the route in the opposite direction. After arriving at this civilization, put down the local tyrant troops, and then Jiangyao will lead the others to another civilization 1,000 light years away to attack that civilization. In his opinion, this plan is a relatively reliable one, because when these two civilizations fight, if the rich people live in Bungbu, then they are not too far away, and they can support a wave of troops to relieve the situation. The situation of the local tyrants. This will undoubtedly make civilized attacks less risky. But if you do this, the biggest problem you face is that it is very uncomfortable to go back the same way. The distance of 3,300 light years plus the distance of several thousand light years in the Great Void makes this problem complicated. To know such a long distance, even a bud nest with a jump speed would take a long time. First of all, 1 light year is equal to more than 63,000 Australian dollars. Calculated based on the jump speed of the 4-stage insect nest of 60 Australian dollars per second. It can only jump about 80 light years in one day, although this speed seems to be very fast. But if calculated according to the game's thinking, it would take him at least more than 50 days to cover the distance of more than 3,000 light years, which is more than a month. It would be very embarrassing for him to do what he should do in more than a month. Although I can still use updates or maintenance to deal with this past wave, there is no problem. After all, my game has previously announced that it is still testing its ability to withstand stress. The worst thing I can do is give them a big update, and then the real open beta will begin. The limit on the number of helmets will be removed, and everyone can buy them. This way he can pass this period of time. But if he can pass this period of time, he will first have to cross the 3,300 light years on his return journey, and then cross the Great Void, which is estimated to take another 40 or 50 days. Once it comes down, it may be more than 3 months. What kind of reason should I use to fool myself in these 3 months? This is the most troublesome. So what Jiangyao can think of now is that after defeating these two civilizations, he will adopt a routine such as a major update during the 3 months back. So this routine must not be used now. Except for this time. Jiangyao still needs to consider how he should deal with the time difference across civilizations. After all, it is impossible for a game to be shut down for a long time. If it is not shut down, it will be across such a long distance. How should he allow the players to spend this time without any complaints? This is something Jiangyao urgently needs to consider and deal with now. After all, he will encounter such embarrassing situations many times in the future. There is currently no way to solve this situation, which is to evolve the insect nest again. Because only if it masters the space jumping technology through the insect nest, everything will be easier, and distance will no longer be a problem. However, the amount of evolution points and energy points required to evolve to that stage are massive. So it is basically impossible to evolve in the short term. Now Jiangyao must think of a comprehensive method so that players can play during the transition period. Thinking of this, Jiangyao also started to think about it. Because as far as the current situation is concerned, Jiangyao has been relatively perfect in all aspects of the operation of the entire insect swarm. With the emergence of various routines and rules and regulations, the entire player group has been able to operate normally. The biggest problem Jiangyao needs to face now is what to do during the transition. As long as this problem is solved, Jiangyao won't have many problems to consider in the future. But at this moment, Jiangyao couldn't help but feel that this incident was indeed quite heartbreaking. He once thought that as the number of players increased, he would face many problems. And most of these problems were related to the relationship between players. But he never expected that the biggest problem he faced would be that he had no way to solve the problem of long-distance sailing players. At this time, Jiangyao couldn't help but feel that he was too hasty in letting the game be put into public beta so quickly. Because if it is still in closed beta, he can use the old routine to solve this time problem in an official uniform. But now that the public beta has been announced, there is no turning back. He can only think of other ways to solve this problem. And he must think of this method as soon as possible. Because the new arms will be released in 2 days. If the new arms are released once, then Jiangyao can guess that he must leave here after giving himself 4 or 5 days at most. Because new arms were released and then hatched. And then wealthy guilds began to purchase them in large quantities. When the purchase is almost complete, they will set off. And at this stage, they have to leave too. So I must solve this problem in the next few days. Otherwise the subsequent troubles will be very big. On the player side, unlike Jiangyao, the players at this moment are always paying attention to the movements of the rich guild, because the release time of the new arms is getting closer and closer. All players know very well that once the new arms are released, it will be time for the rich to buy them. When the rich purchase is completed, they will send troops. And by that time, it will be the time for everyone to watch the show. But before that, many players with a keen sense of smell also discovered a business opportunity. Brothers, how many evolution points have you accumulated? A player in a small group asked at this moment. I have a total of 270,000 so far. Where are you? It's much less than you. So far I have accumulated over 200,000 yuan. No. Brothers, are you really sure that this routine is feasible? I'm worried that if this routine doesn't work by then, we will suffer a loss? Don't worry, old man. According to our calculations, we can earn 200 for every 3,000 evolution points. That means we can earn up to 20,000 from 300,000. This little money is not enough to squeeze through one's teeth. As the saying goes, wealth can be gained through danger. And I have made it clear to everyone before that if they want to attack civilization, they must have a large number of troops, especially new troops with high attributes. Besides them, other guilds are also interested in the new arms. However, the production quantity of this arm every day is limited. So it is very simple. Everyone has to rush to grab it. It's the luck of who can grab who. Then the question comes. Now they are rushing to attack civilization. The daily output of arms is not high, and there are a lot of people grabbing it. They want to get this arm faster and set off as soon as possible. They only have one option. Just like buying a car. Buying new troops at a higher price. Believe me, they will definitely do this in the future. So we only need to grab one. And we can earn at least 50,000 to 60,000 yuan to start. At the same time, there are many people who have the same idea. Many people are eyeing the wool of this group of rich people and are ready to take advantage of it. Chapter 227 Discovery of Unknown Advanced Civilization. In this way, during this period of time, both ordinary players and wealthy guilds who are about to participate in the war have been preparing nervously. As time went by, both the insect nest and the alien dragon nest were finally hatched. After the nest hatching was completed, all players focused on these two new buildings. Oh my god! The price of the Mulosaurus is only 250,000. And there is a 10% discount in the first week. It's so funny. They collected 300,000 from Xianyu before. But this time it's not a loss. Why are you laughing? Now the local tycoons are buying the alien dragons at a high price. The leader has only hatched a few alien dragon nests. The daily output of the alien dragons is a low batch. And the average number of alien dragons is 10 a day. This amount is really not enough for the wealthy people to accept. In addition, there are a group of people grabbing it. So the wealthy people can't even get a number. It's impossible. There are so many people in the rich guild trying to grab it at the same time. How can they not be ranked? It's true that local tycoons are rich. But if you expect that group of people to compete with us liver emperors for hand speed, I'm afraid you're not thinking too much. Yes, we liver emperors are famous for our hand speed. They are usually lazy. So competing with hand speed is naturally not our thing. No. Although the price of this alien dragon is not ridiculously high, it is not low either. Are there so many people going to grab it at this price? What's all the fuss about? Do you really think we well-off players are vegetarians? Players at each stage have their own gameplay. For example, we well-off players are crazy about hoarding evolution points. And then wait until the mutant dragon comes out to grab the quota. Grab a dragon. And sell it to the wealthy people at an increased price. This is how we play. Holy crap. Can you still play like this? No. Think about it. You only earn 200 a day. How much can you earn? But we are different. Our one-time price increase is at least 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. And with the current discount, we have to make at least 70,000 to 80,000 yuan for an Allosaurus. If we make money in a wave, you say it will take a month at least. All kinds of envy. Those of you with capital can make more. However, the quota is limited. So only a few lucky ones can be drawn. But in short, with so many evolution point reserves in our hands, we at least have this chance. Unlike you who have been drained and want to play like this. But I'm thinking about us ordinary players recharging and selling at a higher price. You guys are grabbing troops and recharging and selling at a higher price. Why do I feel like these rich guys are just taking advantage of us and giving us all kinds of money? When I think about it, I feel like this is really the case. Don't think too much. They gave it to you on purpose. And then again, For them, this little money is nothing. And the most important thing is that when they really defeat that civilization, they will make a lot of money. It's hard to say. We don't know anything about that civilization now. If we go over and see that there is nothing in this civilization, it will be a big loss for them. Or if you look at it in the past, the technological level of this civilization is too high, considering their strength. It is simply crazy to dream of defeating it. This is very embarrassing. If it's the first type, the local tycoons will probably cry. But if it's the second type, then it's interesting because if they can't solve it, they will definitely let us join in. And then we can get a share of the pie. While the players were still discussing this matter, an announcement appeared in front of everyone. Dear players, after everyone's unremitting efforts, the rock and soil civilization has finally been declared extinct. And after this period of incubation, the insect nest has also completed the fourth stage of evolution and has the ability to jump. Next, the Zerg leader decided to drive the Zerg nest to other civilizations. Because he had specific coordinates, the leader Jiang Yao temporarily changed the navigation route. Since the destination is far away from our planet, this voyage will take a very long time, totaling 50 days. The destinations of this voyage are planets E21 and E34. Planet E21 belongs to Kai Ming, while E34 is a planet shared by everyone. Because the distance between the two planets is 1,000 light years, E21 will arrive in 1 month. Please prepare in advance for Kai League players. Warm reminder, the insect nest will set sail in 1 hour. Players who have not returned to the insect nest are asked to pack their bags and return to the insect nest as soon as possible. At this moment, all the players were dumbfounded when they saw this announcement. What the hell? If I read correctly, the total duration of this voyage is 50 days, which means we have to stay in the insect nest for these 50 days. Damn, this has to bore us all to death. Well, to be honest, some strategy games will allow players to enter a hub-like place to rest for a few days at a certain period. Then it is assigned to a new server. So I can understand the official doing this. After all, changing the area involves data transfer and the like. So it takes time to process. But under normal circumstances, a hub like this will usually only stay for about a week. This game is quite good, and it can last for more than a month. Almost 2 months to be exact. This stay time is too long. Although it is much better than stopping the server. At least I can log into the game. However, once I log into the game, I can only wander around in the insect nest and cannot do anything else. It is very embarrassing. Okay. I found a sub-job as a black insect educator. If I have nothing to do, I can go online and give classes to the black insects to kill myself. I can also earn a lot of evolution points. I envy those of you who have a reserve of knowledge in your stomach. It's not like we can only wait. I think there are still too few people in this game. It's not fun for everyone when encountering such a situation. If there are more people in the future, it would be good to create some entertainment projects for everyone to play together. Actually, the main reason is that our side business function has not been unlocked yet. And while this group of people are still worrying about the next 50 days, for some anchors, these 50 days are a good opportunity for them to expand their network. After all, you used to follow the progress every day, and fewer people watched your live broadcast. Now no one follows the progress. If they have nothing to do, there is a high probability that they will consider coming to watch the live broadcast at this time. So many anchors have also thought of this. So they have begun to prepare the content for future live broadcasts. As the insect nest took off, Jiang Yao also discovered that something was wrong with this situation. First of all, the insect nest in the fourth stage has mastered the jump technology and added a lot of particle turrets to further enhance its overall combat capabilities. And the perception has also been greatly improved. It was also for this reason that Jiang Yao realized that the situation was not good, because he discovered that the home planet of the Devising civilization and the home planet of the Rock civilization were quietly approaching. Originally they were sailing normally according to their respective trajectories, but now they began to move in synchrony and gradually began to get closer. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yao immediately realized that the situation was not good. And after reaching this stage, the insect nest detected that this galaxy contained a special energy particle. This kind of energy particles could not be detected at all in previous insect nests. And according to Jiang Yao's analysis, it is absolutely impossible for such particles to be naturally formed. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If he guessed correctly, this area was probably being monitored by a certain advanced civilization. In fact, when he first came to this galaxy, He found it very strange why these two civilized planets were exactly on the edge of the habitable zone. In addition, there was another reason that also puzzled Jiangyao. That is, even if they are in the right position, after constantly circling the star, they will encounter each other. After meeting, the gravitational forces of the two planets attracted each other. Why has the distance between them remained unchanged after so many years? At that time, Jiangyao also paid attention to this small detail. But his attention was actually not high. He searched the surrounding area like a blanket, and after making sure that there were no traces left by other advanced civilizations, Jiangyao consciously judged this place as naturally formed. But with the evolution of the insect nest, what he detected made him realize that he had thought things too simply. Thinking of this, Jiangyao did not dare to make another announcement immediately. Although Jiangyao was not sure whether this advanced civilization was paying attention to him or not. But Jiangyao knew that he had to let the players know about this and make preparations in advance. Because if according to normal logic, this galaxy is an observation site for advanced civilizations, or everything in this galaxy is deliberately done by these advanced civilizations, they must have a purpose, and his appearance destroyed this place. If they were paying attention, they would definitely come to trouble him immediately. But for a while, he did not notice any fleet coming. Therefore, Jiangyao can speculate on the current situation. It is very likely that an advanced civilization was troubled by certain things, so it did not send troops. Or that this advanced civilization was wiped out by a more powerful civilization. There is another possibility. That is, this advanced civilization is now secretly staring at itself. If it is the first two possibilities, it is good news for Jiangyao. If this is the last possibility, then it will be troublesome. Although Jiangyao is not sure what the situation is now. But what he has to do now is to try his best to prepare in advance. At this time, while the players were still complaining, a prompt on the taskbar suddenly caught their attention. "What is this? Why was the mission suddenly released?" said a player, curiously clicking on the mission content. Epic Quest, Unknown Enemy. Because the insect nest has evolved to the 4th stage, and its perception has been greatly improved. The leader Jiangyao discovered anomalies in this galaxy. After repeated confirmation by the leader, it is basically certain that the galaxy we are currently in has been tampered with by an unknown advanced civilization. And the leader suspects that the Rock Earth civilization and the Vashan civilization are most likely created by this advanced civilization. The reason why this advanced civilization created these two civilizations is not clear to the leader. But according to speculation, the leader suspects that they want to obtain some more important research data through these two civilizations, because our arrival destroyed their experimental field. Although they did not attack us at the moment, the leader suspected that we might have been targeted. Perhaps one day in the future, this civilization will suddenly launch an attack on us. So before that, we must continue to improve ourselves to resist the crisis that may come at any time. So after thinking again and again, the leader issued an epic mission. P.S. The epic mission is the most difficult mission in the game and requires the cooperation of all players to complete it. Mission suggestion: at present, we know very little about this unknown civilization. So we need to obtain information about the unknown civilization through various channels. Mission suggestion 2. Because the enemy is very powerful, we must prepare in advance, such as constantly evolving our own units to improve our combat power, or participating in various large-scale battles to plunder resources and evolve insect nests. Task content: in the insect nest evolution mission, in order to resist the coming danger, we need an extremely powerful insect nest. From now on, everyone can get rewards for each stage the insect nest evolves. The current insect nest stage, 4, has evolved to the 5th stage, and all members will receive a reward of 10,000 evolution points. After the evolution is completed, the next level reward will be unlocked. Combat mission: if this civilization attacks us one day in the future, players need to defeat this civilization at all costs. Since civilization is too powerful, players must be prepared in advance. Victory reward: guild reward. The guild with the highest contribution during the battle will receive a special evolution +1 scroll x3, which can evolve Ultralisk and Leviathan. Guild member rewards: each person will be rewarded with 10,000 evolution points. Normal evolution +1 scroll x3. Rank 2nd guild, special evolution +1 scroll. Rank 3rd guild, special evolution +1 scroll x1. No member of the guild will be rewarded 10,000 evolution points. Normal evolution +1 scroll. Single player reward: top 10 normal evolution scrolls x1. 20 to 50 people have 50,000 evolution points. At this moment, With the release of this mission, everyone was dumbfounded. First of all, from the beginning, they thought that this planet was nothing more than a planet chosen for players to adapt to the game. It is incredible for these players to find the coordinates of a civilization here. But now, not only have they found the coordinates of a civilization, they have also exploded this epic mission. And when they saw the rewards of this mission, all the players were shocked. Rewards of this level were simply unheard of. The last time such a mission appeared was when Taylor civilization was involved. At that time, when the life and death of the entire Zerg race was at stake, the leader also issued a mission of 1 evolution plus 1 volume. Chapter 228, Plan in Advance for Future Crisis. This time, such a task was also released. And the last time, the reward was only 1 or 2 evolution scrolls. But this time, there were hundreds or even thousands of people in a different guild. The rewards would be terrifying. And in addition to this kind of scroll, there are also special evolution scrolls. Evolution scrolls for evolving terrifying creatures, like Thunder Beast and Leviathan. And the first ranked guild will directly give 3 copies, counting the second and third ranked guilds. If this task is completed, how many evolution scrolls will be issued? This is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that such a large number of evolved curls can only explain one problem. That is to say, this task has left the difficult category and has probably entered the impossible category. Otherwise, we would never be able to give out such massive rewards. As for why Jiangyao released such a large force, the reason is also very simple. You must know that the arms are many times stronger than the ordinary Zerg after evolution. And through continuous evolution, it has entered the 4th stage. And its strength has improved by leaps and bounds. But now, after my insect nest has evolved to the 4th stage, I discovered something left by this advanced civilization. What does this mean? This shows what? There is no need to think about it at all. Jiangyao knows very well that this civilization has definitely reached a very exaggerated technological level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to evolve the insect nest to the 4th stage just to discover what he left behind. Jiangyao knew very well how to deal with such a powerful enemy. No matter how prepared he was, he could never be too prepared. He even said that he would use some of the extra evolution points to hatch high-level banlings and reserve them. All in all, Jiangyao has entered a state of preparation for war at this time, and is preparing at all costs, including Jiangyao's plan for his future, which is to madly invade planets to obtain evolution points and pull up his Zerg army. At this time, the players and Jiangyao had completely different ideas. Seeing such a massive reward, all the players fell silent. What? I want to ask if I am dreaming? After a long time, a player suddenly asked in the chat channel. Actually, I'm also wondering if I'm dreaming, or if there's an official bug, and the rewards are written like this. The reward for this mission gives me an unreal feeling. To be honest, the last time I encountered something like this was in a dream. Hack. Whoever gets a reward at this level will really get rich. Oh my god. How much does this wave cost? At this time, most players in the chat group were discussing why the rewards this time were so heartbreaking. Obviously, these people were attracted by this high reward. But at this moment, there are many sober people who have seen through the essence of this wave of operations. Brothers, let me tell you something. I feel like you are thinking about this too simply. At this moment, a player told the truth. First of all, every game has its own complete system. Simply put, we can understand it as a version update. Updating this version is not as simple as you see. There are too many things involved. Anyone who has played other games knows very well that one version is better than another. Every time the version is updated, the equipment or other things of the previous version will be eliminated. This is the way most game versions are updated. And it's the same in this game. Although these arms have their own uses, and it is impossible to eliminate them, there are many ways to eliminate them. Not just replacement. After hearing this player say this, the others also asked curiously, apart from this method, is there any other way? Of course there is. Let me give you an example. You should be able to find some problems from it. What I'm talking about here is an old Star Wars game. When this game was launched, all the players worked hard to mine and develop for a frigate every day. Then after a period of development, cruiser-class destroyer ships gradually appeared. At that time, owning a battleship was considered a pretentious thing, because a battleship requires the entire alliance to work hard for a long time before it can be built. During that period, in order to clear a level 4 mission, the entire legion was basically dispatched, especially if there was a blockade or other mission. Everyone had to maintain missions because they could get a lot of good things and reputation. And the most important thing is whether a regiment is good at recruiting people. First of all, it depends on what kind of ships there are in your regiment, whether they have battleships, and whether they have many missions. If all these are satisfied, many people will be desperate to come to your place, because you lead them to complete tasks. They can get a lot of money. If the money is enough, then it is better to buy one in the guild at a low price. Ship. This was the original gameplay of this game. When death appeared later, many players began to search for death to conquer death, because at that time everyone already had good ships and enough people to enter. So these were very difficult. Death can be defeated easily. We call that period the Red Moon period. At this time, if you can have a set of derivative 4 equipment and a battleship, then you are already very good. As time went by, it entered the second stage. As technology was developed, T2 equipment came out, and most players have played for a very long time and have accumulated skill points. At this time, T2 ships gradually appeared in front of everyone. Of course, there were also power level ships appearing together with the T2 ships. At that time, the player's firepower will be stronger and the speed of spawning monsters will be faster. But during that period, everyone will still go out to spawn monsters together. Then, until the third stage comes, as more and more good ships come, the efficiency of killing monsters becomes higher and higher, and more game coins are earned. Many wealthy players have begun to purchase faction equipment or faction-level battleships. At that stage, some of the more outstanding ships can go to those areas alone. You only need to equip it with a slightly better force equipment, and you can easily complete many missions alone. Then it entered the next stage, which was the era of divine equipment, when everyone used higher-level death equipment. With the blessing of these equipment, they can easily kill many deaths alone. In the end, with the emergence of the hybrid T2 forces sky-high-priced ships, everything changed. In the past, everyone considered whether they could survive. But later, everyone considered efficiency. A picture that used to take 30 minutes now only takes 3 minutes. This is what happens at different stages over time. And this is also a disguised elimination of arms, because many basic ships have quietly withdrawn from the stage of history. Higher-level ships with more powerful equipment have become the mainstream. These ships have not been officially weakened, but they have gradually faded out of the public's eyes in another way. Having said this, the player looked at everyone. So it can be seen that everyone should be able to know that in any game, its troops have a phase-out period. I have studied this game carefully. Each unit has its own role and very high strength. It is very difficult to eliminate them. When I saw that the official government never directly weakened its skills or attributes, I kept thinking about it. When more new types of troops appear, how will the official eliminate the old veteran types? Or how to reduce the ownership rate of the veteran types? It wasn't until I saw the announcement just now that I understood. The official routine is very simple and crude. Other games may lower the data or something, but the official of this game directly chose to clean up these units. Through the mission, we want to buy stronger units to improve our strength, because the enemy is very powerful. And if there is a fight, our low-level units will most likely become cannon fodder. The low-level troops have become cannon fodder, and we urgently need the high-level troops to improve their strength and defeat the enemy. You said, what should we do at this time? Especially when the war really starts. The enemy will definitely be able to provide us with a lot of evolution points. Next, we need to consider another issue, which is the high reward for completing the task and getting the ranking. Based on the above, I found that the 3 conditions for cheating are met, including the rigid need for high-level troops, the strength of the enemy, and appropriate evolution points, in addition to the ranking rewards. With the blessing of these factors, I believe that when the battle starts later, players who have died in the unit will most likely buy high-level units directly instead of buying a new Velociraptor and continue to evolve to the previous stage. Through this method, the holding rate of these eliminated units will be infinitely reduced. And because other players have purchased high-level units, their attention will also be drawn to these high-level strategies or other attracted by things. Since then, the official has also completed an iteration. This is where the official is clever. It has accomplished this thing unintentionally through some tasks or other things, compared with forcibly changing the mechanism or weakening it. This method is undoubtedly more acceptable. There will be many more people. Although this is his speculation, he has to admit that the logic is smooth and the thinking is clear. After hearing what he said, everyone felt that the possibility was really high. Damn, this official trick is awesome. It's really hard to say. I can't rule out that this big shot speculation is purely his own. There is obviously something wrong with your statement. Some low-level arms can still make up for the gap through high-level evolution. Don't you consider the functionality of the upstairs? How much does it cost for low-level troops to have the ability to jump? Some high-level arms can jump to the next level as soon as they are released, while some low-level arms have to spend hundreds or tens of millions to have this ability. The price-performance ratio is not at the same level at all. Where are the attributes? Have you eaten the attributes? After evolution, you don't look at the attributes, but only look at whether they can jump. Right? You just look at his functions. You have to look at his basic attributes. If your basic attributes are not high enough, it will be useless. Anyway, I think low-level soldiers will never be eliminated. Brothers, let's stop this question. After all, after you bought the Velociraptor and evolved it, you must have felt in your heart that the Velociraptor is the best. If people say that this thing is not good and will be eliminated, you must feel uncomfortable. Some people who buy high-level weapons also have the same mentality. After all, this thing is a matter of benevolence and wisdom. As for whether the official has thought about eliminating some units, won't we be able to see everything clearly in the later stage? Now I think what we should worry about is the official epic mission. Speaking of this task, everyone's attention was diverted by him. To be honest, the reward for this mission is really cruel. Although the guild's collective rewards are very overbearing, the individual rewards for the top 10 are not bad either. Come on. Don't even think about being in the top 10. I estimate that there is a high probability that it will be taken away by some high-level troops. We just have to wait and see if we can join a powerful guild. Because of this mission, I estimate that the requirements for recruiting people from these guilds are now higher than before. Didn't Xianyu lower their income standard before? Have they changed it back now? I haven't changed it back. But their guild's quota has long been filled. At this moment, everyone in the Xianyu guild is also discussing this matter. In fact, everyone is more concerned about this matter. Because for them, this is a good opportunity to make a comeback. As long as they get the ranking, the overall strength of their guild will undergo a qualitative change. But now they are also struggling with one thing, and that is whether to raise the requirements again for those who are recruited into the association. If the requirements for membership are raised, it seems like there are many benefits on the surface. But in fact there are many hidden dangers. As the level of the guild increases, more and more people can be recruited. But how many people are willing to come in is another matter. At this moment, the Emperor Penguin is analyzing calmly. After all, everyone knows that the rewards this time are quite generous. And everyone is trying to get into those powerful guilds, because those guilds have a higher probability of getting ranked. So I think our guild's recruitment requirements can be adjusted. But we can't keep the threshold unchanged. After hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, everyone was a little confused. Boss Penguin, what do you mean by this? The threshold is not moving, and you want to adjust it? Yes, the threshold is still the same as before. But we have requirements for those who join the membership. They must be online for 10 hours a day. Those who are online for less than 10 hours will be cleared. Hearing Emperor Penguin say this, everyone immediately knew what he was thinking. Boss Penguin, do you mean you are going to use your liver to compete with others for Krypton? Chapter 229 ready. About to reach the destination. After hearing everyone's inquiry, the Emperor Penguin also nodded. That's all we can do now. After all, we can't win against others in terms of money and money. We have to take other routes to survive. Otherwise, we will easily be left behind by them. Having said this, Emperor Penguin continued to add, after all, apart from this one guild, there are many other guilds that have shown some signs of success. There are also many rich people in these guilds. So according to the current routine, we can only rely on quantity to win for the time being. Because of the previous auctions and this time's mission, many old trade unions have begun to revise their strategies. After all, the mission rewards this time are too generous. And the competition among guilds in the past was not as fierce as it is now. Although the reward of merit points in the guild store is also a considerable amount of income. For most guilds, this income is not worth their efforts. But now the whole situation is different. Because the mission rewards this time are too exaggerated. There is no need to compete for the first place. Even the top 3 can use these rewards to put a huge distance away from others. And in the end, the key is that special evolution scroll. That special evolution scroll is very important, because its appearance means that the Ultralisk may be released. After all, if you don't release the Thunder Beast, then there is no point in getting this kind of evolution scroll. Of course, the above are just my guesses, but I feel that they are probably pretty close. A few days later, because the insect nest entered a state of transition, most of the players were idle. However, compared to other players, the Kaimeng at this time was always in a state of high tension, because they will arrive at their destination earlier than most players. Jiangyao will drop them down about 2 light years away after arriving at their destination, and the rest will be up to them. Therefore, during this period, they have been intensively preparing this offensive plan every day. In addition to preparing the offensive plan, they also have to discuss continuously to see if they have missed anything. Brothers, we are almost ready now. There are still 10 days left before we reach our destination. During these 10 days, we need to go over what we have prepared to make sure there is nothing missing. As Tudwa finished speaking, everyone began to check the supplies and arms of their respective departments. Boss, there is no problem with the banlings. 10 condensed banlings are used as anti-ships, and 30 antimatter banlings are also prepared as a large-scale killer weapon. As for others, such as 1,000 electromagnetic banlings responsible for interference, and 2,000 of poisonous banlings are also ready. 1 Cyclops, 5 Moon Spirit Eyeworms, and 5 energy-devouring eyeworms are all okay. We have a total of 300 alien dragons here. 50 enhanced alien dragons in the first stage, 30 psionic alien dragons in the second stage, and 10 explosive alien dragons in the third stage. Potato couldn't help but frown when his teammates heard about the situation of the alien dragon. Why is the evolution level of this alien dragon so low? We have reached our limit. The first few items at the bottom of the box have basically wiped out our savings. We also paid a high price for the later mutant dragons. Most of the players who evolved the mutant dragons did so privately, and the guild funds we raised previously have long been used up. Hearing this, Potato couldn't help but sigh and then continued to ask, how many of our main hydralisks are there now? There are currently more than 800 hydralisks, most of which are the first stage mad hydralisks. The second stage ghost hydralisks, only over 200, and the third stage Protoss hydralisks, only over 100. Why hasn't the situation of the hydralisks improved? With more than 500 first stage hydralisks, our overall combat strength is a bit worrying. Hearing what Todo said, his subordinates couldn't help but feel helpless. Boss, because what we considered before was to ensure that we had enough bugs that could lift the table. Most of our funds were invested in condensed matter banlings. Yes, there are also giant one-eyed beasts and moon-eyed bugs, including the money we spent to buy civilization before. Most of us just threw all the supplies inside. The arms we bought that determine the world, plus the money we spent on buying civilization locations, totaled 5 to 6 billion. Basically, each of the brothers raised 800,000 to 900,000 yuan to get enough, and the rest were bought with their own money. Hearing this, Potato also knew what was going on, although he had already made predictions about the evolutionary stages of these arms. Compared to the accumulation of other players over time, they were hard to come by. Those gaps were simply built up by Krypton gold, and they spent a lot of money on banlings to ensure that nothing was missing. Of course, excluding the banlings, even the Cyclops and the others tried their best to get one out. This one-eyed beast is not easy to handle. First of all, the price of evolution is very exaggerated. The total investment along the way just for the evolution points has reached a terrifying 70 million. And evolving the Cyclops doesn't just require evolution points. It also needs a more precious resource. That's 2,000 energy-devouring crystals. This crystal is the real big deal. Jiang Yao's reserve itself is only 2 to 3,000. If not for the fact that they are the first guild to attack civilization in the game. No matter what, he had to get a good start. Otherwise, he would not be willing to sell this energy-devouring crystal to them. You must know that starting from the 4th stage of the insect nest, each evolution requires the use of a large amount of this crystal. The output of this crystal itself is very small. Only by attacking those powerful space creatures can this thing appear. And this is the most troublesome thing. It doesn't matter whether you can encounter it or not. Even if you encounter it, you may not be able to defeat it. After all, no creature that can survive in space is weak. Jiang Yao got all these crystals from the aliens. But for such a huge alien group, he only got a few thousand crystals. Part of it was used in the 4th stage of evolving the insect nest, and he originally planned to keep the rest for the next stage. But because of this matter, he still took it out, because a creature like the Cyclops can be regarded as a mini-boss level creature. If nothing else, it can at least fight the opponent's flagship. A dozen. Of course, there are prerequisites for this. The prerequisite is that the technological level of the opponent's flagship cannot be too high. If it is like the Emperor, it will be completely free to board the one-eyed behemoth. At this time, Statistics on the potato side are still continuing. But at this moment, there were already crowds of people outside Tutu and his guild's headquarters. The specific reason is also very simple. Because Potato and the others have been introducing troops in a big way during this period. So there are many curious players who will wander here to take a look if they have nothing to do. Holy crap. Is that the one-eyed monster? At this moment, a player said, looking at the huge eye floating in the air in the center of Potato's union. This is a huge gray-brown eyeball. On its periphery, it is wrapped in a special layer of armor. The entire eye feels like the eye symbol drawn in some totems. Of course, this is not the most attractive thing to players. What is most attractive to players is its huge size, which is more than 300 meters long and more than 100 meters high. Compared with it, the king insect, which is more than 100 meters long, and the hydralisk, which is more than 40 meters long, look particularly petite. I came online to take a look after hearing the news about the fully evolved Euglena. Damn, this is too big. And it was revealed before that the tower's quota properties are simply unbelievable. I never expected that they would actually come up with this thing. You know, the cost of this thing is not cheap. After all, he is a rich man. Look at the neatly arranged banlings there. There is an investment of close to 200 million evolution points in that area alone. This is so damn rich. With this kind of configuration, I'm afraid we won't be able to get rid of it until we die. With such a luxurious force. To be honest, at this moment, I can already foresee how desperate these local tycoons will be when they attack that civilization. To express 3 minutes of silence for that unfortunate civilization. There's no way to fight. Hydralisks and Mutalisks are the regular attacking units. Plus elite units like the Cyclops that can suppress the situation. And there are such a huge number of banelings to protect them. With this configuration, you don't even need any skills. You can beat it with your feet. It's hard to say. Although their configuration is relatively elite. Don't forget that their number is always a flaw. The number of people to attack a civilization is too small. After all, every insect has its own DPS. Although the overall strength of our low-level evolved arms is not as good as those of high-level arms. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. We can easily increase the DPS by relying on quantity. This is telling the truth. Although the high-level troops are very strong. Even if we exchange 10 for 1, the overall DPS will be much higher than them. However, the individual combat capabilities and comprehensive combat capabilities of high-level arms are much stronger than ours. The key is to look at the opponent's civilization. And they bought so many banlings. I guess they want to use them to clear the way. And then use these units for regular combat. During this period of time, the players did not fight. But overall the player's life was not as boring as expected. Because of the Vegetable Alliance. Most players paid attention to their movements every day. For some ordinary players, they are mainly responsible for watching the show and eating. While for some guild bosses like Emperor Penguin, they are mainly responsible for collecting data. There are several aspects of data that need to be collected. The first is the data of high-level units. The second is the data of their preparations. And the third is the data of subsequent battles. This data will be very helpful to them in the future. So they are quite concerned about this matter. Brothers, I have taken a look at their configurations. First of all, this wave of configurations is indeed a bit scary. But it is understandable. After all, it would be unscientific for a bunch of rich people to not have this configuration. But what I'm curious about is why they didn't upgrade the Hydralisk. Because there is an advanced function that appeared at the same time as the Mutalosaurus. The unit that can be advanced this time is the Hydralisk. Yeah. I'm also curious about what Hydralisk's advanced lurkers look like. But it's a pity that they haven't evolved. By the way, brothers, they haven't evolved the lurker. Is it because the lurker is not actually powerful? If the person above can tell this question, it's obvious that you have never played Hydralisk. Lurker is the advanced unit of Hydralisk. It does not need to be in a bug nest or some other specific place to evolve. It can evolve anytime and anywhere. As long as you have 100 energy points, you can start evolution. The evolution time is 1 day. The evolved cocoon is very hard. As long as you don't stand in the middle of the battlefield and advance, you can basically advance safely. However, this lurker is completely different from the conventional combat arms we imagined. First of all, it can sneak into the ground, and then penetrate the enemy with high-density retractable spikes. A problem arises. Although the attack data of lurkers is very good, it has a huge flaw. That is, it is purely an anti-ground unit. This type of unit is more useful for guarding or ambush. But it is somewhat less interesting as an offense. After all, Offense is a multifaceted combat mode on land and in the sky. If you evolve into a lurker, it will be equivalent to breaking an arm. The biggest flaw of the current lurkers is that they cannot evolve after advancing. The higher the evolutionary stage you were before advancing, then your advanced lurker will be stronger. And according to the data of the big guys, the advanced lurker must have evolved to at least the 3rd stage of Hydralisk to have certain anti-air capabilities. After hearing this, everyone probably understood that the advanced function was weird. Listening to what you said, I don't think he is very strong in this advanced function. It's really hard to say. According to the official data, the attributes of the lurker are twice those of the Hydralisk before the advancement. And this doubling of improvement does not require any cost. As long as you think about it and advance directly, you can get this data. For such a simple and crude improvement of data like this, I think it would be abnormal if there were no restrictions. But if you have money, then all problems will be solved. The biggest advantage of the Hydralisk is that it can attack land, air, and sea. Simply put, it is a versatile unit. Evolving into a lurker, it loses a lot of its functions. But if you are in the 3rd stage, you don't need to worry about these. It still has the functions it should have. At this moment, a player seemed to have thought of something and said, by the way, brothers, if I remember correctly, these rich people will go on an expedition tomorrow, and there will be a good show. Yeah. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. And what I'm most worried about now is when this bunch of wealthy people get to their destination. Suddenly I discovered that the civilization here had been destroyed. I wondered if my mentality would explode if such a thing really happened. How much they have invested in this attack. And when they find out that they have failed to achieve anything, I think they will be pissed to death. Chapter 230 Arriving at the destination and preparing for battle. At this time, everyone was paying more attention to the situation of Kai Ming. As the time approached, many anchors who had previously negotiated with Kai Ming also came to Kai Ming's guild base. Brothers, I am the anchor and welcome everyone to watch today's live broadcast. In the next period of time, I will follow the Kai Ming to launch an attack on the unknown civilization. There are still 10 minutes before reaching the drop point. At this moment, the Kai Ming bosses have begun to do the final pre-war inventory. With the anchor's introduction, everyone also had a more intuitive understanding of the situation of Kai Ming. The troops deployed by the Kai League this time are mainly based on Hydralisks. And in the past few days, many of their players have re-increased their numbers and evolved Hydralisks to the 2nd stage. Now they have 400 2nd stage Hydralisks. And their combat effectiveness has naturally been greatly improved compared to before. After saying this, he turned to look at Susukino Bay beside him. Boss Bay, you are also one of the masters of the strategy upgrade. What do you think of this time, when the Vegetable Alliance suddenly increased their focus on advanced Hydralisks? At this point, I thought for a while, and then added, actually, I'm very curious about the purpose of adding so many 2nd stage Hydralisks this time. Although the price of the 3rd stage Hydralisks is higher than that of the 2nd stage Hydralisks, is much lower. But they have increased the number of 2nd stage Hydralisks. If all these funds are invested in the 3rd stage, then I think their number of 3rd stage Hydralisks will not be small. And according to the latest advanced features mentioned above, only lurkers who have reached the 3rd stage of Hydralisk advancement will have anti-air capabilities. So why don't we and the others give more stage 3 Hydralisks? After hearing her question, Byakuya Susukino also started popular science for everyone. We can discuss this issue from several aspects. First of all, let's look at the price. The Phantom Hydralisk is 900,000 and the Protoss Hydralisk is 4.5 million. The difference is 5 times. If all Hydralisks are evolved to the 3rd stage, based on this multiplier gap, they should only be able to supplement 40 Protoss Hydralisks. Hearing this, Wan Fengying became even more confused. I feel that the combat power of 40 Protoss Hydralisks is much more powerful than 200 Ghost Hydralisks. On the surface, it looks like this. The attributes of the Protoss are much higher than those of the Ghosts. And the growth of this attribute is not as simple as seeing how much 1 plus 1 equals. To use a very simple analogy, if you encounter powerful enemies, 1 Protoss Hydralisk can defeat 10 of them. If you use Ghosts, I am afraid that at most you can only win 1 or 2. The difference is not that big at all. Hearing this, Wan Fengying subconsciously asked, if it is true what you said, then why did they choose to buy the Ghost Hydralisk instead of the Protoss? The examples I just mentioned are only examples of single-unit combat. The single-unit combat capability of high-level units is many times that of low-level units. But everyone should not forget the most critical point. That is, They are now fighting collectively with multiple arms. So they need to choose a cost-effective solution. At this point, Susukino Byakuya began to analyze their thoughts on their actions. First of all, their military mix mainly uses hydralisks as the main force and the mutant dragons as the supplement, because the price of the mutant dragons is indeed relatively high, and the number of mutant dragons in the early stage was relatively small, so they did not receive many of them. This is one of the reasons. Another reason is that the evolution cost of this unit is indeed not low. It is definitely impossible to invest your life. Moreover, this unit is an air combat unit, and its main target is battleship. However, based on past combat data, they speculated that the advantage of the alien dragon was not obvious when one-on-one with these battleships, and their number of alien dragons is relatively small. What should they do if they encounter a large number of battleships? To solve this problem, they need ground troops to assist them. And the problem lies here. The third stage hydralisks of the ground troops are indeed very powerful in combat capabilities. But it also has a fatal flaw. Hearing this, one Fengyi subconsciously asked, what is the flaw? That is, the explosive power of the Protoss hydralisk is not as strong as that of the Ghost hydralisk. Although the bone spur on the Ghost hydralisk's back has a CD of about 2 days. But it is undeniable that this skill has the highest explosive output in the entire game, except for the Cyclops. The reason why so many Ghost hydralisks have evolved is because of this. Of course, price is also a factor. But from a strategic perspective, when there are not enough high-level units, the Ghost hydralisk is undoubtedly the best choice. First of all, it can be targeted by land, sea and air. And secondly, it also has a killer skill, especially when the enemy has more warships than us. Using banlings, phantom hydralisks, and mutalisks in conjunction, we can achieve a very impressive result. The Protoss hydralisk is certainly powerful, but when it comes to warships, it takes time, and a lot of time to defeat them. But when a few like them are targeting the majority, the most important thing to them is time. Therefore, compared to slowly killing a battleship, directly killing the battleship is undoubtedly the best choice. As long as the enemy's air units are almost cleared, or our own mutalisks are able to fight against them, these hydralisks can immediately consider evolving into lurkers to focus on ground units. All in all, the most critical thing in a war like this is the combination of arms and mutual cooperation. Because large-scale battles like this have no higher requirements for individual arms than small-scale battles. Large-scale battles depend more on the cooperation between arms. Their coordination is quite perfect. First of all, the Zerg, the vehicle unit on the ground, is not afraid. Under normal circumstances, no matter how high their technological level is and what powerful mechas they produce. If we are in a head-to-head fight with the Zerg, except for a few special circumstances, most of the time our Zerg will have the advantage. So since the ground forces have the advantage, we don't need to work hard to strengthen our ground combat capabilities. At this time, we will set our sights on the sky, because their warships are a relatively big threat to us. The most critical thing is to use the fastest method to deal with their warships. Once their warships are dealt with, the next thing will be easy to handle. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room couldn't help but express their knowledge after listening to the words of the guide master. Holy crap! Are these people so smart? They can think of so many things. They play the game with real detail. Details don't matter. I just saw that they were recruiting strategy up masters a while ago. They will most likely be the ones to make suggestions. In the final analysis, this is still money ability. As long as you have money, you can't attract any kind of talent. At this time, while everyone was still discussing, the insect nest also left the jump state. As the speed of the insect nest slowed down, everyone immediately turned their attention to the live broadcast room again, because they knew that it was time for these rich people to perform next. As the insect nest stopped, everyone in Kaiming was also ready. The next moment, more than 200 king insects were seen slowly flying out of the nest. At this time, each king insect was filled with various supplies and troops. The so-called materials are the ore stocks they recovered from players. Although the Zerg have strong repair capabilities, they need to consume energy, and long-term and large-scale battles are very serious in terms of energy consumption. If that planet had ores, it would be fine, but they could easily replenish the energy-devouring ones. But if there is no ore on that planet, they want to restore their energy by devouring surrounding materials. The little recovery is definitely a drop in the bucket for them. After all, once they arrive on that planet, they are bound to face many battles. And there are very high requirements for the speed of replenishing energy. Although they can still fight without replenishing energy, their strength will naturally be greatly reduced. To put it simply, bugs without energy-devouring bugs are the same as bugs that have not evolved. They have no advantages other than thicker health and higher defense. And for players, when a highly evolved unit goes to fight with others in physical form, it is already the time when his energy is exhausted. This is exactly the domineering aspect of Jiang Yao's system. You must know that most unevolved bugs do not have energy to eat. They can only fight with their physical bodies. And the Zerg are also famous in the universe for the strength of their physical bodies. Jiang Yao's system not only raised the Zerg's physical strength to another level, but also gave them various skills. The physical strength itself is very abnormal, coupled with the blessing of skills. When fighting, you have to fight with him physically after you have exhausted all his skills. This is equivalent to saying that you have to hit an insect at least twice to completely defeat it. In the past, many races could not be defeated even once, let alone twice now. Of course, this is also the basis for Jiang Yao to make this game. After all, it is a game. If the character you control has no characteristics or the aura of the protagonist, who will play your game? Only bugs with protagonist treatment like this can give players a sense of involvement. At this time, the player's eyes continued to follow the anchor. I saw that after these king insects came out, the huge one-eyed beast also flew out from the insect nest. When the one-eyed giant beast flew out, he flew straight to the front of the entire team. When he appeared, the king insects also consciously lined up to the left and right sides of the one-eyed giant beast. And then the alien dragon team came out. There were only 300 alien dragons divided into 3 teams. Each team had 100 animals, located on the left and right sides of the king insect and in the center. Finally, the moon spirit eyeworm also came out of the insect nest. As soon as they came out, they directly entered the invisible state and began to fly towards their destination. The remaining energy-devouring eyeworms flew in various directions and kept a long distance away from the entire team. Immediately afterwards, another eyeworm flew to the back of the team. After everything was arranged, the entire team began to jump towards the target direction. At this time, all the players looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't help but feel a little amazed. Holy shit. This is like a regular army, compared with their current situation. We used to be like street gangsters fighting. It was a mess. Are you kidding me? I spent so much money and hired people to help with formations and tactics. Do you really think these people are joking? Is this money wasted? But I'm curious about how the street anchor keeps up with him. I'm also very curious. If I remember correctly, isn't that the street anchor always using worker bees? Adults, times have changed. Although the street anchor has always used worker bees, he can't keep people playing for a long time. She has never spent evolution points. After such a long time, she has accumulated 200,000 to 300,000 evolution points. She bought a Euglena some time ago, and then went to find a job. Is this the job he's looking for? This anchor is getting more and more courageous. If he can't find any job, he can find a job as a war correspondent. To be honest, with her level of operation, I bet this eyeworm will never survive this war. I mean, you have to remember that back then she was driving a worker bee, someone who was trying to escape for her life. And the most important thing is that she could be killed even in this way. This time, she went to work as a war correspondent. I seriously doubt that she might belch within 2 minutes of broadcasting. Brothers, based on this anchor's consistent peeing, I personally suggest that you pay attention to another anchor in advance, because this anchor will most likely have short wavelengths. At this time, while everyone was still talking about it, Fan Feng Yingyi spoke. You guys can't expect anything better from me. I finally made up my mind to buy an expensive soldier. So you just expect me to give it to you for free. Right? But you're thinking too much. The speed of this bug is no better than that of a worker bee. I just need to stay away. With my speed, no monsters can catch me. Having said that, he then added, okay. I won't chat with you anymore. Let's continue talking about business. At present, we are moving forward at a jump speed of 10 Australian dollars. The moon spirit eyeworm is heading towards the target galaxy at a maximum speed of 30 Australian dollars. Our current location is not very far from this civilization, so the moon spirit eyeworm can reach the destination soon and start his journey. Detective work. Our large force will wait for the reconnaissance results over there, 1 light year away from the destination. Having said that, he continued, okay. This is the end of my live broadcast at this stage. Next, the live broadcast screen will switch to the moon spirit eyeworm. As his voice fell, the screen switched. Chapter 231, Investigation Intelligence. Is it overturned? Brothers, don't tell me. This anchor is quite professional now. Just kidding. Don't look at who he is working for now. Although this kind of war correspondent is not long-term. They will definitely arrange everything for you when you serve them. That's true. After all, if you listen to the lines the host just said, it's obviously a script. I can see this too. She would never be able to say those words at her level. Yeah. Usually when she sees these things on live broadcast, she just says shit. As for analysis, she knows a lot about it. And when it comes to Lian Mai, she would normally just say thank you to the boss Lian Mai. As for asking questions, she won't ask them at all. At this time, everyone was joking and looking at the Euglina's perspective. At this time, the Euglina was in a special passage. As time went by, the speed of the Euglina began to gradually decrease. Everyone who saw the scene naturally knew that they had reached their destination. As the eyeworm slowed down, everyone could clearly see where they were currently. At this moment, I saw that they were in an area with a meteorite belt. And looking forward, I could only see a faint light in the distance. At this moment we are at the very edge of the galaxy. And our Euglina are currently in the invisible stage. And because of the characteristics of the Euglina, it has an instinctive immunity to some special detection waves. So as long as we are not too promiscuous, we will basically not be discovered. The eyeworm player in charge of the live broadcast patiently explained to everyone. The next few of us will cut into the middle from different directions. And once we find a problem, we will stop. Then we started to discuss the next step. All in all, brothers, we are very careful about this action. Of course, our routine can also be used as a reference for everyone, so that everyone can have a comparison when doing the same thing in the future. It said that this person also started to go deeper from the player's control of Euglina. At this time, looking at the dense meteorites around him, this eyeworm player was walking through the middle at an extremely fast speed. Although he was very fast, he could easily avoid these meteorites. Brothers, I need to mention to you here that although the third stage of Euglina is very fast and very flexible, however, you can only advance at maximum speed in a meteorite area with such density. If the meteorite density is higher, players who are not confident in their operations are advised to lower their speed. Because although we see densely packed meteorites in front of us at a glance, in fact the distance between each meteorite ranges from a few kilometers to dozens of kilometers. So I dare to be so wild. Hearing this player's explanation, the other players almost laughed out loud. Well, boss, have you ever thought that you have invested a total of more than 13 million evolution points to evolve your Euglina to its current stage? Brother, are you serious about your serious explanation of a strategy worth more than 13 million units? After hearing the boss's patient explanation, Xianyu Mingxin said that he had lost his knowledge. But now Mingxin would like to ask where to get the moon spirit eyeworm. I feel like this big guy is just here to show off. I really want to experience the feeling of having 13 million soldiers. Brothers, I don't know if you have noticed a problem. In this battle of the Big Brother Guild, I feel that they are more willing to spend money on auxiliary units than on regular combat units. This is an unusual thing. You need to understand a very critical point. That is, the auxiliary units with solid output and smooth output. These auxiliary units can be used in custom servers. Can the output units be used? Although it is said that units such as eyeworms are replaced by king worms, both eyeworms and king worms can play a very powerful role in combat. The output of arms is different. No matter what new arm is produced, it will be the inferior replacement of the next combat arm. This thing can only be replaced constantly, and it cannot maintain its value. So there is nothing wrong with investing in support. And large-scale battles like this have higher requirements for support. Because only if you understand the situation clearly at all times can you plan your next move. While the players were still chatting, the live-streaming eyeworm player had discovered the situation. Brothers, please be quiet. There's a situation. As his words fell, the noisy crowd fell silent instantly. And then, they stared closely at the live broadcast. I saw a huge oval-shaped mechanical equipment not far away in the picture. Although he didn't know exactly what this device was, through the investigation of the Euglina player, he roughly determined what the purpose of this building was. Brothers, I understand the general situation. First of all, let me explain to you. This building is similar to a reconnaissance building. It can continuously send special wave frequencies to the surroundings. Once something else touches this wave frequency, it will be able to detect it. Simply put, this is an early warning device. Once the passing spacecraft is detected by it, it will be discovered. And the most important thing is that there are many turrets around it. That is to say, once discovered, These forts will immediately open fire and defeat the enemy. Even if you can't defeat the enemy, it still serves as a reminder and delay, giving them enough time to prepare. At this time, with his discovery, everyone in Kaiming could breathe a sigh of relief. Because there are such facilities, it is enough to show that there must be civilization around here. For them, civilization is enough. After all, they were taking a big gamble when they bought this coordinate. Although this group of people were very rich, it didn't seem to have much impact on them if everyone contributed a little. But in fact, no matter who it is impossible for hundreds of thousands of people to go in and have nothing to do with it. In fact, they are very nervous during this period. They are also very worried that if this civilization has been destroyed or moved as others have speculated, they will really be wasting their efforts. Fortunately, with the emergence of this information, they can finally relax. Fortunately, okay, we didn't lose the bet this time. Yeah, it scared me to death. You don't know that I have been worried since I came out of the insect nest. I was afraid that if there was no civilization in our place, then there would be a big problem. Yes, after all, each of us has invested a lot, and the loss would be really huge if it overturns. You can't say that. After all, the troops we bought can be used all the time. It's just a loss of the money to buy the coordinates. After receiving the news at this time, the large army 1 light year away could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Compared to the barrage in their live broadcast room at the moment, it is a different situation. What a shame! They actually bet on bad reviews. Why not empty artillery? Why is there civilization? Now I can only silently pray that the civilized creature they attacked is not worth evolution points. Yes, that's all we can hope for now. I'm afraid you guys upstairs are poisonous. You can't expect others to get better in your relationship. I'm also saying that after all, we are also players in the same game. Can you please stop being so annoying? At this point, the player couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Brothers, look at the turret next to this equipment in a damaged state. And you see, when he encountered a second piece of the same reconnaissance equipment, this equipment was actually damaged. Oh my god! If nothing else happens, this civilization will most likely be destroyed as we thought. At this point, the player continued to follow the perspective and continued to add, Great, brothers, look, except for the previous detection equipment, which is intact. And then he walked all the way inside, and most of the detection equipment has been damaged. From this, it can be inferred that this civilization is likely to be in danger. You have to know that the closer to the peripheral equipment, the more difficult it is to maintain. So it is very normal for a few peripheral equipment to be damaged. However, the meteorite areas closer to the interior of the galaxy are relatively easier to maintain. So there should not be too many damaged buildings here. But the current situation is that there are so many damaged buildings inside. In addition, judging from the damage distribution of these buildings, it is completely irregular, which means that this thing is most likely to have been in disrepair for a long time and then damaged. If I am not wrong in my speculation, then there is a high probability that this civilization may have collapsed due to various reasons after they developed to a certain stage. As this player's words fell, the players in the entire live broadcast room fell silent. Good guy. I call him good guy. You are really the sixth one. In the first sentence, you were asking players to please stop doing this. But in the second sentence, you said it's great. This civilization will most likely be destroyed. What is this called? It's typical to do one thing in front of others and another behind the back. Although I feel a sense of gloating at this moment, I also have to complain about your behavior. Yes, although we all gloat about others' misfortune, we don't know how to talk about it. It's not like you just said what's in your heart. Are you preparing to mess with their mentality? At this time, the eyeworm players who were broadcasting had no intention of watching the players' comments, because at this moment, the entire guild group is urging them to conduct an all-round investigation of this galaxy immediately to understand the situation clearly. After all, just like this group of people also experience the ups and downs of life. After entering this galaxy with various worries at first and discovering traces of civilization, everyone could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, as they learned more about it, everyone's heart suddenly became anxious again. After such a torment, this group of rich players were also made extremely uncomfortable. You said that everyone would accept your direct sentence of death, but you are very inconsistent with your decision to sentence someone to death or not to sentence someone to the extreme. At this moment, the hearts of the entire guild were in suspense again. And then, They directly let these eyeworms kill towards the galaxy instead of testing them bit by bit, because they are worried that if they continue like this, those members who are not able to bear it will have a heart attack. It was also because as the order was issued, these eyeworms also rushed into the galaxy at extremely fast speeds. As they accelerated, the attention of all players was attracted at this moment. Brothers, take a look at the traces left by intelligent creatures on the planet farthest from the star. I saw the anchor heading over there. Okay, that's great. Judging from the degree of damage to this space station, I can't guess that it would have been like this in 200 or 300 years. How many times have I told you above? Don't say what's on your mind. Look at how you are gloating about your misfortune. I despise your behavior. You must know that we are a big, united, and friendly family. Shouldn't you reflect on your behavior like this? Do you think you will be happy if you do this? Seeing others suffer heavy losses makes you happy, right? Sorry. I'm happy too. Good guy. My 40-meter-long sword almost stopped. I have to hold it in. I just chopped it off without holding it back. I just hope that the guy upstairs won't be so extreme in his next life. At this moment, the barrage of water friends is like needles piercing the hearts of these live broadcasters. I used to call these water friends old guys. Looking at the current situation, this eyeworm player said without exaggeration that the current situation is truly heartbreaking for the old guys. After looking at this area, this player did not dare to delay and immediately set his sights on another planet. The next moment, he was seen flying towards this planet at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, several other people were responsible for their own planned planets. However, the results they transmitted were not ideal, because these planets were the same as the previous one, with traces of civilization left on them. But all the remaining buildings were dilapidated. From these things, it is not difficult to deduce that there was most likely a battle that took place here a long time ago. And it was also because of this battle that all these buildings were destroyed. As the discovery deepened, the players in the Kai League became increasingly uncomfortable. They knew very well that if nothing unexpected happened, this incident would most likely become the laughing stock of them. What the HL? How could this happen? Excluding stars, this galaxy has a total of 8 planets. And so far there are already 5 planets in similar condition. In this way, these people continue to move towards the stars with their last glimmer of hope. Everyone can be sure that there was a civilization in this area before. And the level of development of this civilization was not low. Because after getting closer, the huge Dyson Sphere surrounding the star appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Holy crap! Is this the legendary Dyson Sphere? At this moment, the eyes of everyone following the live broadcast player's perspective were deeply attracted by the huge building surrounding the entire star. Chapter 232 Shocking Discovery. Although I had seen similar hypotheses in various scientific magazines before, when I actually saw this picture, I couldn't help but be shocked. How much financial and material resources will be consumed for such a huge circular building? You also don't think about how big the star is. It is impossible to build a Dyson Sphere with the resources of just one planet. Obviously, the resources of this Dyson Sphere may come from more than just this galaxy. It is estimated that this civilization has mined a lot of resources in other galaxies and brought them back. This thing consumes a huge amount of resources. And it also consumes a huge amount of time. But once it is successfully established, the civilization of this galaxy will no longer have to worry about it. And their safety is also guaranteed. Because with the power supply of the Dyson Sphere, they don't need to worry about the energy issues of some powerful weapons. A civilization that has reached this level, according to the introduction in the game, has completely controlled everything on its own planet. Whether it's controlling the weather or controlling volcanic eruptions, they can control it easily. But I really don't understand how such a powerful civilization could be destroyed. Yes, I'm also very surprised. Logically speaking, if it is attacked, the Dyson ball should be completely destroyed. But now, have you noticed that there are no traces of being attacked on it? Even the turret above him is useless. This is outrageous. How did this civilization get destroyed? Logically speaking, a civilization that has reached this level cannot be destroyed by disease. Yeah, I don't understand either. At this moment when everyone was talking, the player Euglena entered another planet. But when he entered this planet, everything changed. This is a blue planet. It is not blue like a blue star. When viewed from outer space, the entire planet is covered in deep blue when Euglena enters the interior of the galaxy. Everyone also saw clearly the appearance inside, and saw that it was filled with various blue plants. Whether it is mountains, rivers, animals or plants, they are all covered in blue. And after entering the dark side of the planet, These blue plants and animals will emit little bits of fluorescence autonomously. Everyone at this moment was also stunned by the scene in front of them. The first feeling they felt when they were in this beautiful world was that of a dream. A world like this could only appear in fairy tales. A kind of breathtaking beauty. Seeing this, I saw that the eyeworm player had also released his invisible state. Then, he was seen rushing towards a monster that looked like a lizard not far away at an extremely fast speed. Although the attack power of Euglena is very weak, don't forget that it is still the third stage. No matter how bad it was, it still had some offensive power. So he launched an attack on that monster without hesitation. As the battle started, the players were stunned at this moment. You must know that no matter how weak this eyeworm is, it is still a Zerg. The innate advantages of the race make its combat power many times more powerful than ordinary creatures. Even some low-level civilizations may be wiped out by an eyeworm. But the battle at this moment is a different situation. The eyeworm player was beaten back by this giant beast, and the eyeworm player even lost blood. What does this mean? This shows that these giant beasts on this planet can be sold for money. And considering their combat effectiveness, the price shouldn't be too low. With the emergence of this piece of news, the live-streaming player couldn't help but feel proud. Thieves. What did you just say? Say it again. The car rolled over, and I burst out laughing. Laugh. Then smile for me. One by one. Gloating about Schadenfreude day by day. Okay. You can continue to gloat about Schadenfreude. Just for this kind of combat power. To be honest, this thing has to be lower than 1000 evolution points. I will twist off the head and play it as a ball for you. I just scanned this planet, and there are still many such monsters. Which means we won't lose money this time. Day by day. All kinds of Schadenfreude along the way have disturbed my mentality. Now it's okay. You continue to gloat. I'll come to the stage for you. Please start your performance. At this moment, the nameless fire that this player had been holding in his stomach was finally vented. After all, there were all kinds of negative news along the way, which made his mentality, which was already on the verge of collapse even more. But at this time, with the emergence of this piece of good news, he knew it was time to fight back. So he started taunting everyone in the live broadcast room without mercy. But the next moment, when he was excited with ridicule, a thick beam of light spanned the distant universe and hit him directly. Hack! The player who was about to continue taunting yelled out hack. Moon Spirit Eyeworm's 120,000 blood was directly wiped out by 70,000. If he hadn't opened the energy devouring shield in time, he probably would have lost it in vain. Oh my god. I almost died. But at this moment, the player who turned on the shield immediately entered the invisible state and immediately stayed away from this area. After doing all this, he was still a little frightened by what he had just experienced. What's going on? What's going on with that speed of light? The path looks like it was sent from the universe. It's the direction of the Dyson ball. The Dyson ball is still running. Our judgment was wrong. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Didn't we see that the Dyson ball was no longer running before? What we saw was that it didn't transmit light. The lack of light transmission is different from whether it was functioning or not. We all think things wrong, thinking that buildings must have light to show that they are inhabited. This idiot anchor didn't even get close to the Dyson Sphere to scan it just now. Who knows what the situation is over there? And I can only get a rough estimate through visual inspection. Although the players are still watching the live broadcast at this moment, they naturally still hold a grudge against this man's ridicule. So they are not polite at all when they speak. Brothers, I admit that what I just said was a bit excessive, and I apologize to you here. At this moment, the eyeworm player said to everyone in a somewhat excited voice. But it is obvious that the players at this moment do not buy his account. After all, it was more uncomfortable to see them making money than to lose money. And I was even yelled at when I took it out. So no one was in a particularly good mood at the moment. But at this moment, everyone in the Kai Ming was particularly excited, because they collected two very important pieces of information just from the wave just now. The first piece of information is that there are very powerful creatures on this planet, and these creatures can sell a lot of evolution points. Secondly, the civilization entrenched in this galaxy has not been destroyed. They have all moved to the Dyson Sphere. As for why they moved to the Dyson Sphere, no one knows much about it, but it is most likely related to the creatures on this planet, because the strength of the creatures on this planet is indeed a bit beyond the scope. Brothers, we've made a big move this time. There are powerful creatures on the planet, and there are powerful civilizations outside the planet. This is simply a double blessing. At this moment, another piece of news came over. Brothers, There is good news. You just received the information about the third planet this week. And now there is also good news from the first and second planets. A large number of powerful people have also been discovered on those two planets. Oh my god. This wave of pleasure is delicious. There are living things that can be sold on 3 planets in a galaxy. And there is an intelligent civilization on a Dyson Sphere. In other words, we are going to make crazy money this time. They used to say that the price we charged for this coordinate was too high. But now it seems that I feel that the price is a bit unreliable. Yes, such a rich resource is sold at that price. I don't feel comfortable paying this money. In this way, the players discussed, and then turned their attention to these 3 planets. You guys, we're going to discuss the next battle plan. Just like that. As Tuwa finished speaking, everyone began to plan their subsequent tactics. Because the current situation is very embarrassing. Their original plan was to sneak in here quietly and break in bit by bit. But because the previous situation made everyone's mentality a little bit broken, they flew inward and went straight to the topic desperately. Although the final result was wonderful. Unfortunately, their whereabouts were also exposed. Although a few Euglena have been discovered. No matter who encounters such a creature that can sail freely in space, they will definitely treat it with caution. The attack suffered by the previous player is the best proof. And through this attack, they also discovered a very important thing. That is, the technological level of this civilization is very high. Knowing that this moon spirit eyeworm has 120,000 health and 800 defense. He was almost killed just now without opening the energy devouring shield. From this, we can deduce how strong this civilization is. After all, the defense of 800 is not low. With such a defense, it can directly eliminate so much blood. If other soldiers took full damage, they would die suddenly. Therefore, how many such weapons the enemy has become the topic of greatest concern to them. Of course, they also formulated an offensive plan for this area. First of all, through the wave of data just now, they can deduce that there are 3 planets in this galaxy that have beasts that can sell evolution points. Apart from this, there is a civilization still living on the Dyson Sphere. Combining this information, they naturally came up with a preliminary offensive plan, which was to find a way to destroy the Dyson Sphere civilization first, then take care of the creatures on these planets. Because although the creatures on these planets are powerful, it is obviously impossible to compete with the Zerg combat arms. Therefore, these planetary creatures have naturally become their small treasury. However, if they want to take away this small treasury, the Dyson Sphere civilization has become their biggest obstacle. Brothers already have a rough idea of attack. In the following time, Yuling Eyeworm players will find ways to get close to the Dyson Sphere to detect the data of the Dyson Sphere. Then inform the attack team of this information and let them discuss a suitable offensive plan as soon as possible. Immediately after everything was arranged, everyone in the Kai Main began to take action. At this time, as the news came out that the 3 planets had evolved creatures, the entire player group was also shocked by the luck of this group of people. Damn. 1 galaxy, 3 planets and 1 civilization. Holy shit. What kind of luck is this? Yes, they are really making money this time. It can no longer be judged by making money. If you say that these people don't use Yang Shou to play games, I really don't believe it. What about the group of people who laughed at them for charging high prices for coordinates? Why are they silent now? I told you they were definitely going to make a fortune, and you still didn't believe it. Now that the facts are in front of you, what else do you have to say? Can you please show some respect to those upstairs? You were the one who was gloating the most just now. Now that you have changed your face and said something like this, won't your conscience hurt? Yeah. People upstairs, don't think we won't recognize you if you talk like that. I remembered your ID when you danced so hard. A typical wallflower falls on both sides. By the way, brothers, I'm actually very curious. If the Dyson Sphere civilization is so powerful, why don't they live on the planet? Who knows? I guess they are used to living in the Dyson group, so they haven't returned to the planet. You guys upstairs know what you're talking about. The planet is full of monsters like that. Do you think they dare to go back? Are you stupid? With their level of technology, trying to kill these monsters is just like playing games. It's not that they don't dare to go back, but they don't want to go back. And I seriously suspect that these monsters are most likely biological weapons cultivated by these civilizations. I think it's possible. Just look at the scene where the anchor was fighting that monster. It's easy to see that these monsters are quite powerful. It makes sense to cultivate biological weapons and invade other cultural relics. But I am quite worried about the anchors now. If it is really as we think, Can they defeat anchors with such a powerful technological level in this civilization? After all, this wave is about attacking the Dyson ball. If you want to attack the Hoopu ball, you can only use the alien dragon to open the way. I seriously doubt that the alien dragon will not be able to rush through. Yes, if we don't open a gap in this Dyson Sphere, then the King Insect won't be able to transport Hydralisks to fight. Now the anchor and the others are in trouble. The players who are discussing at this moment are also curious about what kind of routine they will adopt in the future battle anchors. Chapter 233 Determine the tactics and start the attack. Players at this moment also know very well that there is civilization and very abundant resources here. But if they want to get these things, the most difficult thing for them should be how to break the Dyson Sphere. Brothers, what plan do you think they are going to use to hit this Dyson ball? I don't know. But I know very well that they are in big trouble now, because their previous plans and layouts were shattered with the emergence of this Dyson Sphere. After hearing what this player said, the other players also asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Currently, the best way to attack the Dyson Sphere is to use banlings to open the way. Originally, the bosses of the Kai League had guessed that this civilization should have very powerful battleships. So they deployed a lot of banlings to target space warfare. Because what they considered at the time was that just blowing up the battleships would be enough. They felt that large-scale dark matter banlings were obviously not as useful as small-scale antimatter banlings. Because the battleships of the fleet will be running around. The cost-effective antimatter banlings can play a much greater role than dark matter at this time. During the battle, I saw the warships gathering there, and I immediately blasted them with a reactive substance banling. After all, this thing is powerful enough to destroy battleships. And the most important thing is that it is cheap. But what they never expected was that the enemy they faced this time was not a massive warship, but a huge Dyson Sphere. Dyson Spheres like this must have a very mature defense system. And the most important thing is that they have no shortage of energy at all. The shield can be turned on at full power. At this time, the easiest way to blow it up is to use dark matter banlings to blow it up. After hearing this, the players suddenly realized, if you say so, wouldn't it be difficult for them to even break through their defenses this time? Currently, we can only place our hope on the condensed banlings. It depends on whether the condensed banlings can break through their defenses and destroy their defense devices. If they can't, then they will never be able to break through this Dyson ball in their lifetime. The most critical thing is that if they want to obtain such a massive amount of resources, they must solve the problem of the Dyson Sphere. Because these 3 resource planets are all within the attack range of the Dyson Sphere. If they don't deal with the Dyson Sphere, they will be shot into pieces within minutes if they dare to get close. The content discussed by the players at this moment is similar. And there is also a heated discussion on this matter within the Kaiming. Brothers, I think the only way we can break through the defenses right now is to attack with condensed banlings. I think that things should be used in subsequent battlefields. After all, a civilization of this level definitely has a lot of warships in their hands. So if we use banlings now, what will we do when the battleships bombard us? We will still have antimatter banlings by then. If we don't use condensed matter banlings now, we may have suffered heavy losses by the time we defeat the enemy. If the subsequent fleet confrontation occurs, then we will be in vain. Although you can save condensed banlings in the early stage according to your routine, how much can it clean up the enemy when facing a massive number of battleships? When facing a large number of battleships, I think Mutalisks combined with Hydralisks are more reliable. I think the condensed banling must be used now. And I would think of keeping it now if I had a brain twitch. To put it simply, if we want to break through the defenses now, do you think it is possible to rely on antimatter banlings? We originally chose antimatter banlings due to cost effectiveness. But judging from the current situation, the most reliable option is to use dark matter banlings. No one thought that the enemy would be so big. What we thought at that time was that they should have a lot of warships in their hands. And then the direction we considered was also how to win in the battleship bombardment. Who would have thought that when we arrived at our destination, we would be defeated like this? But now our problem is very troublesome. That is, we have been exposed, so they should be on guard against us next. It is impossible to make a sneak attack. They can only use hard steel on the frontal battlefield. As a person like us, we should fight head-on as a civilization. Brothers, I feel that there is a lot of pressure. This is no longer a problem of pressure. If nothing else happens, we should be able to cool down properly. At this time, while the players were still having a heated discussion, the players in the strategy team came up with a rough plan after discussion. Brothers, after our discussion, we also agreed to prioritize the use of condensed matter banlings. First of all, as the previous player said, The first thing we have to do is break through their defense. If we can't even break through their defense line, then there is a high probability that we will be dragged down by them until the end. And now it's really the first and final game for us, because the appearance of eyeworms makes them pay attention to us. So they should be in a more vigilant state at this time. But this level of vigilance has not reached the limit. It just means to be more careful about the situation in the surrounding area. If our attack fails the first time, then they may have a preliminary understanding of our intensity and upgrade it to several levels. At that time, it will only be more difficult for us to defeat them. Speaking of this, the players in the strategy team did not continue to add. First of all, let's just look at the strength. We can tell with our toes that their strength is stronger than ours. Of course, I am referring to the overall combat strength here, not the individual combat strength. Now that they have discovered our eyeworm, they are currently paying attention rather than preparing for combat. So this is our only chance. Because their vigilance is not that high during this period, they should still be in the curiosity and wait and see stage now. If we suddenly send troops at this stage, we will definitely gain a relatively large advantage. Next, we only need to break their defense according to the plan. Although you haven't mentioned their warships, I estimate there should be quite a few. In fact, our losses will be huge if we fight against their warships. But don't forget, why do we break through the defenses? We break through the defenses for landing operations. Only during landing operations can our hydralisks be effective. As long as we break through the defense, we are on their Dyson Sphere. We only need to find a way to enter the Dyson Sphere, and then use the small space inside the Dyson Sphere to fight. So what do you think their chances of winning are? How effective can their warships be? Brothers, you have to figure out where the advantages of our race are. We must use our advantages to fight against their disadvantages. After hearing the suggestions from the players in the strategy team, Todo thought for a long time and finally nodded and decided on this plan. The current situation is very urgent. It has been 2 hours since they discovered the eyeworm. In 2 hours, they will be alert to this creature and will step up surveillance to see if there are any similar creatures. At this stage, they may think of doing some defensive work. But this is just normal defensive work, just a little stronger than before. It is absolutely impossible to be in a state of war all the time. So this time is also the only chance for players to raid. Once this time is missed, as their research on Euglena becomes deeper and deeper, they will understand the data more and more clearly. Then they may enter a state of combat readiness at any time. At that time, if they attack the players when they are prepared, they will also become passive. After figuring this out, Potato did not delay and immediately began to make strategic arrangements. Brothers, I think judging from the current situation, there is nothing wrong with what the big guys in the strategy team said. At this stage, we can only use this method to attack in order to gain an advantage. And for this wave of troops, we must go all out and use all our strength. Only in this way can we maximize the effectiveness of surprise tactics. And this time, the battle is directly related to whether we can eat meat and drink soup. So brothers, get ready, and we set off. Following Tudo's order, everyone controlled their troops and flew toward their destination. When Tudo and the others started to take action, the players in the live broadcast room all focused their attention on them. At this time, the entire army has begun to accelerate towards the target position, and the next entire army has entered a state of transition. At this time, inside the Dyson Sphere civilization on the other side, reporting to Commander, we have just discovered that several unknown creatures have arrived in our galaxy. At this time, only one soldier was seen transmitting the previous data to the commander's brain. At this time, the commander who browsed the previous data could not help but frown. It was obvious that this was the first time he had seen this strange-looking creature. How did they appear here? Although the commander at this time did not know the situation of these creatures, he still had to go through some procedures. So he began to seriously ask what happened. Reporting to the commander, the situation at that time was like this. We were patrolling around the galaxy, and suddenly we discovered several strange-looking creatures on the detector appearing inside the galaxy. We immediately tracked these creatures and shot one of them. After shooting, we found that the creature suddenly disappeared. Disappeared suddenly? Yes. It suddenly disappeared out of thin air. We are very sure that our attack hit that creature. But that creature did not die immediately but disappeared. The commander's frown deepened upon hearing this. Break through our surrounding star system reconnaissance, and then suddenly appear? Having said this, he carefully looked at the projection of the eyeworm several times. Logically speaking, they shouldn't come from outside. Do you think they are a new species evolved from the destruction beast? When the commander asked the question, his subordinates also shook their heads. I don't know about this, but you can see that although their appearance is strange, they have some shadow of the destruction beast. So this possibility cannot be ruled out, being able to withstand our attack and then disappear. From this alone, you can see that the strength of this kind of destroying beast is not low. At this point, the commander couldn't help but sigh. Destruction beasts are their name for the giant beasts living on those planets. In fact, they are also very helpless towards these giant beasts. To put it bluntly, these giant beasts were created by them, and they are still the culprits of the destruction of their civilization. To be precise, it shouldn't be the destruction of civilization. After all, most of their people have fled to the Dyson Sphere, but the planet they live on is occupied by these destructive beasts. Now they can only look at their home from a distance and cannot go back. Not only that, they also have to face the attacks of the destruction beast all the time, which is what makes them feel the most miserable. In fact, it was not others, but themselves who caused all this today. The destruction beast was a war machine created by themselves. They discovered a special ore hundreds of years ago. This kind of ore, which is red in color and exudes strange energy. They call it energy crystal. In fact, at that stage, their technology had already entered a bottleneck period, which lasted for hundreds of years. They once thought that the end of technology was here, but until the energy crystal was discovered, everything changed. This kind of crystal contains very powerful energy. This is a special kind of energy. It can not only be used as energy for battleships, it will also have a great impact on surrounding creatures. Some creatures will be destroyed by its special energy, while some creatures will mutate because of its energy. Although they talked about this special energy, they never understood what it was from the beginning to the end. But based on the characteristics of this energy, they have developed many things, and biological weapons are one of them, because they discovered that this energy can cause biological mutations, and this mutation has both good and bad aspects. After years of research, they finally figured out how to control this mutation. It was also because of this that they began to conduct more in-depth research. After all, the desire for exploration of intelligent creatures is unlimited. At first, through the mutations they studied, they could create some special creatures or plants to serve them. Enjoying the convenience brought by these things makes them focus more on research in this area. And as their research deepened, they gradually became arrogant and believed that they had completely mastered the laws of this special mutation. Some people chose to use this mutation as a basis to create biological arms. If you want to fight against various high-tech equipment with your physical body, obviously the requirements for your physical body are very high. Even though these mutations can increase the strength of creatures, they are far from meeting their expected needs. However, there are still many companies that have developed some biological weapons that can be used in combat. Although they are all weak, they are undoubtedly much more powerful than individual soldiers. But no one knows that this is the beginning of the nightmare for the entire planet. Chapter 234: The Emergence of Brainworms. The Past of Civilization. Because some companies have researched these things, made a lot of money, and then invested in the market for more in-depth research. When other companies saw such a big piece of cake, they naturally refused to let it go and joined in one after another. It was also because of their joining that the research gradually turned from the previous calm to crazy. Because of the competition between various companies, the research became more and more in-depth. As the research became more and more in-depth, they discovered another characteristic of this mutation. They gave this mutation a very humane name called mutation breakthrough. Although the principle of mutation breakthrough is very complicated, the expression is very simple and can be explained. That is, after mutating to a certain stage, you make a decision that suddenly makes the creatures in the next stage dozens or even hundreds of times more powerful than the creatures in the original stage. As this discovery was announced, the entire research gradually began to metamorphose, and everyone was studying how to carry out this mutation breakthrough. And in order to improve the combat effectiveness of the biological arms they developed, they exhausted all methods. And as the mutation defects were later discovered, they gradually began to transform the mutant creatures. To put it simply, this kind of mutation can be understood as the allocation of biological skill points. To give a very simple example, it is the total attributes of the mutated creatures resulting from the fusion of these genes. The 100 points are evenly distributed to each attribute, and the mutation defect is that. For example, intelligence is all distributed to strength. So although this creature is incredibly destructive, it is mentally retarded and may not even be able to take care of itself. This is the mutation defect. Filling in other attributes to a certain attribute, making this attribute reach the extreme. At first, this mutation defect was uncontrollable. But later they gradually mastered the method of controlling the mutation defect. Then they changed the mutation defects of all creatures into intelligence defects. Because it is very simple to solve this problem, which is nothing more than replacing them with an intelligent brain. After being replaced with a smart brain, they not only become very smart, but also become absolutely loyal to them. Unlike other civilizations, this civilization has a very high degree of mastery of intelligent technology. Although there have also been problems with artificial intelligence rebellion in their history. But now they have solved this problem long ago. So they have no worries that these mutated creatures equipped with intelligent brains will be detrimental to them. It's a pity that they avoided the problem of intelligence and brain. But they couldn't avoid another problem, which was the rebellion from the living things themselves. As the saying goes, there are no absolutes in the world. Nothing can be absolute. And the same is true for controllable defect mutations. When everyone was arrogant and thought they had mastered this technology, an accident happened. During a study, they mutated a strange-looking creature. How should I put it? If Jiang Yao saw this creature, he would definitely recognize it immediately. This creature is a mini brainworm. However, this civilization doesn't know much about the Zerg race. And naturally it doesn't know what a cerebral worm is. But now they were looking at this strange creature, which seemed to have a brain all over its body. And they were very curious. And through research, they found that the intelligence level of this creature is about the same as that of normal people. For them, this is simply a very important discovery, because they have also tried to deal with Z now. In the process, they found that no matter before or now, they have never found a pattern in the variation of intelligence. And until this creature appeared, they knew this was a good entry point. But what they didn't know was that this creature was not the natural mutation they imagined. This creature came from a special white stone they obtained accidentally. This white stone is not big, only about the size of an egg. And the main reason why it got mixed in is because of a coincidence. By coincidence, this special thing accidentally entered the research institute, and then accidentally entered the production line of mutant arms. Although assembly lines like this have relatively strict control over all aspects, and the materials used are scanned and screened by specialized equipment. Generally hundreds or thousands of processes are required before materials can participate in the reaction. But the strange thing is that this special stone is so out of place, and hundreds of thousands of programs failed to detect it. In this way, this strange stone was put into a special device. This equipment continuously outputs special liquids, and each liquid induces mutation. The key is of course that in addition to the liquid, a large amount of ore powder is put in to participate in the mutation reaction. The price of ore powder like this is extremely high because this ore is very hard, and it is very difficult to grind it into powder. Therefore, even if they can find a lot of ore in the galaxy, the supply of this powder is still in short supply. And after they added a special substance to this kind of powder, the energy of the powder can be gently released and participate in the mutation reaction. In this way, this stone began to continuously devour and repair itself in such a greenhouse, until finally it walked out of the assembly line with other mutated creatures. And as soon as it walked out of the assembly line, it looked special, which naturally attracted the attention of these people. Of course, they don't know what this monster is, nor do they know that this monster will bring disaster to them in the future. At first, this monster only showed intelligence similar to theirs, so they were not very defensive about this creature. On the contrary, he is particularly interested in him, and everyone wants to find a way to mutate his intelligence through it. Unfortunately, after years of research, they have not found this method. But after so many years, they didn't know that the disaster had happened quietly. It wasn't just that kind of intelligence. It was extremely intelligent. In terms of computing power alone, I am afraid that even the most powerful brain on their planet is no match. As for other abilities, it was even more outstanding. And this creature pretended to be just like them from the beginning to confuse them. And because it was in a laboratory, it could easily obtain a lot of important information. So a plan began to work in his mind. After many years of dormancy, when everything was perfected, it immediately began to implement the plan. As his plan began, it directly took over the intellectual brain. Since then, these mutated creatures have become its tools. Although the Dyson Sphere civilization tried to cut off its connection with the intelligent brain, it was no longer helpful, because it itself possesses all the abilities of the intelligent brain. And its invasion of the intelligent brain is just to retrieve all the information about their civilization and transfer control of these creatures. Although this brain worm has caused irreparable losses to them. For these researchers at this moment, if this brain worm can really be caught, then it will definitely bring their technology to a higher level. Because a creature with such high intelligence is simply unheard of. If it can be caught, and its secrets deciphered, it is self-evident how much it will help their technological advancement. So under the petition of a group of experts, the civilization chose to arrest rather than eliminate them at all costs. However, it was also because of such a decision that their civilization was pushed into the abyss. Because this decision means that the brainworm will be given a very large breathing time. And what this breathing time means is self-evident. Their research on this mutated creature is very superficial. But as a Zerg brainworm, it is very simple to create such a mutated creature. The brainworm immediately started making mutant creatures without any delay. After all the equipment on this planet is so complete. All kinds of materials are readily available. And the quantities are very large. As a result, before these people were aware of it, countless powerful creatures were created. Although these creatures are much worse than the Zerg, they are deadly to them. After all, you don't even know that a large number of powerful soldiers are in your home. And you are still thinking about how to catch the brainworm safely. In this way, they use their actions to explain what it means to commit suicide. After all, countless creatures that can pose a threat to you are lurking on your planet at this time. They are still thinking about how to capture your brain. They are no longer capturing brainworms. This is purely brain twitching. Of course, this is inevitable. After all, this kind of creature has a fatal temptation for those researchers. Like the previous civilization that perished in Jiangyao. They had the same idea. They all wanted to study the Zerg clearly and decipher the mysteries of their lives, thereby promoting the advancement of their own technology. However, the harm caused by studying creatures that are too far advanced than one's own civilization is fatal. As the saying goes, if you take too big a step, you will easily lose your eggs. So this group of researchers did not start their research as expected, but received a very terrible news. Some mutant creatures attacked their base. These mutant creatures were 10 or 100 times more powerful than the mutant creatures they studied. And their numbers were staggering. Almost at the same time, they attacked multiple bases of the entire civilization. And even the spaceports were not spared. Because this attack brought the entire civilization to the brink of destruction. First, the brainworms targeted the battleships that posed the greatest threat to them. Whether it was a warship on the ground base or a warship in the space base. They were all attacked immediately, followed closely by the vehicles. Although the number of mutant creatures sent to clean up the vehicles was relatively small, it also caused heavy losses to the civilization. And one wave after another. Once they gave the brainworms some time to breathe. But the brainworms would not give them any time to breathe. After eliminating some battleships, the second batch of mutated creatures created by the brainworms were also released. It seemed that the attack started again at the same time, followed by the third and fourth times. The last battle had just ended, and the next battle had begun again, because through the intelligence brain, the brainworms knew their layout of this planet very well. In response to these layouts, it launched point-to-point attacks, catching them off guard. In the past, the large amounts of raw materials stored by these biological companies became the war preparation resources of the cerebral worms. Some of the failed mutated organisms were completely transformed by the cerebral worms into bloodthirsty and violent behemoths. At that time, they thought that when these raw materials were used up, the brainworms would fail. So they kept insisting on waiting for the brainworms to consume all the materials. But unfortunately their ideas were too naive. Because they can think of this. The brainworms have already thought of it. So they have had very strong reproductive capabilities since the second batch of soldiers. In other words, as long as you give it time, a steady stream of troops will be hatched. Group after group of troops almost emptied this civilized ground combat unit. A large number of ordinary people known as Dyson Sphere died in this disaster. Seeing such a horrific disaster at this moment, the top management finally decided to escape from this planet. In fact, the Dyson Sphere civilization had not yet created a Dyson Sphere at that time. At this stage, the Dyson Sphere is just in the early stages of construction. A lot of equipment has not been installed and various things are lacking. But at that time, they knew that this planet could no longer stay. And their only hope was the Dyson Sphere. Although it is said that the construction of the Dyson Sphere has not yet been completed. It is even said that it is at least hundreds or thousands of years away from completion. But that machine could at least survive. So the surviving people left their homes and left this planet. Some of them flew to the planet base, while others ran to the Dyson Sphere and started building the Dyson Sphere. First, the people at the planet base will mine resources to provide enough resources for the construction of the Dyson Sphere. Of course, There are also some people who collect resources from the surrounding galaxies and transport them back here. At this moment, they just want to quickly develop the power to protect themselves, and then launch a counterattack to take back their home planet. In this way, decades passed in the blink of an eye. And during these decades, the survivors of the entire Dyson Sphere civilization worked hard to develop. Finally, their Dysons developed a certain ability to protect themselves, and also established shipbuilding systems. The factory began shipbuilding. In this way, everything started to develop in a good direction. But just when they were still imagining the situation of waiting for more than 10 years for them to drive back with the fleet, disaster struck again, because a large number of monsters attacked their various bases. It caught them off guard. They knew before that some of these monsters could survive in space, but it was only a part, and their flying speed in space was very slow. But until they appeared again, these people were surprised to find that the speed of these monsters reached sublight speed. Chapter 235. The battle begins. Soul torture. It was also for this reason that they panicked. But fortunately, the number of these monsters was not too many. So when they attacked the Dyson Sphere, they were beaten back. But this also reminded civilization that this creature is not as simple as they thought. They are discovering that monsters are constantly evolving. And as time goes by, if they develop slowly, they may be overtaken by these monsters. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how much disaster those researchers, who tried to prevent them from eradicating the brainworms, had brought to them. The entire civilization is in danger because of the unreasonable decisions of their researchers. However, they have no way to stop this decision, because it is related to whether the entire civilization can move forward. Risks and benefits coexist, but they did not expect that the risk this time would be so great that their entire civilization could hardly bear it. In the end, in order to protect themselves, they chose another way, which was to eliminate the brainworms at the expense of destroying the planet, and then find other habitable planets to move there. But what they don't know is that their minds, which know the whole universe very well, naturally don't allow them to do this. And the brainworm also took action for this. When the mutant arms produced by the cerebral worms had the ability to travel astral, the cerebral worms sent a large number of mutant creatures to other galaxies in search of resources and civilization. Therefore, the development speed of brainworms far exceeds their imagination. For brainworms, it is easy to trap them here as long as they develop. Of course, their development speed is not slow either. In this way, the two sides started secretly competing with each other, until one time their battle fleet, when they went out to explore, was destroyed by an equal number of mutated creatures deployed by the cerebrates at the edge of the galaxy. And their minds changed, because they know that the brainworms already have very strong fighting power. They didn't dare to delay. When their planet-level fort was built, they didn't hesitate at the moment. They directly aimed the fort at that planet. And just when they thought this shot would end everything, an accident happened. A huge shield was suddenly supported on the planet, blocking most of their attacks. Although some attacks still fell on the planet, the damage caused to the planet was limited. Naturally, they also suffered revenge from the brainworms, and countless mutant creatures attacked their Dyson Sphere. Both sides suffered heavy losses in this battle. After the war, they received a message that surprised them. That is, negotiations. The brainworm chose to negotiate with them, and the two sides entered a truce period. Although the two civilizations do not interfere with each other on the surface, both sides know very well that they must use this period of time to continuously strengthen themselves and then defeat the other party. During this period, they thought about running away. But when the plan started to be implemented, they found that the brainworms could find them wherever they went. Although it is not clear how the brainworms do this, they understand that this is a warning given to them by the brainworms. The brainworms can find them no matter where they hide. And their idea of running to a safe planet to develop steadily is impossible, because when they migrate there in large numbers, that's when the brainworms attack them. The new stronghold is definitely not as defensive as the Dyson Sphere. Although the construction of the Dyson Sphere has not been completed at this moment, it already has very powerful combat capabilities. So their only way out at this moment is to complete the construction of the Dyson Sphere and then launch a counterattack, because this is their only hope. Although they don't know why the brainworm bites them, they know that things have developed to such a point that they have only one way to go, and that is to eliminate the brainworm. In this way, a new round of competition between the two sides begins, and this competition lasts for hundreds of years. Over the past few hundred years, they have exhausted various methods to finally complete the construction of the Dyson Sphere. At this time, the brainworms were also ready to go, and then the battle started again. This battle was fought in darkness, And during the battle they discovered a very scary thing. That is, this mutated creature was countless times more powerful than it was hundreds of years ago. To put it simply, their technology is advancing. And these mutant creatures are also evolving. This is a battle between evolution and technology. Both sides are evenly matched. And no one has benefited. Both sides suffered heavy losses after this battle. Basically, all the reserves of hundreds of years were wiped out in this battle. With the end of the war, the two sides once again entered a truce period with a tacit understanding. Because both sides now have no troops. They can't fight even if they want to. In this way, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Until several uninvited guests suddenly came to this galaxy. And with their arrival, a new round of battle is about to begin. Brothers, we are about to reach our destination. All units are ready. As Tuwa finished speaking, the banlings flew towards the Dyson Sphere at the fastest speed. In order to ensure that it can get infinitely close to the Dyson Sphere to buy more time for destruction. The Moon Spirit Eyeworm used the copying skill. Copying banlings does not consume much energy. One requires 2,000 energy, which means that one Moon Eyeworm can copy 50. After the players emptied the energy-devouring reserves of the two Moon Spirit Eyeworms, they now had more than 100 condensed matter banlings in their hands. Although most of them are fake and have no lethality, they are enough to confuse the public. Of course, it was not just the condensed matter banlings that launched the attack this time, but antimatter banlings and electromagnetic banlings were also involved. In this way, the players controlled a large number of banlings to fly towards the Dyson ball, and behind them was a large army headed by the Cyclops. The huge size of the one-eyed beast is particularly conspicuous in the entire formation. And naturally, he has become the target of the Dyson Sphere civilization. However, it is obvious that as a unit that is infinitely close to the strategic level, its various attributes are no joke. When the Dyson Sphere civilization focuses on itself, it will directly activate the energy-devouring shield to resist damage. And when the Dyson Sphere civilization turns to fire, the next moment the force field shield appeared. And at the same time, the players in the team who could activate the force field shield also activated the shield to resist damage. In this way, players continued to get closer to the Dyson Sphere. At this time, looking at this mighty team inside the Dyson Sphere civilization, they were also frightened. What? Force shield? How could these destruction beasts have such an ability? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The war we just ended more than 10 years ago. In just 10 years, it is absolutely impossible for them to evolve to this state. Just when the commander was surprised, they were stunned when one of their turrets penetrated the force field shield and instantly killed an antimatter baneling. Because they saw this baneling bug explode, and a large area around it was affected. It was only at this moment that he understood why the small bugs rushing at the front would spread such a wide distance. It turned out that in this way, seeing the huge power of the antimatter banelings, the commander naturally knew that this thing was really close to their Dyson Sphere. It was hard to say whether the Dyson Sphere's shield could hold up. Without thinking, they immediately began to attack the bugs, although the bugs were now protected by force field shields. But they only need a dozen turrets to focus fire on one location at the same time. So they still have a chance to penetrate the shield. As long as it can penetrate, it's okay. They only need to kill the exploding bugs inside. As their attack began, Tudwa, who was controlling the one-eyed beast at the moment, was also always paying attention to his reserves of energy-devouring points. The one-eyed beast's energy-devouring points of up to 900,000 are enough for him to maintain a shield for a long time. But at this moment, he had no intention of letting the one-eyed beast protect these banlings. Because in his eyes, both electromagnetic pulse banlings and antimatter banlings are cannon fodder. They only exist to pave the way for condensed matter banlings. As for why he still uses shields to protect these banlings, the reason is also very simple. Because he needs to create an illusion for the enemy. The illusion is that this baneling is very important to the entire army. So they must do everything possible to protect it. If the opponent is just right and evacuates the shield as soon as it attacks the banlings, then as long as the opponent is not stupid, they can guess that these things are dispensable to them. And the large army behind them may be the core. Potato would naturally not make this kind of mistake. So Potato and the players continued to advance according to their own plans. At this time, after some hard work, the Dyson Sphere civilization finally defeated that annoying shield. Finally, the shield was broken. The hardness of that thing is simply terrifying. Don't delay. Quickly target those strange bugs. They will be close to us soon. Don't worry about the transparent bugs. That thing is supposed to confuse the audience. It has no lethality at all. nor does it have any special abilities. After they are killed, they all turn into blue smoke and dissipate into the universe. It can be seen that this insect is definitely not very useful. Of the remaining 2 bugs, one will explode over a large area, and the other will release powerful electromagnetic pulses around us to interfere with us. At this time, the Dyson Sphere civilization was exploring the situation of these bugs while fighting. As pieces of information were sent out, their understanding of this race naturally deepened. However, no matter how well they understand it, it is undeniable that the time they have understood it is still too short, and they are still in a state of exploration. So there are very few routines or combat plans that they can adopt. At this moment, the players on the offensive side are also about to approach the Dyson Sphere. Brothers, keep working harder. We'll be there soon. Brothers, keep up. Don't fall behind. All the brothers who don't have energy-devouring powers, let's fight together. When the fight starts, follow behind the one-eyed monster to restore energy. Brothers all remember clearly that once their shield is broken, the first thing we do when we go in is not to start a fight, but to find a way to get inside the Dyson Sphere and use the small space inside to deal with him. Just like that, everyone who was getting closer and closer was already very nervous. Although their arms are all highly evolved, it is undeniable that most of them are participating in a war for the first time in a real sense. So they are more or less nervous. At this moment, when Tudo watched the enemy wildly shooting antimatter banlings and electromagnetic pulse banlings according to his own plan, the big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Their plan to use these 2 banlings to serve as decoys for the entire fleet was obviously successful. And because there were already a lot of banlings, and they were protected by shields, there were still some banlings left when the troops arrived next to the Dyson Sphere. At this time, the players who arrived at the destination were speechless for a long time looking at this magnificent giant building. Only at this moment can they feel exactly how big the Dyson Sphere is. This Dyson Sphere is composed of 4 huge rings that surround the entire star. Only when the players get so close to this huge circle do they truly realize how small they are. From a distance, they look like very small rings, but up close, they appear extremely huge. Compared with it, the units controlled by players are probably on the same level as bacteria, and are simply pitiful. It cannot be said that these units are too small, but that the Dyson Sphere is too big. However, the players did not have time to express too much at this time. They immediately launched an attack, and the next moment all the condensed banlings immediately dissipated. Then it flew towards the Dyson ball at an extremely fast speed. And then the remaining players formed a defensive network and began to resist attacks from all directions. Although the players now have some antimatter banlings left that can be used to break the shield, these bugs were used to penetrate the base after the shield was opened. So they are still there. Damn. We also specially selected an area with fewer forts. I didn't expect the firepower to be so fierce. Brothers, hurry up. We can't hold on any longer. The enemy's firepower is too fierce. Brothers banlings, hurry up and destroy their shield control system. Many players in the chat channel were urging. But it was not until this moment that everyone discovered a very important thing. Bailing player, so what? I would like to ask what the system for controlling the shield looks like. With the appearance of this soul torture, the originally noisy group suddenly became quiet. It wasn't until this moment that they realized that they had prepared and planned everything, but had almost forgotten the most important thing. At this moment everyone knew that something was serious. Chapter 236, Headwind at the beginning. At this moment, not only the players who were doing this were stupid, but also the friends in the live broadcast room were stupid, because their perspective is that of the Euglena player directing the battle. They can hear all kinds of questions. When this problem arose, the player who was calmly directing the battle was also stunned. Obviously, for this commander, the question raised by the dear friend just now is indeed a bit out of line. As the hesitation of the commanding player appeared, everyone in the live broadcast room still didn't understand what was happening. Well, Menchi would like to ask you all, when you are giving commands? What does this mean? Is this the word for a conductor? If nothing else, they may have overlooked the most important thing. The situation should be like this. Laugh out loud. Their various plans and routines are all centered around destroying the shield generator. But now they don't even know what the shield generator looks like. I'm afraid this is not the time to overturn. I seriously suspect that their strategic command team is a spy invited from next door. Otherwise, it would be impossible to forget such an important matter. It can be foreseen that this wave of wealthy people will most likely overturn. No way. Their troops are all highly evolved after all. No matter how good they are, they should be able to get in. I'm afraid you upstairs are confused by the rock and soil civilization. Do you think that all civilizations are as useless as the rock and soil civilization? Haven't you seen how powerful this civilization's firepower is? If they keep fighting like this, they will be dead when their energy is exhausted. At this time, on this side of the battlefield, everyone present could not help but feel their hearts sink because of this major mistake. I can't control that much anymore. Brothers, listen to my command. All equipment in this area, as long as it is equipment, I will find a way to destroy it. At this time, Tuba immediately ordered. If they had thought of this problem before the war started, they could have asked Xianyu what was going on. After all, Xianyu had destroyed a shield generator before. Although the shield generators of each civilization look different, their functions are the same. This means that the energy frequencies they emit will be somewhat the same. If you search based on this energy frequency, it will be easy to find the correct target. Because they entered the game relatively late, they have never seen some things like the shield generator, and they are still in a state of exploration. But when they were discussing these things before, they didn't think of this. At that time, all they discussed was how to destroy the shield. No one asked what the shield generator looked like, because no one had thought of it at all. Although Todo also knew at this moment that his decision would reduce their efficiency in destroying the shield. Because there are so many devices inside the Dyson Sphere, indiscriminate destruction takes a lot of time. It consumes a lot of time and still fails to achieve the expected results, which is a very troublesome thing. But that's all they can do now, because it's too late to ask for the data. Now they can only treat a dead horse as a living horse. According to some background information on shields provided by the Zerg official website, they know that inside a giant building like this, the shield is usually superimposed by multiple shield generators. Each area may have dozens or hundreds of shield generators. Now Potato hopes that such a fish explosion-like destruction can blow out dozens of shield launchers in this area. In this case, when the shield here is weak, they will still have a chance to break through. Brothers, because we made a major mistake. The overall tactics need to be adjusted now. Maybe our antimatter banelings will be used earlier, because it is impossible for condensed matter baneling players to clear out all the shield generators in the area. So we can only rely on antimatter banelings to break the defense. In addition, all the second stage hydralisks are ready for battle. They each climb on the king insect's back to find the most suitable position to attack, and then be ready to use skills to break the shield there. Following his order, all players at this moment knew that the next war might not be easy. After all, the Phantom Hydralisk's ultimate move was previously planned to be used to attack battleships, but now it has to be used to break shields, including the antimatter banelings used to break through Dyson Sphere armor. In other words, even if they successfully break the shield, their strength will be greatly reduced. After all, without the support of banelings, even hydralisks are just a group of hydralisks without ultimate moves. It is not difficult to fight the enemy's complete formation. At this time, as the battle continued, many warships in the Dyson Sphere were seen flying towards this side. They are gathering troops. If the shield is not destroyed, as they gather more and more troops, the wealthy guild may not even be able to land. The players in the live broadcast room who were watching the situation in front of them analyzed it. Originally, due to a big mistake in their plan, they had to change the plan temporarily during the battle. They were already at a disadvantage. But the current situation seems to be that their problems are more serious than we thought. Yeah. Originally I was thinking that the enemy's reinforcements wouldn't come too soon. But look at it. In just a few minutes from the attack to now, they have already assembled hundreds of warships. Based on this efficiency, it is estimated that thousands of warships will arrive here in 10 to 20 minutes. The most important thing is that the big guys can't even log in now, and the hydralisks can only deal damage by standing on the back of the king insect. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that most king insect players are handicapped. It's okay to move well, but if you don't move well, it's really a waste to bring the hydralisk with you. You can't say that. How can you position an attack with this intensity? Being able to move perfectly at such a density is something you can't do without playing barrage games for more than 10 years. Judging from the current situation, the wealthy group may be in danger. Does this even need to be seen? You can figure it out with your toes. At this time, while the players were still discussing, many battleships had gathered on the battlefield. The first thing these warships do when they come here is to attack the players. As the number of warships increased, the pressure on them also increased. At this time, they not only had to withstand the attacks of many turrets on the Dyson Sphere, but also withstood the attacks of these warships. Worry. What are you doing? Condensed Baneling bosses? Why is there still no movement until now? Don't rush it. We are also destroying it like crazy. You don't know how much equipment is in this piece of shit. From just now to now. We have tried our best to destroy it. But the shield just won't disappear. What can we do? The player controlling the condensed matter banelings was also very helpless at this moment. The conscience of heaven and earth did not dare to stop for a moment from the moment they entered the interior of the Dyson Sphere, and immediately destroyed all the surrounding equipment. But what they never expected was that there were so many devices inside. And even though they destroyed it non-stop, it didn't have much effect. And the area of this Dyson Sphere is not small, although these large rings look flat on the outside. But after entering, you realize how big it is. The diameter alone is thousands of kilometers, and the height is an astonishing several hundred kilometers. The internal equipment is calculated in tens of millions, because this kind of thing is not just a layer of metal skin on the outside. It is densely packed with instruments and equipment inside. The players don't have an accurate target for destruction, so they can only follow the order and destroy it immediately when they see it. This also causes them to do useless work many times. Although sometimes, if you are lucky, you will destroy key things, such as a certain shield generator or the connection of a certain turret. Although destroying these things can have a certain stress-relieving effect on the players fighting outside. But if such a huge investment in condensed matter banelings can't play a decisive role, then there is no difference between their efforts and their efforts in vain. As time goes by, external pressure is increasing. Although they also want to destroy the key points, they are really powerless to face the current situation. At the same time, on the other side, inside the Dyson Sphere civilization, reporting to the commander, we found several unknown energy reactions in the B12 area where they attacked. And this energy seems to be conscious, and now they are destroying facilities in our area. What? After hearing the report from his subordinates, the commander couldn't help but widen his eyes. You mean our inside? Those energy groups are causing damage inside our Dyson Sphere? The commander felt a little unbelievable as he spoke. How did they get in? If I remember correctly, after discovering them, we immediately opened the shield. Under such circumstances, how did they sneak inside? I don't know, Commander. We are currently studying the measurements of those groups, but they are moving too fast. We haven't collected any useful data yet. The commander's frown deepened when he heard this. You must know that this is a critical period in the battle between the two sides. The opponent's strength has far exceeded their expectations. Taking the main battlefield as an example, the turrets on their Dyson Spheres combined with the battleships can cause minimal damage to the enemy. It is also because of this situation that the commander is very worried about the future battle situation. Judging from the strength of these destroying beasts, as long as there are more of them, it will be easy to break through the Dyson Sphere. Needless to say, with their current number, they only need to attack for a while, and the shield in that area may be defeated. It would take a certain amount of time for the shield to regenerate, and this time would be enough for them to destroy the entire area. And the biggest problem for them now is that they have just ended the war and are still in a state of replenishing their troops. Their troops are insufficient, and many areas of the Dyson Sphere were damaged in previous wars, so they have been repairing the Dyson Sphere over the years. Various post-disaster problems have not yet been completely resolved, and now this problem arises again. And the most important thing is that at first they thought that the shield defense of their Dyson Sphere was high enough. At least, they could take away most of their troops before they defeated the shield in this area. But as the battle later began, they discovered that they had thought too much. What they never expected was that this batch of destruction beasts could actually use force field shields, as well as ordinary shields. And the strength of this shield is very high, many times higher than their shield strength, which is outrageous. It was also because of the existence of the shield that they were unable to defeat this group of destruction beasts. Instead, the destruction beasts continued to reduce the strength of their shields. Of course, this is their main battlefield after all, so they have an inherent advantage. Through this advantage, they can still deal with this group of powerful destroying beasts. But what they never expected was that these destructive beasts had the ability to penetrate the shield and directly destroy the facilities inside. If a perfect solution is not immediately thought of, the problem will be serious, because now 40% of the shield generators in that area have been destroyed, and more will be destroyed over time. So at that time, it would be easy for these destructive beasts to break through there. For commanders, the impact of conquering an area is not as great as imagined. But you must know that their routine can continue forever. If this area is breached in this way, the next area will be breached in the same way. If they don't find a way to counter this method, Then they will only be defeated one by these destroying beasts. Thinking of this, he immediately issued an order, without affecting the operation of other areas. Dispatch as many reconnaissance robots and drones as possible. In addition, all reconnaissance equipment should be found over there for data collection. After hearing the commander's order, the men next to him immediately began to make arrangements. On the other side, the battle among the players has also entered a fierce stage. Although the condensed banlings lasted for an hour, and only a few minutes had passed, they could still last for a long time. But the current situation waited for no one. Damn! Brothers, if we continue like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on any longer. At this moment, a player said while looking at his energy-devouring reserves. Because at this time, the player's energy reserve is less than 1/3. Because the opponent's firepower is too strong. They are a target without breaking through the shield, giving them all kinds of crazy output. It is also because of this reason that their energy consumption is extremely fast. Chapter 237 Breaking Through Defenses and Landing Operations. And the most important thing is that they still have energy-devouring power left. That's because the one-eyed beast took most of the pressure on them before. Otherwise, I am afraid that their current energy consumption will have been squandered. Damn it. I'm afraid we're going to be dead if we continue like this. Looking at the situation on the entire battlefield, Tudwa couldn't help but feel a little anxious. For a battle, they admitted that their preparations were too hasty, even though they had planned various such tactics before the battle. But it wasn't until the war started that they discovered that the battlefield was changing rapidly. It is important to make pre-war planning in advance. But temporary changes in tactics in the later period are also very critical. Although they did a good job in the front, problems appeared later. It was also because this battle made them deeply aware of their shortcomings. However, if this shortcoming is recognized at the expense of the entire formation, the price would be too high. What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, Tudo was also a little anxious. Because from the beginning of the battle to now, he knew that there was definitely something wrong with his strategy. But he couldn't think of anything wrong with his strategy. The current battle situation is that he must immediately figure out what went wrong with his strategy and make corrections immediately. Because since he rearranged the battle plan until now, the entire situation has not improved at all. Not only has it not improved, but it is now getting worse. Now most of the members in the team have consumed 1/3 of their phagocytic energy. And even his one-eyed beast only has over 300,000 of its 900,000 phagocytic energy left. No, we can't go on like this. From now on, apart from the faster consumption of energy, we haven't made any important breakthroughs. If we continue like this, until the potential energy is exhausted, we will all be dead. At this moment, Tudo didn't want to think too much anymore. He just decided to take a gamble. The next moment, red lightning began to flash around the body of the huge one-eyed beast. With the appearance of this state, the one-eyed beast on the battlefield suddenly became extremely eye-catching. Immediately afterwards, huge energy began to gather in front of the one-eyed beast, and a red energy ball gradually formed. Around this red energy ball, dark red lightning was beating continuously. And as time goes by, this energy ball gets bigger and bigger. This is the strongest attack skill of the one-eyed monster, the energy-devouring energy ball. As more and more energy is injected into the Cyclops, the size of the energy ball also increases crazily. And soon the size of the energy ball exceeds the size of the Cyclops itself. At the same time, Potato issued an order to kill the fish and break the net. Brothers, listen. All the condensed banlings should stop destroying equipment immediately, and come out directly to target the enemy's warships. In addition, all the second-level hydralisks directly enlarge their moves, and smash all the energy-devouring points into me. Whether they can succeed depends on this wave. As his order was issued, all the guild members began to implement his plan without hesitation. Although this plan has many bugs and loopholes, at this moment everyone knows that instead of continuing to waste it and be killed, it is better to fight for a chance of survival. At this moment, the water friends in the live broadcast room were also shocked when they saw this scene. Holy shit. Potato and the others are crazy. Look, the energy ball of this one-eyed beast is as big as it is. I guess he must have smashed all the remaining energy into it. Not only that, but more importantly, all the second-order hydralisks also poured all their energy into it. Damn it. At first, they thought of waiting a little longer and using antimatter banlings to break the shield when the shield was weak. Who would have thought that they would immediately change their tactics less than a minute later? Can we not change it? If we delay it until all the energy is used up, then they will really all die here. The current situation is not much better. This is purely a dead end. If they can't break the shield in this wave, then they will be in trouble. It doesn't matter whether the shield can be broken or not. Even if the shield is broken, what will happen? The battle has just begun after the shield is broken. And now they are already remnants of the army. How can we fight this battle? Based on the current situation, let's just say they will overturn. Although most people think so at the moment. Some people think that things may still be turning around. Brothers, I think this matter is really difficult to say. Because we still don't know the strength of the enemy's warships. If the enemy's warships are relatively weak, then I think things can turn around. Although Big Potato's strategy came up out of desperation, I can responsibly say that there is no big problem with this strategy. It is obviously not appropriate to continue to wait for the condensed banlings at this stage. Because when they can all be destroyed to the expected stage, I estimate that all this group of troops will be dead. So at this time, it is time to sink everything and try to break through by force. Shield is undoubtedly the best choice. If after breaking the shield, the opponent's warships are not as strong as we thought, then the condensed banlings and the remaining combat troops can still fight a wave. And if we don't take advantage of the fact that the number of their warships is not very large yet, we can quickly clear out these warships and let them follow up to support the troops. Calabash baby. To save Grandpa. Then when all their warships gather in the later stage, there will be no fight. And while the players were talking about it, I saw Potato and the others already making final preparations. Whether it succeeds or fails depends on this. At this time, seeing that all the players had prepared their potatoes, immediately let all the antimatter banlings attack first, weakening the shields. As the order was issued, a large number of players controlled antimatter banlings and crashed into the area they had planned in advance. Then the entire area was engulfed in flames, and the powerful impact of the antimatter baneling explosion swept across the surrounding area. The players who controlled the antimatter baneling bugs immediately switched to the conventional combat units lying inside the king bug and prepared for battle after the bug self-destructed. At this time, the Cyclops and Hydralisk players also launched an attack. The next hundreds of red sticks and a huge energy ball flew towards the shield. The second stage Hydralisk's ultimate move is itself used for siege, so it is very lethal to these shields. In addition, 1/3 of the energy is injected into it, making its power reach the extreme. So when they came into contact with the shield, many spikes penetrated directly into the center of the shield. And then a violent explosion occurred. Just after this one exploded, there were more than a dozen others, and they plunged straight in again. This set of procedures made the shields, which had already been damaged a lot by the condensed banlings, even more fragile. At this moment, this shield has been weakened to its lowest point. Of course, this is not the end yet. The final highlight is the huge energy ball injected with 250,000 energy devouring points. As this huge energy ball fell, it was like an iron ball falling into water, causing waves on the entire huge shield. When the energy ball explodes, the shield is immediately filled with cracks like broken glass. Then the shield began to crack. Success? Everyone who saw the scene couldn't help but exclaimed. It was obvious that they had made the right bet this time, as they had successfully defeated the shield in a desperate way. The moment the shield shattered, Potato did not hesitate and immediately ordered the large troops to rush towards the inside of the Dyson Sphere, because the energy ball explosion just now not only destroyed the entire shield, but also exploded a deep pit in an area inside the Dyson Sphere. And this deep pit is the key for players to break through the last layer of defense of the Dyson Sphere. Without even thinking about it, the third stage Protoss Hydralisk quickly flew over there, and the Alien Dragon players followed closely behind, because they didn't contribute much in the previous battle. The second stage Ghost Hydralisks and One-Eye Behemoths were the ones who consumed the whole thing before. So now these arms still have a lot of energy-devouring reserves. And these energy-devouring reserves are the key to them breaking through the last line of defense and subsequent operations. Then as they charged, the commander of the Dyson Sphere civilization also knew that the situation was not good. All warships present will stop them at all costs. All turrets output full power. We must stop them. As these orders were issued, the real confrontation between the two sides began. But it is a pity that without shield protection, they are not able to unilaterally output like before. When the shield was broken, the king insect began to fly quickly towards the surface of the Dyson Sphere under the cover of the Vanguard team. At the same time, the Hydralisk standing at the output position of the king insect first aimed at the turret in the distance. The alien dragons in front also launched an attack on the intercepting warships. hoping to use this method to hold back a large number of their warships to create opportunities for the Protoss Hydralisks. The Protoss Hydralisk running at the front was also desperately approaching the target position. At the same time, the condensed banlings also flew over and joined the battle. Brother, this is my next attacking spaceship. It's marked. You turn to other spaceships. Brothers of the Allosaurus over there. Retreat quickly. That's a cruiser. You don't need to fight it. Let me destroy it from the inside. Brothers of condensed banlings. Hurry up and kill their cruiser-class battleships first. At this moment, with the addition of condensed banlings, the Protoss Hydralisk's path was soon cleared. Immediately afterwards, only a few Protoss Hydralisks finally arrived at their destination, and BOOMOG immediately activated their full-power energy-devouring particle cannon. Then, under the powerful output of the Protoss Hydralisk, a huge hole with a diameter of several hundred meters was finally opened here. And when this hole appeared, the players went crazy. It's done! Brothers, come on! Quick! Quick! The king insect behind speeds up to catch up with the large army. Brothers of the Mutalosaurus, stop those battleships. Let the Hydralisks land successfully at all costs. Big Potato, please retreat first. I see that your condition is not very good, so there is no need to resist. The Cyclops is a strategic weapon. The leader even said that if it dies, it will not be available for purchase in the short term. Brothers, there are no energy-devouring ones, and those with residual health will follow the potato boss and retreat first. In your state, you won't be able to help us much in the later stages of fighting. We need to retreat and recover first. The previously arranged retreat escort team should quickly go to the potato boss. With the enemy's defense lines breached, the battle was on track. Although they now suffer battle losses from time to time, at least they can see many enemy warships shot down. Unlike just now where they could only be beaten passively. At this time, with the selfless dedication of the alien dragon players, after losing nearly 100 alien dragons, the large force landed successfully. After they successfully landed, they immediately launched an attack on the combat robots and various vehicles that had been waiting for them in the area. Brothers, come on! Even though we don't have any energy devour now, these junk toys can't even think of causing any harm to us. Brothers, victory is right in front of us. We just need to start from this area and continue to advance to other areas. Then we will win this wave. Also, please pay attention. If they open the hatch and send warships in, we remember to focus the fire and kill them when they come. We must not let them form a large scale. In this way, the players move forward quickly while discussing tactics. Even if the players' high-level units don't have much energy left, their basic attributes are still here, and their ability to withstand injuries is still very strong. At least that's the case for these combat vehicles. After all, they can deal with battleships. So it will naturally be very difficult for vehicles like these designed for ground combat to cause damage to them. So at this moment, the player's army is rushing forward like a flood, and anything that intercepts them on the way is ruthlessly washed away. It was only then that Dyson Sphere civilization discovered how astonishing the gap between the two sides was. Their various combat vehicles were easily torn into pieces, like toys when faced with an army of players. How is that possible? Have they evolved to this extent? The commander of Dyson Sphere civilization looked at the projected image and murmured. Chapter 238. Another problem arises. Because what he saw in his eyes was more than just crushing. You must know that they have been fighting these destructive beasts for so many centuries. Although these destructive beasts are constantly getting stronger, at least their technological development speed can still keep up. And according to past battle reports, their technological level has a faint tendency to catch up with the evolution of the destruction beast. Because these destruction beasts have evolved to this stage, their evolution speed has become extremely slow. But unlike these destructive beasts, their own technological level is steadily advancing. If we follow this trend, they only need to wait a few more centuries before they can completely defeat these destructive beasts. In the end, who would have thought that this war would give them a blow? The shield that their Dyson Sphere was proud of was defeated so easily. Although their shield was also defeated in the previous battle, and many areas were also destroyed. But this is completely different from the current war. Because before the other side sent hundreds of thousands or millions of troops to besiege this place. This time the opponent sent only 1,000 troops. It is self-evident how big the gap is. Not to mention anything else. If we calculate based on this gap, the other party does not need to send too much. They only need to send 100,000 to 80,000. And they will be defenseless. And at this time, another even worse news came. Commander, the data on those energy bodies is out. The subordinates who got the information at this time immediately told the commander the news. If the data is correct, those energy bodies should be condensed matter. As this news spread, the commander's face was full of disbelief. What? Condensed matter? Can this kind of thing be used as a weapon? He said with a look of disbelief on his face. Obviously, he knew very well at this time that now was not the time to worry about whether this thing could be used as a weapon. Is there any way to defend against this kind of weapon? So he immediately asked this question. However, the answer he got made him very disappointed, because their scientific research team told him that there was no way to defend against it, because right now, their technology is only in a state of understanding of this substance. Although they have a certain understanding of the properties of these substances, but they only understand it. According to their calculations, it will take at least hundreds or thousands of years to use this substance or defend against it. And in the past hundreds or thousands of years, all their scientific and technological research and development directions must be this thing. The answer is very clear. Although these scientists did not say it directly, the commander also knew very well from this answer that it is absolutely impossible to defend against this weapon at the current stage. When he knew this situation, he couldn't accept it, because the Destruction Beast had been fighting with them for so many years. They didn't even know that the Destruction Beast had such a weapon in its hand. Now he knew something was serious, and the current battle situation is also very unfavorable for them. First of all, the Hydralisks are doing crazy damage to their Dyson Sphere, but they have nothing to do, because all their vehicles are simply unable to compete with such powerful creatures. Although they also sent warships to help, the effect was not very obvious. The first point is that there are too few warships that can come over, because these destroying beasts form a defense network outside, intercepting their subsequent supporting warships in batches at different places. The battleships they had gathered before had almost been cleared, although the commander knew very well that the destroying beasts that intercepted their follow-up support troops would definitely be destroyed by the group. But this is also their tactic, sacrificing some of the destruction beasts to create attack opportunities for other destruction beasts. And their behavior also deeply touched the commander. Although the two sides are facing enemies at the moment, the commander has to admit that the behavior of these destroying beasts is really admirable, because those who intercepted the destruction beasts knew what their fate would be. But even so, they still chose to sacrifice themselves to create opportunities for other destruction beasts. Giving up one's life is easy to say, but it is difficult to do it. There are very few such people in their civilization. If it weren't for the fact that the entire civilization would be destroyed if it failed, then he thought there might be fewer such people. But now their enemies were able to make such a decision under such circumstances. You must know that it doesn't matter even if they fail in this battle, because they should know very well that their side does not have much combat power and cannot organize a counterattack. And even if a counterattack is organized, they are not afraid of the fact that there are still so many troops in their home base. But even so, they did not choose to retreat but chose to sacrifice themselves, just to win this battle. Fighting against such an enemy, the commanders knew very well that if their soldiers could not have the same consciousness as the enemy, then only destruction would be waiting for them. But unfortunately, not all of their soldiers can have such a consciousness. At this time, on the other side, due to the sacrifice of this group of alien dragons, the large force finally successfully eliminated the more than 3,000 warships that the enemy had gathered before. After solving this group of enemies, the players behind them also directly entered the Dyson Sphere and caught up with the vanguard. As the two forces join together, the players' offensive inside the Dyson Sphere becomes even more unstoppable. Although the players have lost almost half of their troops at this moment, they know that the next battle will be much easier after entering here. And the most important thing is that the dead players immediately added a group of troops to the insect nest, because the insect nest has not flown too far away from here now. It won't be long before they can fight back and join the battle, because they had stopped purchasing a sufficient number of alien dragons before. And after the discount event ended, Jiangyao purchased several more alien dragon nests to increase production. So the reserve of alien dragons was barely enough for them to consume. Not only that, this group of players chose to evolve without hesitation after purchasing the Mulosaurus. Before, most of them were first-stage enhanced alien dragons, or just ordinary alien dragons. But this wave is different, because this wave they are all psionic dragons. The first stage of strengthening the mutant dragon requires 500,000 evolution points, while the second stage of the psionic mutant dragon costs 1.2 million, including the cost of purchasing troops. This batch will cost at least more than 2 million. Compared with the first two mutant dragons, The attributes of the Nether Energy Mutant Dragon have naturally been improved by several levels. First, the HP has been directly increased to 600,000, and the attack power has been as high as 5,000. In addition to attack, defense has also been greatly improved, with a total of 2,000 points. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that the skills are different from the Enhanced Mutant Dragon, which only has 3 skills. The skill improvement of Ghost skills is simply a qualitative change. First of all, its Energy Devouring Reserve is as high as 10,000 points. In addition to the 2 regular skills of the Mutant Dragon, the Energy Devouring Shield and the Energy Devouring Blade Insect, the Nether Energy Mutant also adds a group attack skill, the Energy Devouring Storm, and it has 2 powerful passive skills, Energy Phagic Resistance and Energy Phagic Recovery. Among them, the Energy Phagic Resistance improves the overall resistance of the alien dragon and strengthens its defense in disguise. As for the Energy Phagic Recovery, it can quickly recover from injuries by consuming the Energy Phagic energy during battle. With the blessing of these 2 passive skills, the endurance of the Nether Dragon has been greatly improved. Not only that, they also brought 30 dark matter banlings with them when they returned this time. Although a lot of money was spent in this wave, it didn't matter to them, because most of their players are relatively wealthy and can afford to invest 1 or 2 million. If they can't afford it, other tycoons in the guild will fund the purchases for these players, and then draw the achievement from the total income. As for why these people dare to invest in this wave, the reason is also very simple. Before, when they were not sure whether this civilization would be profitable, everyone was timid about doing things. After all, risk factors will be taken into consideration. But it is different now, as the situation of this civilization has been figured out by them. They know that as long as this civilization is defeated, they will make crazy money. So their attitude towards this matter has changed dramatically. From the original timidity to one word now, Krypton. Just like this, under the envious eyes of many players, this group of rich players controlled more than 400 second stage psionic dragons and set off again. Looking at the rich players leaving, the players in the live broadcast room couldn't help but look at each other. If you ask me, it's better to have money after all. Yes, this wave not only collected a batch of alien dragons at a high price, but also allowed them to evolve to the second stage. I envy these rich people. Unlike a little salty fish like me, who has to hesitate to evolve a velociraptor to see if it's worth it or not. Unlike these rich people, who always evolve to a different dragon. There's no comparison. Any ability to play games is inferior to money ability. I laughed at what was said upstairs. If I don't talk about distance, let's talk about glory. Can you try to charge more money? Will it be useful? In the final analysis, this type of game depends on your skills. No matter how wealthy you are, you will still not be able to reach the rank if your skills are poor. If you don't believe it, find a rich man and ask him to create a national server and let me see. Brother upstairs, after hearing what you said, I feel that you don't know much about this game. If nothing else, you should have only been playing the game for no more than a month. After all, only a newcomer like you can say this kind of nonsense. Without going too far, have you ever heard of what power leveling is? Have you ever heard of what it means for a 5-row team to find a boss? I don't know if you have ever heard of the price of an actor in a peak competition. You don't even know how a local tyrant Yao got his national standard. Yes, that brother can only say that he is too young. The peak race actor team encountered a good actor. I guess you don't know what this sentence means. In short, please remember that as long as it is a game currency ability, there is no solution. There's nothing wrong with what you say. As the saying goes, if the damage is not high or you can't beat it, I will only recommend that you top up your money. Although this sentence is very heartbreaking, it expresses the essence of the game. Don't calculate data if you have nothing to do. You are here to play games, not to learn mathematics. The root cause of all problems can be solved by charging money. So don't worry about the so-called cost effectiveness, because the root of all problems comes from you not charging enough or not charging enough. The Gaunt Emperor players are not convinced by what you guys say. Emperor gone? Come and show me a second stage alien dragon from your liver. Xian Xianyu and his gang are considered to be the pinnacle of the current liver emperors in the game, and their tallest one is a moon spirit eyeworm. Moreover, this eyeworm not only used the reserves that the penguin boss had always had, but also recharged a lot of money himself. So brothers, for these rich people, I can only say that they are so rich that I have no temper at all. Salted fish have their own way of playing. Don't think too much. You know you are a salted fish, but you have to compete with rich people. Aren't you making yourself unhappy? Okay. Brothers, please stop discussing this heart-wrenching topic and continue watching the live broadcast. Their advanced troops seem to be under increasing pressure now. As the water friend finished speaking, everyone turned their attention to the battlefield again. At this moment, the players' large forces are still advancing forward, although the total strength of Potato and the others is only about 500 or 600 at this moment. The momentum of the attack is still very fierce. But everyone present at this moment is very clear that they are under a lot of pressure. Because as the large forces reunited outside, many battleships flew in one after another and began to assemble. When they were almost assembled, they attacked the players in waves. Although the players were still discussing before, they would enter the Dyson Sphere and use the small space inside the Dyson Sphere to deal with the enemy. Because in such a space, their battleships cannot exert much advantage. It's a pity that the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. The inside of this Dyson ball is really big, but the space is still small? Just for this matter, all players, large and small, know very well that they are thinking too hastily. So this doubles the pressure on the players. Because in such a large space, they can gather a lot of warships in each wave. The firepower of these battleships advancing at the same time is still very fierce. Especially now that the energy consumption of these players has bottomed out. So the pressure of fighting is even greater. And they can only choose to bear some pressure. Because the previous wave of retreating king insects retreated together with the one-eyed monster. Therefore, even if they want to evacuate now, it is impossible. And their only way out at this time is to wait until the new players who purchase new units arrive. But in their current state, they know very well that this is quite uncertain. Chapter 239 Dilemma. There are more than 600 players inside the Dyson Sphere at the moment. No, to be precise, there are only more than 500 now, because a few more were sacrificed just now. These players naturally know that they are under great pressure at this time. Although the insect nest is not far from their location now, the insect nest has also jumped for several hours during this period. The speed of the insect nest is much faster than them. So these players roughly calculated that it would take at least 6 or 7 hours for them to return the same way. 6 or 7 hours may seem like a short time, but facing such a stressful offensive and defensive battle is simply fatal. Now they can only rely on the various buildings inside the Dyson Sphere as bunkers to deal with the enemy. But even so, they played very hard. Damn it. It took so long for the supporting troops to arrive. I feel like I'm living in Bamboo. Brothers, please stop for a moment. My bladder is a little overwhelmed. I want WC brothers to count how many there are. Let's take a look first. Worry. You have to go to the toilet at a critical moment upstairs. I can't help you if you have 3 urgent needs. It just so happens that this wave of offensive is over. We still have a certain buffer period. This time can be used to do this. Hearing what this player said, Potato was helpless. In this case, if you have any ideas, come back quickly. We are here to help you defend the wave. We are also prepared to skip meals. No matter what. We have to wait until the large army arrives. Everyone nodded after hearing what Tutua said. Although they knew very well at this time that if they continued to fight like this, their chances of winning were not great. But now the only thing they could do was to resist desperately. After all, the bugs they control are valuable. Although they can bear the loss even if they all die, they cannot bear the superficial loss, but cannot overcome their own inner hurdles. You said that if I were killed by you when the two sides were in full state, I would admit that my skills were inferior to others. But now my condition is very bad. If you kill me, I will only think that you have no martial ethics, and that my death is aggrieved and unworthy. Therefore, even if they are struggling at this stage, they must survive this stage and wait until the time is full before coming over to fight them openly. But it's hard to say whether they can survive until then, because the main reason why they have been able to stalemate batch after batch of enemy warships until now is because the condensed matter banelings are still there. But now that the condensed matter banelings are almost disappearing as time goes by, they will face greater pressure in the future. And while the players are still waiting anxiously, the commander of the Dyson Sphere civilization is also quite uncomfortable at this time. How is the war situation outside now? Report to commander. We have lost 7,300 warships so far, and all ground combat units in the B12 area have been cleared by them. At this moment, listening to the report from his subordinates, the commander knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, their ground vehicles were basically useless. And now they could only place their hope on battleships. Of course, it is understandable that their ground vehicles do not have much effect. After all, Dyson Sphere civilization is engaged in cosmic warfare all year round. Therefore, the technological level of ground warfare equipment is not very high, because they usually do not use these things at all. Where is the enemy in Area B12? The commander, who thought of something at this moment, asked quickly, because at this time, he seemed to have thought of another plan. The current combat situation is because the space inside the Dyson Sphere is limited. So the number of warships they enter here is also controlled, because there are too many warships. When warships engage in battle, they will hinder each other due to the excessive number of warships in the area, causing all warships to be unable to exert their due strength. Therefore, they also have strict requirements on the number of warships that enter combat each time. Although this can bring out the strength of the battleship, the disadvantage is also obvious. That is, the number is small, and it is easy for the Calabash man to save Grandpa. Currently, we have to send about 2,000 warships to fight them at one time. But their strength is too strong. This number of warships cannot give them any advantage at all. If you want to gain an advantage, you must increase the number of warships entering. But the problem lies here. Once the number of warships entering is increased, the position of the warships will be greatly restricted during the battle, which will instead reduce the combat capability. Having said this, the commander of Dyson Sphere civilization then added, so the plan I am thinking of now is to wait until they advance to the intersection of Area B12 and Area B13. We deployed the warships in the B13 area in advance. When they attacked here, we immediately opened the hatch and started a flanking attack. After hearing the commander's thoughts, his subordinates were also worried about his decision. Commander, the risk of your operation may be a bit high, because once the hatch is opened and they enter the B13 area, if we fail to eliminate them, our B13 area may also be lost. The commander nodded when he heard this. Of course he knew this. Now the enemy has entered the interior of the Dyson Sphere. If they cannot clear out the enemies inside, in order to protect the safety of other areas of the Dyson Sphere, they will have to abandon this area. Their initial plan was to eliminate the enemies in the B12 area. Even if they couldn't eliminate the enemies in this area, they could consider abandoning this area directly. But if they are allowed to enter the B13 area, and they still cannot eliminate the enemy, they must abandon both areas to ensure safety. Giving up one area is completely different from giving up two areas, because such a huge Dyson Sphere consumes a huge amount of resources in each area. Basically, the length of a region alone reaches 10,000 to 20,000 kilometers. Once a region of such a length is abandoned, the loss will be immeasurable. And now this decision is very likely to abandon two regions in a row. It is self-evident how great this loss is. And because they live inside the Dyson Sphere, the connections between regions are very important. After all, transportation is a factor they need to consider. If the two areas are abandoned, a big gap will inevitably appear here, and reconstruction and repair work may need to be carried out after the war, which will have a very large impact on all aspects of internal transportation. After all, you used to transport the supplies here and go directly to the next area. But now it doesn't work anymore. You have to go back in a big circle to get to the next area. Needless to say, this will consume a lot of resources for them. Apart from the resource consumption and transportation costs for ordinary people, the most critical thing is the repair cost of the two areas. Years of fighting have made the Dyson Sphere civilization very short of resources. If they abandon two areas, they will inevitably consume a lot of resources to repair these areas. In order to repair the Dyson Sphere as soon as possible, their warship manufacturing may be stopped and their strength will be reduced to a low point. Of course, they can also consider not repairing it, but the consequences of not repairing it will be very large. But even so, the commander decided to take a gamble, because just now, he received good news. That is, the enemy's special energy reaction disappeared. It is self-evident what this news means. That is to say, their next attack will no longer have that special energy group to clean up their warships. Although they don't know when this energy body will appear. Now is undoubtedly an opportunity. It was also for this reason that the commander made this decision. Because through previous battles, the commander knew that their warships could cause damage to the enemy. And the main reason for their failure was because the enemy's own offensive was very fierce. Coupled with the assistance of those strange energy groups, their battleships were destroyed very quickly. But it's different now. With the help of those special energy bodies, it's not impossible for them to use twice as many warships to wipe out the enemy's force. Of course, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, the commander decided to play hard and arrange the waves of attacking warships more densely. If the first batch of warships is destroyed, the second batch of fleets will be able to catch up immediately. If they follow this routine for a few more waves, The commander estimates that they won't be able to hold on for long. Although this behavior is somewhat risky, and the total number of warships dispatched is not low. There are 8,000 ships in total. It's okay if they succeed, but if they fail, it will be a huge blow to them. Because once it fails, these 8,000 warships will definitely be in vain, plus the more than 7,000 previous ones. In other words, their 15,000 warships were wiped out by this group of destruction beasts numbering over 1,000 in total. Once this happens, it will undoubtedly be a very painful blow to the self-confidence of all members of the entire civilization. So now, he knows very well that his plan can only succeed and cannot fail. After everything was arranged in this way, he immediately ordered his own warships to be ready. At this time, the players who had rested began to move forward again. The difference from before was that the players found that the enemy's attack had not arrived after so long. You must know that in the previous waves of war, this group of warships was basically wiped out, and the second group came after a few minutes. But the current situation is that this batch of warships was wiped out, and then there was nothing more. The enemy's second batch of warships has not yet recovered, which made the players present a little confused. Brothers, what is going on here? Why haven't the enemies come yet? Could it be that the enemy has no warships? One player guessed at this time. But as soon as his words fell, other players refuted. We have just fought so many warships, and they are gone. Do you think this is possible? You know, this civilization can even afford such a huge amount of resources to manufacture Dyson Spheres to afford a few warships. Will it be short of resources? So what is the situation now? They haven't sent a warship over for so long. Instead, they just let us destroy and advance all the way. I don't know either. The eye bugs and king bugs are gone. We are now blind and have no idea what tricks they are playing. It won't be of much use if they stay here. Now to put it bluntly, we just defend without any tricks as long as we hold on and it's okay. Even if you can detect their information at this time. What role will it play? Regardless of what you can detect, we still have to defend against what we should defend against. We have no skills or tactics at this stage. We just block them as many as they come. If we can block them, we block them. If we can't block them, we'll do our best. The best we can do to investigate their intelligence is to let us know how we died. But if we can't keep it, we will still know how we died. While the players were still talking about it, the movement in the distance caught their attention. Tudo, who was nervously paying attention to the current battle situation, watched the huge door in the distance slowly open, and he immediately realized that the situation was not good. Brothers on the battlefield, please pay attention. The other party may be making big moves. The door over there was originally used to block our progress, but now they open it on their own initiative. They are definitely going to cause trouble. At this moment, the players on the battlefield couldn't help but become alert when they heard Potato's reminder. The next moment, they finally understood what the opponent's purpose was in opening the door, because more than 2,000 warships were ready behind the gate. And at this moment, the players discovered that the light spots of warships also appeared on the other side. Pinched between two sides. Catch a turtle in an urn. It was obvious that the players at this time could see their intentions at a glance. First of all, in order to ensure the combat effectiveness of the warships, the number of warships they dispatch each time is relatively small. The smaller number of warships naturally reduces the combat pressure on the players. But now they choose to double team, which means that the players will have to bear twice as many troops as before. If a two-sided siege starts from one front and one from behind, the losses for the players will not be small. Of course, the way to break this tactic is also very simple. Players only need to run in a certain direction. If they want to catch up with them, the two fleets will inevitably meet at a certain point. This is undoubtedly the best time for players to attack. But there must be a prerequisite for this. That is, your speed must be faster than the battleship. Although their high-level hydrolyzers can compete with the battleship in speed. But don't forget that there are also a lot of hydralisks in this group of troops. And these hydralisks cannot compete with the speed of ships. Therefore, there are two paths open to the players at this time. The first is for high-level soldiers to accelerate in a certain direction and abandon low-level soldiers. Or the second one is that everyone will continue to gather here to fight together as before. How to choose this? There is no need to say anything more. The next moment, the players immediately set up their formations and prepared for battle. Chapter 240 Technical Stream Anchor? At this time, looking at the guild members being flanked by both sides, Tudo couldn't help but look gloomy. At this time, if it weren't for the poor condition of his one-eyed beast, he really wanted to drive the beast back and kill them with a carbine. From the beginning of the war to now, this group of NPCs have been really bullying. They rely on their warships to consume them in various ways. The key is that they can't do anything about the NPCs' tricks. It's embarrassing. Now I just hope that these NPC officials have not secretly changed it. At this time, Todo could only pray silently, because the setting of this game makes it very clear that both resources and enemies are non-renewable. In other words, if there are 1,000 enemies in this batch, and you clear out 500 of them, the next time you come over, they will only have a total of 500. It won't happen like other games where you wait a day, and then the number goes back to the previous 1,000. If this setting is not officially changed secretly, then their constant consumption will eventually consume all the enemy warships. The current Todo is afraid that the official data will be secretly changed. No matter how the enemy sends troops, the number of their warships will be restored. If this is the case, it will be a big trouble. And watching the brothers on the battlefield fighting wave after wave, the enemies seem to have an infinite number of warships, sending them over one after another. It is also for this reason that Todo has the illusion that the official data has been secretly changed. But if Jiang Yao knows his thoughts, he will definitely tell him, "Don't worry. This kind of thing will never happen." He couldn't change this data even if he wanted to. And the reason they were in such a situation now was simply because the enemy's warships had a large enough number. At this time, the water friends in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel a little emotional when they saw everything on the battlefield. Holy crap. The enemy has so many warships. With this posture, I guess the wealthy guild may not be able to hold on. These rich people say they are hacked up, because in other games they charge 1 to 2 million, and they can survive every second in any game. But in this game, it is miserable to beat the NPC. The mentality is rich for a second. So this game depends on the number of players. If they have several thousand more players at this time, even if they are all ordinary hydralisks, will you see if these battleships can still make waves? They are too anxious to attack civilization. If it were me, I would have to develop for at least a few more months before I would consider organizing an attack on civilization. Everyone has different ideas. After all, they invested so much in the early stage. How can they not find a way to get back the money quickly? Reply quickly? You see, there is no quick reply in this book. Instead, many of them have been included. To be honest, although this enemy has developed for at least 2,000 years, their technological level is actually not very high. If you look at their warships, although they are not bad, they are the same as the Taylor civilization and others. I have to admit that the development speed of this civilization is too slow. This is going to develop very fast. I guess the local tycoons won't be able to survive now. After all, with their small strength, I guess there is a high probability that they will be beaten by this civilization at the beginning of the battle. In fact, it is not that the Dyson Sphere civilization's technological development is relatively slow. On the contrary, their technological development speed can be considered at least a mid-level level in this universe. The main reason why they are still at this level after more than 2,000 years is because of brainworms. The long-term war has caused their technology to advance, but their resources have always been insufficient. They are either building warships, or they are on the road to repairing Dyson Spheres, or making Dyson Spheres. In short, for so many years, they have been frantically collecting resources almost every year, and then investing heavily to ensure their safety. Although it is safe for them to do this, due to the long-term shortage of resources, the development speed of their entire civilization is not very fast. Of course, it is also because of this that the players have the opportunity to stalemate with them. If there is no reason for this or that, it may be like the previous player said. The battle is over at the beginning, and as time goes by, this wave of pincer tactics is coming to an end. Brothers, the local tyrants have suffered heavy losses this time. So far, they only have more than 300 hydralisks left. I'm surprised. They were fighting well before, but this wave has doubled their troops, and they suffered such heavy losses. Isn't this disastrous? Their low battle losses before were due to the presence of condensed banlings. Now that the condensed banlings have burped, they will definitely not be able to hold on. At this moment, the players in the live broadcast room seem to have discovered something. Brothers, look! Another batch of warships is coming. The same tactic of flanking. As the players' words fell, everyone in the live broadcast room looked intently. And sure enough, they saw 2 more batches of warships approaching the wealthy players in the distance. Damn it. I'm not going to give them any chance to breathe. NPCs are really smart. Have you noticed that when the condensed banlings were there before, they sent battleships in waves of 2,000. But as soon as the condensed banlings disappeared, The number of warships, they said, immediately doubled. I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. These NPCs use this tactic, and this is the right time to kill them. I feel like this wave of rich people may not be able to hold on. I can't hold it any longer. At this time, looking at the 4,000 warships that came immediately, the players on the battlefield also knew that they might not be able to sustain this wave. Brothers, the hydralisks in the second stage and above are retreating towards the newly opened gate, and we are behind. At this moment, a player in the team shouted loudly. Listening to this player's suggestion, some other players also agreed. Because the speed of the hydralisks in the second stage can basically keep up with their battleships, it is definitely impossible for them to use this method to double team. This way you can at least deal with them, and don't have to hang around with us moochers. Yes, the advanced evolved hydralisks should withdraw first. You can still have fun fighting gorillas with them. If you continue to stay here and fight with them, we really won't be able to survive a few more waves. And your price is much higher than ours. As long as we can keep you at our expense, it's not a big loss. At this moment, as the words of these players fell, many people in the live broadcast room were moved and burst into laughter. To be able to make such sacrifices at this time, I have to admit that they are all good people. Yes, I never thought that in order to reduce battle losses, this group of first stage evolved hydralisk players would make such a decision. So, if you have nothing to do, don't tell me that my family is stupid and has too much money. Just use this spirit, and you can do it. I suddenly remembered that during the last war, my teammates sold me what I sold without any hesitation. I'm afraid he didn't think too much about self-sacrifice. Don't talk about what happened last time upstairs. You didn't know who sold whom at that time? Mard, you were out of health during that wave, and you begged me to support you. And then I supported you, and he left me and ran away. I saw that the situation was not good, and I had no choice but to run along. As a result, you were injured and could not run as fast as me. So you were left behind. And then you scolded me for betraying you? Thief son, did you just find a place and start spreading rumors? Do you really think I'm not watching the live broadcast? Ah, is that what happened? Ha. I remembered it wrong. Stop being careless here. Not only did you betray your teammates without hesitation, but you went too far to go to the live broadcast room to spread rumors. I just happened to pay attention to your idea at the time. Otherwise, I would still be confused and take the blame. Naturally, no one on the field knew what the players in the live broadcast room were thinking at this time. At this moment, they looked at their comrades who were preparing to make sacrifices, and the highly evolved hydralisk players nodded. Brothers, you should break up the rear properly, and we will escape first. As soon as the words fell, I saw this group of advanced evolved players running away immediately. It was obvious that this group of people were stunned for a while when they saw this wave of operations. Damn it. You guys. We made such an important decision of self-sacrifice, and you didn't even say a word. Just walked away. That's too much. You're such a bastard. If you don't have to make up for the battle damage, how can you still say that? I'm going to be moved to death. Mad. If you have to make up for the battle damage, why are you acting here if you don't feel bad about it? Stop chatting with them upstairs. These people most likely want to increase their popularity so that they can publish videos or live broadcasts in the future. Don't you see? They not only tell us what they do, but they also post the same thing in the channel the words were typed, which was obviously a sign of familiarity. A bunch of scheming boys. Hey, you are going too far. Although our purpose is not pure, we still have hard work without merit. And if you are in the same guild and expose us like this, won't your conscience hurt? At this time, a group of water friends in the live broadcast room were listening to their conversation and didn't know what to say. It took a lot of effort to be moved, but you ended up causing trouble. I'm drunk too. Do you want this? At this moment, looking at the barrage in the live broadcast room, the player who was live broadcast began to chat with the water friends. Hello everyone. First of all, I believe you are no stranger to me. I am the main live broadcaster of this battle. It's the one that controlled the Euglena before. The hydralisk I'm playing now is a 3-stage hydralisk that I spent my own money to evolve. Of course. By the way, I also spent my own money to evolve the previous Euglena. The reason I say this is because I have also been doing live broadcasts recently. So I want to recommend myself. After all, the competition in the live broadcast industry is quite high now. But you can pay attention to me. After all, anchors, like me who have both sightseeing and combat arms, naturally have much more content than other anchors. And the most important thing is that as the main live broadcaster of the guild battlefield, my various abilities are also very excellent. Otherwise, I would not be entrusted with important tasks. So friends who are interested can follow my live broadcast room. And by the way, everyone remember my ID Xianyu Wang. As the anchor finished speaking, everyone in the live broadcast room was also confused by his operation. Good guy. You are at the end of your rope. Right? Don't say a word when there are many people. And then promote yourself like crazy when there are not many people. And since you got this ID, I always feel like you're taking advantage of someone's popularity. To be honest, although you earn more money, I seriously doubt that you are still trying to gain popularity. Also, I would like to ask the host what aspect do you mean by your excellence? People upstairs? Please don't drive openly. Upstairs? As long as your thoughts don't slip. The Maldives is everywhere. As long as your thoughts are clean. You can't say this. Looking at the barrage of friends, the Salted Fish King cleared his throat and said to everyone, first of all, don't worry about the popularity of the name. I definitely have no such idea. It's just a coincidence that the two names are similar. And given my financial strength, do I need to take advantage of his popularity? Another thing that people may not know about me is that I am a technical anchor. I believe that with my skills, I don't need to take advantage of their popularity. After hearing what the Salted Fish King said, everyone obviously didn't believe it. You said you have better skills. So I want to ask, how long can you last in the current situation? It is no exaggeration to say that I can hold on until the guild support arrives. The Salted Fish King said confidently at this moment. Who wouldn't brag? I don't think the anchor is bragging. Because now we are all going our separate ways. As long as he is a little more obscene and hides it, he can really survive until then. After hearing what the water friend said, the Salted Fish King was naturally not happy. Look at what you said. Does a technical anchor like me need to hide to survive? I'm afraid you are not looking down on me too much. So I will give it to you today. Show me what technology is. The real performance of Water Friends is about to begin. Please pay attention to the live broadcast room and don't leave. What you see after a while will refresh your understanding of technical stream anchors. Maid, you are the only one broadcasting the entire battlefield right now. We can't leave even if we want to. This is too much. You have to give us a chance before leaving. Or else let other members of your guild also start a live broadcast. If I remember correctly, there seems to be one who started a live broadcast just now. It seems that he is also a technical expert like him. Salted Fish King. After ignoring the complaints from these people, the Salted Fish King took action. Originally, people like Salted Fish King were not particularly concerned about all aspects of live broadcasting. Although he had done live broadcasting before, most of the time it was done on a single machine with almost no one watching. He can also spend money to increase traffic, but he doesn't think it is necessary. As for why he chose to create his own IP this time, the main reason was because of the previous dinner party between their president and several guild bosses. Chapter 241: The Anchor's Involution. Although the guild bosses did not invite him that time. Of course, this is understandable. On the surface, he can be regarded as a small tycoon. After all, he can spend so much money to earn money in the game, no matter how bad he is. However, with his economic level, he is actually not ranked among the best in the entire circle. He was unable to participate in many activities in the circle. Simply put, he was not of a sufficient level. Although at his current stage, he is unable to integrate into the circle of big guys like Potato. His greatest advantage is his extremely high sensitivity to details. Through this period of observation, he found that since returning that time, the big guys in the guild immediately increased their investment in the game, which made him see a lot of things that were wrong. Unlike other rich second generations who inherited the family business, he worked his way up on his own. You must know that in this era, if you want to work hard on your own to reach his level, both vision and luck are indispensable. And he is a person who is both. So he is lucky. After meeting these conditions, through his efforts, he finally reached a fairly good level. This level of water is basically the limit for people like him. Because at this stage, if there is no family behind him, he will never be able to improve his level. But this game allowed him to see an opportunity. In fact, he felt from the beginning that the operating model of this game should be based on the popular Source Universe model. As he learned more about it, he found that this game seemed to want to build a metaverse of its own. But he knew very well that it was impossible to do this in one game. But it wasn't until their presidents got together that he discovered that this matter might not be as simple as he thought. Of course, He didn't actually know what gossip their president had received. But that didn't stop him from following suit. Since their president is willing to make various arrangements and investments in this game, he knows that this game is definitely not simple based on this alone. Sometimes following the trend is also an art. After he saw through all this, he decided to follow the trend. Anyway, even if he loses in the end, he won't lose much money. After all, no matter how bad these arms are, the official will pay a minimum price. Of course, he is definitely not as powerful as other big guys when it comes to investment in arms. It is obviously impossible to gain an advantage in this aspect. So he is finding another way to prepare a relatively good ID. Of course, he also knew that it was not easy for him to come up with a good ID. Because the most difficult thing in all games is technical flow. And of course, the hardest thing to copy is also technical flow. And this is his only way out. Because he knows that other directions, such as entertainment or other fields, can easily be copied and replaced by others. But only technology is the hardest to be replaced. The best choice for an economy like his that is better than the worst is undoubtedly technology. The first point is that it is very difficult to copy in this direction. Although there is competitive pressure, the competitive pressure will not be too great. Secondly, the ability to resist risks is relatively strong. Many people in other areas can copy and suppress it. But this area is difficult because you have to come up with something real. Unfortunately, he is relatively confident in his technical talent, because he once invited a power leveler to his home when he was playing games. He learned the power leveling operations in just a few days. Given his talent, he felt that he would definitely have his own place in the technical stream area. So then he started his performance. Brothers, have you seen that because we are scattered, these warships have to separate in search of our traces? I think many brothers will ask at this time. It should be easy for others to find you if you are inside. Normally, this is the case. But when the Zerg evolve to a relatively high stage, they have natural immunity to many detection systems. So it will be more difficult for them to find us. In addition, we have destroyed many places in this area, causing a lot of interference in the entire area. And these interferences will undoubtedly make it more difficult for them to find us. Of course, this is also a very big advantage for us. As a technical stream anchor, the first thing we have to learn is to know where our advantages are and expand our advantages. Our advantage is that it is now difficult for the enemy to find us. He cannot find us immediately. And this has become our best opportunity to attack. Just like this, the Salted Fish King continued to move forward carefully as he spoke. And soon the spaceship not far away caught his attention. Look, brothers, there is a battleship flying towards us in front. According to this flight trajectory, it should pass over us in 20 seconds and find us in about 17 seconds. I have carefully observed the time data for these battleships to detect our whereabouts in previous battles. So I know very well the distance and time at which they discovered us. And now I need to use these findings to defeat the enemy. Listening to what he said at this time, everyone present was stunned. Damn it. How long have you started recording data? You are really awesome. How much time has passed since the battle until now? And you have already written down some of the monster's data. Seriously? You can record so many things. I think you should take the technical route instead of showing off through other routes. Impossible? Who remembers these things? I also said that this anchor is probably not bragging. It's really hard to say. Anyway, the battleship is coming. We'll wait and see. Just like this, amid the heated discussions among the players, the Salted Fish King began his own operation. At this moment, he saw that the battleship not far away was getting closer and closer to him. And this distance was about to reach the limit for the battleship to detect him. Brothers are about to reach the ultimate distance. And then it's time for me to perform. First of all, these battleships have shields, and the shield strength is not low. Considering that my energy reserve is already very low. In every battle we have to use very little energy to deal with the enemy. The Protoss Hydralisk has two most cost-effective skills. The first one is the energy-devouring blade, and the energy-devouring thorn. Although the energy-devouring stings of the Protoss Hydralisk are not as powerful as those of the Phantom Hydralisk. Fortunately, the Protoss Hydralisk has more energy-devouring stingers, so its endurance is naturally much stronger. Currently, I still have more than 10,000 energy-devouring reserves. If I want to break the shield with an energy-devouring spiritual blade, I need to inject about 300 points of energy-devouring energy. Of course, the 300 points of phage energy I am referring to here are the data that can break through the shield, not the data that can destroy the enemy's shield. While explaining various data to other players, Salted Fish King aimed at the target. At this moment, The Salty Fish King's operation also shocked the water friends in the live broadcast room, because it has only been so long since the previous battle. And this dear friend has already recorded so much data. How much energy-devouring spikes are needed to attack the shield of an enemy warship to cut a small hole? And how many energy-devouring spikes are needed to penetrate the warship? The players present at this moment were really shocked by this level of observation and control of details. Of course, it is not ruled out that he is bragging, but the answer will be revealed soon, because at this moment, the Salted Fish King has launched an attack. This is 0.5 seconds away from our attack, and the enemy will find us in 1 second. In other words, at this point, we only have 0.5 seconds to find the best attack angle and timing. The moment after the Salted Fish King's words fell, the flying blades and spikes flew towards the enemy's warship at extremely fast speeds almost at the same time. Then everyone saw a scene they would never forget. As the flying blade he launched first came into contact with the enemy's battleship shield, it exploded, because the energy-devouring point was injected with just the right amount. A small gap was opened in the shield by the flying blade. Of course, the shield with such a gap could quickly repair itself. But at this moment, the spike directly took advantage of this opportunity to penetrate in, and then directly hit the spacecraft. Then, there was an explosion. And it was obvious that Salted Fish King's plan was successful. The time difference between the two is really too low, causing the shield to be penetrated before it is completely repaired. It is also for this reason that the energy phagocytosis does not need to be injected too much to achieve the maximum attack effect. To sink this spaceship, King Xinyu invested a total of 300 points of phagocytosis. In other words, according to this energy phagocytosis investment ratio, the remaining phagocytosis energy he currently has can sink at least 30 enemy spacecraft. The players who witnessed all this at this moment were shocked. This is a real boss. Oh my god. Are every detail of the data so precise? I'm afraid you haven't played in professional games before. I'm not a professional player. It's really impossible to pay attention to so many details and still be so deadly. To be honest, I always thought that something like this could never happen. But today I have to admit that I was just looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Boss, please take off my knee. My mother asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live broadcast, and for a moment I didn't know how to answer. At this moment, Salty Fish King, who was watching the barrage of water friends in the live broadcast room, was also quite satisfied. It was obvious that he knew that his operation had stunned these water friends. Not to mention anything else. I can guarantee that the Salted Fish King will be completely popular in the entire gaming circle, as long as today's wave of videos are leaked out. This is a real hit. This was what he was thinking at the moment. But what happened next dashed his hopes, and cast a psychological shadow on him. Because at this moment, a barrage suddenly appeared in his live broadcast room. Brothers are in trouble. The local tyrant guild has rolled up. And another boss of the local tyrant guild called Universe Mantis is also live broadcasting. Holy shit. This anchor is so weak compared to him. Brothers, go and have a look. Seeing this friend's barrage, the players who had seen the Salty Fish King operate were obviously unhappy. Do you know what you're talking about? Just what I said to you. If I didn't scold you, it would be disrespectful to the boss. Yes, you have never seen the performance of Mr. Salty Fish King just now. It can be called the romance of numbers. Okay, stop being romantic. You go over and take a look now. If you didn't kneel down to watch his live broadcast, I would twist off my head and play it as a ball for you today. You won't know whether what I said is true until you read it. Seeing this water friend's vow, everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel a little curious. Since you said so, let me go and take a look. I want to see who you are. The so-called boss of Space Mantis. For you to brag like this, I guess he's just a rookie anchor who hired trolls to gain popularity. I guess so. Such a group of water friends entered this live broadcast room called Cosmic Mantis with all kinds of curiosity. But when they entered the Mantis live broadcast room, they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Because at this moment, they discovered that the guy before was really not lying. He was telling the truth. Welcome all veterans to my live broadcast room. I am Cosmic Mantis, a technology-focused anchor. All friends who haven't paid attention should pay attention. I will post some related operation videos after the live broadcast for everyone to learn from. Because many people who have watched my live broadcast know that I am a technical streamer who often posts extreme videos of how to defeat various bosses. Some old fans should know my operations very well. Of course, it doesn't matter if some new fans don't. Please enjoy my performance next. Having said this, Cosmic Mantis opened his attribute panel in front of everyone. Let me introduce first. The Protoss Hydralisk has a total blood volume of 500,000. I have a remaining blood volume of 500,000. And I still have 100 points left in the Devouring Energy Reserve. Many people who have watched my videos must know that when I play other games, I basically control my health to a certain limit to attack the boss. But this game is different. The lower the blood volume, the greater the impact on our actions. Therefore, my Protoss Hydralisk is still at full health. So we will have full health to challenge these monsters. As long as a little blood is lost, I will directly send out a red envelope worth 10,000 yuan in the live broadcast room. And a little blood will be 10,000 yuan. I have 100 points left of Devouring Energy. Mainly because I have to use some movement skills such as Devouring Energy Anti-Gravity to avoid attacks. So I left 100 points. I also consumed the other Devouring Energy in front of everyone. The water friends, who had just entered the live broadcast room, could not help but be shocked when they heard what he said. Especially his title, which challenges the ability to solve 10 battleships with 100 byte points, with a completion score of 0 to 10. P.S. If you fail the challenge, you will receive a red envelope of 100,000 evolution points during the live broadcast. Chapter 242. The boss's operation shocked everyone. At this time, the new players who entered the live broadcast room looked at Mantis's message and its game rules, and couldn't help but feel that this person was indeed crazy and a little crazy. Holy shit. This guy is really bullshit. How dare you say that? Yeah. I think this is outrageous. How can you lose a little blood and get 10,000 evolution points? Does he really think that these evolution points are worthless? According to the attack power of these warships, he will lose blood after only a few rounds of damage. Let's see if he can actually recover when he really loses blood. It's definitely not possible. You can tell it with your toes. Don't you think about it? If this battleship is really going to get all the damage, it will only cost a few hundred points, which is equivalent to saying that he will give out millions of points soon. Is this possible? Those people upstairs. It seems that you have never seen the live broadcast or video of the Mantis boss before. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to say such a thing. Yes, Mantis boss used to perform various non-injury attacks on bosses in other games. In this game, he only attacks mobs. It would be really strange if he was injured. It's funny. Those videos are fake at first glance. And is this game the same as other games? The difficulty of this game is much higher than other games. But the most important thing is that monster attacks are irregular. Like other games, the attacks of monsters are regular. If you fight them thousands of times, you will be able to master their regular patterns. Once you master their rules, it will be very simple to make injury-free strategy videos. But unfortunately, this game is completely different from the games you are familiar with. Monster attacks have no pattern. If you can't find the pattern, how can you fight without getting hurt? This player is quite understanding. All the harmless videos are basically from this. And he clearly understands the monster's attack mechanism and rules. Also, what skills should be used in each health stage? And what is the approximate time? After obtaining these data, we can use systematic positioning to achieve no injuries. For example, if I walk to this position, what skills will the monster use? When I walk to that position, what skills will the monster use? I know it in advance, and it is easy to avoid damage according to the script. But there is no such so-called script in this game. So I really don't believe what he said. At this moment, Cosmic Mantis looked at the doubts from everyone in the live broadcast room and didn't pay too much attention. After all, he had encountered many similar situations since he started to contact this industry and focused on doing this kind of thing. Many people have many doubts about his operation or his behavior. Some people think that the video he recorded is fake. Some people think that he must have recorded and broadcasted during the live broadcast. And some people think that he must have used a plugin. It is even said that even if he uses his actual actions to fight back those people's doubts, there are still many people who question him in various ways. Some people may be attracted by him and become his fans in the process, while some people are more nonsense, because some people still refuse to admit that they are wrong even though they know they are wrong, and instead turn to find various bugs in you. All in all, he met a lot of people like this. He might not feel very happy at first, and he would find ways to prove himself. But later he got used to it. Compared with other games, he feels that this game can be used to prove himself and slap some people in the face. Because I have a lot of anti-fans. They think that all my live video broadcasts are fake and are made with technology and software. I can't provide any favorable evidence for the previous games. because there are indeed various plug-in software in those games. Unlike this game. First of all, as a helmet game, there are very few cheats in this type of game. Secondly, this is a new game, and it is basically impossible to have cheats in the short term. Of course, apart from these 2 points, there is another point that he values the most. That is, the evolutionary point of this game can be realized. So it will be very beneficial to use this to combat those who doubt it. Aren't you questioning me? Then I will use my superb skills to conquer various dungeons and conquer various powerful monsters to earn evolution points. You can say that I am fake, but when you see my withdrawal, or see that I have evolved into more advanced arms, then how can you still question it? Although at this stage of his life, these black powders do not have much impact on him. But sometimes people are like this. Everyone wants to be slapped in the face, for no other reason than to feel comfortable. With this in mind, he started today's live broadcast. Brothers, everyone must have seen my live broadcast room name and my game rules on the public screen of the live broadcast room. 100 byte points can solve the challenge of 10 battleships and the challenge without damage. I need to explain to you about the injury-free challenge, because many people who have watched my videos or live broadcasts before should know that when I challenge a boss, I like to control the character's health to a certain level, and then go in and fight the boss. However, this game is not suitable for this solution, because as your blood volume gets lower and lower in this game, your actions will be greatly affected. So in order to ensure that my character has normal peak status data, I control the blood volume to full health. I was hurt in this state, and everyone could see it. At this point, under the gaze of everyone, the cosmic mantis began to frantically release various energy-devouring skills around it. Just when everyone was still wondering why he suddenly went crazy, Cosmic Mantis opened his attribute panel in front of everyone. Brothers, take a look. The character I control is a Protoss Hydralisk. Everyone must be familiar with this unit. The full health is 500,000. You can take a look at my health. Then on the energy phagocytosis side, just now I controlled the data to 100 points by consuming energy phagocytosis. You can also take a look at it. As he finished speaking, the water friends in the live broadcast room also looked at his attribute panel. Sure enough, as he said, he only had 100 energy points left. So when we saw this data, we couldn't help but talk about it. Holy shit. This anchor is really brave. I thought he was bragging before, but now he has reduced his energy consumption to 100 points. My god. Even if he doesn't give out red envelopes, if he really wants to fight against a battleship with just a few bits of energy, these millions of soldiers will be really in trouble. Seeing this scene, I kind of believe that he is not bragging. After all, if he is really bragging, the cost will be too high. Without the devouring energy, he might not even be able to escape the battleship. Then there will really be no way to go to heaven or to the earth. At this time, while the players were still talking about it, a light spot not far away attracted everyone's attention. Looking towards the light spot, everyone saw a battleship about more than 100 meters in length. Although this warship is not that big, they all know clearly from the previous battle videos that the combat capabilities of these warships are very powerful. And the most important thing is that their warships are equipped with a lot of weapons. Among them are laser weapons. Although laser weapons are fired at the bugs, they cannot cause much damage to them. But you must know that the speed of this laser weapon is 300,000 kilometers per second. And now this anchor is challenging to destroy a warship without damaging it. So when they saw the scene, all the players in the live broadcast room knew that something interesting was coming. Laser weapons travel at 300,000 kilometers per second. How do you know what to use to hide? You said you have an energy-devouring shield that can absorb damage? Yes. You won't be hurt if it can hold you. But don't forget that this battleship has many other weapons. How many times can you hold it with just such a small amount of energy? It is said that all the players are waiting for this anchor to be slapped in the face. Just like this, in the midst of great expectations, Mantis began his performance. He walked out of the bunker and swaggered into the sight of the battleship. Looking at this scene, all the players couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, they were all stunned, because there are many bunkers in the area where Space Mantis is now. Through these bunkers it can deal with these battleships. Some bunkers can also help him block a lot of attacks. Originally, players thought he would use these bunkers to operate, but now he just walks out, without taking advantage of such a great environment. He went directly to line up with the battleships. This wave of operations of his really made it impossible for these key players to deal with him. Damn it. You didn't tell me that this anchor had to fight this battleship head-on and dodge all its attacks. Is it possible? This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. The two idiots upstairs. You sister. Don't you know how to watch the live broadcast? They are all online. But the answer will be revealed soon. Don't you know how to watch? Don't you have eyes? You don't need to donate your eyes. Yeah. You two were the only ones who talked a lot all day long. People started beating me up, and the results came out immediately. You were just making such a fuss and disturbing me from watching the live broadcast. Just like this. Under the gaze of the players, the space mantis appeared not far from the battleship and started to take action. The next moment, he jumped back violently. Immediately afterwards, two thick beams of light were seen hitting the place where he was before, and he suddenly flew away in a certain direction in the air. When he was halfway through the flight, he suddenly used energy-devouring anti-gravity again to change his flight direction. The cosmic mantis at this moment feels like a cannonball moving irregularly in the air. One moment it was on top, and the next moment it suddenly fell below. And just when you thought he would continue to fall, he immediately changed direction and flew to the left. In short, his trajectory at this moment is very similar to some animations that are too lazy to draw fighting scenes and directly draw the appearance of the air cannon, appearing here and there. His extreme movement also stunned everyone, because at every position he was in, an attack hit that direction the moment he moved. In other words, his movement was not an irregular movement, but a reaction after predicting the battleship's attack trajectory. And the most exaggerated thing is that through such movements, he is constantly getting closer to the battleship. This wave of his operations really stunned the players. At this moment, all the players wondered if they were playing the same game. He looked at least 400 to 500 tracking missiles chasing him behind him, as well as light-speed weapons and other weapons that followed him every time he changed places. At this moment, all the players held their breath and focused on the scene in front of them for fear of missing something. Seeing this kind of operation, our family only had one word in their minds at the moment, and that was service in capital letters. This is not the end yet. The next operation of Cosmic Mantis will truly let players know what a boss is. Because as the distance got closer and closer, the Space Mantis suddenly accelerated and approached the battleship. At this time, the battleship naturally made evasive actions. And when this evasive action occurred, the pilot of the ship suddenly realized that the situation was not good, because the direction he was avoiding was the direction in which hundreds of tracking rounds were flying. Obviously, all this has been figured out by Cosmic Mantis. As the missile came into contact with the battleship shield, a huge explosion sounded, and at this moment, the Cosmic Mantis appeared in the shield area after the explosion without knowing it. At this time, I saw his pair of sharp blades flashing with cold light, obviously possessed of energy-devouring energy. Immediately afterwards, he did not hesitate to swing the blade wildly at the location of the explosion. When the swing reached a certain level, countless spikes were shot out from his body, aiming directly at the shield area where he was slashing. Immediately afterwards, a scene that all players will never forget appeared. In this instant, the arrow easily penetrated the shield and hit the engine of the battleship. What all players find very incredible is that this is a spike that is fired normally, without using any skills to attach it. But such spikes can easily penetrate the shield and directly attack the location he wants to attack. Needless to say, the main reason for such a result should be the role of the previous waves of attacks. Those few waves of attacks weakened the shield to a relatively low level before he could complete everything that followed. Obviously, this anchor-smooth operation made everyone say it was impossible. Seeing everyone's comments, I was thinking that you might have a lot of questions about how I did this. Of course, in order to allow more players to easily dodge these attacks like me, I decided to explain how I did it. Let me tell you how to avoid these attacks. As Mantis finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but start to complain. Anchor, I don't think this matter has anything to do with ease. As easily as I can avoid the anchor, I seriously doubt you are in Versailles. You may think I'm pretentious if I say you can easily dodge it, but when I tell you the principle, you will definitely understand. First of all, we can detect these battleships when they attack. The reason why we can detect them is because of the super perception ability of the Zerg. Our super perception is combined with bioradar, so we can detect it immediately when the warship's weapons are charging. This warship has a total of 67 turrets. When these turrets are in the energy storage and activation states, their energy output frequencies are different. We can detect this small change through perception. For example, the energy dissipation of certain forts suddenly increases, which means that they are about to fire. At this time, we must take evasive actions immediately, because the tracking speed of the forts is limited. At such a distance, Our movement, it is very difficult for a fast enough turret to track 100% of the time. So that's why people can see me jumping up and down. After all, which direction does the turret have to turn to every time we move it? After understanding these characteristics, we can use these characteristics to avoid the enemy's attacks. Of course, I keep the energy devouring shield on all the time just to be on the safe side. One of the characteristics of this skill is that it consumes very little energy for activation and maintenance. But it will only be consumed in large amounts after being attacked. Activating this skill is mainly just in case. But obviously my worries are unnecessary. Because he did not hit me with his attack just now. The main purpose of using slashes and ordinary spikes in the later stage is also to save as much energy as possible. Everyone must be clear about this. And know the approximate thickness of the enemy warship's shield. In this regard, data needs to be collected during regular battles. You can pay attention and observe it during battles. Listening to the talk of the Cosmic Mantis, everyone in the live broadcast room felt that their heads could no longer turn. Although what he said is very simple. It is difficult for normal people to have the things that need to be thought about or other aspects to achieve this. This is simply not something that normal people can imagine. And even if you can imagine it, you may not be able to do it. Damn it. Is this something carbon-based organisms can do? Absolutely impossible. This is definitely a cheat. It is impossible for humans to do these things. The anchor is 100% cheating. If you report it, just go to report it. I'm curious upstairs. Is it so difficult to admit that others are better than you? There are also cheats. Can you use your walnut-sized brain and think about it? Who can make cheats in this game? God knows if there are any cheats. Maybe they have already made them, but haven't announced them yet. Okay. Don't argue blindly with that kind of person. To be honest, this person is just a noob. He just wants everyone to be as good as him. Chapter 243 Reinforcements finally arrived. Many people agree with what this player has said. I think what the person above said is right. These people only say this because they are handicapped and want others to be handicapped like them. Also, I don't know what he was thinking when he said that this game is cheats. You must know that before the rich people went to war, if I remember correctly, some people in their guild once offered a sky-high price of tens of millions to buy the plugin for this game. But actually, I didn't receive it. It's funny. If someone could make such a plugin, would he be willing to sell it? Isn't the idiot above making plugins just to sell them? And the most important thing is that at this price, as long as he makes them and sells them, he will have nothing to do in his life. And he won't have to worry about food and drink. As long as you have such a good thing in your hands, you will definitely sell it immediately. But so far this game still has no cheats. While the players were still arguing, Jiangyao naturally received the report information. Looking at the reporting information, Jiangyao was a little bit dumbfounded. There are also cheats. It's just because they think too much. You must know that this is not a game. If there is such a kind of instant kill every second, the happiest person may be himself. However, after seeing so many reports, Jiangyao decided to issue an announcement to respond uniformly. However, Jiangyao had to admit that this player really shocked him. Especially his smooth operation and prediction. Predict the enemy's attack direction through small changes and dodge in advance. In fact, Jiangyao didn't believe in geniuses at all before. But when he saw this scene actually happening in front of him, he had to admit that the gap between geniuses and ordinary people was very big. It's like there was a show that always invited geniuses to participate. Some people did things that seemed absolutely impossible for ordinary people. But they were able to do it easily. This is the gap. Of course, Jiangyao knew very well that people like this were rare. So Jiangyao also had an idea in his mind about how to deal with this player. If you don't let him use his talents to train himself, he would be really sorry for himself. After all, he still had so many black insects that he could use. Thinking of this, Jiangyao also started to think about it. In fact, black insects like these are quite useful to Jiangyao. Although they are not very powerful now. Jiangyao has been studying their evolutionary direction, and wants to use this to improve his strength. Although Jiangyao could easily improve their strength by conducting simulation deductions through the insect nest. Jiangyao was not very satisfied with the results of the deduction, so he did not take action for a long time. For Jiangyao, either you don't evolve or you evolve to a level that I can appreciate. Of course, Jiangyao also thought about evolving these black insects through the system. But in the end, after questioning, he learned that his system could only evolve for the Zerg, not other races. And now on the other side. At this time, two waves of players were arguing in the live broadcast room of Universe Mantis. One wave of players thought that Universe Mantis had used a cheat, because this kind of thing is not something normal people can do. There is also a group of people who support Cosmic Mantis because they have been with this anchor for a long time. So they know very well that this anchor is capable. But at this moment, when everyone was still discussing this, an announcement suddenly popped up. When it was detected that the player Space Mantis was fighting with the warships of the Dyson Sphere civilization, it only consumed 4 points of phagocytosis to defeat the enemy on the frontal battlefield. Such extreme operations attracted the attention of the leader Jiangyao, and the leader Jiangyao considered him a rare talent. Congratulations to player Cosmic Mantis for activating the single-player hidden mission Black Worm instructor. With this prompt, everyone was dumbfounded at this moment. Of course, except for this prompt. All the players who had reported him also received the content of an email. It has been officially determined that player Universe Mantis does not use third-party software. Thank you for your supervision and reporting on the fairness of the game. Seeing this scene, all those who questioned were dumbfounded. Because in the past, when the official did not issue a formal notice, they had various opinions, which were all fine. You could say that he had cheated, or you could say that something happened to him. But now he not only triggered his personal hidden mission, but also gave a clear official reply. What does this mean? Obviously his operation did not come into contact with any third-party software. At this moment, all the players who believed in the anchor could not help but turn on the taunting mode on the public screen. After all, they would not let go of this opportunity to feel proud. At this time, apart from the Space Mantis, there are still many players fighting enemies on the main battlefield. All in all, this group of players have exhausted all kinds of tricks in order to get reinforcements. But even after doing so, the results are still not ideal. Of course, this is understandable. You can't expect everyone to be able to do this like the Cosmic Mantis. Therefore, the current situation of the players on the battlefield is not very good. Only a few technical or obscene players may be relatively relaxed, while the others are miserable. Of course, everything you see will be different from different angles. At this time, what the players see in the eyes of these rich people is the horrific ways they inflict on their enemies. But in the eyes of Dyson Sphere civilization, it's another story. What is going on? Why do they have such strength? At this moment, the commander of the Dyson Sphere civilization looked at the battle report coming from the battlefield and couldn't help but look gloomy. The evolution of living things is about step by step. We just had a big battle with the destruction beasts not long ago. We have a very good understanding of their level of evolution and what is going on with this batch of destruction beasts. Their level of evolution has actually reached such a level. Compared with the destruction beasts we fought before, they are in the sky and on the ground. Why is there such a huge evolutionary gap between these two destruction beasts? At this time, facing the commander's inquiry, everyone below did not know how to answer, because no one among them present knew the answer to this question. At this time, the commander of Dyson Sphere civilization also had to consider another more serious problem. That is, if this destruction beast enemy can be mass-produced, how should they resist it? You must know that one of their warships was able to kill at least 20 or 30 destruction beasts from the opponent before. Therefore, in battles, destruction beasts usually relied on quantity, while they relied on quality. But now the situation is reversed. One of their destruction beasts can easily defeat dozens or hundreds of their warships. What is this concept? What kind of battle loss ratio is this? This kind of data can only be described as terrifying. And this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is the reproductive ability of the destruction beast. You must know that they have been fighting the destruction beasts for so many centuries, and they know very well how strong the reproductive capabilities of these destruction beasts are. As long as they have sufficient resources, they can easily pull out millions or even tens of millions of combat troops within a few decades. This is the most terrifying thing. If the current destruction beasts have evolved to this level, and coupled with their reproductive capacity, the commander of the Dyson Sphere civilization can definitely say that their civilization can declare the lights out. After all, their fighting modes and those of the destruction beasts are completely different concepts. It takes more than 10 years for an egg to grow, and then the fighting power of one egg comes out. But they are different. Their shipyards produce warships, which requires a very long process of resource collection and assembly. Therefore, in the same period of time, the destruction beast may have produced tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops. But they have only produced a few thousand battleships after all their efforts. And they have been able to persist until now, mainly because their warships can fight 1 against 10. And it is not difficult to block the enemy's attack with the help of the Dyson Sphere. But now with the emergence of this group of special destructive beasts, the entire pattern will be broken. So now this commander is eager to know what is going on. Are these destruction beasts individual units, or have they become general units? Thinking of this, the commander of the Dyson Sphere couldn't help but feel sad. And finally he sighed. For this matter, the commander of Dyson Sphere civilization could not think of a reason. But at this moment, he knew very well that he must deal with this group of enemies in front of him as soon as possible. Send 2,000 more warships to Area 13, because they are different from before. Now they are fighting in a dispersed manner. We do not need to consider the number of warships in a certain area as before. The capacity of warships in the entire B13 area is very high. We can send as many additional warships as possible to reduce our losses. Of course, in addition to considering the safety of the Dyson Sphere, he also wants to bring back the corpses of these creatures for research to understand the characteristics of this creature. The people under his command immediately took action after hearing the commander's order. But what they didn't know at this time was that the first vanguard of the players was almost arriving. Brothers, we are almost there. How many people are alive inside the enemy now? The support force asked in the channel after they were almost close to the target area. Brothers, why did you arrive? If you wait a little later, we may really be wiped out by the group. We just made statistics. As of now, we only have more than 100 brothers alive. But most of these brothers are now in the best condition. They're all bad? One player replied. More than 100 people? Why did you die so many in such a short period of time? The support team was obviously frightened by this data. What can be done about this? Later they sent a lot more warships to besiege us. After all, this is their territory, and it is easy for them to send more manpower. Listening to the words of these surviving players, the support team could not help but speed up their advance. The players who had been watching the live broadcast at this time couldn't help but feel a little sad when they saw the current situation of the rich players. Brothers, so we have to attack civilization together. You see, this group of local tyrants fought bravely and vigorously. But now they are beaten miserably. Yes, their set of configurations is simply the one that crushes the entire field. As a result, they have only managed to break through a certain distance from the enemy's buildings until now. So sometimes you shouldn't be too greedy. You must know your own strength before making a decision. To be honest, it wasn't until this moment that I deeply realized how terrifying the battle losses in this game are. You must know that their battle losses in this wave are measured in hundreds of millions. The problem is that after investing so much, we still can't crush it. And we still get beaten so badly. What kind of concept is this? Brothers, if it is understood from other games, then 1,000 players will earn hundreds or tens of millions of Krypton gold on average. Is it possible that such players form a team of 1,000 people to clear the dungeon, and the team is wiped out? This is absolutely impossible to happen in other games. But in this game, this incredible thing happened. After all, it is a war game. This type of game does not depend on how strong your individual combat power is. It mainly depends on your overall strength. This is the key to determining the direction of the war. For example, in the current wave, if we were all here, this civilization might have been defeated. After all, there are still tens of thousands of us here. Brothers, don't talk anymore. You see, the first wave of support troops from the local tyrants will arrive soon. And the potato boss and a group of king bugs and eye bugs have also started to take action. Holy crap. What are Potato and the others planning to do? Are they going to kill them and fight the enemy again? Probably not. This time, they have brought all the king insects with them. They are most likely preparing to join forces and then go over there to rescue the remaining players. After all, they are all 3-stage hydralisks. It's pretty good. Valuable. The people who were talking like this watched Potato controlling the one-eyed beast to a certain location in the galaxy. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding space began to distort. And the next moment hundreds of second-stage alien dragons appeared here. After seeing them appear, Tudo said to everyone, Brothers, now that everyone is here, we will start taking action immediately. Although there are not many comrades left now, we can save as many as we can. Individual. In addition, we all cooperated with each other to provide cover. Although we suffered heavy losses in this wave, we must take away something from the enemy. We will smash all the dark matter banlings in later. And no matter how hard we play, we will blow a gap out of their Dyson Sphere. Everyone nodded after listening to Tudo's words. After all, they have suffered such heavy losses since the war. If the enemy comes back with the Dyson Sphere and nothing happens, then they will really suffer a loss. So no matter how they do it, They have to find a way to take away something from the enemy. Immediately after a brief explanation, everyone led by Potato set off towards the area where the Dyson Sphere was located. Brothers, the support has arrived. All brothers who are scattered now. Listen, I will give you the coordinates, and you can go and gather immediately. We will be here right away. At this moment, 2 was said in the channel while heading towards the target position. The players who received the order in this way also began to gather towards the target point, and their behavior naturally attracted the attention of the Dyson Sphere civilization. Report to the commander. The enemy has begun to move in a certain direction. It seems that they want to rendezvous. At this time, the observer who discovered that something was wrong immediately reported the information to the commander of the Dyson Sphere civilization. The commander who received the news was stunned for a moment, then thought of something, and immediately asked his men to retrieve the radar data around the galaxy. Sure enough, just as he thought, the enemy support troops arrived. Looking at the player's unit at this moment, the commander of the Dyson Sphere civilization also frowned. The situation is not good. If these destruction beasts are dead, and they have no support, then I can understand that this batch of destruction beasts were evolved by them unintentionally for various reasons. But now that I have seen their support, although the number is small, I can confirm that Destroymon may have found a way to evolve to this stage. The commanders who quietly underestimated the Dyson Sphere civilization were also worried about their future. After much thought, he decided to send 10,000 warships to snipe this force, because after the battle just now, he also knew very well what the battle damage ratio between his warship and the enemy was. So to deal with these hundreds of destroying beasts, he chose to dispatch such a large number of warships without hesitation. But it was obvious that this time he underestimated the power of the players. Let's put it this way. Most of the mutant dragons they fought before were at the first stage, and there were even many basic types. But this wave is different. This wave starts with at least the second stage of the Mutalosaurs, and even has a lot of third stages mixed in. You must know that with each stage of evolution of the alien dragon, its strength will be qualitatively improved, especially in the third stage. The skills of the explosive alien dragon have also undergone qualitative changes compared to the previous stages. First, the blood volume has reached 1 million, and the attack volume has reached 10,000. In addition to attack, the defense has also reached an astonishing 6,000. In terms of skills, except for Energy Devouring Shield, Energy Devouring Blade Insect and Energy Devouring Storm, which are the skills of other stage mutant dragons, it also adds 3 skills: Energy Devouring Resistance, Energy Devouring Recovery, and Blade Insect Alienation. Among these skills, Blade Insect Alienation is the highlight. As we all know, Mutalosaurus relies on spraying symbio blade insects to cause damage to enemies. But the damage that ordinary blade insects can cause is limited. Even if you are attached to devouring energy, the damage will be limited. The skill of Blade Insect Alienation is to allow these blade insects to store part of the dark matter in their bodies. So when launched, they can cause huge physical damage to the target, and can also self-destruct and cause area damage to the target. To put it simply, the Allosaurus that has evolved to this stage is no longer targeting single targets. It has changed from targeting single targets to targeting groups. At this time, the commander of the Dyson Sphere civilization did not know that the group of players in front of him had upgraded their equipment to several levels and came back. At this moment, his understanding of the alien dragon was still at the time of the previous battle. Not only him, but also the combatants in these battleships. They were still looking at the combat data of the low-evolved mutant dragons. At this moment, they still naively thought that these alien dragons were still the same as before. Anyone who has this idea at this time is destined to be well educated by the players. Chapter 244, Strong Crush. At this time, the troops of Dyson Sphere civilization were very close to the player support troops. As the distance gets closer and closer, the battle between the two sides is about to break out. It's completely different from before. The strength of the second and third evolved dragons this time is completely different from before. The moment the two sides fought, the power of the evolved alien dragon was revealed. The first is the explosive Mutalosaurus, which has a very powerful group destructive ability. As the blade insect was launched, it flew towards the enemy's warship at a speed close to light. The shields of these warships were useless in front of these blade insects, and the blade insects easily penetrated their shields. After penetrating, it directly attacked their hull. The powerful impact instantly penetrated the entire battleship, and then the battleship turned into the most gorgeous fireworks in the universe. After piercing this warship, these blade bugs flew towards the other warship without slowing down. The same routine, the same pattern, The second battleship was sunk. Then the third and fourth. It was not until the fifth blade that the speed slowed down. Now it can no longer break through as easily as before. The enemy shield is gone. But just when the enemy thought it was over, something even more terrifying happened next. Under the control of the player, these blade insects were seen flying towards the area where the battleships gathered relatively densely. When he flew to the designated location, the next moment he saw the area covered by dazzling light. When the light dissipated, it also disappeared at the same time as more than a dozen warships in that area. At this time, looking at what was happening in front of him, the commander of the Dyson Sphere civilization could not help but widen his eyes. How is this possible? How can their destructive beast be so strong? No, this kind of destruction beast is not the same kind as the destruction beast we saw before. As he spoke, the Dyson Sphere commander also noticed the difference between the explosive alien dragon and the ordinary alien dragon. The ordinary alien dragons they encountered before were mainly purple. And there was another kind of alien dragon that was slightly larger than that kind of alien dragon. And its skin felt thicker. But the two alien dragons he saw at this moment were completely different. First, the explosive pterosaur was covered with lines similar to magma. And the entire body was mainly dark gray. Compared with the explosion mutant dragon, the nether energy mutant dragon also has certain differences. Many parts of its body emit dark purple light. Compared with the alien dragons they had seen before, these two alien dragons were almost the same in general appearance as the previous alien dragons. But in fact, there are still many changes in details. At first, they mistook the changes of this alien dragon as the natural changes that this creature would undergo in different environments, similar to the principle of a chameleon. But now it seems that they think things are too simple. They don't know that the Zerg are no different from other races. This race never cares about how they look. They only care about their own strength. So even if there is a slight change in each bug, the change will definitely be in strength, not in appearance. Of course, they didn't expect the difference between this race, and they could understand it. But now they had to face a problem. That is, the combat power of this group of enemies has jumped to another level compared to the previous ones. You must know that the strange-looking destroying beast caused them to lose more than 20 warships with its casual attacks. You must know that this is only the first round of attacks, which caused them heavy losses. Thinking of this, the commander of Dyson Sphere civilization panicked. It was obvious that it was very unwise for him to send a fleet out to meet the enemy. At present, his best combat plan should be to retreat to the Dyson Sphere area and use the Dyson Sphere's defense to fight around as before. At this time, as if to confirm his conjecture, the players were frantically sending output towards the fleet. Holy crap! Is this alien dragon so powerful? My money was not wasted. Yes, this is too powerful. It has only evolved one more time than before, and its strength has improved so much. But to be honest, the improvement in strength is not more obvious until the third level. The improvement in the second level is actually not as obvious as the third level. At this time, the players were talking a lot while fighting, and many players in the team had already begun to study new uses of skills. Brothers have made a big discovery. Just when the two sides were fighting, a player suddenly said in the channel, "Brothers, I was still wondering about the second and third stages of the energy recovery of the alien dragon skill. After all, the Zerg themselves have a very strong recovery ability. You can't use this skill at ordinary times, and recovery is fast or slow after the war. In fact, it has little impact on subsequent battles, and during combat, this skill is useless. After all, we hang the energy devouring shield for a long time, so I have been wondering what the use of this useless skill is. But now I have finally figured out this skill, and the recovery speed of this skill is very fast. Therefore, it can completely replace the energy devouring shield in battle. Let's put it this way. After the energy devouring shield is attacked, it will immediately consume the energy devouring shield to resist the attack. Depending on the intensity of the attack, the amount of energy it consumes is also different. But the amount consumed is very astonishing. It may be easier to understand if you use the terminology in other games. This skill is equivalent to the damage absorbing skill in other games. How much damage is absorbed? It needs to consume MP to resist it, which is somewhat similar to a magic shield. But here's the problem. The defense of this magic shield is 0, which means we have been hurt. Although it can resist it, the 0 defense consumes a lot of energy, no matter how much damage we receive. But this recovery skill is different. Its recovery speed is very fast. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that when we don't use the energy devouring shield in battle, The amount of damage we receive depends on our defense. That is to say, the higher our defense is, the less damage we will suffer, and the less energy we need to consume to recover. Having said this, the players in the battlefield suddenly understood. I understand when you say this. In other words, the troops at this stage of ours do not need to rely on shields at all. This skill can also have a shield effect, and it is even more effective than a shield. Good. Yes, that's it. I just made a special trip to do an experiment. I found that I was hit hundreds of times by the enemy after turning on the energy-devouring shield for 1 minute. And a total of nearly 1,000 points of energy-devouring energy were consumed. But after I turned off the shield and used this skill, I have consumed a total of 400 points in 2 minutes. What is the concept? And to say the least, even in these 2 minutes, the average damage I suffered per minute was not as much as before. But the 2 minutes added up were much more damage than the previous damage. However, in this case, I only spent 400 points of phagocytosis to recover myself. This is how this skill is used. Let me try. It's incredible. After using this skill, my potential energy consumption is obviously reduced a lot. And the most important thing is that I am only a second stage psionic dragon with only 2,000 defense points. If it is a third stage explosive dragon with 6,000 defense points, the consumption will probably be even lower. Holy crap. I mean, why are these agile units so crazy about increasing their own defense during these 2 stages of evolution? I'm still wondering whether this distribution of evolutionary attributes is a serious problem in planning. It's been like this for a long time. Something happened. Absolutely. Before, I was worried that we might not be able to last long with such a huge number of enemy warships. But now it is obvious that my worries are unnecessary. At this time, with this discovery, the player's chances of winning are even greater. As the concerns about energy consumption decreased, the player's attacks became more fierce. As the player's more violent attacks came, the fleet of the Dyson Sphere civilization became more and more difficult to fight. As time went by, the warring Dyson Sphere civilization discovered a very terrible thing. That is, after they injured these destruction beasts, the injuries of these destruction beasts could almost be completely recovered in just a few seconds. This recovery ability shocked them all. You must know that this recovery speed is beyond their understanding. Although when they fought against the destruction beast before, they also encountered the destruction beast with very strong recovery ability. Some of the destruction beasts were seriously injured, and it might only take a day or 2 to recover as before. Even if you are missing arms or legs, they can grow back in just a day or 2. But the group of destruction in front of them completely subverted their 3 views. What is the concept of less than a second or 2? Is this still something living things can do? Maybe some people would think it was fake if they used today's incident to make a movie. But such a thing really happened in front of them. The most terrifying thing is that they still have to fight this kind of creature. This kind of recovery ability is already pure and unbeatable, because they have tried to attack a destroying beast with all the weapons of the battleship. Although this wave of salvo can cause damage to these creatures, but it only caused superficial injuries. To cause internal damage to them, at least 10 to 20 warships would need to focus fire at the same time. But does it make sense for you to do this? Normally it would take 4 seconds for someone to fully recover from an injury as serious as this. You know, this is a full 4 seconds. It takes a full 2 or 3 seconds longer than a skin injury. How can I hit him with a hammer? There's no need to fight this. Although it is possible to kill these destruction beasts, 100 or 200 warships must be prepared to focus fire at the same time. If the coquettish movements of these destruction beasts are included, then they must prepare at least 400 ships to destroy one. Kill the beast instantly. The biggest problem lies here. You must know that this is 400 ships, and their entire fleet can only produce 20 such formations so far. The cost of these warships firing at the same time is that although they can clear out about 20 of the enemy's warships, the enemy can kill at least 700 or 800 of their warships within this time. And the most distressing thing was when they went to focus fire on a destructive beast covered in lava. They found that they couldn't even focus fire on it. This is very embarrassing. You must know that a total of 400 warships did not drop in a second. Just this alone has made the morale of the Dyson Sphere civilized warriors on the battlefield fall to the bottom. The gap in strength between the 2 sides is so great that there is no need to fight. Fortunately, they received the commander's retreat order at this time. And after receiving the order, they escaped immediately without hesitation. Why did they withdraw? Damn it. I haven't had enough fighting yet. Why did they run away? So many battleships were knocked down by just a few hundred of us. The highly evolved mutant dragon YYDS Didn't you see that more than 400 of their warships focused on me just now? I used the energy-devouring shield and the energy-devouring recovery to withstand this wave of attacks. The third stage of the alien dragon was soaring to the sky. Big brother upstairs. How much energy did you consume in that wave? About 13,000. I rely on so much. No wonder I couldn't survive them using the same method when they focused on me. The second stage of the alien dragon devouring energy reserve is only 10,000. And the defense is only 2,000. There's nothing we can do about it. The attributes and energy devouring point reserves are too different. Brothers, I think the attributes of this third stage alien dragon are already close to those of boss level creatures like the Cyclops. I'm wondering, if it reaches the fourth stage, wouldn't this alien dragon also have combat power comparable to the one-eyed giant beast? I feel like it should be like this. But the fourth stage of evolution points are not cheap. And the qualitative transformation stage is extremely expensive. Brothers, what should we do next? Should we catch up and continue hammering or what? By the way, I was so busy bragging that I forgot about the real thing. It seems that our purpose is to save people. Big Potato. What should we do next? Should we continue to pursue the victory or save people first? Players who remembered this incident asked one after another. After hearing everyone's inquiry, Potato thought for a while and replied, otherwise. We will rescue the players in the Dyson ball first, and then leave here temporarily to rest. We will launch an attack after the repairs are completed. In fact, after witnessing how powerful the alien dragon legion was just now, Tudwa was thinking about whether to take advantage of the victory and pursue it directly. But after thinking about it, he gave up this idea, because now only one group of their support troops came. The second batch is still on the way, and the current group of hydralisks are not in very good condition. So the entire team is currently at a low point. After thinking about it, he decided to stabilize his hand first. Chapter 245 Blackworm expands new business. After making the decision, Potato led the large army towards the area they had conquered before. The enemy warships that were still chasing the players in the area at this time flew towards other areas immediately after receiving the news of retreat. At this time, the commander of the Dyson Sphere civilization could not help but look worried as he looked at the enemies approaching them. They are still approaching us. Are they coming here this time to take back the group of destroying beasts? Or are they continuing to fight? At this moment, Commander Dyson Ball was also a little unsure about the behavior of these destructive beasts. This is also the reason why he has been reluctant to order an attack. Although the enemy has entered their attack range, and they can start attacking immediately. He knows it very well through the battle just now. They still know too little about this enemy. And now they need to develop a combat plan against this destructive beast as soon as possible. Ordering to fire at this time will undoubtedly directly anger them, and cause another big earthquake on both sides. And the strength gap between the two sides is very obvious. The enemy's strength is higher than theirs. Without any tactics or means to deal with this creature, they may only use numbers to achieve victory as before. If it were before, he would not hesitate to order victory with numbers. But now he does not dare. Because from the previous battle to now, they have lost more than 10,000 warships. Their warships are no better than those of the destruction beasts that can be hatched from just one egg. This is a real waste of resources. And they have just experienced a war before. So the number of warships they have now is not particularly sufficient. Under such circumstances, each battleship must be used just right. And it cannot be piled up by quantity as before. After all, they are not following the quantity route. They are taking the quality route. Fortunately, this group of destruction beasts did not launch a sudden attack as he thought. This group of destruction beasts only rescued the destruction beasts trapped inside the Dyson Sphere and then left. In fact, in the past, players had thought that the Dyson Sphere civilization would take the initiative to attack, and that both sides would fight and retreat at the same time. However, what the players never expected was that after they passed by, the Dyson Sphere civilization did not take the initiative to attack, although it was unclear what the enemy was thinking. At this juncture, the players naturally would not stir up trouble, so they left immediately after rescuing the people. After leaving, the players found a place in the meteorite belt on the edge of the galaxy to recover and wait for the arrival of another group of teammates. At this point, the first round of confrontation between the two civilizations is truly over. Both sides suffered heavy losses in this confrontation, and the vanguard of the wealthy players was almost completely wiped out, although they successfully took away 2 areas of the enemy in this wave. These areas are simply a drop in the bucket for the entire Dyson Sphere civilization, and they have many more similar areas. You must know that the losses for the rich players who conquered this area can be said to be very heavy. There are still so many areas left to conquer. And no one can say how much battle damage there will be. The most critical thing at the moment is that they can only defeat one area at a time, because of the 2 areas they had conquered before. Dyson Sphere civilization found that the situation was not right, and directly abandoned these 2 areas. Using the propulsion devices installed inside these 2 areas, they were launched directly into the universe, turning them into space junk. In other words, it is impossible for players to use a routine to enter the next area through a certain area in the later stage. In each area of the Dyson Sphere civilization, players can only attack hard one by one. Everyone in the live broadcast room is discussing how to fight after this battle. Actually, I think it's not difficult for the local tyrants to capture all of this place. There are only 2 things that can pose a threat to the local tyrants. The first is the turret on the Dyson Sphere, and the second is their battleship. The first one is actually not a big threat, because these forts are fixed, and as long as you run out of their attack range, you will be safe. In other words, if they fight with the fort, they can fight if they want and withdraw if they want. The initiative is in our hands. The biggest problem right now is the number of warships in this civilization. It's too exaggerated. This thing can chase people and fight. So the key to victory in this battle is how to clean up all their warships. As long as the battleships are cleaned up, the enemy will be like a tiger with its teeth pulled out and can only be slaughtered by us. But what we still need to know now is how many warships they have. Just now, the local tyrants have destroyed at least more than 10,000 of their ships. But when the wealthy people went to rescue people just now, I took a look at their garrison fleet, and it was still as densely packed as before. I feel upstairs that there must be a lot of battleships in such a big Dyson Sphere. Obviously this is a war of attrition. The 2 sides can only wear down the other side's combat units through constant fighting. In the end, it depends on who can outlast it. Who? From the current situation, both sides have their own advantages. The advantage of the local tycoon players lies in their strong combat power and relatively flexible overall operations. But the disadvantage is obvious. That is, they are fighting for a long time after all, and it is difficult to keep up with the supply of materials in the later period. You must know that they have not found any traces of ore in this area, which means that there is a high probability that there is no ore here, so they can only consume the ore they brought there. Once these ores are consumed, their supplies will be completely cut off. The advantage of the enemy is that this is their base camp after all, with sufficient resources and no worries about supplies. The only disadvantage is that their battleship technology is relatively low and their strength is much higher than ours. However, they can shrink around the Dyson Sphere and use the Dyson Sphere and we fight. Many players also expressed their opinions on the situation at hand. At this time, Jiang Yao was naturally paying attention to everything in front of him. Judging from the current situation, Kai Ming and the others should have a lot of difficulty in taking down this civilization. At this time, Jiang Yao was thinking about everything just now. First of all, the technological level of this civilization is actually not low. The reason why they can be suppressed is purely because of the superiority of the Tycoon's arms. Although the Tycoons have an advantage in terms of arms, they have to admit that their numbers are a flaw. And don't forget that there are biological weapons of this civilization on these planets. They have not used biological weapons since the war. If nothing else happens, they may seize all the time to transport these biological weapons to the Dyson Sphere. After the players log into fight, the difficulty may be much higher than the initial wave of raids, although they have stored a lot of, or that can be used as weapons after the war. This amount is far from enough to capture this civilization, especially in the later stages, when there is a shortage of ores. They can only obtain a small amount of energy by swallowing meteorites. At this stage, the number of attacks by players will be much less. Fewer attacks mean more breathing time for the enemy. So the most critical point in this battle is how fast the enemy's biological weapons are formed. If it takes 3 to 5 days to take shape, then I guess players will have a hard time fighting it. If it takes 10 days and a half to take shape, then there will still be a lot of fighting to do. In fact, Jiang Yao also has many solutions to the current situation, such as asking other players to help. With so many players joining, it will be very simple to break through this area. But this method will most likely not work. After all, this area was bought by local tycoons. If you want others to step in and snatch their spoils, they will definitely not be willing to do so. However, according to this style of play, Jiang Yao is very worried that if it continues like this, the local tycoons may be unable to sustain the huge expenses caused by the long-term war. Although these people are all rich, it is impossible for them to endlessly recharge money in this game. In fact, It was very surprising that this group of people could recharge so much for Jiangyao. And they were asked to continue to recharge. Jiangyao felt that the possibility was very low. And the most important thing now was not how much to recharge. It's about the inability to replenish subsequent resources. You must know that after his insect nest reaches its destination, it will take at least half a month for ordinary insects to cross such a long distance. How should we deal with this vacuum period? This is something Jiangyao needs to consider. It is impossible to expect a certain player to drive a king insect and hang up for half a month just to transport supplies for such an insect. It seems that the issue of long-term combat material supply also needs to be considered. When I was running the company before, I forgot about this. It seems I have to make up for it. Thinking of this, Jiangyao immediately started to take action. Because most of the black bugs under his control have now received a relatively complete education. These black bugs can now help him do a lot of things. Thinking of this, Jiangyao decided to use some black bugs to expand his business. And this business is the transportation business. Jiangyao plans to cultivate a group of black insects to control the king insects for transportation. And with the current level of knowledge of the black insects and their wisdom, it is very simple to accomplish these things. Of course, just in case, Jiangyao also set up permissions. That is, the helmet used by the black insect can only control one kind of insect, the king insect, and can only control the king insect's transportation and cannot do other things. After arranging all this, Jiangyao immediately issued a new announcement. Announcement: the Black Insect Company is expanding its business. After hard work, the Black Insect Queen has finally cultivated a batch of black insects that can be used for transportation. Since then, Brainworm Company has expanded their new business. In addition to the original battlefield resources and transportation business, Brainworm Company has now launched a new business. As the name suggests, the transportation business helps players transport goods. The charging standards vary depending on the amount and distance of the goods transported. In addition to large-scale war contracts that can use this business, this function can also be used for peacetime transportation. P.S. Brushing the reputation of Brainworm Company can reduce part of the transportation costs. Of course, considering that some players or unions have signed contracts with other companies in advance, the official decided to introduce a 3-day contract change time. All players who have signed a contract can apply to the official to change the contract signing company within these 3 days. Note, there are only 3 days to change the contract. Players who have ideas, please hurry up. At this time, with the appearance of this announcement, players couldn't help but start talking about it. Damn it. What the hell is this? After the hard work of Queen Black Tsung, she also cultivated a group of transporting black insects. There is a saying, this black insect queen is quite fond of causing trouble. Seeing that we are not willing to sign a contract with it, it's good that this thing actually knows how to expand new businesses. Don't think that just because it has generated new business, we can sign a contract with it. We must know that the Ultralisk and Leviathan fragments are our goal. And these fragments are only available in the stores of the other two companies. And Brainworm store does not have them. So just focus on this. No matter how good the business is, we won't cooperate with them. Isn't it written about business expansion? You don't need to sign a contract to apply. Have you looked at the fee schedule? If you sign a contract, the fee charged for each long-distance transportation is 20% of the total value of the goods. If you don't sign a contract, the fee is 30%. What the hell? Brother, did I hear you right? That's right. For example, if we transport a unit worth 10 million, yes, we will transport one. Then we will have to pay 3 million in transportation costs. Damn it. For this price? Why don't the black bugs grab it? Robbing? Is it possible to make money quickly if you rob? Makes sense. For this feature launched by Brainworms, players think that the cost is as bad as the name of Brainworms. But at this time, Xiao Laolu put forward a different view. Brothers, although the fee is high, have you ever looked at the compensation regulations there? For example, if something is not delivered to the destination within the specified time, 5% will be compensated. And if it is destroyed by the enemy during transportation, 100% of the loss will be compensated. To put it simply, although the fee is high, it gives us a guarantee, because there is a high probability that we will use this function during combat. At this time, if we were to transport the King Worm ourselves, we might actually be intercepted by the enemy on the way. At that time, we will bear the loss ourselves. But at this time, if we entrust the Black Worm to the Black Worm, the loss will be over there. Will pay us. The most important thing is that if you increase your reputation, the cost will be reduced to 10% each time. This kind of price coupled with such a complete guarantee is actually quite attractive. After hearing what Xiao Laolu said, everyone thought about it for a while, and found that what he said was not unreasonable. Chapter 246 Planning the Development Route of Black Worm. Actually, we know very well what you said. The reputation benefits of farming black bugs in the future will not be low. Take a look at the wealthy guilds. Their current fighting method may be experienced by all our guilds in the future. In such a situation, transportation is a big problem. You can take a look at the current battlefield. Anyone who knows a little bit about military affairs will know that the next war of attrition will depend on which of the two sides has more supplies. If the Black Worm Guild helps with transportation at this time, then we don't need to worry about supplies. But the biggest problem is the one mentioned by some players before. What comes out of the Black Worm shop are all rubbish and useless. We also want to improve its reputation. But we want the Thunder Beast more. In fact, what this player said is also the truest thought in the hearts of most players at this moment. For them, transportation will definitely be of great help in the long run. Whether supplies can keep up is directly related to the direction of the entire war situation. But they also had to think about another problem. That is, you can't have your cake and eat it too. They felt it was not worthwhile to give up Ultralisk or Leviathan for transportation. Therefore, for them currently, even if they want to increase the reputation of the Black Worm, they have to wait until they have gathered the Thunder Beast and Leviathan before considering it. Of course, after this new function was launched, Jiang Yao also knew that players would not be able to sign contracts with the black bugs because of this function. He had already expected that players would have this idea. But judging from the current situation, players' views on black insects have changed. No longer like before. I felt that signing a contract with Blackworm Company had no other pleasing benefits except lower combat taxes. Now at least 1 or 2 benefits can be obtained. And Jiang Yao will add more functions in the future. Currently, of the 3 companies he has established, 2 are leather companies. Only Heichong has something serious in it, so he can only choose to support this company. As for the other 2 companies, they are actually mainly used to harvest evolutionary points for themselves. And only Blackworm Company Jiang Yao was founded to truly serve the public players. So for the black insects, Jiang Yao's future plan is to let them take the auxiliary route, mainly responsible for the logistics of the battlefield. All new services launched by this company in the future will be aimed at logistics. However, if you are engaged in logistics, then the requirements for Blackworm's own management capabilities are relatively high, because it is definitely impossible for Jiang Yao to manage this matter himself. So in the end, the heavy responsibility of management will still fall on the Black Insect Queen. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately got up and headed to the residence of the Black Insect Queen. Dear Black Insect Warriors, the leader has given us a very important mission before. As he spoke, the Black Insect Queen ordered her men to take out several large helmets. And then the Black Insect Queen pointed at the helmets and said, according to the leader, King bugs are very sleepy bugs, but they also have very important transportation capabilities, which is especially important during battles. However, due to the sleepy nature of the king insects, they often fall asleep during transportation. Therefore, in order to ensure that the king insects can successfully complete the task, the leader needs us to properly guide and route the king insects. And this helmet is this role played. At this time, just when the Zerg Queen was about to say something, she noticed Jiang Yao's figure. Insect King, are you here? Seeing Jiang Yao coming over at this moment, the Zerg Queen said excitedly. At this time, when the other black insects saw Jiang Yao's arrival, they all lowered their heads and saluted him. Looking at the black worms in front of him, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He thought back to the time when he rescued them from the hands of the old black worms. At that time, the total number of black worms in his hand added up to 100. None. As a result, after this period of development, he now had thousands of black insects in his hand. And as time goes by, the number of these black worms will gradually increase. After the number of black worms increases, it is definitely impossible for me to continue to raise them as now. At this stage, all they need to do is become self-reliant. Of course, what Jiang Yao wants to be self-reliant is not to put them on other planets and let them fend for themselves. What Jiang Yao means here is to let them find ways to make money to support themselves. Because now, apart from helping Jiang Yao complete the things he arranged, the rest of the time is spent studying. As for the food, Jiang Yao prepared it for them. Of course, it doesn't matter that Jiang Yao has to spend time and energy doing these things. But when their numbers become larger and larger in the future, It will take a lot of time and energy just to prepare food for them. Therefore, Jiang Yao needs to allow them to be self-reliant and find ways to earn food by themselves, such as using evolution points to exchange for food with players. Jiang Yao couldn't give these evolutionary points to them for nothing, so they naturally needed to work hard to earn them. As for how to earn evolution points from players, this is what they need to consider. That's right. Jiang Yao is now planning to let these black bugs go into business. If they are engaged in business, they will be able to operate the subsequent logistics work more easily. And through the behavior of black insects, the authenticity of the game can be greatly increased. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao called the black insect queen aside, and then began to explain his plan to it. At this time, hearing that Jiang Yao had assigned him another task, the black insect queen couldn't help but feel a little moved. At this moment, it recalled what the teachers taught it during the previous class. The leader assigned you tasks to sharpen you, and asked you to work overtime to value you. The more tasks assigned to you, the more it means that the leader values you. So you must work hard and never let your leader down. You must know that in the eyes of the black insect queen, their lineage's combat power is very weak, and they can only be responsible for some logistical work. Although Jiang Yao had given them an important task long ago, which was to manage Black Chong Company. Black Chong Company had not signed a contract since its establishment, so it felt that she had let Jiang Yao down. However, under such circumstances, Jiang Yao still arranged a task for them to guide the king insect regardless of previous suspicions. You must know that this is no ordinary task, because Jiang Yao once said that most places where king insects can be used are battlefields. Material supply is very important on the battlefield. Being able to safely transport materials is crucial to the direction of the entire battlefield situation. Jiang Yao actually handed over such an important task to them. From this, you can't see the leader's trust in him. However, at this time, the leader actually found them again and arranged another more important task for them. Through these points, the black insect queen knew that she was as important as the other warriors in the eyes of the leader. We will not let the leader down this time. Looking at Jiang Yuan's retreating back, the black-headed empress silently swore in her heart. The black insect queen, who had made up her mind, immediately turned to the black insects and said, "Dear black insect warriors, just now the leader gave us another very important task. So far, we have been assigned 3 tasks. On one task, we have not made any progress yet, and we must complete the remaining 2 tasks perfectly no matter what. We can't let the leader down anymore." Hearing the words of the black insect queen, the black insects below also echoed, "We must perfectly complete the tasks assigned by the leader and cannot let the leader down. Can't let the leader down." Listening to the shouts of her men, the black insect queen nodded with satisfaction. And then she continued, "Soldiers, what is our slogan? Work hard, work hard, work hard. Strive, fight, fight. If you can't do it to death, do it to death." After hearing the deafening roars of her men, the queen mother continued, "Very good. Soldiers, please remember our slogan, and then return to their respective posts and start working." Jiang Yao, who was on his way back now, almost stumbled and fell to the ground when he heard the deafening shouts of the black insects behind him. What the hell did these players teach these black bugs? What's going on with this micro-business's sense of deja vu? As for Jiang Yao, he arranged some tasks for the black insects. In addition to finding something for them to do, there was also a more important reason. That is, as the number of players gradually expands in the future, a business system will gradually form in this game. At that time, it will be obvious that the competition pressure will be very high if you go out to lay out the company again and again. Part of the reason why I am doing this now is to prepare for this in advance. And apart from this reason, there is another reason. That is, they will reach their destination in a few days. And at that time the players will launch an attack on that civilization. This attack is also a good opportunity for Jiang Yao to train He Chong, because in such a war, He Chong can quickly learn many useful skills. These skills will be of great help to players after they fight separately in the future. Jiang Yao was never good at improvising things. As long as he could think of it, he would plan it in advance. At this time, on the Kaiming side, the last batch of resource troops had successfully joined forces. At this moment, everyone was gathering together to discuss the future battle plan. Brothers, everyone must understand the current situation. There are several big problems before us now. The first is the supply of battle damage. Because we are too far away from the insect nest, supply will be very troublesome. Of course, in addition to supply, We also need to consider how to fight this battle. Speaking of Todo, he added, although we are currently very powerful, we cannot deny that the enemy's combat power is not weak, and their number is much greater than ours. If we fight head-on, it's obviously inappropriate. Boss Potato, didn't we bring a lot of dark matter banelings this time? I think we can use them to blow up a wave and consume some of their troops. One player suggested. Another player who heard his plan had a different view. Although the dark matter banelings are powerful, we cannot use them rashly. Although we can use this dark matter banelings as a surprise attack. But this also involves a problem, which is that our trump card is exposed. When the enemy knows that we have this trump card, they will definitely change their tactics in subsequent battles, such as fleet dispersion or some other plans. So I don't think we should use banelings from the beginning. At the beginning, we still focus on attrition. We can build a defense line in some nearby areas, and then send some players to attack their Dyson Spheres each time. In this way, we will fight against them. As time goes by and we consume more and more of their troops, they will find that if they continue to fight like this, they may be consumed by us. At that time, they will definitely launch a general attack on us. At this time, I think it is the best time to use dark matter banelings. After hearing what this player said, Potato thought about it, and felt that this solution was relatively feasible, because the current situation is very unfavorable for them. First of all, they cannot keep up with resource supply. Secondly, the Dyson Sphere of this civilization is really too big, and it is impossible to win it in one fell swoop. If you really want to fight it, then this attrition tactic is undoubtedly the best way to use it. However, the attrition strategy will involve a problem. That is, in the later stage, the status of their entire battle group will not be very good because of the inability to keep up with supplies. At that time, if the enemy launches a general attack, their battle losses will be very large. If the banelings are left to be used at that time, the effect will be much greater than the effect of using it at the beginning. As for this brother's plan, I think it is very feasible. In fact, I also considered this at the beginning. To attack this civilization, we can only choose a long-term battle if we want to win. Although the transportation function is now enabled, and the cost of using this function is only a drop in the bucket for our future profits. But the problem is that all players now have no or reserves. If the next civilization they attack also has no wars, then it will obviously be impossible for us to buy and transport it to supply later. So in the later stages of the battle, no matter what, we must leave something in our hands that can suppress the scene. When the players watching the live broadcast heard Todo's words, they naturally knew that the next step was basically a small-scale war of attrition. The next live broadcast may not be as exciting as the beginning, but at this time, players are no longer paying as much attention to the wars of the local tycoons as before, because they are almost reaching their destination now. They have to start preparing in advance. Chapter 247: The Strangeness of the Rocksoil Civilization Galaxy. At this time, as the players began to prepare, Jiang Yao also knew that the grass planting period he had been worried about was coming to an end. After all his efforts, this matter was finally solved perfectly. And the most important thing is that he doesn't need to worry about the long voyage ahead, because he still has one last chance to stop serving for a long time. For Jiang Yao, as long as the time for the next suspension period is clearly arranged, he will no longer need to consider this issue. Because this time, in order to take care of the wealthy side, he chose to sail in the opposite direction. And after he arrived at his originally planned destination, there were a lot of civilizations there, and the planting period for activities there would basically not last more than a week. At this time, players can accept it. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that after the eradication of multiple civilizations, his insect nest will definitely continue to evolve. As long as the insect nest evolves to the 6th stage, it will be able to master the ability to jump in space. This ability is to launch a large number of special bugs to different locations through the bug nest. And these bugs all have super high jump speeds. When these bugs arrive at a predetermined location, they will hide. When the bug nest needs it, it will self-destruct to create a miniature induction field in that area. The insect nest can use this induced position to instantly jump hundreds or even thousands of light years to appear at that location. With this function, when the player attacks a civilization, he can send these bugs to the next destination in advance. After the players finished attacking the civilization, he immediately jumped the insect nest to that location. In this way, Jiang Yao will save a lot of time on the road. In addition to this, there is another key point. That is, in the future, if you encounter some powerful civilizations and want to run away, you can easily run away. Therefore, your own safety can also be guaranteed. Although he wanted to advance to this stage, Jiang Yao also knew that this would undoubtedly require a huge amount of resources. However, as more and more civilizations attack in the future, one day he will be able to gather these resources. Of course, these are all things for later. And what Jiang Yao needs to pay attention to at this time is the civilization they will attack next. Jiang Yao didn't know what was going on when he was about to arrive at that civilization, so he needed to understand the situation there in advance. Only after he understood the situation over there could he arrange the next steps. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao calculated that the distance was almost the same. And then he began to reduce the jump speed of the insect nest, and control the moon spirit Euglena to head towards the target galaxy. In fact, Jiang Yao originally wanted to let the Emperor Penguin and the others go to investigate. But unfortunately, the Emperor Penguin's Euglena lent him a coin at the beginning. So now he can only control the Euglena to investigate by himself. What happened to Kunya at the beginning? Why hasn't this eyeworm come back yet? At this moment, Xianyu was asking him about the situation there in the guild's chat group. At the beginning, Ichijo-kun did not set out with Jiang Yao and the others. And before Jiang Yao and the others set off, he borrowed the Emperor Penguin's moon spirit Euglena. And then he stayed near the Rock and Earth Civilization galaxy to scout for intelligence. Hearing Xianyu's words, Kun replied angrily at the beginning, "Why are you so worried about me coming back? There is not only one eyeworm in the guild now. Other eyeworms can also play a role in the next battle. In fact, this is not the first time that Xianyu has urged him to come back in the group. Xianyu has urged him in the group countless times, especially after he spent a period of time in the Rock Earth Civilization galaxy with no results." Xianyu pressed harder, although he also understands Xianyu's thoughts. After all, the moon spirit eyeworm undoubtedly plays a much greater role in the battle than the first and second order eyeworms of the guild, and they are going to attack civilization next. So it is best to be fully prepared at this time. But he also had his reasons for not going back. You know, Jiang Yao directly issued an epic mission in this area. And it was an epic mission with such terrifying rewards. The question is, if there is nothing strange here, or nothing dangerous will happen next, do you think Jiang Yao will issue these tasks? This is obviously impossible. So Kun chose to stay here at the beginning, trying his luck to see if he could find some valuable information or trigger a hidden mission. Of course, he can understand such thoughts. After all, several guilds are putting a lot of pressure on him now. If their guild wants to maintain its previous status, what they need to do is to get a large amount of income and then improve the overall strength of the guild. Although their guild can make a lot of money by attacking civilization, they don't have enough financial strength to buy civilization. So they can only eat in a big pot with everyone. Although the guilds that eat from the big pot also have inherent advantages. Looking at the overall situation, these guilds, including them, are actually starting from the same starting line. But they run faster than others. Although they run faster than others, this does not make them qualitatively different. The current situation is like those rich players who drive, but you are still running. No matter how fast you run and how far away you are from other small guilds, it is of little use. Because if you don't make big breakthroughs or changes in the top-ranked guild, you will never be able to catch up with them. The big breakthroughs and changes are just a few. Be the first to find the coordinates of a civilization and attack it, or buy the coordinates from others. The second one is that there are many wealthy people in the guild who directly recharge their money to ascend. The third point is to complete a task with rich rewards. When it comes down to the first two, you can complete the first one with both luck and Krypton gold, and the second one can also be completed with pure Krypton gold. But unfortunately, based on the strength of their guild, these two methods are obviously not feasible. So now their only way out is to complete a certain mission with rich rewards at the third point. Undoubtedly, the epic mission triggered before was his best choice. Of course, he also knew very well that if he discovered something about this epic mission so easily, then he could not be called an epic mission. Sure enough, just as he thought, he had not discovered any important information even after staying here for such a long time. Just when he was almost completely disappointed with this area, things took a turn for the better. Because just a few days ago, he discovered clues about this area. The first thing is that the home stars of the Rock Civilization and the Vashan Civilization are getting closer at a distance visible to the naked eye. Of course, in addition to this, he actually feels a special energy substance in this galaxy. Although this energy substance was very weak, he really felt it. This discovery is incredible. You must know that he never felt this kind of thing in this galaxy before. But now he feels it. So what does this mean? Through all the above abnormalities, Kuan thought that a big fish must be about to surface in this galaxy. In this way, he suppressed his excitement and continued to wait here. Of course, the days of waiting were not boring, because during this period, the local tyrants happened to broadcast their attack on the Dyson Ball civilization, which happened to be a spice for him after work. Normally, he would watch the live broadcast when he had nothing to do, learn about the battle situation and tactics, and sort out these precious battle information to pave the way for his guild's future. Of course, the reason why he thinks so much is because he is also the elder of the guild after all. Although he, as a veteran, usually has a relatively low sense of presence, he is very aware that the guild has grown, which has many benefits for him. Just like that. With this in mind, he continued to stay here. Of course, after he discovered the strangeness of this galaxy, he also told Jiangyao the news as soon as possible, who knew that after he told Jiangyao what he had learned, Jiangyao's first moment was to ask him if anyone else knew the news. He immediately shook his head and told him that he had only told Jiangyao about it so far. After hearing his words, Jiangyao breathed a sigh of relief. And then Jiangyao told him that his discovery was very important and absolutely confidential. No one can say anything, and he is asked to continue to observe and report to him immediately if there is any other information. Of course, as a player, he definitely doesn't care about Jiangyao's words. Can't tell anyone else? You are just an NPC. In the final analysis, you are just a program. If it's a big deal, I won't talk about it in the game. When the time comes, can't I just say it in the chat software and be done with it? So he didn't care about this matter at first. But after Jiangyao's words, he immediately changed his mind. Because Jiangyao told him that if he knew about this matter and anyone else knew about it, all the rewards from your guild related to the epic mission would be cancelled. This punishment shocked him. Indeed, Jiangyao had no control over the game. But who can guarantee that there won't be one or two big mouths in their group? If he just tells the story, the big mouth on the back publicizes the matter. Wouldn't that be a fool's errand? So he has been holding back this matter until now, and he doesn't dare to talk about it. Of course, he still believed in people like Xianyu. But to be on the safe side, his idea was to ask Xianyu and the others out and explain the matter in private. But the current situation is that Xianyu and the others are busy attacking that civilization, so they don't have time at all. So things have fallen into the current embarrassing situation. At this moment, while he was still thinking wildly, Xianyu's voice came over again. I'm just curious. You haven't found anything over there so far. Or what are you doing waiting there? The current situation is a bit complicated. I can't explain it to you. As I suggested before, we should make an appointment offline, and I will explain the situation to you in detail. There's no need to go to all this trouble. Let's just have a small group chat, and you can explain everything clearly. This matter is not as simple as you think. Anyway, I won't tell you until we meet. And when you understand the situation clearly after meeting, you will also think that I did the right thing. Just when Xianyu was about to say something, the Emperor Penguin on the side stopped him. Looking at his appearance, he must have some troubles. Why don't we make an appointment to talk about it? But the war is about to start now, and everyone's schedule is very tight, Xianyu said, feeling a little embarrassed. Let's go and take a look. After all, we have been with Lao Kun for so long, and we should know very well that this guy is someone who will say whatever he wants. It is absolutely impossible to hesitate like he is now. Obviously there is something very important now. Otherwise, he would not be able to do this. But just when he was about to say something, he suddenly discovered that something happened again in this galaxy. Holy shit. What's going on? At this moment, the game started in a different direction, and he saw that the approaching speed of the planets of the Rock civilization and the Vashan civilization suddenly increased. Originally, the two planets were slowly approaching each other, although it looked slow on the surface. In fact, their speed at that stage was already very fast. But now at the beginning, Ikuin discovered something even more incredible. That is, the speed of the two planets approaching suddenly increased by several levels just now. Of course, if the planet was just close to the starting point, Kuan wouldn't be so nervous. What really made him nervous was that he could already sense the special energy in the space very clearly at this moment. Not only that, what is even more terrifying is that the Euglena instinctively sends a dangerous signal. He knew this kind of signal very well. They made their first pot of gold by relying on this special sensing function of the Zerg. So when this signal came out, he immediately realized that the situation was not good. While recording the current data, he killed a duck and ran outside the galaxy. Now in the process of running away, he did not forget to contact Jiang Yao. At this time, when Jiang Yao learned about the situation over there, he was also shocked, especially after he shared the view. He was shocked and speechless, because the situation in this galaxy is extremely bad at this time. First of all, it is the special energy. This energy was only discovered after the insect nest advanced. Moreover, this energy was only perceived after the 4th stage, and a large part of the reason why Jiang Yao released the epic mission was because of this special energy. In fact, from the very beginning when Tiaoquan told Jiang Yao that he sensed this energy, this incident had already aroused Jiang Yao's vigilance. To know what he only sensed after he evolved to this stage, Kuan in the beginning suddenly told him that the moon spirit eyeworm also sensed it. The problem here is huge. Chapter 248 Tracked by Special Energy. At that time, the energy perceived by Kaiju Kuan was very weak. Although Jiang Yao was also very vigilant at that stage, he would not be like now, because the current situation is that the energy of this galaxy is already very strong. Not to mention the 3rd stage of the moon spirit eyeworm. Jiang Yao estimates that even a king worm may be able to sense it. Of course, this is not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is that the 2 planets are approaching at an extremely fast speed. This speed is incredibly fast. According to Jiang Yao's speculation, the 2 planets will collide in at most 10 minutes. The collision of the 2 planets is not the most critical thing. The most important thing is that the Kuan at the beginning can no longer jump. In other words, this area has been disturbed by the jump. Not daring to think too much, Jiang Yao immediately let the starting Kuan run as far away as he could. Although the regular sailing speed of the moon spirit eyeworm is relatively fast, but compared with the jump, it is naturally far behind. According to estimates, it is obviously impossible to escape from this galaxy before the 2 planets collide. To put it simply, everything Kuan is doing at the beginning is in vain. But with the current situation, you can't let him stand and wait for death. As for why Jiang Yao is so sure that the 2 planets are colliding, the reason why Kuan is likely to be disappointed at the beginning is also very simple. Because by this time, he had roughly guessed the role of those special energy substances. These special energy substances play basically the same role as the dust floating in the air in a flower factory. As long as it encounters an open flame, the entire area will be detonated. And the huge energy generated by the collision of the 2 planets is the opportunity to detonate this. He could probably guess the reason why the civilization did this. Just as I thought before, the 2 civilizations in this galaxy were created by that mysterious civilization for the purpose of observation, and his laboratory was destroyed, in order to ensure that the data is not leaked. What they can do is to destroy this place, because Jiang Yao bet that there may be some important information stored somewhere inside this planet. But with his current level, he still can't find it. Therefore, for that mysterious civilization, it is impossible for these important data to flow out. So he can only choose to destroy it. Jiang Yao doesn't know whether this destruction is an active destruction or a passive destruction. It may be that all this is secretly controlled by that civilization. Or it may be because when all the creatures in the 2 civilizations become extinct, it will be triggered. All in all, various situations may occur. Jiang Yao doesn't know exactly what it is. But Jiang Yao knows that he must have entered the site of this mysterious civilization. Even if this mysterious civilization has not discovered him yet due to various reasons, he and that civilization will definitely meet in the future. Within the light cone is destiny. And now he is already in the same light cone as this civilization. So no matter how you play, the 2 sides will eventually meet at a certain period of time. And after the encounter, a war will definitely break out between the 2 sides. So Jiang Yao must prepare in advance. Jiang Yao doesn't know what this civilization is like, and his only clue is about to be cut off. He had thought before that maybe a Chijo-kun could really find something important here in the beginning. But it seemed impossible based on the current situation. Because with the explosion waiting for a while, everything here will disappear. Just like this, under Jiang Yao's watch, a Kun ran further and further away. And at this time, the 2 planets also collided. When the 2 planets collided, the huge energy generated was instantaneous. Under this huge impact, the 2 planets also exploded. As the energy spread, just as Jiang Yao thought, that special substance was detonated. As this special substance was detonated, what Jiang Yao didn't expect was that this substance also directly affected the star. Even the stars in this galaxy were detonated together. As the planet exploded, even greater energy began to spread, and all surrounding planets were not spared. When the explosion occurred, various rays began to spread around. For lower-level civilizations, these rays are fatal. If a relatively close or unobstructed civilization is directly penetrated by this ray, then the entire civilization may be destroyed. To put it simply, this explosion not only destroyed this galaxy, but it may also wipe out some lower-level civilizations many years in the future. Through this incident, we can also see in disguise what the attitude of high-level civilizations towards these low-level civilizations in this universe is. For advanced civilizations, these low-level texts are no different from bugs. They may just trample you to death without any psychological burden. So if you want to live stably in this universe, you must have enough strength. And just when Jiang Yao thought it was over, he discovered something even more terrifying. The Moon Spirit Eyeworm has a blood volume of 120,000, a defense of 800, and an energy-devouring reserve of 100,000. This amount of energy-phagic reserves allows it to support a very strong energy-phagic shield. Therefore, when the explosion occurred and the shock wave caught up with Kun at the beginning, he instinctively opened the energy-devouring shield. It was also because of this shield that he was not instantly knocked out. Because of the shield, he survived the explosion for 5 seconds. And it was also because of these 5 seconds that Jiang Yao discovered that there was a special energy escaping in such a violent explosion. This special amount was exactly the energy created by the mysterious civilization he perceived. This escaping energy flew directly in a certain direction, and as the flight distance became farther and farther, the energy gradually weakened, until the Euglena could no longer feel its traces. If this is the case, Jiang Yao won't care too much. What worries Jiang Yao is that the direction in which this energy escapes is exactly the direction in which he left. In fact, this energy should not be called escape. Jiang Yao felt that tracking might be more appropriate. Jiang Yao definitely couldn't attribute everything that happened in front of him to coincidence. Obviously, this energy is not only capable of detonating the entire galaxy, but in addition to this, it also has tracking capabilities. It is self-evident what will happen with the tracking function. This mysterious civilization can easily find Jiang Yao's location through this energy. How did it track me? You have to know that the jump will not leave traces like superlight travel. How can it determine the direction when I don't leave any traces? Is it because I once stayed in an energy cluster in a bug nest? So part of the energy is attached to the bug nest. And this energy is like a beacon that has been guiding the way, Jiang Yao said with a gloomy expression at the moment. In fact, he had thought about this matter before setting off. But at that time, the insect nest had completed its evolution and could sense this energy. So he observed carefully when he left and found that no special energy was brought out of this insect nest at all. But now it seems that things are not as simple as I thought. His insect nest is most likely attached to this special energy. And the special energy attached to the insect nest cannot even be sensed by his 4-stage insect nest. Things are getting tricky now. At this moment, Jiang Yao also knew that the next thing would be troublesome. If he didn't find a way to solve this special energy in the insect nest, then this civilization might come to him at any time. Then I will be very passive next. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that now I have no way to detect this energy. And I have no way to deal with this energy. To put it simply, now he knows that there is a time bomb on him. But there is nothing he can do about it. Evolve. We must quickly evolve the insect nest to the next stage. If we can't detect it in the next stage, then we'll move on to the next stage. No matter what the cost. We must evolve the insect nest as soon as possible to the point where we can detect hidden dangers in ourselves. All Jiang Yao can do at this moment is to try his best to evolve the insect nest and solve the hidden dangers. In addition, Jiang Yao also needs to expand the number of his troops. Not only to expand the number of troops, but also to find ways to allow players to push the evolutionary stage as high as possible. All in all, Jiang Yao now knows very well that there is not much time left for him. And this time on the player's side. At this moment, in Xianyu's stronghold, a group of players are discussing the next battle plan. Brothers, everyone must be aware of the current situation. This time we are facing unprecedented challenges. Because there are too many players. I bet that when we enter that galaxy, those grandsons will definitely be vicious dogs. If we move a little slower, we may not even be able to drink the soup. So now we will first calculate everyone's online rate. And then we will arrange the next work. At this moment, Xianyu was arranging the next battle plan for everyone. And at this moment an uninvited guest broke in. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. Did you miss me? At this moment, Kuing came in, controlling an alienated beast, and greeted everyone enthusiastically. At this moment, looking at Kaikuin who walked in, everyone turned their attention to him. Why are you back? Xianyu asked subconsciously as he looked at Kaikun, who was greeting and walking towards him. But the moment he said these words, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Holy shit! How did you come back from being so far away? Did you switch roles? At this point, Xianyu subconsciously glanced at the Emperor Penguin not far away. At this moment, the Emperor Penguin was controlling his fierce armored beast and rushed towards the opening Kun. Mad. Eyeworm. What's wrong with the eyeworm? Oh my god. Why did I receive an email from an eyeworm? What the hell did you do? The Emperor Penguin roared angrily as it rushed toward him. And when he heard the content of the Emperor Penguin's roar, Xianyu was dumbfounded. You can't kill the eyeworm. Can you? Speaking of Xianyu, his tone was full of disbelief. The moment he saw Kun nodding at the beginning, Xianyu couldn't hold himself back any longer. Holy shit! Why are you playing? The Moon Spirit Eyeworm has its own invisibility skills and 100,000 energy reserves. How can it die as long as the invisibility and shield are on? Seeing Xianyu, Kaikun also expressed helplessness. I don't want to either. But the situation over there is too complicated. Forget it. I won't be able to explain it to you for a while. But don't worry about this, bug. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Answer? What a bullshit reply you have. We are all a group of liver emperor players. Who do you think we are? A soldier worth 10 or 20 million will die without blinking an eye. You must know that this eyeworm is the most valuable in our entire guild. And with your stupid financial situation, can you afford to pay for it? At this moment, the Emperor Penguin spoke with a somewhat excited tone. At this time, the cloud player who understood the situation said, Damn it. How can you accompany this Kun in the beginning? I told you at the beginning. Just stay there, and you can get an ordinary eyeworm. You have to go. The borrowed Moon Spirit eyeworm is now over. But it's overturned. Obviously they all knew that this guy would never be able to afford eyeworms worth such a high price. In fact, a lot of people were panicked about this incident at the beginning. You must know that this is a real unit worth tens of millions. And you can't afford to lose even if you sell him. But fortunately, after his eyesore was lost, Jiang Yao released a hidden mission and came with a reward. It was also because of this hidden mission and the accompanying rewards that I dared to run back so fast at the beginning. However, although he no longer needed to worry about compensation, when the eyeworm was burping, there was a moment when he was considering whether he should run away with the bucket. Tell me about the situation. Tell me everything that happened over there. Emperor Penguin, who had calmed down a little at this moment, asked. Obviously now, he also understands that it is no longer meaningful to blame blindly after what has happened. What he needs to know now is what happened and how it ended. Go offline and go to the place we agreed on. I will explain the whole thing to you. Regarding the Emperor Penguin's question, Yikuin still gave the same answer as before. But this time several people agreed immediately. Because the situation now is no better than before. Before things happened, they felt that it was a bit fussy to make a fuss like this at the beginning. And it was completely unnecessary. But things are different now. Just for that eyeworm. They all have to meet offline to have a good chat. Chapter 249. The Queen is still alive? One day later, several people were sitting around a table in a restaurant. Well, now that we are all here, shouldn't you explain the situation clearly? I've actually always been curious as to why you're never willing to explain things clearly in the game or in the group. Xianyu asked first as soon as he sat down. Hearing Xianyu's question, Kaikun sighed and said, This matter is rather troublesome to talk about. First of all, it is directly related to how many rewards we can get for our epic mission. Everyone couldn't help but look at him with some curiosity when they heard what Ichijo-kun said at the beginning. Is it directly related to how many rewards we can get for our epic mission? Then, under the curious eyes of everyone, he made a bold start and explained the whole story to everyone. If you go by what you said, then your decision is quite correct. Because there are quite a lot of loudmouths in our guild. If this matter is really revealed to them, it will not only have an impact on our future earnings, it will also have a relatively large impact on our entire guild. Because once something like this happens, I think most people in our guild will quit. At this point, the Emperor Penguin changed the topic and asked, I already know the general situation very well. But what I am concerned about now is about my eyeworm. Hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, the other people couldn't help but become quiet. Xianyu and Yun Player calmly moved towards the Emperor Penguin's position. What are you doing? The Emperor Penguin, who saw the two of them at this moment, looked confused. Well, aren't we worried about your impulsiveness? So we thought we would stop you if you can't control yourself. Emperor Penguins. Well, The penguin situation is probably like this, because the leader is also watching when the eyeworm burps. So after I burped, the leader called me over and told me that because the information I discovered was important, he would give me a special reward. And this reward content is the moon spirit eyeworm. What? As Ichigo-kun's words fell, everyone was stunned. You sure? Of course. Otherwise you think why I would appear in front of you so arrogantly. You must know that the number of moon spirit eyeworms is not small. If I really can't afford the compensation, I will most likely just run away with the bucket. Damn it. Running away with a bucket? Can you be successful? Profit? You try to earn 2,500 yuan a month and owe 10 million yuan. If it were you, wouldn't you run away? After the matter was perfectly resolved, the atmosphere among the few suddenly became relaxed. While they were still chatting half-jokingly, Xianyu suddenly thought of something and asked, "That's not right. Then since the leader rewarded you with a moon spirit eyeworm, why don't you use the moon spirit eyeworm as a reward? Are the eyeworms coming?" Hearing Xianyu's question, Kaito Ikuin also expressed his concerns to everyone. When I was scouting the galaxy over there were quite a few people besides us who knew about this matter. Everyone knows that I should be in the galaxy of rock and earth civilization now. If I receive the moon spirit eyeworm, and they watched me control the moon spirit eyeworm and come back, then how did I come back? I was thinking that if something like this happened, it was either a bug. Such a big bug would definitely spread among the game group. Or my moon eyeworm died, and I bought a new one. For bug problems, they will report it to the official. And the official will definitely tell them that it is not a bug. If it is not a bug, then there will be a problem. Where did a poor guy like me get the money to buy a new one? It just so happens that I have been investigating there. And everyone knows that what I am investigating is nothing more than an epic mission. If you connect these few things together, the answer will be obvious. Although it doesn't matter even if they know that we have received some rewards from the epic mission. It will affect our future layout. Our future layout? Didn't Emperor Penguin mention our layout before? Recruiting a large number of people relies on quantitative changes to lead to qualitative changes. That was just our previous layout. And now I'm here to talk to you about our next layout. You must know that my gains there this time are not small. And one of them will directly affect our overall layout. Speaking of this, Kuin opened the door and said to several people mysteriously, because in the near future, that mysterious civilization will definitely come to us. Because our position has been exposed. Several people were also surprised when one Kuin said something at the beginning. So they quickly asked, "Please tell me in detail what happened." The situation is roughly like this. After the explosion in that galaxy, I directly turned on the full power energy devouring shield, and then I stayed there for a few seconds. During these seconds, I discovered that there was an escaping energy heading towards the place we set out before. The direction flew away. And the most important thing is, according to what the leader told me before, this energy was created by an unknown advanced civilization. If I am not mistaken, the mysterious civilization mentioned in the epic mission is this advanced civilization. After hearing what Kuin said in the beginning, a few people still didn't understand what it meant. And at this moment, Kaijiakuin continued to speak. And I am the only one who knows about this. Because this kind of escaping energy is very hidden. I was lucky enough to catch a glimpse of it. Even the leader didn't know about it. So brothers, do you know what this means? Xianyu replied with gleaming eyes. This means that if we tell the leader this information, then we can get another part of the prize. Wrong. It's not us. It's me. Nah. Do you want to take the reward for yourself? This is too much. Okay. Don't joke around. If he really wants to keep it all to himself, I'm afraid he won't tell me about it. At this point, the Emperor Penguin changed the subject and continued, "This discovery is indeed very important. At the beginning, none of us knew when the mysterious civilization would come. But through this information, we can be sure that the arrival of this mysterious civilization will be very short. It means that if we want to get more rewards, we need to prepare and lay out in advance. If I'm not wrong, Kai-Zhang called us here to discuss this matter with us." In response to this, Kai Hyekin nodded. "Yes, I called everyone over. The first thing is to make everyone keep secret. And the second thing is about our future plans. Because this is an epic mission. Knowing this piece of information will undoubtedly give us an advantage. If we arrange everything in advance, then wouldn't we?" After hearing this, several people nodded in agreement. But at this time, they also knew that it was not easy to arrange everything in advance. Xianyu, who learned about the situation at this time, was thinking and said, "If we want to get more contributions from this kind of civilized attack, It is very simple to upgrade our troops crazily during this period. Furthermore, in order to prevent our actions from arousing suspicion from others, we also need to buy a batch of ordinary soldiers to use in order to confuse the public. As soon as he finished speaking, he was rebutted by the cloud player next to him. I feel that with regard to the situation in our guild, it doesn't matter whether it is confusing or not, because even if you let them upgrade like crazy, they won't be able to come up with anything. So many points of evolution. Xianyu. So our biggest problem right now is where the money comes from. Emperor Penguin pointed out the key to the problem. At present, our source of income is nothing more than the subsequent civilized attacks. In addition to the civilized attacks, another source is that we can also get a share of the civilizations that Weiji applied to attack. Don't even think about Weiji, because we can't find the specific coordinates of that civilization. It's basically unrealistic to attack it in the short term. So now we can only earn evolution points by attacking that civilization. But the sad thing is that we can't make much money no matter how hard we work with so many people. Speaking of this, Xianyu was also worried. It's numb. After all, it's still a matter of money. Yeah. It's just like other games. You already know what will skyrocket in price in the next version. But you don't have the money to collect things in advance. Yun players also agreed with Xianyu's words. Brothers, why don't we find someone to hug you? At this moment, Xianyu suddenly thought of something. So he continued to add, brothers, do you think it is possible for us to cooperate with Kai Ming? Think about it. Kai Ming is in full swing right now. If we cooperate with them, the problem of money will no longer be an issue. Money is no longer an issue. Do you think they will give you money? Obviously they won't give it to you at all. So what if he doesn't give it? We told him that this information must be charged. And our charging standards are also very simple. Even the civilization they attack allows us to get involved. If we cooperate with them, and the two guilds enjoy so many resources, we will definitely earn much more than if tens of thousands of people here eat from a big pot of rice. Hearing Xianyu's proposal, Zhang Yikuan curled his lips and said, I'm afraid you can't figure it out. It's surprising that they agreed to this matter. After all, as long as we join, their income will be reduced by at least a large amount. They have invested so much, and they are probably eager to get their money back. Is it possible for you to get a share of the pie at this time? Naturally. Xianyu also considered the idea of starting with a Kuan. Maybe this is definitely impossible under normal circumstances. But the current situation is quite special. And the local tyrants are actually relatively short of manpower. The main reason why they don't want to have people come over to help is because they want to keep all the rewards. And they also know very well that if they let people buy shares at this time, many guilds will not be able to accept the price they offer. So their current situation is quite embarrassing. As long as we have enough chips at this time, this matter may not be impossible to discuss. And I think the chips for the epic mission should be enough. We only need to make some concessions in the distribution of benefits. So there is a high probability that this matter can be negotiated. And when we cooperate with them, we don't need to be too dark-hearted and think about taking more. In a situation like theirs, even squeezing a few out of their fingernails is a windfall for us. After hearing what Xianyu said, a few people thought about it and felt that it was really possible. So several people began to discuss how they should discuss this matter with the Kai Ming in the future. At the same time, in the galaxy where the Dyson Sphere civilization is located, inside a humble meteorite, a huge brainworm was looking seriously at the destruction beast under his command, who came to report the situation. Is the information you said true? Yes, Insect King. What I said is absolutely true. The smaller destruction beast, which looks similar to a tardigrade, replied. This kind of destruction beast is a destruction beast that evolved from the cerebral worm and is responsible for intelligence work. Come up, Brainworm ordered. After hearing the order from the brainworm, the destroying beast stepped forward and saw a tentacle inserted into his brain. And then the brainworm read everything he saw. Originally, the cerebrate had the ability to share vision. But this part of his ability was given to it by the Queen of the Zerg. Now that the Zerg Queen has gone offline, it has also lost this part of its ability. In addition, these creatures are not Zerg. So even if it can share vision, it cannot be used on them. So now it can only use this method to view information. Although this method is a bit useless. Fortunately, these destroying beasts have amazing reproductive capabilities. So it doesn't hurt. At this time, when the brainworm saw the picture in the mind of this worm, it was also stunned. Zerg. It's Zerg. It was obvious that it recognized this group of familiar yet unfamiliar companions at a glance. Although this brainworm has never stayed in the insect nest, it is very clear through the inheritance and memory of the insect race, that the group of insects he saw are of its own race. The Zerg. The Zerg have not disappeared from this universe. The Zerg swarm has not been destroyed. Speaking of which, this brainworm felt a little excited, looking at the alien dragon rushing at the forefront, and the king insect following closely behind it. A strange emotion flashed through the brain of this brain insect at this moment. Sure enough, my feeling is correct. Although the queen is defeated, the queen is not dead. If the queen dies, all the hives will stop producing Zerg warriors. But now there is an insect nest that has produced so many warriors, which can only prove one problem. That is, the queen has never left. Actually, I have known this for a long time. Because am I not also the proof that the queen is alive? At this time, this brainworm finally had a clear goal. In fact, it had been confused since it was hatched. Because the last inheritance of the Zerg race was the moment when the queen closed her eyes. The queen's status in the Zerg is transcendent. The Zerg that loses the queen is like losing its weathervane in life. So it has been in a state of confusion since the day it was born, and can only do what it thinks it should do based on instinct. But it doesn't know whether it makes sense to do these things. But at this moment, with the appearance of these bugs, it knew what to do next. The queen is still alive, and she must be trapped somewhere by that group of evil humans. What it needs to do now is to reorganize a huge swarm of insects with these comrades to rescue the queen. Chapter 250. The two guilds establish a cooperative relationship. Of course, players naturally don't know that there are brainworms in this area. At this moment, they still believe that those biological weapons were cultivated by the Dyson Sphere civilization. So now they are still thinking about how to pocket this batch of biological weapons. The only troublesome thing now is that if we attack those biological planets rashly, we will inevitably be counterattacked by the Dyson Sphere civilization. So if we want to attack those planets safely, I feel that at least half of the buildings in the Dyson Sphere civilization must be cleared. This is very troublesome. Judging from the current situation, cleaning up half of the civilization, I estimate that our small number of troops and resources will not be enough. And our overall investment volume is already very high. If we continue to invest, I guess many players will not be able to bear it. So now if we want to continue to maintain the war situation, we must find a way to attack the planet where the biological weapons are located. But once the Dyson Sphere civilization is in the attack, we will definitely not let us attack it. They will definitely find a way to stop it. This is the most troublesome thing. So we have to come up with a way to get the best of both worlds. One player said. Hearing this, another player took over and said, there are many ways. For example, when we attack these planets, let some people interfere with the Dyson Sphere. In this case, they definitely don't have the energy and time to take care of us. But this will involve a problem. That is, if we separate the troops, then when the offensive force retreats, the loss will be great because there is no interception team. In fact, the current situation has become obvious. Our biggest problem is lack of manpower. There are only two ways before us now. The first is to lower the salary standards and recruit more people. And the second is to cooperate with other trade unions. At this time, a group of players are discussing their next plan. Because the wartime consumption during this period is quite high. And even players with strong funds, like them, are a little unable to hold on. So far, they have only captured 2 areas of the Dyson Ball civilization. Although they have launched several attacks in the 3rd area, the results are not ideal. Of course, this is understandable. When the Dyson Sphere civilization started its first round of confrontation with players, it was unclear about the situation and was a little unable to react due to their surprise attack, which resulted in the loss of 2 areas. Now both sides basically know each other's strength very well, so it is definitely impossible for players to have the same success as before at this time. At this time, the players who had been fighting for a long time were also somewhat exhausted physically and mentally. The most important reason was the battle losses that made them worried. Although the tactics they adopted later resulted in relatively less battle losses, they were not completely absent. And now those players who sacrificed their lives have returned to the insect nest and are on standby. They didn't rush back because this put more pressure on the front line. Of course, this was also the reason why they did this. The first point is that the location of the insect nest is relatively far from the galaxy they are attacking. So it takes a lot of time to go back and forth. So after much deliberation, they decided to let this group of players wait at the insect nest. Because in the future, they may need to bring some special units based on the battle situation on the front line. And because all the previous players' ores had been acquired by them long ago. So they still need to wait until the insect nest reaches its destination. and then see if there are any ores in the galaxy over there. If there are any, buy them and take them there one by one. The insect nest should reach its destination in the next 2 days. According to the leader, a large number of mining ships and many military strongholds were found in the Kuiper belt of this galaxy. So that should be the first point of attack for the large forces. At this moment, a player in the Kaimeng who is in the insect nest is telling others the information he has learned in the past 2 days. Or ship? What kind of ore was collected? Is there any news from the leader? A player asked after receiving this news. The previous player shook his head and said, I don't know. The leader didn't investigate this. At present, the leader is mainly investigating the opponent's layout. Now we need to know if they are collecting Iraq ore. If so, after others attack and knock down that side, we can collect the ore from them. If not, then it will be very troublesome for us on the main battlefield. Yes, according to Potato and the others, 80% of the batch of ore we collected previously has been used, which means it will probably be completely consumed in the next few days. When the ore runs out, the next step will be the most troublesome. Correct. Speaking of this, the players seem to have thought of something. I suddenly remembered that the leader had said it before. After settling here, he would open the insect nest to the middle of the 2 places, so that both sides want to deliver ore. It will be much more convenient to buy supplies. When we go back, we can still hitchhike half the way. It doesn't matter whether we take a ride or not. What matters now is whether there are ores in this area. That's the key point. Now I'm worried that this civilization here only collects ordinary ores. If this is the case, how should we fight the war there? At this time, while several people in the Kaimeng were still discussing, Xianyu and the others had already contacted Tudo. What I hear you mean is that you want to cooperate with us now. And the bargaining chip is the information you know? After getting in touch with Xianyu and understanding their needs, Tuwa couldn't help but feel a little funny about their proposal. You must know that a lot of investment has been made from purchasing this galaxy to attacking them. At this time, you want to run in and get involved. And he didn't plan to pay. He just wanted to join based on a piece of information. In his opinion, this idea was a bit hasty. Boss Potato, we can probably guess the situation on your side. First of all, you should be relatively short of manpower at the moment. At this time you have only 2 choices. The first is to continue to charge money to maintain war consumption. And the second is to cooperate with other guilds. However, cooperation with other guilds will involve a problem. That's how much money the joining guilds should pay. Because your previous battle losses plus the troops you purchased, and the purchase of this system have already cost a lot. If the guilds that come in offer less, you will definitely not be happy. But if the guilds offer too much, I believe that no guild will be willing to come here. Having said this, the Emperor Penguin continued, so the situation you are currently in is also very embarrassing. Of course, since we dared to find you and buy shares using only one piece of information, then our information must be of equal value. I'm curious, what kind of information can be worth hundreds of millions? Tuwa asked after hearing what Emperor Penguin said. But at this moment, he already had a vague guess in his mind. First of all, this group of people are not stupid, since they dare to use information to invest in shares. It proves that the value of this information is very high. At this stage, the only high-value information he can think of is information on epic missions. And combined with the gossip they received before, one of their guild's elders has been staying in the Rock Earth system for reconnaissance. So if they guessed correctly, they should have obtained more important information there. What Penguin said next confirmed his suspicion. After telling him that this was information about an epic mission, Penguin also told him that only a few people knew this information. If it is known to others, the leader will most likely forcibly cancel the epic quest rewards. Tudo was also a little surprised when he heard this. At this time, he was even more interested in this information. You must know that the leader actually gave such a punishment in this matter. From this, it is not difficult to guess how important this information is. At this time, Potato's intuition told him that if he got this information, then their #1 ranking in the epic mission would definitely be secured. In fact, if it were the Emperor Penguins and the others who had used this information in exchange, he would never have allowed them to join the gang. Because for now, their guild can be said to have the highest amount of Krypton gold among the entire player group. Of course, among the newly established guilds. He also knows that many guilds also have such rich people. But these big local tycoons have not started to spend as much money as they did. And the people under these big local tycoons are not as rich as the people under their own hands. These rich people usually set up a guild by themselves, recruited a bunch of people, and then slowly developed it. So it is no exaggeration to say that their guild is now the #1 guild in the entire game. The reward for that epic quest rightfully belongs to their guild. Of course, this was what he thought before. But now after experiencing such a war, he realized how naive his thoughts were. Because when they played games in the past, a few million Krypton dollars could completely crush the entire server and crush all the monsters. But in this game, their total Krypton gold amount is measured in hundreds of millions. But even with this amount of Krypton gold, he was still beaten to death by these monsters. Based on this alone, he knew that it was impossible to crush him in this game. And you have to know that the civilization they attacked is actually not too strong. If all the players are allowed to join a civilization of this level, it will only take a few days. So for a civilization of this level, if it were classified as a task difficulty, he probably wouldn't even be considered a simple task. You must know that the leader assignment task is usually evaluated based on the entire insect swarm. Now it is such a civilization that is not even a simple task that has tormented them like this. So one can imagine how difficult this epic task will be. In the past, he thought that with their amount of Krypton gold, this epic mission was purely a personal show for their guild. But now it seems that he was really thinking about Tauzi. A civilization that couldn't even be called a simple one forced them to death. If they really came into contact with the civilization of the epic mission, they would probably die as many as they had with the few soldiers they had. And after experiencing this war, he finally understood the general situation of this game. The number of people is also very important in this game. But their entry threshold is here. So it is difficult to recruit people. But their principle is to prefer lack to excess. So it is impossible for them to lower their standards. Therefore, with the current situation of their guild, finding a union to cooperate with is undoubtedly the best choice. Although Xianyu's guild has relatively few Kryptonians, a large number of players in their guild are veteran players. And no matter how bad they are, they still have some reserves. So the level of advancement of the troops is barely noticeable. And the most important thing is that there are enough people in their union. If you cooperate with them, not only will you get information, but you will also have cannon fodder. Of course, Xianyu himself knows very well that when cooperating with these wealthy people, they can basically only be used as cannon fodder. After all, at your military level, do you still want to be the main force? This is obviously impossible. But for Xianyu and his group of players, it doesn't matter as long as they can earn evolution points and become cannon fodder. In this way, the two parties had a simple negotiation with OK in the game. And then the two parties conveniently agreed on a time to meet offline. Because the war situation was quite urgent now. They made an appointment for the next day. When the two sides met the next day, Xianyu and the others also explained clearly to Tudo and the others the intelligence they had collected this time. And Tudo, who knew the information, couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He originally thought that the mysterious civilization would come to his door after a long time. But he never expected that the mysterious civilization would come looking for him so soon. This task can be roughly divided into several parts. The first part is to resist the invasion of that civilization. The second part is to evolve the insect nest. And the third part is probably to fight back. The most critical of these three certification steps is the first step. If the first step is not completed, there will be no follow-up. After thinking about this, Tudo said to several people, I understand the general situation. Which means that now we need to hoard evolution points like crazy and prepare in advance. But now I'm curious. Why didn't the leader announce this matter and asked you who discovered this information to hide it? After hearing Potato's doubts, the Emperor Penguin expressed his guess. If I'm not wrong, they will definitely not send out all their warships in the first round of attack after a civilization like this discovers us. They will definitely launch a wave of attacks on us. Test. The leader probably wants to wait until he has learned the opponent's battleship technology data after testing, and then announces the news, and coordinates our evolution direction, or the purchase direction of the troops. Chapter 251 Agree on tactics, and prepare for attack. After hearing the Emperor Penguin's analysis, Potato's expression also changed. If Emperor Penguin and his analysis are correct, then they will be able to profit to the maximum extent after mastering this information. After all, the people present have played a lot of games, and naturally understand the importance of this information. Putting aside the final reward of the epic mission, let's just talk about what Emperor Penguin just analyzed. If it comes true, then their next layout must be adjusted appropriately. Thinking of this, Potato said thoughtfully, if your analysis is correct, then the number of troops we purchase will need to be reduced. After hearing this, The Emperor Penguin also nodded and said, in short, I think this matter is close to what I inferred. Otherwise the leader would not do this. After all, it is undoubtedly the best strategy to let other players know that the enemy is about to attack at this time and prepare them in advance. But the leader chose to hide this matter. Hiding this matter at this stage is just serving one purpose. That is, to understand the situation of the soldiers sent by the enemy and then make plans. Because if you tell others about this now, they will definitely prepare in advance at this stage. If the units prepared by these players happen to be restrained by the enemy, then there will be a big problem. After hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, Potato also nodded in agreement. I think that's the case. Then we just need to keep all the evolution points collected during this period, and then wait for the event. Now Potato and Emperor Penguin's idea is to hoard evolution points and other activities. Because this is a game and not reality. If something like this happens in reality, the agency responsible for production will increase production. But in a game, the NPC wants you to buy troops according to his plan. It is very simple. And it must be in the form of activities. For example, there are discounts for certain types of troops. In this way, players will increase the purchase rate of this type of arms. If this is the case, if they reserve evolution points in advance, they will undoubtedly make great profits in the event. Discounts and other activities may not seem like much to other people. But it is different for guilds like Potato, who consume a lot of money. No matter how much the discount is. Even if it is a 20% discount, they may save tens of millions of evolution points. After discussing this matter, Potato and Emperor Penguin also discussed about the later distribution and other aspects. And the two parties also agreed that when the insect nest moves to the middle point, everyone on the Emperor Penguin side must come with the insect nest. Naturally, they readily agreed to this matter, even though they wanted to make a profit while attacking civilization here. But people will definitely disagree if you do this. After all, since both parties are cooperating, you have to work. It is impossible that you have fished enough here, and then you can continue fishing after you have almost fished there. Isn't this simply taking someone for granted? In this way, after the discussion was over, the two parties left. A few days later. By the way, why is the leader still observing? It's been several days since we arrived at the destination, and he hasn't issued an attack order yet. Xianyu asked in the game group that day. Bored. At present, they have reached a position 3 light years away from the target point. But Jiangyao has not issued an attack command for a long time, which also makes many players feel uncomfortable. After all, we were all ready to attack. But you didn't give the order to attack. What a big deal. I guess it will take a while. Because the situation in this galaxy is a bit special. The Emperor Penguin said after hearing Xianyu's complaint. What's special? Isn't it just a binary star system? Xianyu said indifferently. First of all, let's briefly talk about the binary star system. 2 stars that are relatively close together in the universe make uniform circular motion around a fixed point on the line between them. Because of the gravitational relationship between the 2 stars, the orbit of the orbiting planet is not as stable as other planets. During the orbiting process, the position of the planet affected by gravity is not fixed. It may be very close to the star. It may be thrown far away. Or it may never come back after being thrown out. The Emperor Penguin continued. And the planet may often experience extremely cold or extremely hot weather. In addition, the speed of the planet must be very fast to avoid being engulfed by the star. The possibility of life being born in such an environment is extremely low. Because such a planet is simply not suitable for life to reproduce here. Even if life is born, it will experience countless disasters in the process of evolution. It is impossible to develop a civilization under such circumstances. So this civilization is not as simple as imagined. After hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, Xianyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I probably understand what you mean. Which means that life is born in such an extreme environment. And being able to grow to the stage of civilization proves that their own physiques should be very powerful. At this moment, a player in the guild took over and said, this is only one of the reasons you mentioned. And the possibility of it happening is very low. Because as Penguin said at the beginning, this binary star system wants to be born. Life is basically impossible. Because extreme cold and extreme heat occur alternately. It will have a great impact on the evolution of living things. For example, it may have been extremely hot weather for hundreds of years. And under such circumstances, life was born. Life may evolve through development. I have just adapted to the extremely hot weather. And now the extremely cold weather has arrived. Then, there is a high probability that this group of creatures will become extinct. In short, The birth of life on such a planet is basically impossible. And even if life is born and civilization evolves, the first thing they have to do must be to leave here, because this place is so unstable. The destruction of civilization may occur at any time. No one can guarantee that the next time it approaches a star, this planet will not plunge into it. If this civilization's technology is low, they will have no way to leave here, so they can understand if they stay here. But the technological level of this civilization is not low. Just look at their mining ships, and you can't tell that they already have star navigation capabilities. But under such circumstances, they still chose to stay here. So it is not difficult to see from this that they are not simple. Of course, it does not rule out that they are not a native civilization at all. They are foreigners. It's very intriguing that an alien civilization came here to mine. Hearing this, she and you immediately understood. I probably understand. Which means that the resources here must be very rich. Whether they are foreign cultural relics or local cultural relics. Since they are willing to stay here, it means there must be something here that attracts them. Otherwise they would have left long ago. That's right. Speaking of this, she and you couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable, because they had just reached an agreement with Tudo and the others not long ago. Because of the agreed reasons. No matter how fat it is here, it has nothing to do with them. And just when everyone was still planning to talk about something, they suddenly received an email. When they clicked on the email, they saw that it was the strategic layout of the enemy in this galaxy. Finally here, she and you immediately became energetic when he saw the email. Then, he immediately browsed the information. Currently, the enemy has a total of 73 mining sites and 35 defensive outposts in this galaxy. This is only the layout of the outer reaches of the galaxy. Inside the galaxy, there is a huge space station on the enemy's planet, which should have strong combat capabilities. The leader of the planet did not go to investigate because of security concerns. After getting the information, Emperor Penguin said to Xianyu and the others, "We have roughly figured out the situation. The next step is to discuss the attack plan with other guilds." With that said, the group of people headed to the meeting hall in the insect nest. As soon as they arrived at the hall, they saw that the hall was already packed with people, and everyone was discussing the attack plan this time. Because there are more guilds in the entire game now, everyone is currently arranging tasks based on guilds. Because tasks are arranged on a guild-by-guild basis, it is more important to discuss each guild's attack points and distribution of benefits. There are currently 35 defense points. Each of our unions is responsible for one stronghold. It would be just right to divide the individual players into 5 teams. At this time, a player suggested, "Actually, I think we can ignore the defense department. This game is not like other games where we have to follow the levels one by one. In my opinion, otherwise we will go straight to Huanglong." Another player said there are different views. "I don't think this plan is feasible. There is only one chance for a surprise attack. We don't know a lot of information about the defense facilities, warships, etc. in the enemy base. We might be beaten back by them as soon as we get there. Not only will we suffer heavy losses, but we will also lose an opportunity for a surprise attack. In my opinion, we should be more stable. Slowly encircle us from the outside to the inside, so that if they send troops to attack us, we can crush them head on. I'm afraid you upstairs are not thinking too much. So you just use the troops, we currently have to fight them, as the main force. Yes, I seriously suspect that you have been confused by watching the live broadcasts of the rich and powerful people these days. You think that all of us are second and third stage evolved alien dragons, and can easily defeat troops several times larger than our own. You know, most of our alien dragons at present are the most common ones. Even the first stage is pitiful, and the second stage is even rarer. As for the third stage, you may not be thinking about it. So if we want to gain an advantage at the moment, we still have to rely on landing operations. In response to this attack, the players were talking a lot. This time is very different from all previous battles. The first is the difference in numbers, and the second is the difference in combat methods. In the past, everyone could play in a big pot. But now with the increase in the number of people and the increase in guilds, that method is no longer workable. The most critical thing now is the final distribution of benefits. At first, everyone thought of regional distribution. But this will involve a problem. Some areas are rich in oil and gas, and some areas may have nothing. This plan was quickly rejected. After much discussion in the end, no one came up with a perfect distribution plan. In the end, we had no choice but to adopt the initial distribution routine, dividing the entire planet into 4 groups. And all guild and individual players were also divided into 4 groups. Each group is responsible for attacking in its own area first. After the civilization is defeated, they will collect in this area for a week. After that, everyone can visit each other as before. After the general plan was distributed, everyone began to discuss their own attack plans. Because people in each theater have different ideas, the method of attack still needs to be decided upon by members in the theater after discussion with each other. For example, in the Southern War Zone, they advocated rushing in directly and knocking over the space station first. For example, everyone in the Western Theater of Operations chose to make steady progress, first removing the surrounding defensive strongholds, and then advancing inward step by step. After the players in each area had made plans, they began to take action. As the operation began, the Xianyu people in the Southern Theater couldn't help but feel a little worried. By the way, Penguin, I feel that if we do this, we may overturn. Currently, the only two theaters that advocate direct attack on the space station are our Southern Theater and the Eastern Theater. Although there are more than 20,000 people in total, we must know that we cannot lose too much. After all, it is estimated that we will have to follow the leader to the potato side in a while. If we lose too much here, and we use worker bees all the time, Potato will probably tear up the contract on the spot. The worry about Xianyu is not unreasonable. After all, the people in the two war zones chose to be reckless. If they were to be reckless, they might really suffer heavy losses. If other guild members lost money, they would lose it. Anyway, they made money after taking down this place, and it would be okay to make up for the battle losses. But they can't do it. They can't wait for a few days, and will go to the potato side immediately. If the losses are too heavy, and the battle damage cannot be replaced, it will be a bit embarrassing for a group of people to drive worker bees over. After hearing what Xianyu said, the Emperor Penguin also sighed. Do you think we have any choice? According to the routines of those two war zones, after they take out these defensive strongholds, I guess it's time for us to leave. It's time. That is to say, during this period of time, we worked hard to help others conquer the stronghold. But then we didn't get any benefits. Isn't this a waste of work? If the direct attack is successful, we can still collect resources for a few days. So although this method is a bit more risky now, it is the only feasible solution for us. Chapter 252. The opponent turned out to be an old acquaintance. In this way, everyone was chatting and heading towards the target point. The players also made a relatively detailed pre-war plan for this attack. First, players in the northern and western theaters will give priority to attacking the enemy's 10 defensive positions, while the enemy's attention was focused on these war zones. The other players took advantage of this opportunity to directly attack their space battles. They will definitely protect the space station at this time, so some warships may return to support. In this case, the pressure on the front line will be much less. At this time, players on the front line can easily remove other defensive strongholds. In the player's opinion, the enemy's return of reinforcements is inevitable, because the value of the space station is higher than that of the defensive stronghold. After the enemy returns, the players attacking the space station will definitely be under great pressure. If there is a situation where they cannot defeat them, they will retreat immediately. After retreating, the enemy's outer defense circle is basically gone. So if they reorganize their attack at this time, their chances of winning will be much greater if they advance inward. At this time, the two theater players responsible for attacking and defending the stronghold were divided into 10 formations, and each formation stopped 1 light year away from the target. After everyone was in place, all players in the two war zones set off at the same time. Each of these 10 formations has more than 2,000 people. Among these formations, the one at the forefront is the alien dragon responsible for escort, while the king insect follows closely behind the alien dragon. At the very back is the eyeworm responsible for intelligence work. Compared to these formations, the teams in the other two theaters seemed much more shocking, because more than 20,000 people gathered in the same area waiting for instructions from the front line. Brothers are about to attack. I'm so excited. Since entering the game, I have not participated in a real war. I said that I look forward to the arrival of this day by counting the stars and the moon every day. In order to prepare for this moment, I watched all the battle videos from the launch of the game to now. You're not the commander upstairs. You see this thing as a use. Can I watch it if I'm not a commander? I watch those videos mainly to learn how to survive on the battlefield. Don't you think what you're studying is a little off topic? By the way, don't any of you care about the strength of this civilization? What is there to be concerned about? We need to understand that these civilizations and our Zerg race are two different concepts. For a Zerg race, having 50,000 bugs is very normal. But for these civilizations, if the entire civilization can build 2,000 to 3,000 battleships, their civilization is quite impressive. Just talk about the civilization that the local tyrants and their guild attack. Don't look at the number of warships they send every time. But you haven't noticed that as the war continues to this day, the number of sorties they send in each wave has changed from the previous 10 to 20,000 ships to the current thousands. This is still the kind of civilization that can create Dyson spheres around stars. It is no longer good after a few deaths. And a civilization like this that has built a space station is simply not on the same level as it. Yeah. Don't think too much about the number of battleships in these civilizations. You must know that this game is infinitely close to reality. And these things are all very sophisticated. I think it's normal for a civilization to have tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of warships. It's normal. Except for civilizations that often fight wars. Under normal circumstances, normal civilizations will never be able to produce battleships of this magnitude. Let me tell you this. The total number of warships in the big countries in Blue Star is only 1,000 or 2,000. As for fighter jets, there are only a few hundred in each country. And there are still a lot of them. Some countries may only have a few. You must know that these things are not just produced and left alone. They need maintenance. And the later cost of maintenance is very exaggerated. And it's impossible for a country to spend all its expenses on maintenance and production. You also have to consider many other aspects. So the amount of military spending is limited. And you have to understand that what these civilizations have in their hands is not fighter planes, but space battleships. And the cost of maintaining these things is even more exaggerated. So if a normal civilization has not experienced space war, then the total number of their warships is most likely calculated in thousands. And very few can exceed 10,000. This is no different from our Zerg. According to the game settings, our Zerg has a swarm consciousness. Do you know what this means? It means that the entire Zerg race does not need too many other things. To put it bluntly, if the leader is happy, the entire Zerg race will be happy. There is no need to build any living and entertainment facilities. In addition, our maintenance costs are simply a bale of grass per 100 kilometers. Compared with them, it is a completely different concept. Actually, according to what you said, I feel that this Zerg race is indeed quite unsolvable. Isn't that right? According to the setting of this race, their evolutionary route is centered around the needs of war. First of all, their thinking is centered on the leader. Individuals have no other needs except for life maintenance, which greatly reduces the resources needed in other aspects. So they can devote all their resources to war. To put it another way, for example, a country's GDP this year is in the trillions, and the amount spent on food is tens of billions. For us, in addition to these tens of billions of food, we also need to consider other expenses. In the end, only a few % may be spent on military expenses. But for the Zerg, after subtracting the cost of food, all the rest will be spent on military expenses. At this time, while the players were still talking about it, news came from the vanguard. The several leading troops that set off arrived at their respective target points almost at the same time. When they appeared in the enemy's reconnaissance range, they immediately aroused the enemy's alert. The moment they released the jump state, the enemy fleet and turrets immediately launched an attack on them. This space war is no different from other battles. Once the two civilizations meet, there is no need to think about anything else. Just open fire. It won't be like different countries on the planet. When you enter my territory, I will shout to you and ask you to leave. The contact between cosmic civilizations is completely different. As long as you enter my range and are detected by me, you will immediately be greeted by artillery fire without even thinking about it. At this moment, seeing the artillery fire coming from the sky, the players immediately opened their energy-devouring shields. The Mulosaurus walking at the front also immediately began to attack the enemy, while the king insect at the rear was also covered with hydralisks on its back and was strutting in the distance. In this way, players attack and advance quickly. What they have to do now is to rush to the enemy's construction facilities as quickly as possible and then conduct landing operations. Brothers, hurry up. The number of mutant dragons in our formation is relatively small. We will definitely not be able to withstand a long-term air battle. If the king insect is beaten to low health, immediately lean towards the nearby meteorite. All Hydralisk players will immediately go down to the meteorite and engage in combat on the meteorite. The different dragon players should pay attention to their positioning and try their best to help the king insects behind them take more damage. As long as they log in, they can't defeat us. At this time, the commanders of each formation were calmly directing the battle. And at this moment, a player suddenly realized that something was wrong. Huh? Why does this battleship look so familiar to me? As he said this, the player controlled his eyeworm and carefully observed the enemy's warship. These familiar lines. These familiar configurations. These familiar paintings. I'm crazy. Brothers, these turtles are the Taylor civilization. Holy crap. It's actually them. Holy shit. I mean, why do you look so familiar? It's been them for half the day. Damn it. I never thought it was these idiots. Let's settle the old and new scores together. I heard that the Taylor civilization's strength seems to be ground combat. I don't know who is stronger against my second-order Hydralisk. Their strength is ground combat. But that's just what they call themselves. It's fair to say that even swift beasts can knock down their mechas. At this time, everyone in Xianyu, who was waiting at the back, was surprised when they heard the news. They never expected that they would encounter their old enemy civilization this time. In the previous fight against them, we used all kinds of methods. But in the end, we were beaten horribly. Now that the situation has improved, it's time to let them know how powerful we are. Isn't that right? I vaguely remember the days when I was a little bee. I feel ashamed just thinking about it. At that time, we faced hundreds of their warships. We tried every means, but in the end, we were beaten miserably by them. At that time, I was thinking that one day we would have revenge, but I really didn't expect that this day would come so fast. At this time, while the rear players were still discussing, the frontline players saw that they had almost attracted their attention. So they immediately told the players in the two rear theaters to take action. At this time, the players who received the news immediately began to jump collectively. Brother is cute. Come on ya. Go. Go. Hee hee. In the past, when we had a small number of soldiers and low level of advancement, we could only pretend to be grandsons. But now it's different, and it's time to wash away our original shame. Yes, you have to know that we are a powerful army of insects. We were forced by them to be like little bees, and we could come and go at their command. Thinking about those days makes me feel depressed. In fact, at the beginning of the attack, the players were quite worried, because there is too little information about this civilization. But now that it is clear who this civilization is, all these worries have been swept away. You must know that the unknown is the most terrifying thing. Although players are well aware that the technological level of Taylor civilization is not low. But what is the use of their technological level? Players know their ship's situation well. It is even said that after getting along with each other for a period of time before, the players have a thorough understanding of the situation of ordinary people in Taylor civilization. It means that the situation of ordinary people is known, which means that many routines can be derived for these ordinary players. In addition, the number of players is now large enough and their combat power is strong enough, so players can easily take them down in this battle. Now the big stone hanging in the hearts of players in the two war zones can be regarded as falling to the ground. According to their understanding, the strength of Taylor civilization lies in mecha technology, but their warship technology level is actually not high. Previously, players were worried that this civilization's warships had relatively high technology and a large number of warships. What if their alien dragon couldn't stand it and was intercepted halfway? But now they don't need to worry at all. Moreover, the main battlefield of mechas is the ground, and the players' tactics are also landing operations. The ideas of both sides coincide with each other. And now something interesting happens, because the two sides will then compete to see who has stronger ground combat capabilities. Although the mechas of Taylor civilization are relatively powerful, their combat capabilities are not enough compared to the Zerg, because their mechas are approximately equal to the combat power of second-level worker bees. If it were in the past, when players were still very poor, the second-level worker bees would be considered a good combat power. But now we don't even talk about worker bees. After players have accumulated these civilizations, many Hydralisk players are rushing to the second level. Compared with the past, the player's current combat effectiveness is simply as high as in the sky or on the ground. There is a high probability that the combat power of Taylor civilization will remain unchanged. So the current situation is that your individual strength is not as good as mine. And as a group, you will most likely still be inferior to me. Then the players will ask how to lose in the next battle. Therefore, the topic discussed by the players at this moment has changed from how to fight, and whether it will overturn to whether this is the home of Taylor civilization. If not, what method should we use to dig out their home? At this time, the C-14 Galaxy commander of Taylor civilization naturally received the news of the players' attack. Report to commander that our forward bases No. 6 to No. 16 were attacked at the same time. the commander of Taylor civilization, who received the news at this moment, couldn't help but be shocked. What? Could it be that Yongya civilization is calling? The commander thought for a while, and then continued, no. Yongya civilization is still fighting our troops on the front line. Although our area is relatively close to the front line, they will definitely not be able to attack here. Commander is not from the Eternal Night civilization. Having said this, his subordinates carefully looked at the pictures coming from the battlefield. After a long time, he answered with a somewhat uncertain tone. If I'm not mistaken, the other party is the Zerg. What? Chapter 253, The Past of Zerg and Empire. Listening to his men's words at this moment, the commander couldn't believe it. If he remembered correctly, the Zerg race should have been exterminated by the Empire a long time ago. In fact, this commander still has an impression of the Zerg, because what the Zerg did back then was famous in the universe. And no civilization was spared wherever the Zerg passed. The way they treat the civilizations they see is to destroy them all. Of course, this alone cannot explain the terror of the Zerg. You must know that the destruction of civilization is a very normal thing for the entire universe. Even if they encounter other civilizations, they will not hesitate to choose to do it. However, the civilizations they encountered were encountered accidentally, rather than actively looking for them. Of course, even if you take the initiative to look for them, there is actually no big problem. The main reason why the Zerg are so scary is because of their fecundity. In addition to their terrifying fecundity, there is also their own evolutionary direction, because the evolution roots of these bugs are all in the direction of war. It is even said that in order to improve their combat effectiveness, many bugs can even give up their emotions and thinking during the evolution process. It is also for this reason that the expansion speed of this race in the universe is very terrifying. Therefore, in the eyes of other civilizations, they are like an army of locusts, harvesting various civilizations. It is also for this reason that most civilizations are very worried about their own safety. Perhaps according to the normal development situation, attributes like the Zerg will inevitably arouse the fear of most civilizations. Then these civilizations will definitely unite to attack them and wipe them out. Of course, such a thing can only happen in fairy tales. In this cruel universe, no civilization dares to do this, because of the existence of the Dark Forest Law. As long as there is a civilization that does this, today they will jointly destroy the Zerg. Tomorrow, several civilizations in this alliance may be wiped out by their companions. In other words, the entire civilization became one of the civilizations enslaved by another civilization the next day. All in all, no one in this universe trusts anyone. No one dares to put their entire civilization on the gambling table and make a huge bet on the trust of both parties. There's an old saying that goes well. People who are not of my kind will have different minds. Even two different intelligent races living on the same planet will fight to the death. You must know that they still live on the same planet. And the situation will only be worse when different civilizations living on two planets meet. To put it bluntly, this civilization treats the people of that civilization no differently than it treats cats and dogs. Because every civilized person is self-centered. They think that they are the core of the entire world. At this time, if a species appears to challenge your authority, the most likely thing you can do is to destroy it for them. As for two united civilizations, if any one of them has such a mentality, it's really hard to say what will happen after they unite. After all, many things cannot be restricted by a contract or an agreement. In the eyes of most civilizations, the union of two different civilizations is tantamount to putting their own civilization on several losing gambling tables and gambling on other people's credit. Only a fool would do this. Therefore, if two different civilizations want to unite, there are too many obstacles. Of course, it is not impossible for such a thing to happen. But most of the combined civilizations end with the destruction of one party. In fact, the reason for this is also very simple. Maybe our generation has united everyone to get along well with each other. But times have changed, and the next generation may have different ideas. Even if the next generation is the same, there will always be a generation that may have different ideas a few generations later. It only takes one generation to be different. And no matter how many generations of their efforts, all will be in vain. So if two civilizations want to unite, the most reliable solution is for you to colonize the planet for me. Of course, since it is a union, this word cannot be used. Instead, a slightly more euphemistic word should be used. This word is affiliated civilization. I also have certain requirements for your affiliated civilization. After all, if we unite, we will become a big family. You people must also contribute to our big family. So if you want to survive, you need to work non-stop and help us build this big family. It is very normal for labor to be rewarded. And I will give your civilization full autonomy, so that you can continue to manage your own civilization. But for safety reasons, I will confiscate all your weapons, which means you cannot possess any weapons. These are the requirements of the main civilization for the subordinate civilization. In fact, these requirements are just expressed in some euphemistic terms. To put it in simpler terms, you have been occupied by me, and now you are our slave. If you want to survive, it is very simple. Go to the black coal mine and mine. Therefore, in the universe, the so-called alliance basically does not exist. It is either occupation or destruction. In most cases, there are only these two options. It was also for this reason that the original Zerg were able to expand unbridled in this universe. With their invasion at that time, more and more civilizations were destroyed. If this trend continues, it won't be long before there will be no more civilization in the entire area. But at this moment, a civilization stood up. That's the Empire. The super civilization of the Virgo supercluster. This civilization has extremely powerful strength and an extremely vast territory. He will send an invitation to any civilization he discovers to join in order to strengthen his own strength. Of course, there is not much difference between the so-called invitation and invasion and colonization. The civilizations he captured either ended up becoming cannon fodder or were sent to mine in black coal mines. Of course, this civilization is not so friendly to every civilization. If your civilization is discovered by it, and your civilization has a low level of science and technology, there will be many things that you cannot understand. The things he is referring to that he cannot understand here are things like controlling spaceships to mine, and so on. If you can't understand these things, then your civilization will most likely be wiped out by a few cannons, in the face of such a powerful and domineering civilization. If you ask whether some small civilizations have any complaints, the answer is yes. But if there are complaints, what can you do? All you can do is hide yourself. If you can, hide as far away as possible. This is what you can do. As for jumping out to resist, I suggest you don't do it, because you and he are not of the same order of magnitude at all. To you, a star system may feel very huge, but the territory of the Empire includes 2 galaxies, the small Magellanic Cloud and the large Magellanic Cloud, which add up to a total of nearly 170,000 light-years. Such a huge and vast river was occupied by this empire. Therefore, there is no need to explain too much about how powerful this civilization is. Any civilization that attempts to compete with it is tantamount to hitting an egg against a stone. It was also when the Zerg's destruction was at its most severe that this civilization stood up. Of course, you must not think that he stood up to protect other civilizations. If you think so, you are simply overthinking. Under normal circumstances, even if these civilizations were completely wiped out, they would not care. The main reason why they chose to jump out and attack this group of bugs was because the bugs ran to fight them. This is also a very embarrassing thing. These bugs are no more leisurely than other civilizations to study the current situation of cosmic civilization. These bugs only know how to invade, and they continue to strengthen themselves through invasion. They don't care what kind of enemy they are or how strong they are, because no matter how strong others are, they will only be destroyed when their swarm army presses against them. So these bugs crushed all the way to the small Magellanic Cloud, because that area was also the territory of the Empire, and many affiliated civilizations still lived there comfortably. And these subsidiary civilizations are naturally delicious food for insects. Then it's fun for these bugs. They press in all the way from the edge to the middle. You've already reached their territory. Do you think their empire will leave you alone? Obviously this was impossible. So the empire immediately sent troops to start a war with the insects. The result was naturally self-evident. This is the general situation of the conflict between the bugs and the empire. However, each civilization has a different view on this matter. Some civilizations believe that the conflict between bugs and the empire is deliberately controlled by civilization. Because in this universe, besides the powerful empire, there is also a mysterious organization. This organization is called the Destroyer Organization. In fact, not many civilizations know about this organization. It happens that the Taylor civilization is one of the civilizations that knows about this organization. This organization is very powerful, but it is also very mysterious. According to the information compiled by Taylor civilization, they have a certain understanding of the general situation of this organization. First of all, this organization was founded by the survivors of a powerful civilization that was destroyed by the empire. The ultimate goal of this organization is to find a way to destroy the empire. and most of the members of the organization have a grudge against the Empire. Therefore, they have reached a consensus on this aspect. But this organization is not a group of people who gather together and prepare for rebellion every day as ordinary people think. This is not the case at all in this organization. The operating system of this organization is based on consensus of ideas. Everyone in the organization has the same goal. So everyone can cooperate and win-win for this goal. It is said that this organization has a mysterious technology tree, which reserves the technology of each member, as long as members of the organization can browse this technology tree. Of course, this is definitely not for you to view unconditionally. If you want to obtain information in the technology tree, you need to make a relatively large contribution. For example, if you hand in a very high technology, or you wipe out a certain area of the Empire, you can obtain access qualifications in this way. All the members of this organization do not know each other. And they even say that if they meet one day in the future, they will definitely not say hello and catch up on old times. But they will definitely find a way to eliminate each other. To put it simply, this is a powerful organization where their real cooperation is just a consensus on ideas. They only cooperate in this aspect. And there is no cooperation in other aspects. So even though they both belong to the Destroyer organization, once they meet, a war will break out immediately. Of course, although such a combination cannot improve their overall strength, it is undeniable that through the sharing of technology, the technological level of all civilizations in the entire organization is very high, and these civilizations would attack the Empire from time to time. This behavior also annoyed the Empire to a certain extent. Although the Empire tried to annihilate them many times, it failed in the end. When the Zerg attacked the Empire, they were not just attacking from one race. When the Zerg attacked, this organization unexpectedly assembled a fleet and launched a general attack on the Empire. Yes, that time they assembled warships to launch a general attack, instead of fighting individually as before. It was also because their warships were gathered together, so that battle also caused heavy losses to the Empire. The Empire suffered heavy losses, part of which was due to the Zerg, because this group of bugs was extremely large in number and had amazing combat power. The Empire had to send some of its elites to exterminate them. While the Empire's attention was still on these bugs, the Destroyer organization over there also immediately launched an attack. The attack from both sides really made the Empire feel a little uncomfortable. It is also for this reason that many civilizations have some speculations about this. They suspected that the bug had most likely joined this organization, and its behavior was arranged within the organization. After all, the time between the two sides in this battle was so accurate. If you want to say that the two sides have not colluded and discussed, it is absolutely impossible. But here will involve a question. Their collusion is that they joined the organization and were arranged by the organization. Or is the Zerg just led and attacked by them using some unknown means? This is unknown. And the reason why the commanders of the Taylor civilization knew these tidbits was because there were many observers in their civilization. These observers like to capture some signals in the universe all day long. These signals are the last words of some destroyed civilizations that they inadvertently captured emitted to the universe before their death. Because before many civilizations collapsed, they might write about their experiences and then discover the universe. The purpose of doing so was to allow their civilizations to leave a trace of proof of their existence in the universe. It is said that when a person is about to die, his words are good. When these civilizations are destroyed, the secrets they master are no longer important to them, because these secrets are of no value to them now. They usually send these secrets to the universe at that time. Some civilizations whose technological level reaches a certain level will inadvertently capture this information. Of course, these civilizations do not just have nothing to do all day long to capture this information. The original intention of these civilizations to capture information is to see if they can find traces of some naive civilizations that have just set foot in the universe. After all, these novels that have just set foot in the universe are like children, eager to show adults what they have learned. Usually at this time, these children will send a broadcast to the whole universe as if they are taking credit, telling the whole universe that they have grown up and now they can set foot in the universe. Many advanced civilizations will catch this type of signal, because for them, it is best to eliminate these potential opponents in advance. And that information is just a side product when they collect such signals. At this time, the commander of Taylor civilization could not help but frown when he saw the scenes coming from the frontline battlefield, because they had received two more important signals. That is, the Empire had sent two broadcasts to the entire universe. The first broadcast was that they were going to find the Zerg at all costs, and were bound to exterminate them. The second signal is that the Zerg race has been exterminated. since the Empire said that this race was exterminated by them. It must have been exterminated. After all, with the strength of the Empire, he didn't even bother to lie. But the current situation is that this group of bugs actually appeared here. So the commander of Taylor Civilization speculated that this should be hatched from a surviving bug nest. And their number should not be too large now. Otherwise, they would have been noticed by the Empire. But even if the number of this insect swarm is not too large, the commander of Taylor Civilization knows very well that he must treat it with caution. Because this race is too terrifying. Although it was their first time fighting against this race. And the number of this batch of bugs was actually not large. Only tens of thousands. He knew it very well. Once this race is given time, their numbers will soar exponentially. So he immediately reported the situation here to his home planet. But what he didn't know at this time was that this was actually their second time fighting against players. The first time we played against each other, it was because the players kept their confidentiality measures so good. The troops on their side were wiped out by the players before they even had time to send out the news. Of course, the message he sent naturally attracted great attention from the headquarters. After all, this is not a race of cats and dogs. You must know that this is the once famous Zerg race. If they don't treat it carefully, there is a high probability that they will be wiped out by this race. After thinking of this, the headquarters immediately issued an order. He must find out the situation of this group of bugs at all costs. And no matter what he does, he must hold them back and buy enough time for the fleet they will send later. At this time, they knew very well that they had to keep this group of bugs in this galaxy. Because as long as the bugs left here, it would be more difficult for them to find this group of bugs. Once these bugs are out of their control, they will most likely come over with an army of dozens or millions of bugs when they meet next time. At this time, apart from sending troops over, the Taylor Civilization was also frantically sorting out information related to the Zerg. I want to learn as much as possible about this race through these, so as to find the corresponding elimination strategy. Of course, for them, eradicating this race is just one of the things they have to do now. There is another more important thing, which is to collect enough Zerg samples for research. You must know that although this Zerg is powerful, it is undeniable that they are full of treasures. As long as they study the secret of their evolution and use this thing in their own civilization, their strength will soar by several levels. All in all, they are now also greedy for the body of the Zerg clan. Of course, it's not just them. All civilizations in the entire universe who know about the Zerg are actually greedy for them. It's just that most civilizations don't have the strength to defeat the Zerg, so they can only think about it. Although the Taylor Civilization does not have the strength to defeat the Zerg army. What they are facing now is not the Zerg army. What they are facing now is just a small wave of Zerg. So for Taylor Civilization, although this group of bugs now poses a very big hidden danger, it is also an opportunity. An opportunity to collect Zerg samples. If they seize this opportunity well, then they are very likely to be promoted to the ranks of super civilization in the future. But now it is very difficult for Taylor Civilization to deal with all this group of bugs. You must know that they are not fighting unilaterally now. They are still fighting the Yongye Civilization on their border. At this time, while the Taylor Civilization was still thinking about how to balance the battle between the two sides, the player's second batch of attacking teams was almost reaching their destination. Commander is in trouble. Abnormal space fluctuations occurred not far from our space station. According to speculation, there is a high probability that bugs have jumped directly to us. What? The commander who had just reported the information was also shocked when he heard the news. Not daring to delay, he immediately asked, "What's going on? How did they jump over? Where is the jump monopoly generator we deployed?" "Destroyed," the man replied. "Destroyed? What do you mean?" The commander frowned slightly. Because they have deployed jump monopoly generators in every stronghold. If they want to jump to space here, they must destroy all these jump monopoly generators. However, their stronghold defense facilities are relatively complete, and it is definitely impossible to destroy them in a short time. But here's the problem. How long has it been since he went to report intelligence to the headquarters? A few minutes at most. In just a few minutes, his subordinates actually came over and told him that all their jump monopoly generators had been destroyed, and that these bugs had already entered. This was outrageous. Chapter 254, Attack Failed. Temporary retreat. Of course, at this moment, the commander of Taylor Civilization also immediately realized that something serious was going on. Because from this incident, it is not difficult to see that many of the intelligence they had previously obtained about the Zerg was wrong. The most critical one is the way the Zerg fight. because of their large numbers. They adopt direct and reckless tactics in most battles, and basically do not use so-called tactics. And because of the cognition of the civilizations of both sides, the Zerg actually did not do much research on some of their non-combat equipment. To put it simply, they don't pay too much attention to things that they can't directly cause damage. Therefore, usually, such facilities are usually destroyed after the war. Most of the time, they will not be destroyed first when the war begins. Case. Under normal circumstances, things like turrets and battleships are most easily destroyed in the early stages of a war. These weapons that are highly damaging to the Zerg have become their priority targets for destruction. But the current situation is that these so-called facilities that are not of high concern are destroyed by bugs immediately. And the most important thing is that before they even finish cleaning the fort, they prioritize finding these equipment and cleaning them for him. Not only the jump monopoly position generator, but also the communication facilities that were reorganized and unplugged. Now he conducts combat commands through the backup communication facilities there, and the tens of thousands of miniature observation robots on the battlefield. Obviously, the weird tricks of this group of bugs also forced the commanders of Taylor civilization to think about whether the intelligence they had obtained before was true or false. Although they have not fought against the Zerg during the period when the Zerg was most active, they captured the last word sent by many civilizations that were wiped out by the Zerg before they died. And part of these last words explain the situation of the Zerg. If there are 1 or 2 suicide notes that describe the situation without any reference, then what about the dozen or 20 documents they intercepted that contain information about the Zerg situation? The information sent by more than a dozen or 20 destroyed civilizations in the final stage was surprisingly consistent in their descriptions and attack methods of the Zerg. Therefore, the Taylor civilization had no doubts about the information they obtained about the Zerg. But now, as the battle begins, the entire incident is completely different. These Zerg did not give priority to the turrets as stated in the data. Instead, they focused on these facilities that they had never targeted before. And most importantly, many hydralisks had already begun to clean up the surrounding robots. If this is the case, the commander of Taylor civilization will not be too worried. The worst they could do was change their strategy against the Zerg in subsequent battles. But what worried him more now was the group of bugs. Through the information sent by the Empire and those civilizations, the Taylor civilization also had a preliminary understanding of most of the bugs in the swarm. But now the commander discovered a terrifying thing. That is, among this group of attacking bugs, apart from some relatively familiar faces, there were also some completely unfamiliar faces. Especially the combat power of these unfamiliar faces is many levels higher than those of familiar faces. Take banlings as an example. They pay a lot of attention to this kind of bug, because when these bugs gather in a certain number, they can cause great damage to their warships. Especially ships like their flagship are in danger of falling if they are targeted by a large number of banlings. Therefore, he remembered the information about banling insects very clearly. He clearly remembered that this kind of insect was a kind of insect with very powerful explosive power. But the group of bugs he saw on the battlefield now had nothing to do with the intelligence he had collected. Although the appearance of these banlings is not much different from their information, the form they show after the explosion is completely different. Because when these bugs explode, a large electromagnetic interference area will be formed. In this area, even their warships will be greatly affected, and their observation robots will be completely scrapped inside. What is most terrifying to him is that once the number of these insects becomes huge, they can turn their entire area into an interference area. If they really covered this area with jamming, then there would be no hope of transmitting any information here. In addition to the differences between these bugs, he also found that the tactics of this group of bugs were also different, especially when they first started attacking. This group of bugs was also particular about the area they attacked, because they have deployed many defensive strongholds in this galaxy. And all the jump interference generators in these defensive strongholds alternate with each other. In other words, if you destroy certain areas, the jump monopoly generators in other areas can also cover them. And the 10 areas attacked by this wave of bugs happen to be the weakest places in their arrangement. As long as the jump monopoly generators in these areas are destroyed, there will be a small area in the center that cannot be covered when other areas are covered. This is a huge problem. From this, it is not difficult to see that these bugs definitely did a very detailed investigation before the war. They have figured out the situation here through means they do not know. Otherwise, they would never be able to deploy such a tactic, which is very different from the bugs they know. But judging from the current situation, if it weren't for the appearance of these bugs, the commander of Taylor civilization would really doubt whether he was fighting against the Zerg. Because the bugs he is currently fighting are completely different from the bugs mentioned in the information. At this moment, he doesn't have much time to think about these issues. What he needs to consider now is the next battle plan. Because just a short while ago, he discovered a very embarrassing thing. That is, if he continues to play like this, all communications on their front lines will be cut off. This group of bugs has formed a very large electromagnetic pulse area in every war zone through the explosion of baneling insects. Because of the interference in this area, their signal transmission has already had big problems. And the warships operating in the area have also been greatly affected. If their electromagnetic interference area continues to expand, then we will completely lose contact with the frontline combatants. And the most important thing is that many of their equipment will be affected to a certain extent, and their combat capabilities will be greatly reduced. As for the mecha, having said this, he subconsciously turned his attention to the last picture sent by the ground combat team. Tens of thousands of mechas in their base were seen attacking the landing bugs. However, at this moment, several baneling bugs suddenly appeared and exploded without saying a word. As a dazzling light flashed, the entire area was covered by powerful electromagnetic pulse waves. And the most important thing was that several banelings were superimposed on each other. It was also for this reason that the interference intensity in this area increased to a very scary grade. Then an embarrassing thing happened. Their mechas could no longer hold up under such circumstances as battleships. Although their mechas had a high technological level, it did not mean that their mechas could be as good as battleships can withstand it. Therefore, in just an instant, 80% of their mechas were immediately turned into scrap metal. And the remaining 20% were not in particularly good condition at the moment. Then the next scene was extremely cruel. These players tore their mechas into pieces in a matter of seconds. As for the soldiers inside, it was even worse. Because of the protection of the mecha, they could barely survive in this area. But once they lost the protection of the mecha, they could only die suddenly on the spot. And the same thing happened in these strongholds almost at the same time. Seeing the scene in front of him, he naturally knew that it would definitely not work if he continued like this. Now the combat effectiveness of this group of bugs has far exceeded his expectation. So he must mobilize all the warships in the area to jointly defend against the enemy. Only in this way can we have the possibility of winning. If we continue to fight separately as before, we will only be easily defeated by this group of bugs. And now that they have invaded space and destroyed many of their warships, it would make no sense to let them continue to fight on the front line. The same goes for the warships in other areas. It is useless for these warships to stay there. Your own safety is the first priority now. So he immediately ordered to call back these warships. Brothers, what we thought was the same. These fools have transferred all the battleships back. People in this civilization are timid. I guess their commander is in the space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pull the battleship back in such a hurry. Brothers like attack space. Please pay attention. Most of their warships are rushing back now. Your combat pressure will definitely increase a lot by then. Let's speed up as much as possible and remove their other strongholds. Once we remove all their strongholds, we will rush over immediately to support. Okay, no problem. But you should try to be as fast as possible. Because just now, when we came over, more than 10,000 warships emerged from their space. And now there are many warships coming here one after another in the galaxy. Plus the defensive warships they have withdrawn from other areas. The total number is at least 40,000 to 50,000. Hearing what this player said, the players who were destroying the stronghold at the moment were also a little surprised. No. How could this civilization have so many battleships? I don't know either. Anyway, they are all flying towards us in dense numbers. The idiot upstairs doesn't quite understand the situation. In fact, there are not many enemy warships. I estimated that there are at most a few thousand ships. The Locust army flying up are all mechas. But the guy regards them as warships. If it's a mecha, you should be able to withstand it. The previous baneling players have already prepared a batch of banelings in the insect nest. The king insect can transport them here in half an hour at most. And then we can continuing our environment card routine. The environment card combat routines are improvised by players before setting off. Because they had watched many live broadcasts of Teheo before. They knew very well how important the baneling bug played in the battle. However, because the cost of advanced evolved banelings was too high for them to afford, they had no choice but to settle for a low-cost baneling routine. That is to use the electromagnetic pulse field generated by the electromagnetic pulse banelings in the second stage of evolution to fight. Because in this area, all battleships or other combat units will be affected to some extent. And after these things are affected, the enemy's combat effectiveness will undoubtedly be greatly reduced. And because the banelings will cover a certain range after they explode, the entire combat area will be covered by superimposing a large number of banelings. This behavior is somewhat similar to the effect of environment cards in other games. Change a certain area into an environment suitable for your own operations. So players affectionately call this tactic the environment card tactic. And this environment card tactic is very easy to use, because the electromagnetic pulse baneling is very cheap, and it only requires more than 10,000 evolution points in total. There are so many of them, and each of them can make thousands or tens of thousands of rounds with just 1 or 2,000 evolution points. Of course, the players were unsure about this tactic at first, but after using it just now, they found that the effect was surprisingly good. It is even said that under certain specific circumstances, the effect produced by these electromagnetic pulse banelings is far greater than that of some higher stage evolved banelings, because once this thing fully covers the area and expands the coverage density to a certain level, many civilized warships may directly become scrap metal inside. Even if you don't turn into scrap metal, if your various instruments are interfered with so much, your combat capabilities will inevitably be greatly reduced. Although these electromagnetic pulses can still cause damage to players, the bugs are quite powerful, and it also has a certain degree of resistance to these things, so this damage is still within the controllable range of the players. But what's very worrying is that only they can use this tactic, and the rich players basically can't use it, because this tactic requires the cooperation of many people. In this battle, there were more than 2,000 players responsible for controlling banelings, which was more than the entire wealthy guild combined. Therefore, although this tactic is very useful, it can only be effective when there are enough people. At this time, near the space station, the battle between players and Taylor civilization has entered a fierce stage, because although this space station is called a space station by players, it is completely different from the kind of space station that launches satellites. This space station is a huge butterfly-shaped building made of thick armor. There are various turrets in the periphery of the space, and this space also has a powerful shield system. So this has also resulted in players being unable to break through their shields, because the electromagnetic pulse banelings have not come yet. They can only choose to bear it at this time. Therefore, the losses of players fighting on the front line at this time are actually not low. In particular, many king insects were eliminated by the enemy's concentrated fire, because through previous battles, the commanders of Taylor civilization knew very well that these king insects were the players' means of transportation. They must be cleaned out first, otherwise they will be in big trouble when he releases the contents. But the only good thing is that this space station is on a planet. So if the king insect fails, the players inside will directly plunge into the planet and fight the enemies inside the planet. In this way, as time went by, the battle between the two sides became more and more intense, because the enemy formations flying out from the planet, as well as the formations of other defensive strongholds, are basically in place. Up to now, they have not broken through the enemy space station shield, so the losses of players are constantly soaring at this time. Brothers, we can't do it anymore. The enemy's firepower is too fierce, especially now, with all their combat units united. No, that's okay. Brothers, change the battle plan and we'll withdraw first. If we continue like this, I'm worried that our entire alien dragon team will be wiped out here. Holy crap. Isn't it? There are more than 20,000 of you, and you can't beat them? Do you think the enemy is weak? How many of them can you target with one formation on the front line? And there are banelings to provide support to you. We don't have any support here. Everyone is struggling. And it's not just a forced resistance with scattered forces. Our side is forced to resist the opponent's full firepower. Also, I have said it many times, we are ordinary players, and most of the players who bought the mutant dragon are basic mutant dragons that have not evolved, and they are incomparable with the troops of the rich. Don't be obsessed with watching live broadcasts during this period, thinking that our alien dragons are similar to theirs. At this point, the player couldn't care less. So far, our mutant dragon combat team has lost nearly 1/3, but we haven't even broken the enemy shield yet. If we continue like this, we will most likely be wiped out. So we'd better withdraw first. We are no better than those rich people. If they die, they can immediately buy new ones. But if we die, our possessions will be gone. I feel the same way. It's better to withdraw first, no matter how much it continues to be used up before support arrives. Our side will be gone first. However, this wave is not completely fruitless. At least through this wave, we have a rough idea of the overall combat capabilities of the enemy in this galaxy. After discussion, the players decided to withdraw first. After making the decision, the players on the front line immediately began to organize a retreat. The king insect began to retreat first, while the alien dragon players were responsible for breaking up the rear. Fortunately, during this wave of retreat, the enemy did not catch up, so the players did not lose much when retreating. At this moment, the players who had to make an emergency landing on the planet because the king insect was killed couldn't help but panic a little after knowing that the frontline troops had retreated. Well, brothers upstairs, have you noticed that you seem to have left something behind when you retreated? What was left behind? Nothing. No shit. You left us behind. Have you forgotten those of us who made an emergency landing? I haven't forgotten. But now, we can't take you with us even if we want to. There are so many living king insects that we can't get you in even if we want to take you with us. If we send another wave of king insects over, there is a high probability that they will be beaten into pieces by the enemy. So the current situation is not that we don't want to take you, but that we are unable to take you. Now you have two choices. The first is to continue fighting the enemies inside the planet, but there is a high probability that they will come down to liquidate you. The second thing is to quickly find a hidden place to hide while there is still time to see if you can escape their search. Of course, you don't need to wait too long, because we estimate that we will organize a general attack in these 2 days. Then we will fight in space, and you can interfere below. After hearing what this player said, the players below naturally knew that this was the only way to go. Damn. You said it so lightly. Do you think we can escape their blanket search? The most important thing is that I was abandoned by you. And I don't think it's a big deal. But I just feel sorry for my troops. It took a lot of effort to get a unit, but it ended up being wasted within 2 days of playing. The current solution can be understood by most players on the planet, but there are still a few people who feel a little uncomfortable. Brother, there is really nothing we can do about the current situation. Even if we want to save you, we can only wait until the large army attacks collectively before we have a chance to let the king insect come down to save you. If we directly send the king insect now, it will not be able to reach this area and will be killed by the enemy. Is there no other way? The troops I managed to build with great difficulty are dead like this. Sigh. I feel numb. I feel like my mentality is going to explode. Brother, there is nothing we can do at this time. In fact, it is normal for 1 or 2 soldiers to die in this game, because you are a new player who has only entered the game recently. You may take the soldiers very seriously, but after you play for a long time, you will find that the arms in this game are actually just consumables. So under normal circumstances, I recommend not to put all your eggs in one basket. Even if it is investment, we have to invest in a main C and a deputy C. If the main C fails, we will at least have a deputy C who can make a comeback. Having said this, the player then added, so, brother, you have made a mistake that newcomers to this game will make. You should spend money to buy tickets this time. But I see you feel so distressed. I'm curious as to what kind of weapon you have evolved. Me? I'm just an ordinary worker bee without evolution. Damn it! You ordinary worker bee. What are you doing here forcing Lai for a long time? Martyr, I thought you had tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of troops. So I thought I'd give you some advice. Roll at %*#. Hey, why are you scolding people? And then again, who stipulates that worker bees can't feel sorry for themselves? Chapter 255 The current situation of players on the planet. In this way, the players return to the insect nest. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect there's something to this Taylor civilization. Isn't that right? The current problem is that we can solve their mechas, but the shield of their space station is indeed a big trouble. The strength of that shield is a bit beyond our expectation. If we look at it under normal circumstances, if we want to dismantle that shield, I estimate that we need to prepare a lot of dark matter banlings or antimatter banlings. Okay, how about we get some evolutionary points together? A player asked tentatively. It's better to collect them. We just collected so many electromagnetic pulse banlings. We haven't used them all yet, and we have to collect them again. That thing is used when fighting the enemy head-on. We can't use it in the current situation. It's no problem to gather together. After all, everyone will share the spoils together in the end. But I want to ask how many we need to gather together. 2 million dark matter, and 100,000 antimatter. These two things are not cheap. So now we need to determine how many can destroy the opponent's shield so that we can make a plan. That's what you said. Upstairs. It's not like you weren't here during the war just now. Just tell me how many you want. How do I know? You don't even know how we can know. We can only estimate the number, and then buy based on the quantity. It's really hard to estimate this thing. If you buy too little, it will be a big problem if it doesn't break open by then. Otherwise, we should buy more and prepare them. Anyway, we will need this thing in the future. Then we can use the rest for future battles. To be honest, we haven't made a penny right now, and everyone is investing money to get evolution points. I don't have any opinions on this matter, but now I'm just thinking about how much more we need to raise to win. Go in. The previous wave said that 2,000 evolution points per person would be enough. But in the current situation, it seems that this is obviously not enough. This is how the war is going. No one can be sure what will happen next. All we can do is prepare in advance. And then again, no matter how much we collect, everyone will earn a lot of evolution points when the time comes. After all, this is an attack on civilization. If you want to defeat them without spending a penny, this is definitely impossible. As long as we won't lose the evolution points we invest, then we can invest in it. Or if you don't want to vote, you can come forward. I don't mind if our big guilds divide this civilization. After all, our guilds can still get a lot of evolution points together. If you don't want to invest anymore, just leave the follow-up investment task to us. And you can just stay at home and watch the live broadcast. I didn't say I didn't want to invest. I was mainly thinking about how much more we should invest. I feel like our current attack on this civilization is like a bottomless pit. When we go out, we don't see anyone going in. Believe me, there will be bread as well as milk. But when it comes to bread, brothers, I suddenly remembered something. According to the latest intelligence, the Taylor civilization and the others are digging ordinary ores in the asteroid belt here. That is to say, the ore they collected here has no value. And apart from this ore, they only have one space station left. So I am very curious, after we knock them down this time, what else is there? Use it? If I remember correctly, those people from Taylor civilization are not worth anything at all. As the player finished speaking, everyone also reacted. Holy crap. How could I forget this? It's crazy. I'm just thinking about fighting, and I haven't considered the return on investment. Me too. Before, I just enjoyed fighting, but I didn't consider whether it was worth fighting. Damn it. Judging from the situation here, it shouldn't be the home planet of the Taylor civilization. This is at most one of their colonial systems. If that's the case, then there will be a big problem. How many people can they have in a colonized galaxy? What I'm worried about now is that when we knock it down, we won't make as much money as we invested. And when the topic reached this point, the players who were left on that planet also panicked. Damn it. Do you mean you don't plan to attack anymore? Damn it. It's no fun for you to do this. The second wave of attacks just promised is coming to pick us up. Looking at the current situation, are you ready to abandon us? Don't panic. We didn't say we won't fight. It's just that we need to discuss how to fight. A player said at this moment. But even though that was said, all the players knew very well at this time that if this was the situation, it would be meaningless for them to continue fighting. After all, this galaxy is too poor. It wouldn't make much sense if they just spent money to bring down this galaxy. Because this galaxy now feels to players like the rocks on the edge of the latrine are smelly and hard. First of all, the people of Taylor civilization are not worth evolution points. And even if they are sold, they will not be sold for much. Secondly, the combat power of this galaxy is indeed a bit tough. If we want to defeat this place, we will definitely suffer a lot of damage in battle. The monsters here are not worth much when the battle damage is so important. Therefore, players' desire to attack this galaxy is no longer as strong as before. Now they really want to fight this galaxy, just for fun and to experience the fun of war. Nothing more. But you must know that the arms in this game are not cheap. If you play your own arms to death in order to have fun, then the cost of fun will be too high. All in all, some of the players are already giving up. Naturally, Jiang Yao has a panoramic view of the current performance of these players. When he knew that the players had such thoughts, he didn't panic at all. Because this galaxy is essentially a very dangerous galaxy. It is impossible to say that there are no resources here. And when he came here, he also conducted a general reconnaissance here. He detected that the energy reaction inside the planet, where the Taylor civilization was located, was very abnormal. Thinking back to the Taylor civilization, which has so many defense levels and such a powerful space station, it can be inferred that there is definitely something inside this planet. According to Jiang Yao's guess, this thing is most likely an ore, because the detected energy response fluctuations are very similar to ores. Although there are many differences, Jiang Yao also knows why this happened. Because usually, After high-level civilizations find areas where some ores are concentrated, they will use some means to hide the ores, to avoid being discovered by other civilizations, and causing unnecessary disputes. After figuring out the situation here, Jiang Yao did not tell the players all the clues, because in his opinion, he now needs to cultivate the players' exploration abilities. Although some of the old players have a certain exploration ability by now, there are too many newcomers coming in now. A large number of newcomers do not have this concept of exploration, so he needs to cultivate their awareness in this way. At this time, the players were still arguing over whether to advance or not to attack. On the other side, inside the planet where Taylor can be civilized, a player is controlling a first-order velociraptor to escape frantically. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? There are at least 500 or 600 people who fell into this place at the same time. Why are you guys chasing me so hard? As he said this, the player looked back and saw dozens of mechas rushing towards him from behind. Although he still had a certain chance of winning if he turned around and counterattacked, he did not dare to do so at this time, because now his position has been exposed. There is more than one enemy formation chasing him. If he is delayed in starting a battle with these mechas, more formations will come over soon. Then by that time, he may really be unable to fly. Thinking of this, the player couldn't help but speed up his running speed. At this moment, a construction pipe not far away caught his attention. You should be able to get rid of the enemy when you enter there. Even if you can't get away, these mechas can't swarm in the narrow pipe. They can only line up and fight me one by one. As he said this, the player looked back at the mecha team that was still chasing him. And then he got into the pipe without hesitation. This pipe is made of an unknown metal. The diameter of the entire pipe is about more than 20 meters. Yellow smoke is constantly spraying out from the inside of the pipe. Although it was unclear whether there was anything fishy about the smoke, this player knew that no matter what effect the smoke had, he could not harm the Zerg. Running like this, the player kept going deep into the pipe, and the mecha troops behind saw him entering the pipe and chased him even tighter. It looked as if there was something terrible at the end of the pipe. The player who is currently running for his life has no time to think about this. Now he needs to consider another problem. It's crazy. I was just thinking about getting rid of the enemy through the pipe, but I didn't think about where the pipe would lead. This pipe is still smoking, which proves that it is still in use. And based on the architectural layout of this area, it is not difficult for this player to see that this should be a relatively important place in the Taylor civilization. There will definitely be a large number of defense facilities in a place like this. If this is the case, will the people of Taylor civilization send a large number of mechas waiting for them at the end of the pipeline? Thinking of this, he panicked at the moment. Brothers, something big happened. I was caught on both sides by Taylor civilization. I'll send you a coordinate and ask the brothers nearby to see if they can come over for support. After thinking about it, he decided to ask for help in the group. But obviously, the situation of the players on this planet is not much better now. Support? I also want someone to support me. Now I am being chased by dozens of mechas. I feel like I will die if I wait a little longer. Everyone is in a similar situation now. If you are not in a stage where you cannot protect yourself, who else has the ability to support you? Damn it. Brothers, I feel like we can't do this. If the enemy keeps chasing us like this, we will be dragged to death by them sooner or later. In my opinion, we should find a place to gather and fight with them. A fight? How to fight? The enemy is very strong in itself. Most of our people here are worker bees and swift beasts. If we really want to fight, we have no advantage. We can't just continue to fight against the enemy like this. To be honest, if we have to fight against them, we will definitely not be able to fight against them. Otherwise, what else can we do? Originally, we were hoping to wait for the large army to come to rescue us. But now you see what those grandsons are talking about. And they are all discussing whether to continue fighting. With their attitude, I think there is a high probability that we will be abandoned by them. Holy shit. These people sell their teammates without hesitation. Wake up. They're still selling teammates. Do you think you're their teammate? Our group are all independents, not guild players. No way. There are hundreds of people who fell down. How could they all be scattered people? I'm sorry to tell you that all the people who can be here are individual people. You must know that guild players have their own transport teams. When the battle started, the transport teams of each guild followed closely behind their mutant dragons. When battle damage occurs later, these guilds' mutalisks will consciously help the king insects behind them take the damage. So basically all the king insects on the guild player side are not dead. And only we individual players start to fight. Many king insects died. When you said that, I suddenly remembered. Sorry. There was an Allosaurus in front of the king insect I was riding, taking damage. But later, I realized something was wrong, and the Sun Thief actually used the Overlord insect as a shield. It was also for this reason that the king insect I was riding on was killed. This is the typical routine of individual players. In fact, this is understandable. After all, if a guild player dies during the battle, the guild can make up for the damage. But we individual players can only bear it ourselves. This is also the reason why the guild players during the war wanted to save the king insect even at the expense of themselves. As for our group of individual players, it is completely different. When they see the situation is not right, they will definitely use their teammates to block the sword. While everyone was still discussing, the previous player gradually realized that something was wrong, because the length of this pipe really surprised him. He went all the way down for a long time without reaching the end. And the most important thing was that he found that this area actually smelled of ore. Big discovery. Brothers. What discovery? What did you find? I am. Just when he was about to tell the situation here, the player suddenly reacted. This cannot be said. If this matter is said, and then these people spread the matter, then I will still earn a hammer. Thinking of this, the player immediately changed his mind and said, I found that the area I am in now is very special. There is only one passage here. Probably. Moreover, the diameter of this passage is only more than 20 meters. And their mechas can only transform into fighter planes to get in. So their strength is greatly reduced. I feel that if there are a few more people here, we should be able to stay here for a long time. So I think, instead of us running around for our lives, it is better for everyone to come here to guard the point. This player said so. In fact, this player also habitually wanted to tell everyone about the situation here at first. But when he thought about it, he finally discovered this place. If he just told everyone, wouldn't he be in trouble? So after much thought, he decided to hide the matter, and then make arrangements here in advance before telling others about it. Of course, he knew very well at this moment that he would not be able to survive in an area like this alone. After all, there were a lot of pursuers here. After he cleared these pursuers, he would most likely be disabled. If no one else comes to help, then he will definitely burp here. So he changed his excuse and first used this method to attract a few people to help. However, many people who did not know the actual situation here at this time were naturally unwilling to contact him. Fortunately, in the end, more than 20 people chatted with him privately and wanted to garrison here with him. So he sent the coordinates to these people. After sending the coordinates, the player did not explain the real situation here, because it was a matter of great importance, and he had to wait for someone to come over before he could tell them the information. But now, before others come, he has more important things to do, which is to clear up the pursuers. Although it is said that there will be a steady stream of pursuers coming in the future, the number of mechas chasing him currently is actually not that many. In addition, the environment he is in now is also more advantageous. In such a place, the mechas cannot move, and there is no way to attack him in groups. Therefore, it is quite simple for him to clean up. After all, in a 1v1 situation, these mechas are just a piece of cake in his eyes. Just as he was cleaning the mecha, everyone who received the coordinates also accelerated towards this direction. Most of them are Velociraptor players, and their combat capabilities are much weaker than those of some Hydralisk players. Therefore, for them, it is more advantageous to sign up and form a group. After all, the Velociraptors in the first and second stages are more for short-range output, compared with long-range output units like Hydralisks. Their advantages are not obvious. If the enemy pursues the Hydralisk can suddenly kill part of the enemy's troops in advance, then wait until the enemy comes over, and then deal with the remaining troops. As long as there are not many enemies chasing them, they can still easily clear them out. After the player cleared the enemies, he rushed to the mouth of the pipe and began to secretly observe the surrounding situation. Because at this stage, the enemy may have a second and third wave of troops coming at any time. So he must keep an eye on his surroundings at all times. Once he found that something was wrong, he would change the route and start running away. Anyway, he had memorized the coordinates of this area. After running away, he only needed to gather some more people to fight back and seize this place. But if they do this, the damage will definitely be much greater than if they just hold on to this place from now on. Therefore, this player will not run unless absolutely necessary. Just like this, while the player was waiting anxiously, it didn't take long before he saw a first-order Velociraptor charging towards him in the distance. and behind him were about 20 or 30 mechas. Damn it. Why did you come here to take care of the baby? It's not like you don't know the situation here. Once discovered, these thieves will rush over like dogs looking at shit. A dog sees shit. And the words you use to evaluate yourself are somewhat harsh. Stop complaining and come quickly to help me deal with these mechas. You lead them into this pipe, and use the small space of the pipe to defeat them one by one. I don't know what kind of material this pipe is made of. It is extremely hard. There is no need to worry about the pipe being damaged if the fight is too fierce. After hearing what this player said, the new player nodded and immediately ran into the pipe. But what was different from before was that when this group of mechas saw the two men getting in, they didn't follow them. Obviously, the group of mechas that were killed in the pipeline just passed the information. So this group of mechas did not enter rashly. As a result, the two waves of people came to a stalemate in the pipeline area. Not long after, another player came here. Holy shit. Are there so many mechas around here? When he first arrived, the player was startled when he looked at the mechas not far away. Can there not be too many? One person comes here with a little tail. I'm thinking of bringing in a few more people. I estimate that the total number of mechas outside here can exceed 1,000. How dare I come here with so many mechas surrounding me? If you are not being chased, just wait. A few more people will be here soon. Then you can fight in with them. If there is a little tail behind you now, just rush in. I'm numb. Fortunately, I wasn't chased by the enemy. But I'm wondering what we should do with the swarm of mechas surrounding me. How to deal with it. Run inside. If they dare to come in, they will die one by one. While the two were still talking, several more players arrived. After about a few hours, a total of about 20 players gathered here, and a large part of them were first-order velociraptors, or ordinary velociraptors. As for the highly evolved units, there are very few. There are only 4 people in the second stage of the ferocious armored beasts. Apart from the ferocious armored beasts, the strongest one in the team should be the first-order hydralisks controlled by the eternal dial of time. Holy shit. Boss, you are really sick. If I'm not blind, this thing of yours should be a hydralisk. You can afford this thing, and you didn't join the guild. At this time, a player looked at the Shiji Yongdial and said with some surprise. Of course, it was understandable why he was so surprised. A unit like the hydralisk had already met the standards for joining the guild, and this type of unit could be considered a mid-range level in the guild. But he was surprised that the big boss in front of him didn't join the guild. You must know that after joining the guild, you have a guarantee. At least if you die during the battle, there will be battle damage to replenish you. And the guild's gains from battles are usually not small. And everyone can make a lot of money if they are divided equally. So usually, as long as the arms meet the standards, most players will choose to join the guild directly. Chapter 256, Discovering Something Incredible. In fact, Shijia Yongdial was also very helpless about this matter. Do you think I don't want to join the guild? But the trouble is that when I join the guild, they ask for online time. This is very embarrassing. I usually only stay online for 5 or 6 hours a day at most. So in my situation, there are very few guilds that can accept me. Several people were also surprised when they heard what Shiji Yongdial said. No, not every guild has such a requirement. I remember that many guilds did not specifically require online time. Regarding the player's doubts, Shiji Yongdial replied, there are guilds that require online time. But most of these guilds are small guilds. Small guilds involve a problem. That is, the battle damage cannot be fully compensated. And most of the small guilds now are mainly based on swift beasts, or first and second level worker bees. The most important thing is to lower the requirements for the types of troops. They are also unable to make up for the damage caused by the battle. The tallest small guild I have encountered now can only make up for 50% of the losses, like Swift Beast. Hearing this, 2 of the players nodded. That's right. I've asked several small guilds before, and they only gave 30%. Although mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. Guilds like this also have requirements for participating in activities. Although they are not as frequent as required by the Grand Guild. There is still one event a week no matter what. The amount you make up is already small. And you still have to arrange these activities. Plus you have to collect taxes. I feel like it's no longer interesting after all this hassle. After hearing what this player said, several of the fierce armored beast players also agreed. In fact, except for those who have no time and cannot join the big guild, the remaining people just don't appreciate the benefits of small guilds. So they haven't joined yet. Although there are currently dozens of guilds in the entire game, a large number of them have relatively poor welfare policies, and some even have no welfare at all. Of course, this is understandable. After all, the evolution points in this game are directly linked to the soft girl coins in reality. If you want to maintain the normal operation of the guild, you need to constantly pour money into it. For many small guilds, because the overall advance level of their troops is not high, their strength is not very strong, and the natural results gained in battles will be relatively small. They can only slowly accumulate union funds in this way. Only after the union funds have been accumulated to a certain level can they purchase higher level units and then download more difficult dungeons. Usually such guilds will set a 10% tax. Through such high taxes, they can save enough money for high-level troops as soon as possible. After you join such a guild, if you are willing to fight with them, then you can continue to stay here. If you only look at the benefits, these guilds will definitely be imperfect. However, there are relatively few players today who are willing to fight together. So many players choose to be independent. The advantage of being a freelancer is that you have more freedom in time. No one asks you when to go online or when to go offline. And you don't have any task requirements. Although you usually die outside and have to bear the battle losses yourself. Compared to joining those small guilds, you can only make up for 20 to 30%. And there are a lot of independent people who are demanding. It is undoubtedly a lot easier. Therefore, under such circumstances, if a large number of people do not meet the conditions for joining a large guild, they will choose to be independent rather than join a small guild. At this moment, the previous player's meeting was almost complete, so he was ready to get down to business. Brothers, let me tell you about the current situation. Just now, I discovered the smell of ore underground in this area. If something unexpected happens, there must be a large amount of ore below this area. And do you think the building here looks like a large mining factory? Listening to what this player said, everyone who was still talking suddenly became quiet. They immediately turned their attention to this player and wanted to continue waiting for his next words. As he said these words, everyone present probably guessed why he wanted to bring everyone together in this way. Since the player in front of me has brought everyone together in this way, he must have plans for the follow-up. At this time, looking at the eyes of everyone looking at him, the player immediately told his plan. Your current situation is probably like this. The grandsons over there are currently discussing whether to fight or not. Here, once we tell them the news, they will definitely send troops to attack here at all costs. Having said this, he then added, once they send troops to attack here, it means that we will be saved, because the attack on this civilization is shared by everyone and divided into regions. Once the news is told to everyone, we can only go to other regions according to the previous allocation. At this point, the player glanced at everyone and said, this mining area that we finally discovered has just been given away, which makes everyone feel uncomfortable. In addition, they sold us first, so I think we can operate this mining area. After hearing what this player said, everyone present immediately understood what he meant. What you mean is that we capture this mining area, dig it first, and then hide this wave of ore. After doing this, we will tell other people the information here. At that time, other people will definitely send people to attack here. Not only can we save our lives, we can also go back to the insect nest, buy a king insect, and bring these ores back to make a small profit. That's right. That's what I thought. Your idea is not unfeasible. But what we need to consider is how many enemies there are in this mining area. Also, when we are mining, there are bound to be many enemies who want to attack us. Can we with a small number of people be able to withstand them? Indeed, this is a big problem, because what we gathered here has been exposed. And this mine must be very important to the Taylor civilization. It's absolutely impossible for them to just let us mine here. So now we need to consider whether we can withstand a massive number of enemies. When he heard the worries of several people, Jia Yondile thought for a while and said, it's easy to talk if there are few enemies. After all, we still have 4 fierce armored beasts here, with these auxiliary units and me. As long as the opponent's numbers are not too exaggerated, we can basically withstand it. And what we need to know most now is what is going on down there. Can we take advantage of the terrain to fight? When he said this, Jia Yondile said to several people, it doesn't make sense for us to think too much now. Let's go down to the bottom of the mine first, and then see what's going on there, and then make plans. After listening to his words, several people nodded, and then they set off towards the bottom of the mine together. Following this pipe made of special metal, everyone moved forward. The further they went, the more they felt that something was wrong. Brothers, have you noticed that as you go deeper and deeper, the smoke becomes more and more weird? After going deep for a long time, a player discovered that something was wrong. After hearing what he said, another player also echoed, I realized something was wrong from the beginning. This smoke can actually cause harm to us. Although the damage caused by this smoke to us is not as fast as our Zerg self-repair. If we stay in such an environment for a long time, our energy consumption will probably increase a lot. I finally understand why this broken pipe is made of such hard metal. This is the reason for half a day. But I'm curious. What's going on with all this smoke? Just like this, with various thoughts in mind, several people continued to move forward. The length of this pipeline was beyond their expectation. It took the players about 4 or 5 hours to reach the end of the pipeline. Of course, the players also encountered many chasing enemies in the middle, but they were easily solved by them. After reaching the end of the pipe, you can see a huge yellow lake not far away, and the lake is surrounded by a metal wall. Standing here, the players sensed through biometric radar that there were already mechas standing outside the metal wall. Only now did everyone understand the function of this channel. The general situation is that there is a huge lake inside this mine that constantly releases this yellow gas. There is a high probability that these gases can cause harm to the equipment that Taylor Civilization works here. It is also for this reason that Taylor Civilization built such a pipeline to discharge these gases. This is also the reason why when players go deep into the pipeline, Taylor Civilization only sends pursuers from the entrance instead of choosing to attack from both sides. Dear me! What are these liquids? At this moment, a player looked at everything in front of him and couldn't help but marvel. It is said that the smoke released by this liquid can cause harm to us. Do you think anything will happen if we fall into this liquid? I don't know about that. How about you try it? Go away. Why don't you go? I'll give it a try. Shiji Yongdial said suddenly, while several people were still teasing each other. After hearing what Shiji Yongdial said, everyone looked at him in surprise. They were all curious about why Shiji Yongdial made this decision. Looking at everyone's doubtful eyes, Jie Yongdial also said the reason. I think you should know that there is a perception system in this game. When the unit we control encounters danger or something else, it will have an instinctive perception. I don't know what your situation is, but when I saw these liquids, my perception told me that if I drink it, it will greatly improve me. Although I don't know why I feel like this. I think I can give it a try. As he spoke, Shiji Yongdial also looked at a few people curiously. Don't you guys feel this way? Several people shook their heads at this. Although it was a bit strange, Shiji Yongdial still walked to the pool, looking at the mysterious liquid that glowed faintly in the dark. Shiji Yongdial carefully put his head over and took a sip, considering that the liquid would cause fatal damage to it. Shiji Yongdial only tasted a small sip, but it was this bite that stunned him. This, as he spoke, Shiji Yongdial's tone was full of disbelief. As if to prove something, he immediately drank several more gulps. We're developed. Damn it! We're developed. After doing all this, Shiji Yongdial spoke with a trembling tone. What's going on? Boss! Holy crap! Seeing how excited the boss is, it's possible that this water has the same effect as the ore. Just when everyone was still speculating, Shiji Yongdial immediately told everyone his discovery. Brothers, I can tell you clearly this time. We are making crazy money. This kind of liquid is not ordinary. If nothing happens, these liquids can be sold for sky-high prices. What the hell? Do these liquids have any special functions? That's right. These liquids have special functions. If you use the language of other games, you can think of these liquids as experience potions. Drinking them can increase your experience. The reason why you don't feel anything about this liquid is probably because of your military type. I drank some of this stuff just now, and found that my experience was rising. However, these liquids, while adding to my experience, also cause some damage to my internals. So I feel that there is a threshold for drinking this thing safely, at least until you reach the hydraulic stage. So this is why I can have a special feeling for this liquid, but you can't. At this time, everyone was shocked when they heard what Shiji Yongdial said. This is a big deal. You know, if this thing is really an experience potion, then they may really get rich. Upgrading this game is not as easy as other games. The upgrade conditions for this game are too stringent. It either costs lives or money. So many players will not invest too much in upgrading. After all, if you advance a few levels by devouring monsters, you can probably advance to another level just for the cost of these levels. And if you invest so much and raise your level, you may be able to clear your name in one battle. So when it comes to leveling up, many players won't do it, because the price/performance ratio of this thing is too low. But it is different for some high-level units. For example, When you evolve to the level of the Cyclops, the level improvement that each section can bring is very terrifying, because upgrading all attributes at each level will increase by 1%. For the one-eyed monster, even 1% of its attributes would increase by tens of thousands. Therefore, the level requirements for arms of this type are much higher. But upgrading is also very difficult for arms of this level. Although this method of improving by devouring other creatures is the most useful, it requires devouring a large number of creatures. However, the investment in this method is too great. Based on the calculation of the total value of the creatures you need to devour to reach level 10, you can buy a new one. But now that there are experience potions, everything is different. If you bring in the one-eyed beast, you will be able to level up dozens of levels in a short time. Therefore, it is self-evident how valuable this area is. Of course, everyone had to face another problem at this time. These things are all treasures. How to keep these things as their own has become a question that several players are discussing. In my opinion, we should use the force field of the fierce armored beast to take away part of it. How much can you sell for taking away some of it? And other players are not idiots. If you take such a big thing, they will definitely ask you where it comes from. Otherwise, what else can we do? There is no way we can leave this area for collection later. It's definitely impossible to keep it, because when the eyeworms come over, your area won't be affected for a week. I guess they will find it on the first day. At this moment, the focus of the players has changed from hiding some ores at the beginning to how to deal with the experience potions in the pool in front of them. For them now, the ores outside are no longer attractive to them. I thought of a good way to properly dispose of these experience potions. At this time, when the players were still at a loss on how to deal with the experience potions, Shiji Yongdao thought of a way. Brothers, according to the rules, this area should belong to the Southern War Zone. If we want to mine here, we have to wait at least a week. And if nothing goes wrong in such a long time, I estimate that there won't even be any experience potion left in this pool. So it's definitely not possible for us to handle these experience potions according to the rules. So since we can't handle it according to the rules, we have to use another way. When he said this, Jia Yongdao looked at everyone mysteriously. In what way? We must know that we can't break the rules and mess around. If we mess around, it will be embarrassing if they start a war and exclude us. The rules will definitely not be violated. But brothers, don't forget that this civilization was not bought by any guild. Its ownership lies with the leader. Do you think that if we tell the leader this news, will we get some special rewards or trigger some special tasks? At this time, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up when they heard what Shiji Yongdao said. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah. We don't need to transport this thing at all. We just need to tell the leader about it. That's it. This matter was told to the leader. And we got the reward. As for how to plan this thing in the future, that is the leader's business. Thinking of this, everyone hurriedly said, in this case, let's contact the leader immediately and tell him the situation here. Brothers, don't worry. We need to get some more information before that. Just when everyone was clamoring to report the situation now, Shiji Yongdao signaled them to calm down. The value of any piece of intelligence is determined by the number of clues you provide. Although the piece of intelligence we have obtained now has a high enough value, it is far from enough to get a boost. We need to understand the surrounding situation here, the layout of the enemies, and the distribution of ores, and then tell the leader together, so that we can maximize the rewards. Everyone thought it made sense when they heard what Shiji Yongdao said. But soon they thought of another question. Boss, there is nothing wrong with your idea. But to collect this information, we must break this wall, and then fight the mechas outside. There are at least 5,000 to 6,000 mechas out there right now. With just a few of us, we will most likely be wiped out as soon as we go out. When he heard what this player said, Jia Yongdao gave him a strange look and said, we are about to get a very generous reward. Will it matter if our entire army is wiped out at this time? That's right. It doesn't seem to have any impact. I'll be driving a car by then. Why do I still care so much about this bicycle? In that case, let's take action. Brothers, although this metal is hard, it's not difficult for me to destroy it. I'll open this wall in a moment, and you guys can rush out immediately. After we get out, don't fight. Just run, and try to collect all the information here before we burp. Then when we are resurrected in the insect nest, we will immediately go to the leader and tell him the information we have collected. After arranging the plan, everyone immediately started taking action. I saw the eternal dial of time directly activated the energy-devouring blade. And the next moment I saw several pairs of sharp blades of the hydralisk being shrouded in a faint energy-devouring blade. Then he aimed at a certain position on the wall and started slashing wildly. It has to be said that this metal is indeed hard enough. Under such a powerful attack force during the wild stabbing, every time the knife was struck, it left a mark on the metal. If you want to break this metal, you can only consume it bit by bit through constant attacks. Fortunately, the energy reserves of Shiji Yongdial are sufficient at this time, so it is not a big problem to cut it open here. After a long time like this, with a loud bang, the metal wall was finally broken open. The moment the metal wall was broken open, the players immediately rushed out as planned. Just as they thought, there were already a large number of mechas waiting for them outside. But at this moment, the players didn't care about these mechas at all. As soon as they rushed out, they scattered and fled according to the plan. While escaping, the players began to collect information about the area. But when the players saw everything here, everyone couldn't help but feel a little numb. Because in this underground space of about 1,000 or 2,000 kilometers, there lies a huge head that is hundreds of kilometers long in the center. Chapter 257, The Fallen Starry Sky Beast. The head of this giant beast is bigger than anyone imagined. The huge fangs flash with cold light, and the huge blue sharp horns on the head could still be seen beating faintly at this time. Although the huge pupils have long lost their light, being stared at by them can still make people feel an instinctive fear. Only one part of the huge head is exposed, while the other parts are buried deep underground. Around the head, you can see a lot of mechanical equipment digging down day and night. Looking back, the players looked at the peak they were on before. Only at this moment did they understand where the peak was. It was obviously a certain part of the monster's body. And that huge pool is not a so-called pool. According to players' speculation, these things are most likely the blood of monsters. Under this mountain, players can vaguely see some dark red crystals. These crystals are completely different from ordinary Iraq ores. The energy they contain is many times that of ordinary ores. This is the energy-devouring crystal. Apparently Shiji Yongdial recognized these things. Unlike all the players present, Jia Yongdial can be considered an old player after all. Although he is usually very good at playing games, he has also paid attention to this thing after having several experiences of attacking civilizations. If he remembered correctly, energy-devouring crystals were a strategic resource for the entire insect swarm. First of all, it is extremely difficult to obtain this crystal. You must kill powerful space creatures to have a chance to obtain it. And the amount obtained by killing space creatures is actually not much. He remembered that the oldest group of players said before that they only got thousands of crystals after wiping out the entire alien race. Later, they sold the crystal to the leader, who offered a high price of 2,000 evolution points for a crystal. Of course, at that time, there was an activity to exchange evolution points for energy, so the ratio was very high. Although there is no activity now, a crystal can only be worth 1,000 evolution points. But this cannot hold up to the large amount. Of course, apart from its value, its role is also immeasurable. It can be used first to evolve the Cyclops or to the higher stages of evolving the insect hive. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered a very crucial thing. So he immediately yelled at the people who were still running around collecting information. What the hell? Brothers, hurry back and go find the leader immediately. This wave is getting richer. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard what Shiji Yongdial said. What's going on? Are we not collecting intelligence? Yeah. I haven't figured out the terrain yet. You still need to touch a hammer. It doesn't matter whether you touch it or not now. Have you seen those crystals? Those are precious energy-devouring crystals. Crystals like this are theoretically very rare. But now these rare crystals are actually growing on this giant beast so openly. If I guess correctly, this dead giant beast should be the legendary Starry Sky Beast. Not to mention anything else. The information on this giant beast alone is already priceless. And the most important thing is, we can also change it into one part of the epic mission. Because one of the epic tasks is to work together to evolve the insect nest. And we have discovered so many energy-devouring crystals. The most critical resource for evolving the insect nest. What do you think this means? At this moment, everyone was stunned when they heard what Shiji Yongdial said. If this information is true, then they will definitely make money this time. Although these new players have not seen energy-devouring crystals, old players like Shiji Yongdial have. It is hard to believe that the body of the giant beast is covered with such precious resources. But this is the fact before them at this time. Everyone who knew the news at this moment almost had the same idea as Shiji Yongdial. Now they have no intention of staying here to collect information. Now they just want to go back and tell Jiangyao the information to receive the reward. Damn. This is incredible. If this is the case, brothers, then we are still here to investigate information about a hammer. Stop struggling. Just fight this wave of monsters. Then go back and tell the leader the information. Yes, let's do it. Although brothers say we should die and go back, I think we should fight this battle well. We can use all the routines that we want to use, but dare not use when fighting. After all, there are not many opportunities for individual players like us to die without feeling sad. After hearing what this player said, everyone felt that it made sense. In the past, they were very cautious when participating in various large and small battles. There are many sexy operations that although they want to do, they don't dare, because they are worried that if they do this, the troops they finally obtained will become useless. But it's different now. They can spend whatever they want. Brother, when you said this, I suddenly remembered that when I was watching live broadcasts, the operations of some anchors made me extremely anxious. For example, when there are a lot of monsters, why doesn't he rush to the center of the monsters and use his skills to wave in seconds instead of fighting gorillas around them? Having said this, the player immediately set his sights on the pile of mechas. Look at me diving in and then throwing away a few skills. Look at how many they will die. Having said this, the player immediately controlled his fierce armored beast and rushed towards the pile of mechas. When he rushed to his destination, he immediately activated the energy-devouring rotation skill. Then he spun a lonely. So that's it. When I rushed into the monster pile in this more purposeful way, they would take precautions in advance. So the monsters had already dispersed before I arrived. In other words, if you adopt this routine during a battle, you will probably hit someone. Before he could finish speaking, the player was besieged by a group of mechas and died. Seeing this scene, another new player also looked at the army of mechas rushing towards him not far away. Actually, what I've always been curious about is why when the two sides are fighting, those veteran players rush directly to the opposing force. Using this method, they will directly take a lot of enemy firepower. Don't they know how to use S-shaped movements to avoid enemy attacks? If they approach the enemy in this way, the early damage they receive will be very small. Having said this, the player immediately took action and showed off his moves towards the mecha army. Then something embarrassing happened. No matter how he moved, the opponent would definitely hit him 100%. I understand. It turns out that the turret rotation speed and weapon attack speed of these units greatly exceed our dodge limit speed. Therefore, S-shaped movement is useless except for delaying our time to get close to the enemy and allowing us to bear more damage. All in all, this wave of players who gave away their lives have used all kinds of operations that they have thought of before. Then, they discovered that the operation method they had previously thought of was completely unfeasible on the battlefield. If there are any old players now, they will definitely jump out and scold them when they see this wave of operations. Because the veteran players they can think of have already thought of it in previous battles. And I tried it. And the result was similar to theirs. They all died miserably. It is also for this reason that veteran players have compiled a set of positions or methods suitable for combat, and informed everyone of this method. Therefore, most of the tactics currently available to newcomers are the essence of what they have exchanged for battle losses. It's just that these newcomers don't understand it. But it doesn't matter if they don't understand it. If you die a few times according to your own routine, you will understand why you use this method. Not long after, these people who return to the insect nest control the worker bees to gather together, and then crawl towards Jiang Yao's direction. Brothers, what reward do you think we will get this time? I don't know, but I feel like our rewards are not low this time. You must know that first of all, the information about the Starry Sky Beast is valuable enough. And secondly, the information about the epic mission, and the few places where we saw the Starry Sky Beast exposed before are just the tip of the iceberg of this beast. But there are so many crystals in just such a small place. And even when they were collected by the turtles from the Taylor civilization, we could see so much. So it is not difficult for us to imagine how many crystals are buried in it. After I dig out such a huge Starry Sky Beast, I'm sure I'll have enough energy-devouring crystals to upgrade the insect nest. In other words, our information directly solves a resource problem for upgrading the insect nest, and the reward cannot be low. In this way, among several people's discussions, they soon found Jiang Yao. Chief, we have made a big discovery. As soon as they met Jiang Yao, they immediately sent Jiang Yao the situation and the battle footage at the time. Jiang Yao was also shocked when he saw this scene. Although Jiang Yao knew from the beginning that there might be ores in this planet, what he never expected was that the things in this planet were not as simple as ores. These are extremely precious energy-devouring crystals. It is self-evident how important the energy-devouring crystal is to him now. First of all, this thing is needed for the next stage of insect nest evolution. And because the way to obtain this thing is extremely demanding. It is also the biggest problem in upgrading the insect nest. Because Jiang Yao can't guarantee that he will be able to find a race similar to the aliens in the short term. And even if they find this race, they may not be at a low point in combat power, like the wave of aliens they encountered before. If he can't find a race similar to the aliens, then if he wants to obtain the energy-devouring crystal, he has only one other way to go. And that is to search for the starry sky beasts all over the universe. Moreover, the starry sky beast he found must be in a juvenile state. If it is a youth or an adult, Jiang Yao estimates that he is probably not enough to make a meal for others. Therefore, it is very difficult to get this thing. And this thing is not only needed by the Zerg, but also by some technological civilizations. Because the huge energy contained in it is also needed by the battleship. However, most of the battleships that need to use this kind of crystal are cruise-level battleships and above. Especially those battleships with special weapons. Because of the huge energy required to activate the weapons. Ordinary ores cannot provide it. But with this crystal, the problem will be easier to solve. Therefore, this kind of crystal is a strategic resource for both the Zerg and other races. If there is a battle between two civilizations with similar technological levels, then the civilization with a large amount of such resources will undoubtedly have a much greater chance of winning. So through these it is not difficult to see how important energy-devouring crystals are. And now so much of such a valuable resource has been discovered. So now he knows very well that his top priority is to conquer this area. Then start collecting this resource like crazy. Of course, Jiang Yao also knew very well that this resource was not only important to himself, but also to Taylor civilization. Therefore, he speculated that after he defeated this place, the Taylor civilization would most likely take it back at all costs. At that time, a big war was inevitable. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao also began to think about whether he should call back the wealthy people who attacked the Dyson Sphere civilization. Because the high-level troops of this group are of great help to him now. What Jiang Yao has to do at this time is to anticipate all the dangers he may face in the future and then make arrangements in advance. After all, it is very rare in the entire universe for such a dead starry sky beast to be preserved in such good condition. In fact, to other civilizations in the universe, the behemoths in the starry sky are like whales falling on the bottom of the sea. One whale falls, and all things are alive. The corpse of a starry sky beast can completely raise a powerful civilization. These can be used by civilization to gain inspiration from studying it to improve its technological level, or to use its body to build warships. Therefore, once something like this appears, it will cause rushes from all major civilizations. These civilizations will get hold of the starry sky beasts at all costs. But most of the time, they will end up with the destruction of these civilizations. Because the corpse of this giant beast is not only missed by these civilizations, but also by the whole clan. Because these starry sky behemoths are not easy to deal with. For them, the first thing on the food list is their own kind. The second one is other civilizations. So Jiang Yao knew that he had to handle this matter carefully. But what makes Jiang Yao feel a little strange is that as long as he doesn't take the initiative to attack creatures like the starry sky beasts, generally no civilization dares to provoke them. And what is the point of actively attacking civilization for creatures like them that feed on the planet? After all, they can swallow any planet. Why do these starry sky behemoths have such a soft spot for planets where intelligent civilizations are located? Not only Jiang Yao doesn't understand this problem, but also most civilizations in the universe don't understand it. But they all know that if they want to survive the attack of the starry sky beast, they can only continue to improve their technology and enhance their own strength. Of course, these issues are not what Jiang Yao needs to consider now. What he needs to consider now is rewards and resource allocation. After all, this is no ordinary thing. This is a starry sky beast. And it is a well-preserved and decorated starry sky monster. This kind of monster is really of great help to him. Therefore, Jiang Yao must make good use of all the resources it has. Especially things like energy-devouring crystals and the blood of starry sky beasts. He had to find a way to hold them firmly in his hands. Needless to say, energy-devouring crystals are an extremely important resource. And the blood of starry sky beasts is no less important than energy-devouring crystals. Because of the special characteristics of blood, the physical strength of any bug that has swallowed this blood will be greatly improved. If we use the terminology in the game, it is an upgrade. This is why it is very difficult for players to upgrade in the game settings. If a bug is compared to an ordinary person. So if you improve your strength through continuous exercise, The degree of improvement is very limited. And the speed is also very slow. It is much faster to improve the body's medicine by consuming certain strengthening medicines. This is also the reason why swallowing other creatures can quickly improve the level. As for some powerful arms, it is better to understand why the level up is slow. That's because their biological level is very high. If they want to gain improvement by devouring creatures of a lower level than themselves, the amount of improvement is minimal. So when converted into the game, Jiang Yao set him up so that his upgrade experience would be doubled. But after the principle is clear, a very critical problem can be discovered. That is, for a giant beast of the level of Thunder Beast Leviathan, it is basically impossible to improve by devouring some creatures whose life levels are countless times lower than it. Therefore, Jiang Yao's idea at first was that when these two behemoths came out in the future, he would directly set the experience to a data that could never be reached. But now that the Starry Sky Beast's blood has been discovered, he doesn't need to do this at all, because the Starry Sky Beast's blood can strengthen the Thunder Beast or Leviathan. So this is why he wants to keep these resources firmly in his own hands. In addition to preparing for your future arms in advance, there is also the need to avoid wasting precious resources. Because in the universe, the resources you obtain are limited. How to use limited resources to maximize your strength is the most critical. If these resources are placed in the hands of players, Jiang Yao can guarantee that if nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely use them to upgrade their existing units. Then if there is a rollover during the battle, everything will be in vain. If something like this happened, wouldn't it mean that so many precious resources would become zero improvements? This is something Jiang Yao would never allow to happen. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao's head began to race rapidly. At this moment, he needed to figure out a better distribution plan. First of all, players must voluntarily hand over these resources. Of course, it is not impossible for them to keep them themselves, but the proportion left behind must not be too large. Leader? At this time, looking at Jiang Yao, who had not answered for a long time, several people couldn't help but remind him loudly. After hearing the reminders from several people, Jiang Yao immediately came back to his senses. I was so busy thinking about these things just now that I forgot to reward them. As for the reward, after spending so long with the players, Jiang Yao naturally knows how to handle it best. Jiang Yao actually doesn't have a hard and fast standard for the amount of rewards. He mainly depends on the number of people who receive rewards. For group collection, one person may receive 30,000 to 50,000 evolution points, which is a lot for them. Although there are some rich people among a large group of people, generally speaking, civilian players are still the majority. So he just needs to make most civilian players think that the rewards are rich enough. It is easier for people like them, who have a smaller number of people, and come to receive rewards after completing relatively large achievements. Just give them a random reward of millions or tens of millions of evolution points, and they will definitely jump with joy. Although the value of what they discovered may be calculated in billions or even tens of billions. But don't forget that this is a game, not reality. And the standard for measuring rewards is determined by yourself. And according to the settings of the game, the rewards you give them will only feel too much and never too little. As for the reason, it's very simple. For example, if you play a certain game and find a copy to complete a hidden task, how much do you think the reward for this task will be? Do you still expect that the NPC will give you tens or hundreds of thousands of Krypton gold points if you discover the dungeon and complete a hidden task? You think too much. And I think I'm worthy of you if I can give you 30. If I could give you 40, I wouldn't be able to get the prerequisites for this mission in a few hours. Perhaps when Jiang Yao was distributing rewards in the past, he would feel that he was being too shady if he gave too little. But after such a long period of operation, he has become accustomed to it. So Jiang Yao said to several people without red eyes or heartbeat, first of all, congratulations to the soldiers. You have discovered something that is barely good, because your discovery has unlocked a hidden copy for everyone. You as the discoverers deserve a good reward. First of all, you can enjoy the additional evolution point reward of 2% of the materials turned in this dungeon. Secondly, after the mission is completed, each of you will receive a one-eyed monster as a discoverer reward. Chapter 258, New Mission Released. Discussion of Combat Plan. At this moment, it was pretty much what Jiang Yao was thinking. As his words fell, the group of people present were stunned. Chief, did I hear correctly? Each of us is a one-eyed giant beast. Shiji Yongdile's tone was trembling as he spoke. I would say that the psychological quality of today's young people is too poor. A one-eyed monster can excite you to this level. Seeing his performance like this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but complain secretly in his heart. But on the surface, he still looked at the few people with a smile on his face. That's right. As long as this mission is successfully completed, we can successfully acquire all the resources of this starry sky beast. Then each of you can get a one-eyed monster as a mission reward. Holy shit. Hack. 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 Are we taking off? If nothing else, that's the case. Holy crap. I seriously doubt that I'm dreaming now. Wait a minute while I wash my face with cold water to wake up. Looking at the few people who were so excited at this moment, Jiang Yao quickly sent them away, because now they were in a state where they could no longer control themselves. With the way they were hugging each other and jumping up and down, Jiang Yao was really worried that they would pick him up and give him a kiss. Did I give too much? Jiang Yao couldn't help but murmur in a low voice after a few people left. Obviously, Jiang Yao now feels that he has overestimated their psychological expectations. After all, after such a discovery, in Jiang Yao's eyes, their expectations for subsequent rewards should be very high. Originally, he was still thinking about whether to add another reward if giving a one-eyed giant beast could not satisfy the appetite of this group of people. But now it seems that his worries are unnecessary. This group of people are too easy to satisfy. But this is understandable. After all, they are not a bunch of rich people, and their ideas are completely different. It is not unknown for everyone to have seen that a group of local tycoons may have hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions. But for people like them, whose bank card balances have been hovering around 4 or 5 digits for a long time, you suddenly give them 8 digits. For them, it must be a completely different feeling than the wealthy people seeing the same reward. After thinking about all this, Jiang Yao began to think about how he should release this task. If the players are directly asked to send this thing back, and I give them evolution points, it is obvious that they will not be happy. After all, no matter whether these things are weakening their effects, they are still very valuable in the eyes of players. So we have to give them a reward they can't refuse. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao quickly had an idea. This time, he not only wanted to have enough resources for himself, he also needed to greatly improve the strength of the entire insect swarm. Because in the near future, that mysterious civilization may come to his door, and he needs to be prepared before that. In that case, then this is what I will do. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao immediately issued an announcement. Announcement. Congratulations to player Shiji Yongdial, Watering Young Orange, Phonling Yuing, for discovering the hidden copy of Double Star. The new copy Falling Starry Sky Behemoth has been unlocked. Star behemoths are one of the most powerful creatures in the universe. Their existence makes many civilizations live in fear. Although the starry sky beast is extremely powerful, even the current insect swarm cannot defeat it. But at this moment, there is a fallen starry sky beast inside this planet, and its body will become the best nourishment for the insect swarm to grow. So the leader Jiang Yao decided to let the insect warriors snatch the starry sky beast back from the hands of Taylor civilization at all costs. However, considering that the Taylor civilization can be regarded as one of the more powerful races in the universe, the leader decided to recall all the Zerg outside as a precaution. From now on, this starry sky behemoth will become the optimal target of the entire insect swarm. Group Mission 1 is to collect energy-devouring crystals from the starry sky beasts. Each energy-devouring crystal is worth 1,000 evolution points. Group Task 2, collect the flesh and blood of starry sky beasts, and you can get 300 evolution points for every 100 cubic meters turn in. Personal collection of hidden rewards. Players will receive 1 activity point for each energy-devouring crystal they turn in, or 100 cubic meters of beast flesh. Every 100 activity points can be exchanged for a basic mutant dragon. When a single player's activity points reach 10,000 points, he or she can receive limited evolution plus 1 volume x1. Note, this evolution volume can only evolve currently existing arms, and cannot be used for new arms in the future. This event has limited places. 100 people in total. At this time, following Jiang Yao's announcement, the players who were still arguing over whether to advance or not immediately fell silent. What the hell? All the thieves who said they wouldn't attack just now come forward. Are we still going in or attacking? While we were arguing, someone had already unlocked the hidden map. It's stupid, but if I don't listen to you and rush over to fight, I might be the one who discovers this mission. That's not the most irritating thing. The most irritating thing is that a sun thief just gave us a rational analysis of the benefits of not attacking. Come on. Sir, come out first, and let's discuss the benefits of not attacking. Sure enough, group friends are the most unreliable. Those who argue with you or join in your arguments will get nothing in the end. But those of you who have done this have already made a fortune. After arguing for so long, it has no effect except that no one can convince anyone. So I would like to ask everyone, what is the use of arguing for so long? After all, you are all still newcomers. Since the leader can bring us here, according to the game settings, we are here to experience the game content and earn evolution points. The result of it? You guys still think that you can't get evolution points here. That there are no evolution points here. I don't know where you got the confidence to go against the codes planned and set by others. Those of you upstairs, don't pretend to be here. Do you dare to say that you didn't participate in the quarrel? We really weren't involved. A liar will cut off his descendants. Actually, I think it is no longer important for us to discuss whether to participate or not. What we need to discuss now is how to attack this civilization is the most important thing. Actually, now I want to discuss the issue of annihilating children and grandchildren. At this time, while everyone was still discussing this matter, Shiji Yongdial and others gathered together. Master Shiji Yongdial, we have become more prosperous this time. Yes, I have never dreamed of such a reward. To be honest, I have never dreamed of it. When you said that, I suddenly remembered that in my last dream, I dreamed that I had earned more than 1 million evolution points. Then when I woke up, I was thinking how great it would be if this were true. But now it seems that my pattern is too small, and I can't even open it up even in my dreams. At this moment, a player suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, everyone has a very critical problem now. That is, we seem to be unable to participate in the next activities, because all the units in our hands are dead. If we just open an ordinary worker bee now, it will be extremely inefficient whether it is fighting or collecting resources. After hearing what the player said, Shiji Yondile looked at him with a look of hatred. So, given your ideological consciousness, you will only be able to work part-time in this life. First of all, you have to figure out what our final mission reward is. It is the legendary one-eyed beast. It is the strongest unit in the entire game at this stage. With this unit alone, we can enter any guild at will, except for those rich guilds. After we join other guilds, they will treat us like masters even if we are online for an hour every day. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? However, I'm actually thinking about why we join these guilds and are subject to restrictions when we already have such strong military units. With our strength, it is more than enough to work alone or form a guild. More than enough. You think you can set up a guild with just a one-eyed monster. You need to understand that to set up a guild, you need to have a certain amount of connections and funds. As for going it alone, I suggest you give up this idea as soon as possible. Speaking of this, Shiji Yondile added, you must know that the one-eyed monster needs to consume nearly 1,000 evolution points every day to stop there. In other words, even if this thing is not used in a month, it will cost at least 30,000 evolution points. If there is no fighting for a long time, or the benefits are not very satisfactory, do you think we can afford this kind of consumption? Therefore, joining a guild at this time is undoubtedly the best choice, because the guild will be happy to pay you for this fee. Speaking of this, Jia Yondile continued, so for now it is best for us to choose a guild with better benefits to join. As for the fact that we won't be able to make much money from this event that you are worried about, I can tell you clearly that your worries are unnecessary. Because don't forget that we have another reward after removing the Cyclops. That is, by turning in resources, we can get an additional 2% bonus. Just for this task reward, we have become a favorite in the eyes of all guilds. We can definitely negotiate with these guilds. They will give us the resources, and we will hand them over. We only need to take 1% of the 2% handed over, and keep it for ourselves. To put it simply, this way we just need to lie in the insect nest and collect money. It doesn't mean much to us whether we fight or not. Damn, you are indeed a veteran. Your ability to exploit every opportunity is really strong. If you have any advantage, you can immediately think of how to use it. The eternal dial of time and calamity. At this time, everyone in Potato who received the news was also shocked by what the players found there. Damn, is the place they went to this time so fat? If we had known it was so fertile there, we should have fished there first, and then come over to attack civilization. Boss, what should we do next? We can't give up on the fat guy over there. And the most important thing is that the reward for this mission is an evolution plus 1 volume. Although this evolution plus 1 volume can only target the current military types, it is also very helpful to us. Hearing what the player said, Tudwa also nodded. For them, this event can give them a much greater improvement than ordinary players. First of all, energy-devouring crystals may not be of much use to other players, because the troops that can use energy-devouring crystals consume an amount of evolutionary points that most people cannot afford. But it's different for them. Things like the Cyclops or the 4th-stage Allosaurus. Although the price is high, they can still afford it, and they have not introduced these in large quantities. The main reason is because they do not have energy-devouring crystals. Now the problem of energy-devouring crystals has been solved. Then they only need to collect a wave of evolution points to introduce a few 4th-stage alien dragons, and then get the rewards of the evolution scrolls. And then they will have the 5th-stage alien dragons. In other words, they pooled their resources to purchase only one mutant dragon, and then continued to evolve until it reached the 6th stage. Then use the evolution plus 1 volume to evolve a 7th-stage mutant dragon. Then they will take off properly. Although the alien dragons have evolved to a later stage, even their economic strength will not be able to afford it. But don't forget that they still have this civilization. No matter what, it's enough to take down this civilization. If the 7th-stage alien dragons can be brought out, their strength will be greatly improved. You must know that based on the attributes of the 7th-stage mutant dragon, it can be regarded as a guild-level unit no matter how hard it is. And in their eyes, this kind of thing can not only improve their overall strength, but more importantly, its symbolic meaning. This is just like the special titles in other games. It is a symbol of status. Brothers, if we don't do this, it's definitely not possible to rush over there immediately given the current distance here. So we can just go over there and buy new units and evolve them for a few rounds. Although the leader said that he would drive the insect nest to pick us up, the daylilies were cold by the time he drove the insect nest over. Everyone nodded after hearing what too was said. Indeed, the current situation is very urgent for them, because after everyone in the chat group learned that Jiang Miao would take them back, everyone in the group immediately began to discuss the next attack plan. Holy crap! Those rich guys are coming too? Damn it! We can still make a profit when they come. Brothers, we must attack immediately without delaying for a moment. Well, I think, no matter how powerful they are, they only have more than 1,000 people. How many resources can they transport? You upstairs can say that. It's obvious that you don't pay attention to the 2nd and 3rd order king insects of those rich people. Do you know how powerful a 3rd order king insect is? Not to mention how much faster it is than an ordinary king insect. But its transport capacity is several times that of an ordinary king insect. This thing is coming. I guess no matter how big the starry sky beast is, it won't be able to withstand their luck. And don't forget, the official introduced the starry sky beast on the official website. The official website makes it very clear that the body of this giant beast is very hard, and it will take a long time even for a Zerg to break through the defense. It is also for this reason that our collection efficiency is definitely not as good as that of those rich guys. After all, the units they hold have attack power starting in 4 or 5 digits. If you want to break through the defense of the starry sky beast, it is definitely much faster than a unit like ours with a 3-digit starting attack power. At this time, the content of the chat in the group is probably like this. Although this group of rich people are glued to the chat channel, but these old 6 players are still discussing this matter without hesitation. What a shame. These people are so blatant. Yes. Do they think we can only rely on this group of troops here? Don't they know that we can also buy a new wave of new ones immediately from the insect nest? Yes. So they are still too naive. Just when the rich people still felt that these people were too naive, the next words in the group almost broke their defense. Well, brothers, I have thought about it for a while. If this group of rich people want to come over, they can buy a new batch of troops here. And it is easy to do this with their economic strength. So I have a suggestion. That is, we can choose not to sell evolution points to rich people during this period. In this case, they will most likely be ordinary soldiers, and they will not have much advantage in competing with us. Tudo, oh my god. You are really the 6th child. Is that the case? Big boss, you have to understand the difficulties we have in helping salty players. I understand. This is unfair competition among you. Boss, what you said is wrong. It's unfair for you to come here with high-level troops to grab resources from us. Okay. Since you have said so, let you make a profit in the past 10 days. After these 10 days have passed, we will let you know what cruelty is. Boss Potato, you are so naive. I might as well call you Wuxia from now on. Do you think there will be anything left of this starry sky beast after more than 10 days? In order to get as much liver as possible before you come, our guild collectively invested in selling a batch of 3-stage worker bees just to improve the efficiency of resource collection. Coincidentally, our guild is the same. Not only did our guild buy 3-stage worker bees, we also asked each member to buy at least a few boxes of certain cows for preparation. Holy crap. Are you ready to die? One of this wave of starry sky beasts, and I must disappear from this world. You are really cruel. Brothers, since you have said so, I won't hide it anymore. XX Hospital welcomes you. Phone number is XXX. I am also the director of this hospital. Brothers, if you have any problems, just come over. I have enough ICU for you. Come and sign up for me, and you will receive a 20% discount. Brothers, don't forget me. XX Crematorium provides one-stop funeral services. I will send you an electronic business card later. You can forward it to your relatives and friends and tell them to make this call when you are no longer around. And I will guarantee that you will leave peacefully. At this time, who sells graveyards, should I consider coming over to sell them? Get lost. You bunch of bastards. Do any of you do this kind of business? In this way, everyone was joking and discussing the next attack route. As for resource collection, most players focus on crystals. Players do not pay that much attention to the flesh and blood of the giant beast. This thing only has 300 evolution points per 100 cubic meters. If you are not a king insect player, you will basically not pay too much attention to this aspect. However, for the king insect players, although this transportation does not give much, at least they have something to do in this event. After the players discussed it, they also formulated a battle plan. According to the information provided by players who are still on the planet, they know that there are many powerful railguns and mechas inside the planet. In other words, if there is a large-scale attack, players not only need to consider the firepower of the space station, they also need to consider the firepower inside the planet. After discussion, the players decided to send all the raptors and worker bee players to fight inside the planet. In this way, the enemy is held back, while the remaining hydralisks and neolisks are responsible for space battles. As for the banlings, players also gathered 10 antimatter banlings. This wave of players has spent a lot of money. One antimatter banling bug costs more than 2 million, and 10 of them cost more than 20 million. Although there were many of them, each of them still needed 500 to 600 evolution points to start. In addition, each of them had scraped together more than 2,000 evolution points to buy electromagnetic pulse banlings. So just to collect evolution points, they collected nearly 3,000 points. Although these evolution points are nothing to old players, but for most new players who have just entered the game, it is still a bit painful. However, with the addition of these banlings, players believe that it will not be too simple to break through the defense of the enemy space station. After breaking through the defense, things will be easier to handle. The electromagnetic pulse banlings will come up to cause a range of interference. After doing this, it will be time to hunt. Chapter 259, Decaying Civilization. What's the situation on the behemoth side? At this moment, in the space station of Taylor Civilization, the commander asked his men. Upon hearing the commander's question, his subordinates quickly replied, Commander, the group of bugs that entered the behemoth mine before have been wiped out by us. The commander nodded at this. As long as it is eliminated, we must hide the information about the giant beast from him. Otherwise, if those bugs know that there is a giant starry beast here, they may attack us desperately in the future. After hearing the commander's words, his subordinates also understood how attractive these starry sky beasts were to the Zerg. Commander, this time, the bugs were able to successfully find the location of our giant beast. I feel that the main reason is those vents. In my opinion, otherwise we should temporarily deactivate these vents. After hearing what his subordinate said, the commander's expression changed. Do you know what you are talking about? If the harmful substances emitted by the giant beast's corpse are not dealt with, it will definitely cause very serious harm to our soldiers below. You even thought about blocking him. Have you ever considered the soldiers below? But Commander, I seriously doubt that they found the location of the mine, this time through those special smokes. If we continue to discharge to the outside world, it is not ruled out that more bugs will be discovered here. The location of the starry sky beast is really known to these Zerg races. So do you think we can still defend the beast? You must know that this behemoth is very valuable to the headquarters, and we must protect this behemoth at all costs. After hearing what his subordinate said, the commander just snorted coldly. It makes sense what you say. So, let's put down the command mission here for now. Now, as the Supreme Commander, I order you to go to mine No. 23 immediately. Hearing the commander's words, his men looked horrified. Commander, Mine no. 23 is a newly developed mining area. The shielding facilities there have not been built yet. If you go there rashly. However, before he finished speaking, he was rudely interrupted by the commander. According to your proposal, all mining areas that have deactivated exhaust pipes are essentially no different from no. 23. Since you can say that, you must be prepared to deal with the harsh environment inside. So I decided to send you down first, and then set an example for our soldiers. In this case, if I implement your plan, the other soldiers will not complain. When the commander said this, the person who had proposed before suddenly panicked. You must know that mining area no. 23 is still being constructed internally by robots. And the conditions for human entry have not been met at all. Obviously, there is no difference between the commander doing this and asking him to die. And the most important thing is that he cannot refute the commander's order because it was his decision. And he also said that he must do it at all costs. If he refuses at this time, it can only explain one problem. He is the kind of person who talks but does not do anything. And such people are the most despised by frontline soldiers. So as far as the current situation is concerned, he must bite the bullet and go in. Then he left here under the escort of several Taylor soldiers. After he left, a man sitting not far from him got up and came to the commander's side. Commander, regarding that fool, should we? At this point, the man made a clicking motion. The commander naturally shook his head when he saw his actions. This yellow smoke is very special. Even our armor cannot stay there for a long time. If you want to stay there for a long time, you must drive the mecha over there. And he went down to start the operation and investigate the situation and data of the mining area. Naturally, it was impossible for him to operate the mecha. So even if we didn't do anything when he went there this time, he would definitely die. In that case, why should we take action? Although I know your thoughts very well. If we take action, then this matter will undoubtedly be much safer. But if this matter is investigated by the higher-ups, and we take action, they will inevitably leave some clues, and be discovered by them. You must know that he is no better than an ordinary soldier. At this point, the commander glanced meaningfully at the loser next to him. The person who had been chatting with the commander, and putting forward personal opinions, was actually the child of someone in a high position in the civilization. The reason why his children were transferred here was simply to give them some training before they could directly take over the command position. Although he made it clear when his children came over, they were just for training, and would be sent to other war zones later. But the commander of this area is not a fuel-efficient lamp. He knows the ultimate purpose of this thing's arrival. Of course, he is definitely not happy about this matter. After all, he has struggled to get where he is now. As a result, you just randomly sent someone here to take away my position. This is definitely impossible. However, the person behind this naughty boy has a great background. If he is tough in front of him, it proves that the commander knows that he cannot be tough. So he chooses to play dirty. Of course, he was also wondering at the beginning whether he could outplay the other party, if he was really playing dirty tricks. After all, if his family members dared to transfer it, it meant that this person should have certain abilities. Otherwise, if he were to come to areas like these alone, wouldn't he just be killed? As he thought, this man had the ability and means. But his biggest flaw was that all his starting points were for Taylor civilization. Although this is a good thing. For the commander, this is undoubtedly his biggest flaw. The commander can also understand why he has such thoughts. After all, people of their level value civilization far more than themselves. If this had happened before, people like him would have had a huge following. But it is unfortunate that this incident happened during this special period. In recent centuries, many ordinary people have become disillusioned with civilization as a whole, because there are now 7 large companies in the entire Taylor civilization. And these companies are in charge of the food, clothing and clothing functions of the entire Taylor civilization. All in all services in the entire Taylor civilization are provided by these companies. Of course, there is no big problem. But as we all know, when a small group of people monopolizes the entire planet, then that group of people will have most of the say on the planet. And cutting leaks is naturally a very normal thing. Although Taylor had intervened when these companies were growing, the effect was not obvious. Because these companies are so clever that they were able to compete with civilization when they appeared. Because for these companies, their ancestors began to prepare for these things thousands of years ago. At that time, they started planning. In those years, all the funds they earned were used to recruit people to establish companies. Their family members were distributed in this galaxy and various colonial galaxies. And in these galaxies, they continued to develop and grow until they felt that the time was right. and 7 companies were born. And by that time, all the Taylor civilization people discovered that 80% of the companies on the market were owned by them. At that time, the people above wanted to stop it. But it was too late. Because there were at least 1 or 2,000 security companies alone. It contains various combat vehicles, biological weapons, etc. If the two sides really fall apart, then the entire civilization is bound to have a war. And the most important thing is that this organization has developed quietly to the present. They are not as simple as they seem on the surface. Secretly, no one knows how many people on their side have been bribed by them. So after repeated negotiations, the superiors made a compromise and handed over the entire Taylor civilization business to them. But there are also requirements from above that their military expansion must be controlled at a certain stage. If it exceeds that stage, then the above will eradicate them at all costs. Although this matter seems to have been resolved on the surface, everyone knows that it is not as simple as it seems on the surface. You must know that there are already 2 forces in Taylor civilization at this moment, although they are not taking action now. The main reason is because they are not sure of defeating each other. It is also for this reason that both sides are currently maintaining a delicate balance point. In fact, although there are relatively few cases like the Taylor civilization among the many civilizations in the universe, it is not impossible. After all, we have entered the interstellar age, and it is difficult to achieve 100% control over every colonial galaxy. You never know whether the people under your command will secretly manufacture various equipment, weapons, arms and ammunition on which colonial planet. You never know whether 1 or 2 of these colonial star systems will be missed. And those planets have a lot of strategic resources. Various uncertain factors like these will have very serious consequences if they meet someone with intentions. In particular, the Taylor civilization has always been flaunting the concept of freedom. Ordinary Taylors can also buy spaceships and sail freely in the universe. Although the people are free, problems have arisen. That is, various situations may occur, and those companies are the best examples. Of course, if there is a conflict between the company and the higher-ups, ordinary Taylors will naturally not be disappointed in the entire civilization. The main reason why Taylor people are disappointed with their own civilization is because of what these companies have done. When these companies wielded their sickles, the entire Taylor civilization fell into dire straits, and ordinary people would never be able to stand up, because they have a monopoly on all industries. They set workers' wages very low. At best, these wages can only meet your daily needs. It is also impossible for some people with ideas to start a business, because every industry is monopolized by them. If you want to enter, you will not survive at all. So all you can do is help them honestly and become their employee. Then use your hard-earned money to buy high-priced daily necessities in their hands. This is the despair of ordinary people in Televen, who have lived under such conditions until now. Although this almost pathological way of operating civilization makes the development of civilization exceptionally smooth, the price is that ordinary Taylors are increasingly dissatisfied with the entire civilization system. As for whether there will be resistance, that is a matter for later. But the current situation is that as this situation intensifies, many soldiers have been affected to a greater or lesser extent. You must know that what they are doing now cannot last forever. One day, they will retire and return to normal life. Naturally, they are not willing to live a normal life of working hard every day and making little money. So at this stage, they are all trying their best to make money. It is for my future retirement life. This is the current situation of Taylor civilization. A civilization that cannot be more bizarre. Although their technological level is extremely advanced, most Taylor civilizations understand it. Their weapons are not aimed at their enemies, but at their compatriots one day in the future. They also know very well that no matter whether it is the superiors or the company, they are so desperately researching weapons and developing technology only for the purpose of future civil war. In short, this civilization feels more sad to the Taylor people. There was a time when they shed their blood for the glory of civilization. But the current civilization is not worthy of them. This is also the reason why the second-generation official was ostracized by many people when he came here. Because everyone present except him. Everyone's idea is to make enough money and run away. He is the only one who talks about the glory of civilization every day. And such a person is destined to become the target of public criticism. Of course, this is not the end. The most important thing is that the purpose of this guy coming here is to take over the command. This is a big problem. The people here don't have a good impression of you. And you are still the #1 enemy of their current commander-in-chief. I will be sorry if they don't squeeze you to death. Of course, this person is also very capable. But to the commander, It is useless no matter how capable you are. As long as there is a flaw and I expand the flaw infinitely, it will be easy to kill you. And it just so happened that this guy gave him such an opportunity just now. A legitimate opportunity. In addition, I usually add jealousy to this guy's various behaviors. So at this time, no one will stand up and speak for him. Although the commander had eliminated one of his powerful enemies at this moment, he now had to face the trouble of the insect swarm. Commander, what should we do next? The dogleg next to him asked at this moment. The commander glanced at him after hearing the naughty question. He naturally knew what the man in front of him was thinking. Of course, I understand what you are thinking. But the current situation is very complicated. No matter how we play here, as long as we fail to defend this place, we will definitely be severely punished when we go back. At this point, the commander sighed. Although I know very well that the brothers are here to seek wealth. But now we have to face the current dilemma. If we want to retire with peace of mind, we must overcome this wave of disasters. But commander, you must know that what we are facing now is the Zerg. You have also seen in the previous battles that their combat power is quite powerful. With the strength of our galaxy, it is simply a fool's errand to fight against them. This commander naturally knew very well what his subordinates said. If we fight these bugs head-on, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. But you have to understand that sometimes the battle is not as complicated as we think. Confrontation does not require fighting to the death. There are many ways other than fighting to the death. At this point, the commander whispered something into the dog's ear. And when the commander finished explaining his arrangement, the doglegger couldn't help but his eyes lit up. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? In that case, commander, we will do as you say. The commander nodded in response, then looked at the loser beside him and warned. Although this is for everyone's benefit, we do not rule out the possibility that some of our own people from the headquarters may also infiltrate. So when doing this, it is safer to find a few trusted people to do it. Don't worry, commander. I have a few people who know everything. Leave this matter to them to ensure that nothing unexpected happens. The people under my command assured me by patting their chests. At this time, the players who had discussed the attack plan also moved forward in the direction of Taylor Civilization space. Brothers, no matter what we do in this wave, we will capture their space again. Don't be afraid of dead soldiers. You must know that this area is extremely fat. As long as we capture this place and kill as many as we can make back. In this way, the players were discussing and moving closer to the direction of Taylor's civilization. And at this moment, Taylor's civilization naturally discovered the large army of players approaching them immediately. Naturally, they had arranged everything in advance. When the players approached, they saw that the battleships and mechas here had already gathered on the periphery of the space. The moment the two sides met, the battle broke out. Countless Taylor civilization warriors controlled mechas and battleships and rushed towards the players. At the same time, the space station is also frantically venting its firepower on the players. Holy crap! That alien dragon in front of me. Help me block the damage. Damn it. The 37th team's mutalists hid from the attack until our 154th team came. What do you want to do with Dogecoin? Damn it. You guys are cowards. Just rush for the Baneling jungler. As long as the Baneling explodes, the game will be basically stable. At this time, as the battle began, the entire player hand immediately became lively, and players from different teams were communicating in the team. The captains of different teams on the big channel are also communicating about the situation. Brothers, Team 27 push forward. The Banelings will be in place soon. You guys from Team 47 are so cowardly. Just go ahead. You guys from Team 35 can stand and talk without pain in your back. You guys have been hiding behind us. Don't you think you have some idea? Listen, members of Teams 181 and 192. Just rush forward to help the Banelings and block the damage from me. Don't be afraid of death. After you die, we will all make up for your battle losses together. Damn it. Since you have said so, it will be easy to handle. Don't worry. As long as we still have breath, the Banelings will not be harmed. The Taylor civilization that was at war at this time was in a different situation. Each unit should pay attention to the other party's self-destructing bug, and focus fire and advance to kill it instantly. No, Captain. There are other bugs over there that are protecting those bugs from harm. Send a warship to launch a surprise attack. The other party's firepower was too strong, and our warship was destroyed before it even got close. At this time, the Taylor civilization and frontline combatants also felt that things were difficult. They never expected that the attack of this group of insects would be so fierce. Moreover, the intelligence of this group of bugs is also extremely high. First of all, after some bugs are fatally injured, they will instinctively find a place to hide. When the artillery fire in a certain area is relatively fierce, many passing bugs will immediately choose to avoid it. Everyone present knew something about these bugs, and they knew very well that the IQs of these bugs were not very high. And when fighting, they will strictly follow the instructions of the brainworms. But there will be a problem here. That is, the brainworms generally adjust their general position when fighting. For some details, such as how a single worm operates the brainworm, there will not be too many adjustments. It is definitely impossible for a brainworm to command the battle perfectly, while also paying attention to the situation of every worm. After all, such behavior will increase the workload of the brain bug by n times. And it is very likely to cause delays in the game due to paying attention to other bugs. So usually when the Zerg engage in large-scale battles, they give people the impression of being reckless. Only in small-scale operations will the bugs perform various detailed operations. But the current situation is very embarrassing. And every one of these bugs is working on the details. Some bugs run away immediately when they see something is wrong. And some bugs use other bugs as shields. In this situation, the people from Taylor Civilization can guarantee that this is definitely not something that the Zerg recorded in their data can do. And the most important thing is that betraying teammates in battle is a taboo. And it is absolutely impossible for the Zerg, who always move forward courageously, to do this. Not to mention the Zerg. Even their civilization is so poor, no one dares to do this on the battlefield. But the current situation is that these bugs sell their teammates very quickly. Chapter 260 The enemy ran away. Therefore, the behavior of these bugs also made the warriors of Taylor Civilization confused. After all, such behavior in battle will destabilize the morale of the soldiers on the entire battlefield. Once such a situation occurs, defeat is not far away. So no matter at any time, for any civilization, this is absolutely not allowed to happen. But the group of bugs in front of them have used this trick of betraying their teammates to the fullest. And what makes them even more confused is that under normal circumstances, if one or more people start to sell teammates on the battlefield, and there are many people running away, then the remaining people who are still fighting will inevitably have the intention to retreat if they are affected by this. After all, everyone else ran away. Everyone else saved their lives. And you still rush forward stupidly. Aren't you being careless? So under normal circumstances, once this kind of thing happens, the entire battle situation will definitely collapse immediately. But this group of bugs is different. Some of them sell their teammates, and some of them run away. But there are some who rush forward risklessly, which is outrageous. Wouldn't this behavior of my teammates have any impact on those bugs who rush forward risklessly? If you say that these bugs have no intelligence as they thought before, then it really doesn't have much impact. But the group of bugs in front of you are not without intelligence. They are all a smart group. But even so, this group of bugs was still not affected by the wandering bugs, which made everyone in Taylor Civilization feel that their 3 views had been refreshed. What's even more embarrassing now is that although the enemy's strange behavior has not had any impact on them, but their behavior has made many of them want to do this. It's not surprising that some people feel this way, because currently the Taylor Civilization warriors in the entire region are divided into 6 groups. Among them, 4 groups of soldiers are responsible for frontline sniping. 1 group is responsible for guarding the safety of the planet, and the other group is responsible for guarding the space station as the final defense of the space station. Although this distribution does not seem to be a problem on the surface, these soldiers know very well that they have been completely classified by the commander, because among these groups, the group guarding the space station is the commander's original team. Moreover, most of the people involved in the fighting were transferred from other places, and they all had other clients to serve. So they also knew very well that since the commander had made such a detachment, he must have a very clear understanding of their details. And now the commander's order is obviously to let them die. Although what the commander said on the surface is that we all have to shed our lives and blood for this galaxy. But actually, he sent out all his people to fight the bugs head-on, while his own people hid in the space and watched the show inside. This approach is a proper poor idea. At this time, the commander inside the space station couldn't help but sigh as he watched the battle between this group of soldiers and the insects. I don't want to do this either, but it's a pity that you are on the wrong team. Hearing the commander's emotion, the people under his command nodded in agreement. If you ask me, these people deserve it. You have to know that many of them have been transferred here for more than 10 years. Over such a long period of time, they had countless opportunities to defect to us, but none of them did so. So this group of people is in the current situation because of themselves. After hearing his subordinate's words, the commander looked at him deeply, and finally nodded helplessly. Although these people all belong to different organizations, one thing I have to admit is that this group of people can be regarded as people of Taylor civilization. It would be false to say that the commander had no psychological burden when he issued such an order. But he also knew very well the principle of not being in charge of troops. The opportunity was given to them, but they didn't cherish it, which is why they ended up where they are today. In fact, the current situation is a conspiracy for this group of soldiers. Although I know very well which institutions and organizations they belong to. And I know the purpose of you being sent here. But he pretended not to know. And I declare to the outside world that I regard you as my brothers, and the most heroic warriors of civilization. So now that the space station is at a critical stage of life and death, for the sake of civilization, we must not be afraid of powerful enemies. Therefore, we must keep the enemy out of space and the planet, even if we pay for it with our lives. And these were the commander's exact words when he mobilized them to go out to die. And there was no problem with either emotion or reason. As soldiers of the Taylor civilization, they must follow the commander's idea. Because once you violate this idea, you are rebelling against civilization. After all, the commander made it very clear that they must sacrifice for civilization now. If you say no at this time, what are your intentions? Therefore, they could not find any fault with the transfer of commanders. And they also knew very well that the purpose of the commander's transfer was to send them to the front line as cannon fodder. But even if they knew this, they had nothing to do and could only endure it silently. Who told them that they were not on the same side as the commander? So this group of people felt aggrieved. If the Zerg army was not blocked, then the commander would say that he had tried his best and the entire army suffered heavy damage. Hundreds of thousands of mechas and nearly 10,000 warships are all folded here. Even though more than 90% of his own soldiers were dead, he still tried his best not to stop the enemy. So there was nothing he could do about things getting to this point. And if this battle is won, it will be under his wise command. A decisive victory, and a huge contribution to the mother planet. In short, they will be the cannon fodder. They will take the blame, and the commander will take the benefits himself. Everyone would be happy with this situation. But now they are forced by the commander to do this. Although the easiest way for them in the current situation is to escape from the battlefield. But after escaping from the battlefield, what will they do in the future? Wandering in the universe? Think too much. You must know that these battleships and mechas are not bugs. Just eating something can sustain life. These warships need regular maintenance and inspection. If they are not maintained for a long time, these warships will not last long. In other words, even if they can escape the battlefield now, they will become space junk before long because they do not have the ability to maintain warships. So now they can only fight hard, because there is still a glimmer of hope for survival. If they dare to run, there is absolutely no possibility of survival. As for the internal situation of Taylor civilization, players naturally do not know it. Although players have had a general understanding of Taylor civilization through Leah in the past. In the eyes of players, most people in Taylor civilization should be selfish. They usually put their own interests first. And the interests of civilization are not that important to them. And in the eyes of the players, they believe that if most people have such an ideological civilization, it will not be too far away from extinction. Although this kind of civilization appears to be unbreakable on the surface, it is actually a mess inside. But what all the players didn't expect was that the actual situation of this civilization was worse than they imagined. Perhaps after this situation lasts for hundreds of years, and a war breaks out between the two sides, a winner emerges, and then manages the civilization again. The situation of the civilization will improve. But obviously, they probably can't wait until that time now. Brothers, I don't know if you have noticed that Televin's fighting skills are getting worse and worse. Yes, I feel like they are like a piece of loose sand. To be honest, their fighting method now is not as good as when we first fought. Yes, at that time, they at least had a complete formation and a perfect defensive mode. But now you see, they are all fighting on their own. I guess it may be a system bug. After all, with so many of us participating in the battle, the amount of calculations required is already huge. In addition, the Taylor civilization has a lot of troops. Adding all these things together, it is very normal for one or two bugs to occasionally appear. And then again, do you want to fight against the Taylor civilization, which has no bugs and has great combat capabilities? Of course, I don't hope. The current situation is quite good. At least we have suffered less battle losses. Okay. Don't brag. I will try my best to capture a few more of their warships now. If possible. Capture more people from the Taylor civilization and interrogate them for information on the location of their home planet and various strongholds. At this time, the players continued to fight while discussing. Compared to the previous wave of attacks, players played much easier this time. And considering the performance of Taylor civilization in the previous battle, this wave of players were fully prepared before setting off. As a result, as the battle began, they found that the combat capabilities of Taylor civilization suddenly dropped several levels. Even a few of the dark matter banlings on their side successfully broke through their defenses and detonated near the space station. Judging from the current situation, players estimate that the remaining banlings should be able to successfully reach their destination and detonate. All in all, it all went so well that players felt a bit unreal. After all, the two sides went through a round of fighting, and the players and the Taylor civilization knew each other's details. Under such circumstances, after the two sides started fighting, the optimal combat strategy of Taylor civilization should be for all combat units to hide near the space. Use the space station shield to deal with players. Because if it was tough, their battleships couldn't be stronger than the alien dragons on their side. But the current situation is that even if the Taylor civilization knows this situation, they still send out most of their warships to confront the players head-on. Regarding their mysterious operations, players naturally classified these as bugs. At this moment, Jiangyao was very puzzled when he looked at the battle situation in front of him. He knew very well that this was not a game, and there were no so-called bugs, so he couldn't understand the honey operations of Taylor civilization. What's going on? What's the point of their fighting method? Or maybe they are planning some conspiracy, and these tactics are just to attract our attention? Jiangyao analyzed the situation in front of him like this, because it was in his eyes at this moment. If the other party hadn't planned some conspiracy, it would have been absolutely impossible for them to perform such a retarded operation. Thinking of this, out of caution, Jiangyao immediately controlled the eyeworm and began to search around the battlefield. I want to see if I can find out what the enemy has arranged. At this moment, inside the space station, the commander could not help but frown when he saw that the space station had lost half of its shields. Their self-destructing bugs are so powerful. Yes, Commander. I originally thought those bugs could only interfere, but I didn't expect they could cause such huge damage. After hearing what his subordinate said, the commander nodded in agreement. Tell me, if they send this kind of bug to attack our civilization, how long will it take to take down our civilization? After hearing the commander's words, his subordinates could not help but change their expression slightly. You must know that this topic is not something they can discuss, especially now during the war. That, Commander, Seeing his subordinates hesitating, the commander naturally knew what he was worried about. Although he was worried, he didn't worry about it himself. At present, our Taylor civilization, except for the regular army that can fight these bugs. Do you think there is anyone else in our Taylor civilization who can fight them? Or, who else is willing to fight them? Once a war breaks out, those companies will only find ways to protect their property and push their people out to fight the enemy. Then when both sides are hurt, they come out to finish. But look at the weapons in the hands of this group of bugs and their own strength. Do you think they can defeat the battleships above? Now if we want to stop the enemy's invasion, the best way is for them to cooperate with each other to fight against the enemy. But it's impossible for them to cooperate. In other words, if nothing happens, our fleet will be defeated one by these bugs. At this point, the commander looked at everyone and said, let's make some arrangements. We are ready to run away. Hearing the commander's words, his subordinates couldn't help but widen their eyes. Commander, run away. Why are you going to stay here if you don't run away? Are you going to die here? After saying this, the commander immediately led everyone in the command room toward the port of the space station. But Commander, there is no problem for us to run away now. But where can we run to? Commander, don't forget, the battleships in our hands need maintenance. Don't you know about the 3 caves of the cunning rabbit? Do you really think I haven't arranged an escape route for so many years? Don't worry. I have already arranged these things. What we have to do now is to run away, while the Zerg's attention is still attracted by the cannon fodder. At this time, the personnel fighting outside did not know that they had been betrayed by the commander. In fact, the commander never thought about running away from the beginning. After all, he had to pay a lot to have the identity and status he has today. Running away meant giving up all these things. He initially thought that through the powerful defense of the group under his command and the space station, He should be able to deal with these bugs for a long time. As long as he waits until the support troops arrive, his mission will be successfully completed. But after seeing those powerful banlings, he immediately changed his mind. The power unleashed by these banlings is truly astonishing. And it is very difficult to resist such an attack with their current technology. And the most important thing is to know that their opponent is the Zerg. He knows very well how amazing the reproductive power of this thing is. Perhaps for other civilizations, the reserve of hundreds or thousands of weapons of this level can have a deterrent effect, or play a decisive role on the battlefield. But it's completely different for the Zerg. Judging from their reproductive capabilities, they must be working hard to build one nest after another. The number is not just hundreds or thousands. A few more nests of this kind of bug would be enough for them to survive. So when he saw this thing, he immediately understood that this battle was not worth fighting, because the Zerg's combat cost is too low. You need to spend years collecting resources to assemble the same thing. But the Zerg only needs one egg. If the Zerg didn't have such a powerful Zerg, then it would be okay. They can still fight. But now that the Zerg have such powerful bugs in their hands, how can they fight? Do you still expect that your warship production speed can match others' egg-laying speed? Think too much. Therefore, the commander at this moment immediately chose the escape strategy without hesitation. Just like this, something happened that dumbfounded the players. At this moment, the players are still desperately fighting against the enemies. Although the current group of enemies can be described as a pile of loose sand, but their weapons can still cause damage to themselves. Therefore, during the battle, the players also played more cautiously. Brothers, please pay attention. Hundreds of warships have appeared over there at the space station, and they are all cruise-level warships. All the brothers should pay attention to their positions and try to get closer to the main force. I guess they want to use their wealth to fight us. At this time, the eyeworm player who discovered the situation immediately alerted everyone. After hearing his reminder, everyone started to step back consciously. At the same time, everyone fighting in the Taylor civilization saw that the space station sent out guard warships, and they guessed that the commander was preparing to launch a decisive battle. Whether we can hold on or not should depend on this wave. So they began to move closer. At this time, the commander of Taylor civilization also started the full-channel broadcast. All fighting soldiers, listen. Now has reached the most critical moment. Whether this galaxy can be defended depends on this wave. Now everyone, listen to me. Either the enemy will die today or we will die. And I will live and die with you. As the commander's words fell, everyone's morale increased greatly. Originally they thought the commander had sent them out to be cannon fodder. But now listening to the commander's words and looking at the commander's actions, they knew clearly that they were too narrow-minded. I misunderstood the commander. It turns out that the commander did this to burn the boat and not to sell them. Sure enough, no matter how unbearable the current situation of civilization is, once it comes to life and death, they are still willing to fight for civilization to the end. And just when these people were still moved, they suddenly realized that something didn't seem right. Because although the commander's words were impassioned, the direction the ship was turning was not a battlefield. Then, under the incredulous gaze of everyone, this group of warships turned on their jump engines in the opposite direction, and then disappeared into the galaxy. This time everyone was dumbfounded. Not only everyone in Taylor civilization, but also the players were dumbfounded. Say, what happened? What's going on with those battleships? I do not know. Are those battleships meant to evacuate more important researchers? I think it's possible. If that's the case, we can't let these people run away. According to my guess, the researchers of this civilization are most likely the ones who have the most information, but are also the least courageous. As long as we catch their researchers, wouldn't it be much easier for us to extract their intelligence than it is to find these hardcore leaders in charge of the battle? No, we can't let them escape. Team 112. You are closest to them. You go chase them, and we will clear the way for you. No matter what the cost. We must bring those people back.